Chapter 591. Eve's clothes were still intact. Junzei took Eve in and helped her to the dressing room. The usually stern governor now had his head bowed, wisps of white smoke still rising from his head. Looking at her now, Junzei realized that the governor could actually exude a certain languor. This reminded her of Jun Wei. It seemed that among all the mecha girls, even Lightning lacked that silliness. The steam rising from Eve's head and his arms was largely due to her tight combat uniform. As the zipper was unzipped, a large amount of moisture immediately escaped. A chill washed over her, causing her to shiver again, and she finally regained some of her composure. Watching Junzei wrap a bath towel around her, she couldn't help but grab Junzei's hand. "Where's Suli? He's overseeing the final battle. Angry's body needs to be dealt with. Ruozi is with him, directing the Zerg to remove any useful parts of Angry." Eve breathed a sigh of relief. She truly didn't know how to face Suli, especially at this moment. Thinking of herself yelling in the cockpit, she couldn't help but wonder if she said anything excessive. It seemed like she hadn't. Aside from calling him arbitrary, everything else she said seemed perfectly normal. She couldn't help but dig her toes into the floorboards when she thought of Suli pushing her mech to its limits. The feeling of wanting to leave her soul was truly irresistible, yet she didn't know how to describe it. Performance development is impossible for a mech girl alone. Especially for a mech girl without awakened inherent skills. If she wants to push her limits, she can only find a pilot who is a perfect match for her. And for a mecha girl with inherent skills to unleash their full potential, she also needs a highly compatible pilot. I found her, I suppose. The only flaw is that he seems to be compatible with every mecha girl. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown slightly. "Junza, can you ask me a question?" "Sure. What was it like when Suli was piloting you?" Junza blinked, a blush rising to his face. Eve's serious question probably wasn't about piloting, was it? She carefully studied Eve's expression, as if trying to discern her true question from her face. Gazing at her gradually flushed cheeks, Junza understood. She definitely wasn't asking about mecha piloting. She was an experienced person, so she understood everything. She had never imagined that one day someone would ask her such a question in a roundabout way. But after all, she was a senior after all. This was a question she had been curious about more than once. But some things can't be explained simply by looking at a few colorful books or watching a few short films. Furthermore, no mecha girl has ever ventured into the world of short films. As a doctor, she has considerable authority on the differences between the human body and its structure. But observing Eve's expression and considering her identity, she suddenly hesitated to give a precise explanation. For the first time, some imagination was necessary. She leaned closer to Eve's ear, and Eve, understanding, put her ear to her lips. "I think the specific feeling is closely related to each mecha girl's anatomy. Also, you really don't need to worry too much." "Yeah, that's right. In the end, they'll all take on the shape of their master." Eve was startled. He was indeed a dictator. Her feelings were correct. She hadn't expected the feeling of being manipulated to be so deeply ingrained. So much so that Junzei blurted it out, completely abandoning his own thoughts. Does soul fusion have this drawback? Thinking of Su Li's mental violence filling her own mind, she suddenly understood what Junzei meant by shape. She took 2 trembling steps forward, and saw the half-filled mecha girl lying in the pool. For the first time, she deeply realized the destructive power a high-level mecha pilot could unleash. Among them, Jun Wei's separated eyes immediately caught her eye. Eve's legs trembled, and she recalled the century-old dilemma plaguing the mechanical island. Can the core contract be terminated? Was that still the same Regal, with his neck raised high, exuding the majesty of a king? She wouldn't have said anything if she was Lightning, but why did she have blonde hair? Lightning's crimson eyes immediately spotted Eve, and she raised her chicken claws to greet her. "Sister, here, there's a spot for you." She slapped the steps beside her, a smile plastered on her face that looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Eve was frozen in place by this greeting, neither leaving nor staying. She was the governor of the mechanical island, and she had never imagined she'd ever share a pool with the mecha girls. Watching the drool dripping from Regal's mouth down the stone steps into the pool, she instinctively took a step back. "Come on. We're all clean." The moment these words left her mouth, Eve was completely taken aback. She narrowed her eyes and strode over, unwilling to be outdone, entering the pool beside Lightning. Trying to kidnap her from the moral high ground? Or trying to isolate her within the mecha girl community? Ha! He's even playing a trick. It's hilarious. She, who charges into battle without batting an eyelid, covered in insect blood, would even take a mecha girl's saliva seriously? As for tricks, she's embraced both conspiracy and conspiracy. She's seen all sorts of shady tactics in her years in the Human Council, so why would she be afraid of a fool like you? She's definitely going to soak in this pool today. She won't leave until the water cools. But as soon as she entered the pool, she regretted it. This is a hot spring. Lightning didn't notice Eve's shifty expressions. She simply stuffed the chicken claw into her mouth, squirmed for a bit, and then, like a machine gun, spat out finger bones one by one into the small plate in front of her. Hong Ying was much more considerate than Junzi. The ice wine sat on a tray, swaying slightly with the gentle ripples of the water. Want a drink? Looking at Lightning raising his glass to her, Eve was startled. She vaguely remembered their first meeting, huddled behind Su Li like a shy little girl. Even Su Li was just a fly rubbing his hands. But now times have changed. One of them is raising a glass to her, while the other, in the cab, is doing this and that to her, oblivious to the world around him. Perhaps, the battlefield truly does help one grow. It's just that the pace of this growth is a bit too fast. Chapter 592. Tianshu Star, an entertainment venue. The dazzlingly lit dance floor was a dazzling display of enchanting figures. Clad in sequined miniskirts, they swayed to the rhythm, showcasing their impressive curves. Under the influence of alcohol, the men's faces flushed, their gazes fixed on the dancers, their gazes fixed on them. A delicate woman was grabbed by the arm and shoved into a man's arms. The man next to her grinned, his smile utterly servile. He had noticed the man's gaze and immediately responded to his interest. Young Master Wang, are you having fun? If this one isn't enough, take your pick from the crowd on the dance floor. The woman cried out in surprise, and just as she tried to struggle, she was slapped in the face. Young Master Wang frowned. What are you doing? How dare you use force on a girl? What kind of society are we in these days? You're still resorting to such tactics? The woman thought she met a kind man, but before she could even utter a word of thanks, young Master Wang grabbed her waist. His hands roamed unruly up and down her body, but no matter how she struggled, they were like iron, rendering her powerless. Women are meant to be loved. Of course, you can't hurt their faces. Do you understand? Yes, yes. You're right. My fault. I ruined young Master Wang's mood. I'll drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment. Get away. Don't drink with me. Go get me that purple dress. Yes, the one with the bare shoulders. Hiss. Young Master Wang has good taste. He's not picking up regular customers. Nonsense. What about the young men? Are there any that catch your eye? The man looked around and saw that each of them was surrounded by women. Behind them, towering men stood erect, oblivious to what was happening before them. The man left, fearing to disrupt the others' enjoyment, and even more afraid of hearing something he shouldn't. Lu, I heard your father was beaten by your great-grandfather. Bullshit. Where did you get that information? We're all family. Why are you rambling on about that? Let's get straight to the point. Given the current situation, with the old men involved in the defense, it's going to be incredibly difficult for us to claim military merit. If you guys don't have any ideas, I'll just shed my skin and go into business. Where will there be room for people like us in the future system? The men looked at each other, indulging their hands while pondering the other's words. Despite the woman beside him screaming shrilly from their kneading, their grip didn't lessen in the slightest. What? You still want to go out and explore the battlefield? Of course I do. Even if I can't. The current Legion's combat power is obvious to all. Without the right tools, you can't handle such delicate tasks. TSK. You're so stupid. Every one of us grew up in a military compound. Even if we've been exposed to it, we all know a thing or two about military strategy. Without a Legion, we can join the Dawn Legion. What? Are you all stupid? Those old guys' reputations are useless, they expire. Just ask your great-grandfather or grandfather for a position in the Dawn Legion. It's easy enough. You're so awesome, you're so awesome. Look at how your father got beaten. You're from the same bloodline. Next time we meet, I bet you'll be swollen too. Stop that bullshit, let's be honest. Don't you want to go in? A huge percentage of those mecha girls are in there. They're nothing compared to these vulgar women. If you really get in, it'll be like heaven. That's right. Look at that kid Su Li, how many mecha girls he has. I heard he even has a 200-man maid guard. TSK, what a heavenly life. The young man surnamed Lu took a sip of his wine, his face dejected. But his peripheral vision quietly observed the reactions of those around him. They were all 20-something fairies, so let's not criticize one another for being too cunning. They were all talking and observing, but who would actually bring the matter to light? Probing. They were setting up this trap for no other reason than to get Su Li into their sights. It wasn't like they hadn't taken Su Li seriously before. But they had never imagined before that Su Li had become the public enemy of the younger generation. Or perhaps, not just the younger generation. At least half of the people involved in this situation had their family's permission to come out. They stared at each other, guzzling drink after drink. Some things just weren't meant to be said when sober. Drunk talk. It should be said drunk. He's overstepping the boundaries. Isn't he openly doing that in the ranks? How can such a large army be without checks and balances? The army remains constant, but he's always sitting there as commander of the Dawn Legion. Doesn't he have any intention of moving on? Does he still take military law seriously? How should we supervise? Who should supervise? 10,000 pilots. How many are the core members of the Corps? I think the military should step in and assign them some deputies. We need staff from the United Front Work Department too. Otherwise, how can we get the battle plan? Can he just attack wherever he's told? That's child's play. Let's pool our wisdom. The Corps belongs to Longzhou, not just him. One person's voice carries little weight, so why not have a few more people contribute? It's all for the Corps' development, and it's not a bad idea. That's right. Besides, pioneering work is so dangerous. If he insists on going his own way and leads the team into danger, that would be Longzhou's greatest loss. Besides, haven't you ever thought about why he's running away at this critical moment? Why? Of course, it's because defensive battles are difficult. He leads the team out, and they can take on any easy targets. That's Longzhou's most powerful team. Fight to the death, kill a few queens, destroy a few nests. It's all just a piece of cake. By the time he gets back from his rounds, the battle at home will be over. He can then move up the ranks based on his military achievements, and no one will say anything. Move? Then he should move quickly. He could become a staff officer at the United Front Work Department. He's already learning tactics and strategy from a bunch of great men. Isn't that a perfect fit? That's fair. I didn't expect you to be the most treacherous. The position of commander of the Dawn Legion will be vacant by then, and maybe we can all take turns. I just wonder if the stockings of those maid guards are shiny. Sure. They have to be. A man to the side ripped the woman's socks beside him, ignoring her cries of pain and pulling them wide. They're much more sophisticated than this. Haven't you heard? Their clothes and socks are fused together by mechanical principles. They're wear-resistant, durable, and heat-resistant. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. But a moment later, the surging intoxication washed over them again. Hey, the extravagance and glitz of life can easily numb one's nerves and make one lose control of their desires. It's not that they can't resist temptation, it's simply that in this torrent, they need to learn what it means to be receptive to goodness. Chapter 593. Gao Mingrui glanced at the report when Jing handed him, then tossed it aside. He took a sip of tea and suppressed the anger in his chest. How many people? About 300? They've been mobilizing for so long, pulling off so many stunts, and only 300? Let's investigate further. There must be someone else who hasn't been exposed. Tell Yi and use the Divine Grace X covert presence. Yi tilted her head, unable to understand why someone else had to relay the information when she was clearly in the room. When Jing shrugged, feeling a wave of frustration towards Gao Mingrui. As someone who had dealt with insects her entire life, it was understandable that she felt this unease. But this childish behavior was truly unsettling. Thankfully, Yi didn't take it personally. With the complete infiltration of the Enterprise Federation, she remained on Lung Chui Star, not traveling anywhere else. She experienced the idiot fountain Su Li had mentioned, and also saw the square with the golden tree. The barbecue was indeed delicious, and the commercial street was indeed bustling. It could be said that all the beauty she had ever desired to see in this world was found on Lung Chui Star. If a person is pure, then his subordinates must also be pure. Birds of a feather flock together. So even though he was doing dirty work, her heart remained pure. Well, little Anger, give me some more beef jerky. And Anger slung a sack of packaging over his shoulder, and went to replace Yi's rations. This act of taking out the trash at the same time made Yi very satisfied. She was from the same generation, and if Anger could perform better, she wouldn't mind interceding on her behalf, and asking the master to give her a name. What would be a good name? Sounds good. It'll tell you she's beneath her. Watching Anger leave, Gao Mingrui frowned. The mountain-like insect body, after its transformation, was surprisingly no different from an ordinary human. And becoming an emperor, even their only distinguishing feature, their heads, had been completely removed. Ruozi's horns and Yi's antennae could be hidden. If such an insect race deliberately hid in human society, who would be able to detect their existence. Gao Mingrui paused slightly, realizing his own thoughts. Perhaps perfection doesn't exist in this world. Just like the matter he was currently dealing with, a large ship sailing on the sea will always have a few rivets that rust. When one's abilities are limited, variables arise. There's no way, no solution. All he could do was track down as many people as possible, and then, at the right moment, strike with devastating force. Though these people were springing up like mushrooms after rain, wave after wave, how many more years did he have left? Standing his last shift was his top priority. Rosie, and anger were beyond his power, and it was not his place to worry about them. At least as long as Su Li lived, they wouldn't make any unusual moves. With this spare time, he might as well sip a few more sips of his health tea. Looking at the goji berries floating in the cup, his brow furrowed even deeper. Isn't it a bit wasteful for him to drink this at his age? When Jing noticed Gao Mingrui's gaze, and subtly tugged at his sleeve. She made a 2 sign under the table. Gao Mingrui's brows furrowed, and he subconsciously straightened his back. Although he was old, as a man, he was still capable of taking responsibility. At least he wasn't like a package delivery or takeout delivery that just dropped it off at the door and left. He unscrewed the cup and took a long sip. Want to covet the Dawn Legion's military power? Is this shaking Su Li's foundation? This is shaking the foundation of the entire Long O. What if Su Li refuses to hand over power? Mechanical Islands Rebellion, the Zerg's Rebellion, all the Special Forces divisions of the Corporate Federation. Forget about other combat power. Just take the Dawn Legion's so-called Maid Guards alone. What planet's defenses could withstand that? A bunch of filthy bastards, their minds filled with lust, sex, and wealth, obsessed with power, but they neglected their own ability to achieve it. It's true that the butt determines the head. But only when you truly hold that position will you realize that brains are truly what matters. With their brains alone, they'd be unable to maintain their current positions. He desperately wanted to nip it in the bud, at least to prevent unnecessary unrest in the future. But human nature dictates that often, with many things, one can only watch helplessly as they grow and proliferate. Otherwise, all one will receive is reprimands. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot, provided it sticks out. If reprimands were effective, a slap from old Lu would have been enough. But the facts show that reprimands alone are not enough of a deterrent. Since that's the case, why not arrange for an opportune moment, within a reasonable range of influence, to resolve the matter perfectly? Sitting on the sofa in the corner, stretched lazily. The Lord has sent news. The first stop has been taken. 1 insect king in its final stage of fury, 32 king-level queens, and 368 king-level elite species have been slain. The rest? I'm too lazy to remember. The team is maneuvering towards the Ursa Major constellation, away from the battlefield. He wants to know if, given the current situation, the rear can still mobilize personnel to establish an outpost. Behind the table, Gao Mingrui clenched his fists tightly. Another 400 SS-class mecha girls. 2 SSS-class mecha girls. He couldn't hide his excitement. At this rate, once Su Li returned, what a formidable force would he be surrounded by? Yes. Tell him. Leave the exact coordinates. Send him as many men as he needs, even if they're fresh recruits. He's pioneering ahead. If we can't even do this, how can we be his support? As long as he's conquered territory, even if it's just bait, we'll send men there. relayed Gao Mingrui's words, blinking her eyes. Your Majesty, why is this old man so excited? Did he take some fake medicine, or did he touch the stink bug powder he hid in the cold storage? Gao Mingrui's excitement faltered. He coughed lightly and fell silent. Oh, sorry, Your Majesty, you don't need to relay that. When Jing's mouth twitched slightly. It was hard to imagine such words coming from a queen insect of such exceptional intelligence. She looked up and down, as if she were getting to know her all over again. Why hadn't I noticed before that this queen insect had such malicious intentions? Perhaps it's because bad company breeds bad influence. She glanced at Gao Mingrui, who pretended to be serious and began to study the detailed deployment on the battlefield again. Chapter 594. Under the azure starry sky, Li Tianlang was completely drunk. He supported Xu Qiang, tossed his silver hair, and, holding the bottle in one hand, he didn't forget to point out the situation. How could anyone dislike someone as outstanding as me? Even if someone does, it's just prejudice. Yes. It's prejudice. Li Tianlang smiled, and hugged Xu Qiang's neck tightly. You're absolutely right. You're my brother. That Zhang Chongping kid is no match. We're not even from the same country. He stretched out his hands, clasping them against his chest, a hint of disdain on his face. I was discussing this cushioning issue with him, and he actually covered my mouth. Do you think he went too far? Yes, he went a little too far. I'm not talking about Zhang Chongping, I'm talking about you. You went a little too far. Shiqiang's eyes were hazy. Beneath the large golden tree, the brilliant starry sky shone brightly. In this rare and relaxing moment, getting a little drunk could bring ultimate relaxation. As for the headache, I'll leave it to my future self. Am I overdoing it? I'm teaching him a lesson. Do you understand? Look. He's smoking a cigarette, and that girl from Jiandun is staring at him intently from behind. That look gives me the creeps. Even more terrifying than the eyes of insects on the battlefield. I don't have any ambiguity. I just think being too poor is abhorrent. This is my practical experience. Xiao Chong took a sip of his wine. This sentence really left him at a loss for words. Are you drunk? 3 bottles of beer, and completely drunk? Life is truly a drama. It all depends on your acting. Who is he targeting? Let me tell you. Do you know my car girl? It's Yuerong. She's so gentle. I'm not bragging, but when my brother was carsick, I asked her whether he should vomit outside or inside. Do you know what she said? Xiao Chong frowned, unable to understand the cause and effect. Had he drunk too much? Or was there something wrong with her logic? Whose brother? His brother's carsickness. What did Yuerong have to do with it? Hey! She couldn't bear to let my brother get off the car, so she just told him to vomit into the plastic bag. Xiao Chong scratched his head, completely bewildered. He turned around, about to ask for clarification, when he saw Yuerong, a stern face, standing behind Li Tianlang. Her outstretched hand, a dazzling white, grabbed Li Tianlang's ear and dragged him towards the dormitory. It hurts, it hurts. I'm just praising you. How dare you hit me in front of my brother? Yuerong glared at Li Tianlang, picked him up, and punched him in the stomach with such force that he crumpled up. Plastic bag? Say plastic bag again? Wrong, wrong. No, no. Xiao Chong had seen it. Yuerong was indeed very gentle. In Li Tianlang's words, he loved this damn gentleness. Watching his drinking buddy being dragged further and further away, he felt that Li Tianlang seemed to have changed a little after learning from old Zhang. But at the same time, it seemed like he hadn't changed much. Plastic bag? Spit out a plastic bag? He scratched his head and kicked Zhang Chongping beside him. The latter rolled over, mumbling something. Stop pretending. They've been dragged away, and you're screaming miserably. Zhang Chongping didn't react. The bottle tilted in his hand, letting the liquid spill onto the lawn. Xiao Chong glared at the latter, confused as to what was going on. These 3 guys were such good buddies. On Lingsue Star, they even clung to telephone poles together, imitating dogs. Now they all been quiet. One was drunk after 3 bottles, while the other had simply fallen into a deep sleep. Are they all so exhausted? So their unbridled youth had burned out on Lingsue Star? I thought peeing in the same pit was the beginning of their unbridled youth. Who could have imagined it would be the end? Instantly, the wine in his mouth tasted bitter. The little bird of youth had flown away. Each of them had a new city in their hearts, but they only locked themselves out, their brother. Yihua walked through the bushes and peered under the tree. Have you finished your drinks? I got some skewers. Want some first? Hey, I'll be right there. Xiao Chong patted his butt and quickly walked towards Yihua. The two walked side by side, their shoulders touching affectionately. You don't care about your brother? Don't worry about him. He's probably too tired. If he wants to sleep, let him. He can't get lost in this place. The 2 men walked further and further away, leaving Zhang Chongping lying quietly under a tree in the darkness. He couldn't understand why. Jiandun had forbidden him from returning to the dormitory, and he had originally wanted to let these 2 bastards keep him company. But these 2 bastards were so good. One, under the influence of alcohol, boasted about his dragon girl and ended up being dragged away like a dog. The other was even more straightforward. The moment he saw his dragon girl, he left without even a glance back. Was he sleeping? He was trying to prevent the shield from spying and finding something to hold against him. Each of them had lost even that tacit understanding. I thought their brotherhood was stronger than gold, but who could have imagined that this was gold wrapped in silver, each one of them oozing with sluttiness. As he thought, his stomach rumbled softly. He lay quietly on the ground, gazing at the vast starry sky through the gaps between the golden branches. Suddenly, he realized how far he had come without realizing it. No longer the youthful youth of the academy, the military rank on his shoulders carried a mountain of responsibility. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason he had lost the opportunity to indulge himself. A rustling sound came from the bushes not far away. Zhang Chongping quickly closed his eyes, fearing that it was the shield. The waft of barbecue smells made his nose twitch involuntarily. Stop pretending. I sneak back here. Jian Dun and a group of mecha girls are out for routine maintenance, which is a conservative estimate of 3 hours. Li Tianlang gasped and rubbed his ears. This SS level upgrade is truly different. I can clearly feel it. It's not as resilient as before. Another rustling sound startled Li Tianlang, who hid behind a tree with the barbecue in his arms. Stop hiding. I knew you two were just pretending. I got the wine. Get up and start eating. Whatever you drink is yours. If anyone keeps pretending, I'll turn around and leave. Zhang Chongping rolled over and sat up, taking the skewer from Li Tianlang's hand and stuffing it into his own mouth. She'll just have to get some maintenance. She's in that state, so she'll probably need some waxing. 4 hours is enough for a good meal, a good drink, and a hangover. Hush. My Yuerong is great in every way, but she doesn't really like waxing. I don't like it either, you know, it's too shiny. Xiao Chong grinned and reached for the wine, but both of them slapped his hand away. He froze in shock, only to find his brothers looking at him impatiently, as if he were an annoying fly. Sure enough, they waved him off. Go away. Go play. You're in the heat of love. You got plenty of wine. Why are you fighting with us for it? Xiao Chog's eyes widened. He even brought this wine over. As expected, they all had a wall in their hearts that he couldn't enter. Chapter 595. Su Li flicked the ash off his cigarette, his fingertip flicking as he gazed at the 3 people under the tree below. On the terminal before him, the virtual star map was vast and boundless. The number of star maps recorded by humans alone was so vast that it made one's scalp tingle. Looking at the densely packed dots of light, rather than attempting to deploy a circular isolation zone outside the human sphere of influence, a better option would be a completely isolated decoy, independent of the defense line. The sounds of feasting and drinking below reached his ears, making his heart itch. But honestly, he probably didn't have time to hang out with them. Hong Ying quietly walked up behind him, a tray of perfectly warm sandwiches on it. Su Li grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, then downed the draft beer in one gulp. Tell the women on duty to be alert. Tomorrow, when their shift changes, they'll have a night to party. Hong Ying nodded, saying nothing. She simply stood quietly behind Su Li, watching his back, holding the tray. She and Su Li didn't communicate much to begin with. And Su Li didn't need the constant chatter of the women on duty. Silence was a tacit understanding between 2 people. Just staying there quietly, there would never be any awkwardness. Junwei's exclamation came from the room. The photo, which had been circulating around a small circle, finally caught her eye. She snatched someone else's terminal, took a single glance, and was completely overcome with social anxiety. That sorrowful voice, even from outside, seemed to touch one's soul. Su Li was numb. There were too many mecha girls, and that was the downside. Before you could even finish comforting her, Junwei had another problem. He had no regrets about further developing their abilities. Only by truly recognizing one's own shortcomings can one grow and improve. Junwei had enormous room for growth. Probably as wide as the distance between her eyes. But Junyu, one of the 5 sisters, was far from perfect. She seemed to have been born when she was most lacking powerful offensive means. Therefore, all her attributes were focused on extreme offensive power. When the 5 sisters were combined, her shortcomings weren't very noticeable. But once they were operating independently, problems arose. When separated, her attack power was slightly insufficient, but when combined, it was only powerful enough to deal 1 strike. This meant that she could only function as a trump card. Training or not didn't matter. Because she doesn't take any action at all. She faints right after ejaculation. Who knows who she got that quickness from? Master, did he tell you? What? Looking at Han Hai, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, her fingers gripped the wine glass, her little finger involuntarily rubbing the bottom. It's about the unrest back home. I said it. I know about it. Commander Gao will handle it. And with Yi and Qin Fang here, those people won't be able to cause any trouble. Han Hai hugged his chest, a hint of resentment crossing his face. I never worried about that. I just think that human nature can never be eradicated. The war is still going on, and the situation is still unclear. And at this critical juncture, they're still trying to stir up trouble. It's precisely times like these that require action. Although the elders didn't call the shots before, their presence was the foundation of the family. Now, these pillars have been ripped out, and they can never be put back in. Without the protection of their elders, it's only natural for them to want to fight and struggle. Then they shouldn't ask us for help. It's because we're so strong. Su Li shrugged nonchalantly. If it were any other legion, he might have been a little worried. But the Dawn Legion? Forget it. Everyone who dares to intervene will die on the battlefield. He doesn't even need to give me permission. Forget about outsiders. Even Li Tianlang and Zhang Chongping, who came with him, can't bypass him to command the Dawn Legion. Where did that group get their confidence from? Don't worry about them. The most urgent task is to put the upgrade modules for the first battle up for sale. Let our people upgrade as quickly as possible. That's the real thing. Every bit of strength increase will give us a slight advantage in future wars. We absolutely cannot afford to neglect this. 038 is already for sale. Her shop opened on the first day we landed on the island. By the way, Master, this floating island is so large, and a city has already been built. Do you plan to emulate the mechanical island and turn it into our own power center? Han Hai's eyes were filled with hope as he watched Su Li's expression unblinkingly. Su Li raised his eyes and suddenly smiled. This place has always been the power center of the Dawn Legion. In the future, it will become a city of battle. It will become the dream destination of all mecha girls and pilots. It's just that those people don't know about the island's existence. Otherwise, how could they have the guts to even think about it? Upon hearing this, Han Hai's eyes flickered with confusion. Didn't the old men see it? And regarding the real-time synchronization of combat, there must have been quite a few who saw it. We didn't enable real-time synchronization for everyone. But the oath-taking ceremony. She suddenly understood why the square, so nearly a one-to-one replica of the one on Ling Sui's star, was so similar. She had assumed it was to appease the mecha girl's nostalgia, but she hadn't expected it to have such a purpose. Isn't this just baiting others, inviting them to step forward? Whose plan is this? The governor, Gao Mingrui, or this indifferent-looking master before him? Awesome, amazing. Stop bragging. We don't have much time left to leap to the next planet as planned. Master, does the Zerg's royal court really exist? I don't know, but whether it exists or not, we need to take a look. Whether it's the mechanical tree's life-level leap or the SSS-level shackles of the mecha girls, perhaps the Zerg royal court can provide the answers. Furthermore, we know nothing about the Zerg's higher-level power structure, so necessary investigation is essential. The door to the room opened, and Rosie quietly stepped out, snuggling up to Su Li's side. She smiled at Han Hai and explained for Su Li, in the inherited memories, there's a description of the Zerg royal court. It said that there lies the answer that all Imperial Queens desperately seek. Imperial Queen? Han Hai thought he misheard, and wondered aloud. Ruizi nodded and said, yes. Imperial Queens. That's where the Zerg motherships are built. Every year, many Imperial Queens follow the guidance and enter. However, no one has ever reached the level of an emperor and appeared before anyone. So is that a trap? This memory comes from the last Slaanesh. At least in her memory, her fear of that place far outweighs her desire. Chapter 596. The night was thick with darkness. Han Hai pondered Ruozi's words, unable to find peace for a long time. However, all his worries were in vain. For even though Rosie had received the inherited memories, she had not yet gained any information about that place. I didn't know before, but after ascending to the Emperor rank, I understood. Emperors can obscure and confuse their presence in others' memories. So, I suspect there must be an emperor among them. Since the royal court has existed for so long, if an emperor truly was born, that's the only possible place. Yes, the only possible place. After all Zerg motherships originated there. Ruizi nodded gently. The whole frame is made of the core and body of an ordinary Zerg emperor. But the main core of all Zerg motherships is a high-level queen with a prefix. When I was a Zerg emperor, I also possessed the ability to build motherships, but the ones I could create were fundamentally different from those we hunted. That's why I'm certain there's an emperor there. Are there many such royal courts? Han Hai clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he asked. Ruizi's pale gold eyes closed slightly, and she nodded. Many! The one we're heading to is only the closest one. And royal courts like this are spread throughout the universe. Don't be too pessimistic. We'll clear them all along the way, and strive to upgrade all the mecha girls to SS rank before we reach our destination. That way, mecha girls with pilots will have SSS level combat power. Even if we can't defeat them, escaping won't be a big problem. Su Li's words of comfort were of little use. For Han Hai, who relied on data and evidence for everything, the unknown was what made her most anxious. If there's a royal court, then there's also an imperial court? This sudden question stunned both of them. Ruizi frowned and glanced at Su Li. Your Majesty, How about you catch me a few more Emperor-level beasts to chew on? I think what Hanhai said has a point. Perhaps after I level up again, I can unlock some of my memories. That's bullshit. What are you thinking? I'll catch you a few more Emperor-level beasts to chew on? You might as well just chew me. The other party's words were like the so-called Emperor-level beasts, like cabbages readily available on the market. He wasn't sure if he could even catch one. Hearing this, Ruozi subconsciously slid down and grasped Su Li's belt buckle. Whether or not to say it, this thought is acceptable. The latter quickly covered her mouth with her hands, glaring at her. What are you doing in public? Looking for a breakthrough. For a moment, Su Li thought this excuse was perfectly appropriate. Furthermore, he hadn't seriously studied Ruozi's changes since she reached the Emperor level. While attributes and other things were obvious, strength, simply looking at numbers on paper, was clearly insufficient. Watching Ruozi's eyes fade from purple to pale gold, and the horns on her head disappear, he rubbed the top of her head, suddenly feeling the absence of two handles, a little uncomfortably. TSK, we should try it out. Have you ever tried chewing on a small tree? We ripped off so much bark and branches last time, didn't you try a bite? A wave of grievance washed over Ruozi's face. No, hey, you took it all away, leaving me no leaves. Go back to your room and wait for me. I'll go pick some for you. Ruozi obediently turned and went back inside, while Su Li quickly walked to the back of the yard. In the large cement pond, the small tree leaned against the edge, looking sickly. Its roots were growing very slowly, its golden roots barely covering the entire pond, making it unable to stand upright. The constant waste of its energy had left it in a stark contrast to its former self. The area where the bark had been peeled off had already begun to grow, showing signs of healing. This was only achieved by absorbing the Zerg energy lost on the battlefield. As for full recovery, who knows how many more years it will take? And who knows whether Su Li will allow it to recover? Seeing Su Li approaching, it subconsciously began to retract its roots. In the cement pool, golden sap rippled gently, creating a series of ripples. He walked over, reached out, and broke off a branch without a word. As the branch trembled and curled its roots, he walked back into the house without looking back. In the room, Ruozi knelt on a white blanket, her pale golden eyes fixed on the door, awaiting Su Li's arrival. As the door opened, a golden branch stretched out first. Ruozi took it with a cheer, reached out, and tore off a golden leaf, popping it into her mouth. Su Li closed the door, staring at Ruozi's face without blinking. As she chewed, a visible golden light began to flow across her skin. The allure etched in her bones was restrained to the extreme, and the golden light only intensified her sense of holiness. Only from time to time, a flicker of light flashed through her golden eyes, stirring the man's deepest desires. Her slender, exposed legs radiated a shimmering light. The golden anklets around her ankles tinkled with the surging energy. Perhaps embarrassed by Su Li's gaze, she instinctively turned her head, offering her back to him. Golden ram's horns began to emerge, and through the slits in her back clothing, golden lines began to appear on her smooth waist, gradually merging with the lines on her abdomen. There's still improvement, although it's only by a fraction of a percent. After reaching the Emperor level, achieving improvement is inherently difficult, but who could have imagined that a few leaves would cause Ruozi's stats to change again? Perhaps it was because she had just entered the Emperor level, but no matter what, an improvement is always a good thing. He finally found an excuse to spare the little tree's life, in addition to the mechanical tree on the mechanical island. Let's feed Ruozi and the others. Seeing the other person puffing out his cheeks, chewing the saplings like sugarcane, he couldn't help but cast his gaze on Ruozi's horns. Great, still the same as always. I thought I have to find a different grip, but it seems the handle is still there. He reached out and gently touched her, and she instinctively leaned back, her plump, perky but immediately pressing against him. Chapter 597. Life's pleasures need to be savored in time. For example, the bubbling, cool air of ice-cold beer dissipates in the mouth, dispelling not only the inner restlessness, but also the heat of the body. The prerequisite is to drink it while the coolness is still there. Su Li's body tensed slightly as Ruozi hummed softly. After evolving to the Emperor level, her body underwent some subtle changes. Without practical experience, one would have no idea what was happening. This piqued his curiosity, making him want to explore deeper. Your Majesty, is this the place? Her slightly curved eyes held a hint of cunning, and the faint blush that filled her face was enough to captivate him with endless reverie at a glance. Not to mention her kneeling figure, revealing her perfect curves. Don't talk, feel it with your mouth. Su Li raised his hand and grasped the curved horn. The touch of the pointed horn had changed significantly from before. The golden horns were undoubtedly more lustrous. The subtle golden sheen swirled across them, casting a golden afterglow over her fair complexion. The curve of her shoulder blades on her curved back was captivating, and down her spine, the two deep waistlines seemed like a gulf that drew people in. The internal structures of Zerg and humans were truly vastly different. And the mecha girls were also quite different. And often, the feedback Ruazi gave him reached directly into his soul. Because their souls had long been deeply connected, he could precisely control every shift in her emotions. Sometimes, he even felt that Ruazi and he had a deeper rapport. A golden light shone from Ruazi's body. Every time it shone, her attributes would receive a subtle boost. This invigorated her, and her gaze towards Su Li was filled with flattery. This was far better than the bitter, shriveled leaves. An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the two of them. Her silky, seductive glances made the air thick with stickiness. The golden leg ring slipped off, and she finally raised her face, tentatively straightening up, then straddling Su Li. Under the soft light, their shadows gradually overlapped. The sofa sank deeper, creaking. This broken chair, next time. Ruozi wrapped her arms around his head, covering his mouth. Just when Su Li thought he was about to be euthanized, he finally found a moment's pause and breathed. Outside the room, tiny stars glared wide-eyed. The energy shield surrounding the island flashed with rays of light, unable to block them. With a flick of his telekinetic tentacles, the curtains completely shut them out, leaving ample room for imagination. Yi Hua's Zerg cavalry gave Su Li a wealth of associations. So, before he knew it, the sag of the sofa and the wrinkles in its fabric had filled most of the room. Zergs are hyperactive. Their calls range from high-pitched to low, hissing sounds. Not all sounds are produced by the friction of their wings. Ruazi displayed her exceptional flexibility and agility, and she also perfectly displayed other Zerg characteristics. Especially when the brain loses connection with the body, yet the body still subconsciously reacts according to its own nerve centers. Su Li was astonished. The noise from the distant square continued. In the pool, Ruazi finally quieted down and clung to him. The golden horns vanished, and her long, light gold hair spread out in the pool, obscuring her body. Have you discovered more inherited memories? Ruazi panted softly, and shook her head slightly. There are some among the fragments of the small tree, but different races seem to have different accounts of that place. The ripples on the water surface gradually subsided, and with the rising mist, the water droplets on her white skin had a lustrous texture. Su Li put his arm around her shoulders, narrowing his eyes, as he watched the fragments of memory she was transmitting. In reality, there wasn't much to watch. Because it wasn't so much a fragment of memory, as it was a feeling. A feeling recorded through special means. Bewildered, ignorant yearning, yet also tinged with a subtle dread. A word loomed faintly within the complex divine consciousness, yet it defied description. Su Li frowned. Even as he struggled to analyze and understand, he could not articulate it. It was a sense of utter vastness, desolation, tinged with a touch of deathly silence, or perhaps an endless loneliness. Royal Court. This name, retrieved from Ruazi's memories, was enough to indicate, simply from the name, that it was the Zerg's core of power. At the very least, it was the closest Zerg power center within the human territories. This term, originating from nomadic tribes, was difficult to say whether it applied to the Zerg or was simply a legacy. These thoughts were impossible to verify, nor was there any point in investigating them. To go or not to go, he didn't know how much longer the elders could hold out, nor did he know if his own Dawn Legion was up to the task of carrying out this reconnaissance raid. But he knew that if he could accomplish this, then at the very least, no Zerg would be able to harass humanity's borders within the realm of this royal court. Simply crossing the universe would take them an immensely long time. And all of this depended on how long the elders could hold out. If time was long enough, he could further strengthen the Legion and make all possible preparations. But if time was insufficient, he would have no choice but to venture forth and explore the depths himself. Perhaps, for the vast Zerg swarm, this remote corner of the universe was but a tiny part of their grand vision. But this tiny part was already everything to humanity. Your Majesty, with our current strength, this might be a bit risky. If possible, I hope you'll focus on subduing the subsequent prefix queens. Ruazi's fingertips rested on his chest, and she bit her lower lip. If there's an emperor-level being in the royal court, then the 7 deadly sins might be present at the same time. Then, we might not just be facing one emperor-level being, but an elite army led by the 7 deadly sins, each commanded by an emperor-level being. Even in the hot springs, Su Li felt a chill. This news once again exceeded his expectations. He had always believed that the Zerg were difficult to deal with because of the Queen's high intelligence. But now it seemed they actually trained their troops? Chapter 598. Our battle ended too quickly. Because of your strength and the coordination of the mecha girls, each strike was a decapitation operation, which is why the battle lines were so unstoppable. Su Li frowned, not understanding Ruozi's meaning. Your Majesty, every queen has innate abilities. The arrogant repulsive field and lightning. Their might is unmatched. Their furious destructive power and shockwaves also make them invincible and unstoppable on the battlefield. But in front of us, they haven't even demonstrated their true strength. Su Li understood. He knew what Ruozi meant. It was that he lacked the most basic understanding of queens, resulting in a one-sided view. This narrow-minded thinking made him break out in a cold sweat. Looking at the terminal beside him, he grabbed it, thought for a moment, and dialed 038. A moment later, 038 opened the door and walked in quickly. As she entered the room, her face flushed slightly. The familiar scent made her hands feel uneasy. She involuntarily tugged at the hem of her dress. "Sister, over here." Hearing the sounds coming from the bathroom, 038 bit her lip and cursed inwardly at the absurdity. But she still took off her coat, grabbed a towel from the closet, wrapped herself in it, and slowly walked to the bathroom. Opening the door, he saw Ruozi, her hair loose, slumped against him, her eyes slightly hazy. She rolled her eyes, stepped into the pool, and slowly sat down on Su Li's other side. Looking at the legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, Su Li's throat trembled, and he almost forgot what he was talking about. "Sister, how many years have you been on the battlefield?" 038 wrapped her arms around Su Li's, her black hair falling. She was about to raise her hand to tidy it up when she froze in midair. A look of contemplation crossed her face before she said, "Why do you suddenly think of asking this? It's been about 8 or 9 years. Do you remember those routine defensive battles on the battlefield? No, I mean, when facing different queens, are the differences in the Zerg swarms noticeable?" Su Li could feel the hand gripping her arm tighten. The swelling against her arm trembled slightly the moment the question came out. It was bound to be difficult. The battle was stretched too thin. There weren't enough mechs participating, and whether mechs or humans, we were essentially risking our lives to maintain a stable defense. As for the differences you mentioned, they certainly exist. The intelligence of the queens determines the difficulty of the battle. The more humans they devour, the higher their intelligence. The higher the level of the queen, the more difficult it is to resist the swarms under her command. Not all swarms come all at once. Each one has a purpose. Like plundering pilots, searching for new breakthrough opportunities, or perhaps even trying to break through defenses and obtain more resources. The battlefield back then was a veritable meat grinder. Sacrifice was constant. Sometimes, a single battle would rage for days and nights. Thick blood covered the city walls. Even the energy source for the defense shield would be depleted. In the end, only lives could be sacrificed through self-destruction to maintain the defense. Because everyone knew that while self-destruction might not leave a complete body, it would also bring its own brilliance and glory. Su Li fell silent as he listened to her words. He was clearly aware of these circumstances. In his previous life, battles were fought this way. He had no shortage of experience in group warfare. What he lacked was an understanding of the queens on the front lines. In this life, although he had fought many difficult battles, he had never paid attention to the specific attributes of the queens. "Sister, before we met, had you ever seen a queen with a prefix on the battlefield? I mean, queens like Wrath, Slaanesh, and the like?" As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he felt the person beside him tremble. He turned his head, only to find her arms tightly wrapped around his. Even half immersed in the warm water, she couldn't help but tremble. As the memories deepened, he saw the fear hidden in her eyes. Su Li was stunned, for this was the first time he had witnessed such specific fear in 038's eyes. It was obvious that her memory of this was undoubtedly extremely tragic. "I seen them. I saw them on Green Origin Star. The 37th Army was stationed there. Overnight, the entire army was wiped out. The distress signal kept coming. It kept coming." The intermittent, tearful voice echoed through the distress channel. "At the time, I was assigned to the Mecha Girls Mobile Regiment, and the commander was Yi Hua. She piloted an A-class cruiser and led a reinforced regiment of ours to provide support." 038 swallowed, feeling the warmth of Su Li's body, and involuntarily pressed closer to him. "We received the distress message around 6:20 p.m. According to the longitude and latitude of the 37th Army's base on Green Origin Star, it was still evening. After receiving the signs of the Queen, the frigates outside Green Origin Star immediately approached and bombed the targets provided by the mobile team. This is standard combat procedure. The mobile team locates the general position of the Queen, Then the ship's main guns lock on to the target and begin bombardment. However, the fleet soon discovered something was amiss. 3 coordinates were being transmitted simultaneously. Even with concentrated fire from the secondary guns, they couldn't simultaneously blanket the target. Furthermore, the mobile team simply couldn't respond so quickly. Navigating the swarm was already incredibly difficult for them, so how could they locate the Queen in less than 10 minutes after initiating the signal? Furthermore, this situation continued for 7 or 8 times. Several coordinates were reported every few minutes. The main guns fired non-stop, recharging after each bombardment, preparing for the next one. Sully frowned. Are they calculating the recharge time for the ship's main guns? 038 glanced at Sully in astonishment, then nodded emphatically. That was the moment I truly realized how clever the Queens are. Do you know why I always disagree and strongly oppose your taking risks alone? Because I've seen it. Their camouflage is too strong. Except for the fallen soldiers of the 37th Army, no one knows exactly when they died. Sully gasped and frowned deeply. He glanced at Ruozi to the side, but found her expression unchanged. Chapter 599. We weren't the first reinforcements. 038 swallowed. She didn't know why Sully had called her in to ask about this, but she knew that since he asked regardless of the context, it must be extremely important. Apart from the first request for assistance from Super S-class pilots, the second call for help came from a frigate outside Green Origin Star. The cacophony of voices, the constant cries of commands to prepare for fire and complete recharging, gave the impression that the battle was extremely tense. That's exactly what happened. When we arrived, all we saw was debris floating in space. Her voice was filled with extreme oppression, and she couldn't help but clench her hand. Through the portholes, we could clearly see our own ship drifting along its predetermined path, like an empty, soulless shell. Do you know what's most despairing? The ship is destroyed, yet the calls for help continue. We thought a sealed compartment within the ship was intact, so we sent boarding crews aboard to investigate. But what awaited them was the sharp teeth of the insects. We watched helplessly as our comrades were torn apart before our eyes, their blood splattered across space, yet we could do nothing. That feeling of powerlessness is the most deadly. The Archer worm's acid shot straight into space, obliterating all escape routes the moment we approached. Attempting to rescue the crew would result in the destruction of the ship and the deaths of all aboard. But if we evaded the attack, none of the crew would be saved. Sully listened quietly, suddenly understanding why Yi Hua was always caught between lucidity and insanity. If faced with such a choice frequently, he'd probably become a complete lunatic. No, not frequently. Just once, and he'd become a lunatic. Yi Hua gave the order to fire. She didn't choose to dodge to the side, but instead ordered the attack on the wreckage. At that time, no one knew the wreckage was merely a Zerg bait. We naively believed there must still be people alive inside. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any Zerg inside. The wreckage, engulfed in artillery fire, gained momentum and blocked a round of attacks from the Archer Zerg. Facts have proven that Yi Hua's decision was correct. If we had dodged to the left or right, we would have been completely overwhelmed by the incoming attack. But at that time, everyone's hearts were filled with doubts about Yi Hua. No one considered the correctness of her decision. They simply subconsciously believed she was a butcher who disregarded the lives of her comrades. On board the ship were not only the remaining crew members, but also our compatriots whom we had rushed to rescue. Yet, those people were reduced to dust in a single cannon shot. Listening to 038's recounting of the past, even Ruozi fell silent. She disliked Yi Hua's carefree personality, and his nitpicking during Zerg training was even more of a headache. She repeatedly asked Ruozi to act as a translator, reasoning that the queens under her command spoke Mandarin poorly, and couldn't accurately convey her ideas. Ruozi had originally planned to complain to Sully, but after emerging from the water, she did. But now, she no longer had that thought. Perhaps, she was the one who truly lived on the battlefield, everything driven by the practical needs of war. All seemingly disgusting or useless tactics were actually designed to better serve the battlefield. Her actions at the time nearly caused a mutiny. Fortunately, her prestige temporarily overpowered the others, forcing a reversal of the situation on the ship. Leading a group of seemingly united, but actually disunited individuals, she charged onto the planet for close-range combat. It was an extremely risky choice. However, to maximize the combat advantages of the mecha girls on board, she opted for a ground attack. A-class ships cannot hover too close to the ground, so we had no view of the ground and no specific targets to bomb. We could only determine our direction based on the initial call for assistance. But once again, Yi Hua overruled the adjutant's decision. Sully nodded. If the debris in space was bait, Then, there would be absolutely no one alive on the ground. To be able to control the Archer bugs and launch a bombardment requires at least the strength of a late-stage insect king. She wasn't just surrounding a point and attacking reinforcements. From the beginning, all the calls for help were deliberately sent out by her. 038's face was filled with sadness. No wonder Yi Hua always considered you a confidant. That's how she thought and acted back then. Many of us couldn't understand why, with the coordinates of the call for help so close, we didn't take action. Instead, we just floated in the air, becoming a sitting duck for the Archer bugs. But everything that happened later made us all understand. As she frantically lowered the ship, finally, at the extreme distance of the gravitational equilibrium point, we saw everything happening on the ground. There was no base. No so-called target for rescue. All that was left was wreckage. Pieces of wreckage. I can still remember Yi Hua's expression at that moment, because the ship numbers showed that the 2 warships that were destroyed and the people on board were both piloted by her apprentice. And the adjutant on the ship, who had been opposing her orders, was also her apprentice. Don't you think the captain of the Second Dawn battleship has a face that's a little big on one side and small on the other? It was Yi Hua who slapped her. The shattered bones then grew, making her right cheek rounder than her left. Did you know? Even after we reached the planet's interior, we could still receive distress signals. And the cinder was the wreckage of the ship we destroyed with a single shot. Across the planet, there are 4 or 5 flashing distress signals, including some from crashed ships. But remember, those ships are right beneath our feet. That queen should be right beneath your feet, too. 038 was stunned again, a wry smile flickering across his face. She nodded. Yes, you're right. She's right beneath our feet. But we didn't know it at the time. Yi Hua piloted the ship, ignoring any calls for help, and headed straight for the original coordinates of the defense line. There, we witnessed a scene of devastation unlike anything we ever seen before. That was the first time I felt that hell was just like this. No bloody scenes. No shattered walls as I imagined. What was there was pure cleanliness. Do you understand what pure cleanliness means? They shoveled the entire defense line clean, leaving not a trace of blood behind. Even the walls are as pristine as new. As if they've been licked countless times. The rich smell of blood is pungent, yet you can't find a single trace. You can feel your fallen comrades all around you, on the ground, in the fortress, in the air, yet you can't see a single trace of them. They just vanished into thin air. Without a trace. The entire 37th Army vanished without a sound. It's as if they never existed in this world. Official records show them wiped out overnight, completely sacrificed. But no one except their own legionaries knows how long they resisted or how they perished. Chapter 600. Yi Hua immediately gathered the intelligence and uploaded it to the military. That's when the reinforcements arrived. It was the arrival of those reinforcements that allowed us to witness the true horror of that insect swarm. When I say fearless, I don't mean fearless in the traditional sense. They are fundamentally different from previous insect swarms. Those insects' eyes are luminous green. One glance, and you can see their ultimate desire. That's hunger. That's thirst. That's a longing for food. In their eyes, the entire coalition army is nothing more than food. Have you ever seen an insect open its mouth wide towards an energy beam, attempting to devour the energy flow? 038 looked at Su Li, who shook his head, indicating he hadn't. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. They were completely mad, completely mad. That battle was the hardest I ever fought, and the one that cost us the most lives. All 4 reinforcements were wiped out. But the ground on the battlefield was as clean as if it had been scraped clean. Not a single corpse left. I finally understand why it was so clean. It was because the insect swarms were surging back and forth, devouring everything they could in a short period of time. We couldn't even try to recover the remains of our comrades. Ammunition was empty, weapons were blunt. Their abdomens were filled with all kinds of garbage and metal, causing great damage to our troops' weapons. When you swung your sword down with all your might, you not only slashed the enemy's abdomen, but also the debris inside. 3 ships crashed, and in the end, only 1.5 of the 3 legions remained. You know what's so funny? We were completely out of ammunition and food. It was Yi Hua who drove everyone off the ship, piloted the A-class cruiser alone, plunged headfirst into the hive, and hit the self-destruct button. The battle was over, and Yi Hua retired. He was transferred to a logistics and defense position, becoming a so-called sheriff. Few of the mecha girls who participated in the battle survived. They either became armed mecha girls like us, defending their territory, or died on the battlefield. Back then, our warships were scarce. An A-class cruiser led to Yihua being investigated for at least 6 months. No one cared that she was a hero on the battlefield, but she kept blaming him. Why did she abandon her battleship and escape? Why did she choose to let it explode? Why? Because if we don't, everyone will die. Ruozi lowered her head and said in a very low voice, "It's gluttony." Yes. That queen is gluttony. So, the queen's properties can spread to the entire swarm? It's not just limited to herself and the enemy. Ruozi scratched her head, a hint of confusion at Su Li's question. Don't you know? I always thought you knew, which is why you prioritized beheading the queen in every battle. Su Li swallowed. Is this considered a lucky break? The Dawn Legion has fought every battle so far, and it can be said that every time they fought, they've been walking on the edge of a knife. No wonder the Legion's strength has grown, yet the mecha girls haven't slacked off in the slightest. It turns out it's not that they're calm enough, or that they don't take credit for themselves. Rather, they knew from the beginning that the causal relationship that shaped the outcome of the battle had already been preemptively eliminated. He finally understood why, faced with arrogance, so many mecha girls fled in panic, not even considering proper evacuation procedures. Because a living, high-level queen, coupled with her complete Zerg swarm, would be a complete nightmare for everyone. He truly was a completely unqualified commander. In 2 lifetimes combined, he hadn't managed to escape his rut. To have reached this point today was sheer luck. It turns out that every battle they fought was filled with coincidences. Lucky Goddess' skirt was practically ripped off his face. Only to save his life, cold sweat streamed down his back. Goddess, I didn't mean what I called you a bitch before. He looked at Ruozi and asked, what are the characteristics of the Zerg swarms under the command of other queens? That depends on the queen herself. But broadly speaking, Slaanesh is the lord of all the Zerg kingdoms under her command. Pride is the invincible god of war. Wrath can be understood as ultimate destruction. And gluttony grants the troops an insane appetite. Wait, let me reason this out. Su Li stopped Ruozi and, after careful consideration, spoke slowly. You mean, your subordinates are all fanatical believers who believe in you. They can unleash unimaginable combat power. Pride, on the other hand, grants your troops comprehensive attribute enhancements. Wrath relies on emotional guidance to make the army even more destructive. That's right, your majesty. That's right. Su Li was silent. If the royal court truly possessed such a team, then they would face unprecedented difficulties. What if that team could be imbued with attributes by multiple queens simultaneously? We need to gather all the queens. The swiftness and greed of greed, the mighty armies and invincibility of arrogance, and the profound negative effects of jealousy. While not all queens must possess these attributes, you need to understand their inherent abilities. Su Li frowned. We killed a queen of jealousy, didn't we? On the battlefield of Guanghua Star. But why don't I have a deep impression of her? It's the influence of her very existence. In the warm pool, Su Li felt his body go cold. Even the water couldn't warm him. And he wasn't the only one with a chill. Beside him, 038 was equally chilled, his expression as if lost in deep memories. The door was open from the outside. The black twin-tails peeked in first, followed by Heiyu's cheeks puffing out. She realized how unruly bugs were these days. She only had 2 days off every month, and someone was poaching her spiritual reserves? The stench of bugs could be smelled from a distance. Her bright black eyes widened suddenly after that, taking in everything in the bathtub. Was she hallucinating? It seemed scientific research also needed to proceed step by step, or else it was easy to misunderstand her. How could 038 be here? And sitting on either side of Su Li, Rosie? She rubbed her eyes, and the image of the stern yet gentle older sister suddenly crumbled in her world. How long had it been? How long had she been in the lab? Has the world of mecha girls already reached this point? She just wanted to know, with 3 people, who was on top and who was on the bottom, but this was truly a new field she had never encountered before. Chapter 601. When the soft light of the golden tree cast its rays across the island. On the spacious bed, He rubbed her old waist, a crisp cracking sound coming from her bones. She opened her sleepy eyes, and looked at Su Li, now dressed in his maintenance uniform. She rubbed her eyes again, focusing her gaze on his muscles. Stop looking. Hurry up and get ready. I'm not saying this, but the firmware in your lumbar spine needs to be replaced every month for the past 6 months. You should pay attention to your posture. Fortunately, you're a mecha girl, so you still have time to replace it. If you were still human, your spine would have been deformed long ago. She shrugged nonchalantly. So, being a mecha girl does have its advantages. Not only can you replace parts at any time, but you also stay young forever, And you're not bound by marriage or having children. It just so happens that I can dedicate my limited youth to the boundless pursuit of research. Stop being so naive. How confident are you about that research? Haeyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what Su Li was talking about. She slowly shook her head and bit her lower lip. I don't know. Without experimental verification, I can't make any guarantees. You know, any scientific research requires extensive data verification to support the accuracy of the experiment. Only then can we further prove the conclusions and obtain results. In theory. Theoretically feasible doesn't mean it's feasible in reality. Su Li turned around, watching the gentle light filtering through the curtains onto her fair body. She took her underwear from the compartment marked with her name in the closet and placed it beside her. No matter what, we already have Ruozi. So we need to give it a try. This step has to be taken. Separate isolation rooms, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of mecha girls, have already been planned underground in the West District. Even the more comfortable areas on the Mecha Island have been cleared. The floating island is almost here. Is this really a good idea? I mean, if the experiment fails, then nothing will fail. Just go for it. Even if it fails now, it paves the way for the next success. They've been gone long enough, it's time to go home. Observing Haeyu's hesitation, Su Li knew her inner struggles. Whether she was human or a mecha girl, her heart was always fragile and sensitive. She feared she retreated. She couldn't bear the consequences of too much. She was the one who spearheaded the research. But if her research remained merely theoretical, the mecha girls abandoned on the battlefield would lose all hope. Just go for it. Don't overthink it. You have to understand, from their perspective, it would be better to die as a mecha girl than live like this. Haeyu's eyes flickered, and after Su Li's persuasion, he nodded his head firmly, as if finally making up his mind. Get ready. You'll be incredibly busy for a while. Even as a mecha girl, you need to balance work and rest. Time won't leave any marks on you, but not getting enough rest will cause immense psychological stress. Okay, I get it. Next time, I promise not to chase Han Hai with a scalpel. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Next time you're feeling down, go carve something on the tree. It's got a thick bark. If that doesn't work, you can go to 038's shop and make some instant noodles. 038 straightened up in bed. Her head was still groggy from a night of madness, but she vaguely thought she heard her own name. You called me? No, sister, go back to sleep. Let's get ready first. If you can't get up for breakfast later, I'll have Honging bring it to you. 038 slumped back down on the bed and closed her eyes again. Su Li rolled his eyes at Haeyu, who was smirking with her hands over her mouth. He took her oversized t-shirt and put it directly over her head. In the command room, Eve stood straight. She gazed at the distant planet, the whip in her hand crackling. Jace had the feeling that Eve was watching him, almost imperceptibly. It wasn't an illusion, but rather something the Zerg calls spider sense. Jace took 2 imperceptible steps back, feeling a slight sense of peace. Women, as creatures, were never so rational. The word revenge was inherently tied to this group. On that planet, her sisters were there, thousands of sisters, abandoned by their pilots, abandoned by their comrades, tossed like garbage on abandoned defense lines. And now, she was here. She was coming to take them home. On the island, Archer Zergs soared into the air, swarming around it, guarding it as they slowly descended toward the planet before them. As Ruozi released her aura, countless Zerg hiding in their hives, tentacles waving, surged out, and began to close in on Ruozi. In the forests, amidst the ruins of cities, in the desolate valleys, broken mechas looked up at the sky, and the shadow of an island began to appear. One by one, the mechas emerged from their hiding places and gradually gathered together. They tilted their heads, twisted their bodies, and their shapes were strange and bizarre. On this planet, which had been completely overrun by the Zerg, they were a group of the most eccentric individuals. Neither blended in with this world, nor were they shunned by the Zerg. Even they were wary of each other. But at Ruozi's call, they followed their instincts, gathered together, and headed towards the direction indicated by their brain waves. They were on all fours, some with only one arm left. Yet they waved their arms forward, using all their strength to demonstrate what it means to be strong despite physical limitations. High on the island, Eve gazed at the gathering torrents of steel below, tears streaming down her cheeks. These were her people. People she had entrusted to the Enterprise Federation out of trust. A wave of remorse filled her heart, and she wished she could grind her teeth to pieces and swallow them with blood. A blood debt must be repaid with blood, but now, how could she ever recoup this debt? The Divine Grace Cult. or the completely replaced Human Council of the Enterprise Federation, all the perpetrators were gone. So, she could only bottle up her rage and remorse, with nowhere to vent. Don't torture yourself like this. The debt they owe will be repaid by all the people of the Enterprise Federation, for eternity to come. Su Li's words made Eve feel better. She didn't say anything about the innocence of the people, because in the storm, not even a drop of water was innocent. Chapter 602. On the mechanical island, all the guards were dispatched. One mecha after another was forcibly lifted off the ground by the mecha girls. Despite Roizi's soothing brainwaves, they continued to struggle violently. What should we do? Control them. Suppress them. Cut off their limbs and paralyze their nerve centers. Shrill screams rang out from the cockpit. Junzei closed his eyes tightly, his pale face covered with beads of sweat. Stop looking. Go back. Su Li tugged at the furious Eve. Eve, who had been somewhat calmed down, saw the horrible expressions of the mecha girls, and her rage practically solidified. The whip snapped in her hand from the immense force, snapping the strings in her heart at the same time. The overwhelming murderous intent spread out, causing the situation on the field to spiral out of control. The moment the killing intent reached them, the mechas, whose calmed emotions, instantly collapsed. Those whose limbs had been severed were spared, struggling desperately on the ground. But those whose limbs hadn't been chopped off launched indiscriminate attacks on everyone on the field. Enough. If you still want to save them, then control your anger. Eve bit her lower lip tightly, trickles of blood dripping down her chin. Her helpless expression revealed her vulnerability for the first time. Su Li's heart softened, and just as he was about to take a step forward, he instinctively stepped back. I'm useless. I'll only cause trouble. Excuse me, I'm leaving now. She dropped her whip and, looking at the chaotic scene caused by her uncontrollable emotions, she was completely bewildered. Threads of blood soaked her uniform, and the badge on her chest shone with a uniquely poignant beauty. If she hadn't agreed to open the contracted mecha girls' rights to the corporate federation, perhaps none of this would have happened. Rescue? What is rescue? Who could she save? Watching her former subordinates, her former sisters, tumbling on the ground like half-human, half-insects, she felt her face slowly crumbling. What had she struggled to survive for so many years? Always prioritizing the greater good, always carrying the burden forward. Why, for the so-called greater good, had her sisters to bear the current price? Why were they the ones shouldering the entire burden? Rescue? She should have come long ago, hadn't she? On the one hand, it was because she couldn't face the consequences of her own decisions. On the other, it was because she kept procrastinating, due to her lack of technical proficiency. Now that I'm here, it's all just to find peace of mind. Tell me, am I hypocritical? Slap. A resounding slap landed on Eve's face. Su Li's face was cold as he grabbed her by the collar and dragged her to a mech, pointing to the cockpit display for Eve to see clearly. The observation window was already covered in filth, but through the gaps, the ferocious expressions of the mech girls inside could still be seen. They were already emaciated, and behind them, the skeletons in military uniforms were vaguely visible. You are truly hypocritical. Your sisters, your soldiers, are struggling to survive in this desperate situation, without food or water, and without any support, and yet you give up on yourself? What right do you have to give up on yourself? I know you're sad. Heiyu is sad too. I know you're heartbroken, but everyone's hearts are broken. We're here. The past can't be changed, so we'll do our best to remedy it. But what are you doing? Your soldiers are still struggling, and you've given up on them? Tell me, what did you see? Their pilots never betrayed them. They're right behind them. So you never trusted the wrong person. Look me in the eye now. Breaking up is about minimizing losses. If you hadn't made that decision, there would be no Dawn Legion, no prosperous Longzhou, no infiltration and surrender of the corporate federation. There would only be lost territory, and the death of most of the mecha girls. What do you want to see? Do you want to see the entire defense line fall? Or do you want to see even more mecha girls suffer this fate after the rights to the armed mecha girl contracts are unlocked? Su Li was truly furious. He knew Eve had endured far more than Heiyu. But the difference in status meant she had to endure more. Aside from spanking, he had never physically assaulted the mecha girls. But today he did. Because Eve needed this slap. The higher one's position, the easier it is to fall into the siege they built for themselves. Once trapped, even with external help, it's difficult to break free. One will only become a paranoid lunatic. No, I don't want to see that. I just feel that, if possible, I'd rather bear the consequences myself so they can return to normal. You don't know, you don't understand. You understand absolutely nothing. I can't do anything. not even avenge them. But you can save them. You are saving them. No matter when, where, or under what circumstances, they will never want to see you the way you are now. Stand tall, and swallow your grievances and pity. The rescue effort requires a ruthless, outspoken governor, not this crybaby. Eve wiped the tears from her face with the sleeve of her military uniform. She wanted to say something else, but Sully ignored her. He stood upright on the platform, his invisible telekinesis filling the entire platform. He cleanly severed the limbs of each mecha, tearing off its head along the way. The bodies were neatly laid out on one side of the platform, densely packed on the ground, like a series of oddly shaped coffins. Master, their consciousnesses are intertwined, showing signs of merging. Rosie's brainwaves can play a certain role, but the unyielding will of the mech girls remains, and this is the fundamental reason for their struggle. Originally, after the Zerg invaded the mech girls' consciousnesses, they would expel them. But now, for some unknown reason, the mech girls' consciousness has resurfaced and begun counter-invading the Zergs. It's hard to explain. Things can be said to have taken a new turn, but the problem is I never considered this direction. Heiyu's face was also covered in fine beads of sweat. She studied the mind map in front of her, stunned by the sudden change. I even discovered that their genetic sequences have quietly changed. I can't quite say what they are now. Mech girls, bugs, or a new species. Chapter 603. In the laboratory, within the forcibly demolished cockpit, the mech girls of the Royal Guards pinned down the body of the mech girl inside. Having lost her limbs and nerve connections, she had lost the ability to struggle, yet her torso continued to twist. Her mouth opened and closed, attempting to bite those around her. The sight of her shrunken form was heartbreaking, fearing that a little more force would break bones and tendons. The mech girl's eyes blazed, yet they could only restrain their former comrades. They allowed the medical staff, after disinfecting their bodies, to plunge a series of needles into them. Maintain the balance of the nutrient solution. Monitor brainwave activity at all times. Rosie, please, I need you to stay with me so I can interpret her brainwaves. Heiyu, scrambling furiously, spared a pleading glance at Rosie. Seeing her agreement, he quickly began to plan his next move. In each room, the pilots, bound tightly to the cockpits, were receiving nutritional injections. Having gone without food for so long, their bodily functions were beginning to decline and even falter. But now, Heiyu dared not easily impose any external influence on them. Even the nutrient solution was used at a minimum, just enough to keep them alive. Their bodily functions have reached a certain limit. Do you understand the limit? Keep your hands and feet under control. No excessive external interference. Their ability to remain alive through willpower, and even begin to fuse, indicates that their internal functions have been properly coordinated, achieving a unique balance. No one can begin any work until I find this critical point. Juanza. Junquan. Forget it, all 5 of you sisters, come. I need you to connect with their spirits and tell me every subtle change. Juan's face paled. He pointed at himself, a hint of shock in his eyes. Me? Connect with them? Me? I'm a synesthete, not a detector. You can let me share their pain, but you want me to record my emotions and thoughts. Can I do it? How can I know if I can do it if I don't try? Then is this considered an external force? Heiyu looked at them for a moment, then said calmly, you have a conscience. Hey, what are you saying? It's already this late, and you're still kidding. No, you're kidding. Do you think I have so much free time that I'd be in the mood to joke with you? For a moment, Junquan thought she saw a cross-dressing version of Sully. She frowned. Sure enough, everyone who spends enough time together becomes like Sully. She wasn't envious at all. It's not that there aren't opportunities, it's just that she understands the ways of the world and has good judgment. The governor hadn't even succeeded, and she was already going to the back of the queue. All right. We'll stay. You tell us what needs to be done, and we'll do it. Outside, Sully glanced at Eve, who had clearly recovered somewhat. Before he could offer any words of comfort, he heard a deafening scream from inside. He hurriedly opened the door, only to find Junquan lying on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. In a matter of moments, a fine layer of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. Heiyu knelt beside her, his face filled with anxiety. What did you do? What did you sense? Tear. Their souls, tearing each other apart. No thoughts, nothing. Only the most extreme pain, and the most primal desire, the desire to kill. Eve, following closely behind Sully, trembled slightly. Her formidable spirit was about to give way again, but Sully turned and grabbed her arm. Eve's body was trembling. She couldn't bear it. She couldn't bear such a long wait, only to receive such an answer. An answer that brought her to near despair. Send Eve back to rest. 038 froze for a moment, then obediently stepped forward and took Eve's arm. Faced with such a result, everyone felt bad. Sully looked at the struggling mech before him and tentatively extended his mental tentacles. The next second, a chaotic, intertwining, and violently tearing ball of mental energy appeared in his perception. The ball of light was two colors, one green, the other a faint gold. His brow furrowed slightly, because neither of these two colors belonged to the mech. The green ball of light stretched out strands of fine filaments, attempting to possess something. But every time she extended her mental tentacles, they were suppressed by the pale golden energy, devoured, and slowly strengthened. This was an unknown mass of mental energy, but the aura tinged with it was incredibly familiar. Mechanical tree, it was the same aura that emanated from the very essence of the mechanical tree. No wonder June Quan couldn't withstand it, because the level of power was simply beyond the capacity of an SSS rank mecha girl like her. It was only because she, also an Emperor rank, had piloted her more than once. Otherwise, a single surge of this highly aggressive energy would have reduced her to a drooling fool. Lift her up, get her outside. Get the mechanical tree out to the square. The medical staff, fearing no delay, quickly lifted the mecha girl's cockpit and headed towards the square. The mechanical tree, sensing its summons, directly crossed the void passage and arrived at the square. Looking at the towering mechanical tree before him, Sully said without further ado, "Come and see. This is the mecha girl rescued from the battlefield." Without a moment's delay, it placed its roots on the mecha girl's forehead. The next second, her violent struggles abruptly ceased. A peaceful expression crossed her face, and she felt a sense of calm. In her mental field of vision, the pale golden energy suddenly broke free from the green light, revealing a small point of light. It shone with a lustrous radiance, but what should have been pure white was now a mottled golden-green hue. It was the light of the mecha girl's consciousness. That's all I can do for them. The Zerg's genetic damage goes beyond just their genes. Even their consciousness has been fused. They will wake up, but no one can be sure how deeply they'll be affected by the Zerg. Even you can't? If it means retrieving their essence, I can. But that would mean their consciousness would be completely extinguished. How long will it take you to complete this basic work on them? About 3 days. If there are more mechas, you might want to ask Little Tree to join in. It shares my origins, so it can cut the time by at least half. Eve stood there in a daze, looking up at the mechanical tree before her, her eyes gleaming again. You mean they can still wake up? The mechanical tree didn't answer, because the unknown answer might not be as positive as people imagined. Sully understood its meaning. He turned to glance at 038, who bit his lip and dragged Eve back to the room. Chapter 604. Do you remember who you are? In the brightly lit hospital room, the mecha girl slowly opened her eyes. Her pale pupils blinked, as if adjusting to the light. Sully and you both saw a hint of deep green hidden deep within her eyes. Number 78357, model Nightingale 076. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, as if she hadn't spoken in decades. She tried to move her body, but found she had lost control. As a warrior, she was all too familiar with this state. Her mecha was completely broken. Seeing that the mecha girl could still accurately describe her identity, you couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling genuinely happy for her. Long-O people? There are still Long-O people on this battlefield? No! This isn't a battlefield. Because there's no such piece on a battlefield. I remember my module suddenly started to malfunction. Oh, where's my pilot? Where's my pilot? Why am I here? Where is this place? Don't talk yet. Your throat can't handle this. You soothed her, glanced at the equipment beside him, and sped up the delivery of nutrient solution. Several medical staff came over, and wiped the dry lips of the robot girl with cotton swabs. She pursed her lips greedily, but the moisture was only enough to moisten the corners of her lips. This is the floating island. You can think of it as the new mechanical island. We brought all the sisters back. At least the ones who are still alive. How many have been recovered? According to current statistics, it's over 230,000, and the number is steadily increasing as we cross planets. We searched about half the battlefield, right? You fell silent. More than half. The search and rescue operation had already progressed 3/5. This meant that even if they searched the entire battlefield, they wouldn't have gathered more than 450,000 mecha girls. Perhaps at this point, this number seemed enormous. After all, it was several times greater than the entire Dawn Legion. But for the mecha girls defending the entire corporate federation, it was a tiny number. Hundreds of millions of core contract mecha girls, and in the end, only a little over 400,000 were gathered. And that's just an estimate. Faced with Heiyu's silence, the mecha girl on the bed smiled wryly. That's pretty good, isn't it? At least the mechanical island still remembers us. My pilots are gone too, right? Does my team still have a number? The barrage of questions forced Heiyu to shut his mouth tightly. She had wanted to ask the mecha girl how she was feeling, and how she was feeling. But now, it seemed impossible. The pilots had long since been reduced to mere bones, and the team had been completely disbanded. As for the designation, what they had been striving for until their betrayal had long since vanished with the collapse of the corporate federation. Heiyu was glad that the mecha girl before her was awake and conscious. But she was afraid she was too conscious. Because if she was too conscious, she would be forced to face a decision. Everything she cared about was gone. The meaning of life before was completely negated, and now they have no idea what to live for. They are not war machines. They have their own thoughts and perceptions. This also makes them more prone to extremes. Want to go out and see a future you haven't seen yet? Sully walked to the bedside and looked at the mech girl before him. She raised her eyes and looked at him calmly, then suddenly smiled softly. I remember your face, the youngest Legion commander in the Alliance. The fuse of the split. Sully scratched his nose, a hint of embarrassment on his face. To be honest, I never imagined that the mech girls in this war zone would call me that. It doesn't matter what you call me, does it? It's the future you speak of that matters. Let me see. Let me see what you can offer me, what will allow me, let us, to continue living. Those words, devoid of any expectation, made Sully's heart tighten slightly. What could he show them? When they galloped on the front lines, defending their country, but were abandoned by the corporate federation, their lives had already come to an end. Both he and Eve were obsessed with the day they would master their skills and rescue them, but they never considered whether they had the will to continue living. Perhaps Eve was right. Even in her emotional breakdown, she had already seen everything clearly. They did all this just to find peace of mind. Hypocrisy. Looking at the thin face and lifeless eyes of the mecha girl before him, he suddenly realized that as warriors, they had fulfilled their duties. The loss of their accompanying pilots left them feeling devastated. It's true that a good death is worse than a miserable life, but after going through everything they had gone through, who could truly say they wanted to live? That experience was worse than death. The mere touch of the monarchy had already caused her excruciating pain, let alone the prolonged suffering they endured. The hands that wanted to lift her and place her in the wheelchair froze in midair, motionless for a long time. Sully stared into those eyes, taking in the dead silence, his heart trembling slightly. What's wrong, Commander? Don't you even have the courage to show me? The words pierced his heart, forcing him to resolve. He lifted her up and placed her in a wheelchair to the side. The long corridor was silent, with only the crisp beeps of the monitoring equipment. Sully pushed the wheelchair, each step a torment of his heart. Hope, only strong enough hope and beauty could allow them to stand up again. Sully was confident he could do this. But what would happen after they stood up? When they truly stood up, they would face new choices. Those who had already sacrificed their lives on the battlefield once, neither Sully nor Eve had the right to force them to fight again. In the square, the branches of the golden tree swayed in the breeze. Standing at the edge of the square, one could take in the vast expanse of the island. Neatly arranged single-family houses, well-planned roads. Hover vehicles sped along the roads, each highlighting the difference from the mechanized island. In the distant horizon, there were even vast expanses of farmland. These were experimental fields cultivated entirely, with the compost of Zerg flesh and blood. Everything on the island seemed vibrant. In the distance, the airport, the mechanized island, and the Enterprise Federation standard warships were docked in the harbor, with mechanized girls taking off and landing from them from time to time. For the first time, the eyes of the mechanized girl in the wheelchair showed a flicker of emotion. She gazed at the two distinctly different urban areas before her. She had never imagined they now possessed a single city. Where exactly is this? This is my ideal city, and the ultimate destination for all mecha girls. Chapter 605. Home? Is it our home too? Sully didn't answer. He simply pushed the wheelchair, moving step by step across the square. Heiyu followed closely behind, constantly monitoring the changes in the robot girl's expression. Not far from the horizon, dark shadows sprinted towards them. Just before they touched the ground, they suddenly jerked their bodies, stirring up a gust of wind. Under the massive form of the archer bug, the robot girl's pupils constricted. But a warm hand rested on her shoulder, gently patting it, soothing her. Yihua jumped off the archer bug. Brother, taking a walk. She strode over with a carefree stride, glancing down at the robot girl in the wheelchair. Her thin figure was as frail as a sheet of paper. She paused briefly, a smile spreading across her face as she saluted politely toward the wheelchair-bound mech. Sister, you're back. Behind Yihua, a dozen figures in crisp military uniforms saluted in unison. Welcome home. The archer bug lowered its head, curiously examining the wheelchair-bound mech with its compound eyes. It imitated Yihua, waving its tentacles. Then, flapping its wings again, it soared into the sky, flying toward the edge of the island. Yihua, captain of the Dawn Corps, senior lecturer and instructor of the academy, archer bug cavalry instructor, 1st Division, 1st Regiment, 1st Battalion, 1st Company, captain of the 7th Squad. Suli finished her list of titles in a sullen tone, then glared at Yihua. The latter shrugged nonchalantly, and smiled at Nightingale in front of him. He forgot to introduce me to a title. I'm his sister. Oh, by the way, I got a promotion today. That idiot 1st Company commander was fussing at me, so I demoted her to the captain of the 7th Squad. From today on, please call me 1st Company Commander. That's enough. You hold the title of Deputy Commander, and you're always fussing around? Brother. Is that fussing? I'm getting down to the grassroots. If I hadn't infiltrated the grassroots, how would I have known the championship prize so many people wanted most would be your underwear? Suli quickly covered Yihua's mouth, but it was too late. He could only force the words back. He smirked at Nightingale, whose expression deepened. Yihua's simple words, I'm back, had already opened the door to Nightingale's heart. In fact, human nature is often complex, yet incredibly simple. Although everything before her shocked her. The enormous floating island, the vast urban area, and the bustling and peaceful scene before her. And the insectids, once mortal enemies, now tamed as mounts. All of this was no match for Yihua's casual greeting. Back, those 3 simple words gave her a home. They gave her a desire to see her new home. She looked up into the distance again, her mind resonating with Su Li's words. This was his ideal city, the home of all the mecha girls. She didn't want to think about anything else, only to take in everything before her, this incredible thing. But Yihua's words were undoubtedly far more devastating than the scenery before her. Even though she tried desperately to distract herself, she was still affected. Su Li's underwear? What kind of underwear would be given as a championship prize? Triangular? Flat? Hollow? Or maybe a camisole? From a distance, even the mechanical island, the holy land of the mecha girls, looked like a pair of briefs. Yihua, do you want to die? Su Li held Yihua's head with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. This woman, she doesn't know when to joke. Why does this jerk always show up to mess things up whenever she wants to do something? Isn't it good to live an easy life? No one cares about you. Just wreak havoc on whichever company you want. Isn't such a large army enough for you to wreak havoc? Aren't there still bugs? You rush over here to cause trouble. Are you because life lacks excitement? She slapped Su Li's hand. Frantically, her face flushing crimson. Only when Yu saw the situation and intervened did Su Li release her grip, allowing her to breathe. Brother, are you overwhelmed? I'm telling you, don't panic. I stopped them right then and there. I told them, how can a person live without ideals and aspirations? Underwear? How can something like that be used as a prize? Yu stood in the middle, he couldn't stop them, but if he didn't, he was afraid of disturbing Nightingale before him. For a moment, he could only shield Yihua. He wanted to silence her, but he also wanted to hear what happened next. I told you then, as a mecha girl of the Dawn Corps, you must have vision and perspective. Both are essential. Why are others able to hold high positions and become SSS rank first? It's because they have unique vision and perspective. She spread her hands, her face full of matter-of-factness. Su Li stopped chasing her. It had to be said that while she wasn't very good with her words, she wasn't bad at doing things. Although there are not enough SS-level modules now, as the team continues to advance, by hunting down enough late-stage queen insects, we can still collect prizes for subsequent competitions. He had no objection to having more outstanding members of the team reach SSS rank. But was this woman really breathing so hard? And why didn't she pay attention to her manner of speaking? If you want to show the Dawn Legion's good side to them, you could just say it directly. After all, apart from the Dawn Legion and the Mechanical Island, there's no other faction that can provide SS rank upgrade modules. You've gone through so much trouble to even bring up your own pants. What's wrong with your pants? A hole? Or a chipped corner? Why are you so preoccupied with it, even mentioning it in this kind of situation? Speaking of vision, brother, you have to show it too. You can't lose face in front of your own team, right? Suli curled his lips in annoyance. Of course not. We all gone through so many hardships along the way. I seen everyone's efforts. I know how everyone supports me. How could I possibly lose face? Yihua's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together, making a crisp sound. I told you. My brother can't afford to lose face. So I promised them right then and there. As long as they have the vision and the foresight, my brother will definitely be a success. Suli glanced at Nightingale and nodded emphatically. Yes, he absolutely can't be a failure. Don't worry. I'll start preparing now. Once we're done exploring the royal court, we'll go back and continue the competition. As long as you don't want my pants, you can ask for anything else. It's okay to be ambitious. As long as you have the guts. Behind Yihua, a dozen or so mech girls quickly gathered around him, their eyes fixed on him. Filled with hope, Captain, will you keep your word? Suli waved his hand. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. If I don't keep my word, I'm a dog. The championship prize is a night of passion. Suli frowned, stretched out his fingers, and scratched his ears uncertainly. What do you want? A night of passion and indulgence, a night that makes my face flush and my imagination run wild. Instantly, he felt as if he were being roasted on a fire. Well, is it too late for me to bark like a dog now? Chapter 606. Puff. Nightingale in the wheelchair laughed, a laugh tinged with sadness, but genuine. She had never felt such an atmosphere in any army before. Suli was a little confused. Your demands, is this what you call vision and perspective? Yes. Of course not. Yes. What's the point of a pair of underwear? Just for one night, I buy a whole bunch of them. I give you one night, and I can fill a whole closet with them. The moment these words left his mouth, even Yihua rolled his eyes. I can't handle it. I really can't. What are you doing? I already given you a night of passion, and you want him to wear underwear, a whole closet full of all sorts? Well, don't tell anyone you're a soldier trained by me, Yihua, when you get out there. Her eyes were filled with disdain. This little girl clearly needed Sham K's training. It seems the mechanic girls need to keep up with their spare time. At the very least, they shouldn't be so timid when they return to their hometowns, going to places like Sham K, and only caring about the boys' faces. That's disrespectful to their profession. When it comes to getting started, you play it innocently. You even put in a lot of effort, but she didn't even need to bother. Nightingale lowered her head, afraid others would see her unseemly smile. She was loved and embraced by the mechanic girls, without any airs, and she mingled with them. She longed to see Suli's expression as if he had shot himself in the foot, but every time she tried to laugh, her chest ached. She could only prick up her ears and listen. Perhaps she still hadn't found a way to survive, but at this moment, she didn't want to die so badly. The soul of gossip burned fiercely in his chest, and his heart, which hadn't throbbed in a long time, began to tremble violently. That won't do. Hey, you hurriedly intervened, her twin ponytails swirling, her face visibly panicked. If she had known Yihua was going to say this, she would have been mad to let him say it. Each group match must have a champion. After these 10 matches, that's 10 champions. You guys are trying to tire him out? I'm telling you. You don't even think about winning. TSK. We can't beat Lightning or Hongying, but that doesn't mean we can't beat the other mecha girls. Besides, competitions are supposed to be fair and just. I request that all SSS-ranked mecha girls be removed from the competition roster. Commander, that's not too much to ask. Remember, Lightning and Hongying didn't even make it to SSS in the first 2 matches. At this moment, Suli felt completely overwhelmed. But the problem is, what they said made sense. Hei Yu's eyes were visibly red, and with murderous intent filling her, she reached for her thigh, only to find she didn't have a scalpel. She immediately shook Suli's arm. If she had known about this, she wouldn't have rushed to upgrade, now, upgraded to prepare for war, only to lose the chance to compete? If a few more mecha girls were added, would Suli be able to handle it? Okay. You wait. I'm going to find Han Hai and 038 now. Aren't you awesome? I don't believe you can snatch the championship from them. It doesn't matter, we'll just play the remaining 6 games. Not only were Hei Yu's eyes brimming with fighting spirit, but even the other mecha girls were brimming with sparks. Suli had never imagined he'd ever be so beloved by the mecha girls. Go away. The competition's still a ways off. Why are you all joining in the fun? Time to train, time to rest. The rescue operation is still underway. What's wrong with you all? Instead of this time, you'd be better off honing your killing skills. He pretended to get angry, and the mecha girls immediately scattered. Captain, remember. You promised us. Sully gritted his teeth as the mecha girls ran away. He glanced at Nightingale, and seeing she didn't react, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry to have embarrassed you. They're used to it, always so disrespectful. It was all just a joke, so don't take it seriously. Nightingale didn't answer. She watched the mecha girls retreat with interest, then cast her gaze towards the edge of the island. On the edge of the golden tree, archer bugs lazily perched on its branches. The towering branches formed a continuous mass, densely packed with orange-red figures, as if that were their nest. A secluded path wound through the forest, and a red figure weaved through it, trailing clouds of dust and dazzling sparks. The red mech left an afterimage, its thrusters roaring continuously, keeping her speed at a constant high. Watching her narrowly avoid one obstacle after another, even from Nightingale's perspective, it was incredible. At such speed, and still able to perform such maneuvers, it was clearly beyond the limits of the average mecha girl. The more she saw, the more horrified she became. You have to remember, they had been abandoned only a short time ago. But in that short time, the entire Dawn Legion had undergone a profound transformation. She even felt that her consciousness might have quietly sunk for a century. Otherwise, everything before her was inexplicable. Even their mechanical island was now docked, like a small bird, at the floating island's harbor. That familiar island was etched deep within her, unfailing. But how had he done it? The entire squad just now was SS rank. That was the mechanical island's most important strategic reserve force, elder-level beings. Yet, in the Dawn Legion, they seemed commonplace. Commanders, one after another, they held the rank of commander, yet they were merely ordinary soldiers or low-level cadres in the ranks. Could it be that they completely fallen behind the times? Or was the Dawn Legion deliberately doing this for her? Teams of mecha girls flew back from outside, chatting and laughing, each giving a standard military salute as they passed by. SS rank, another SS rank. If military ranks could be faked, the aura and energy surges emanating from the mecha girls could not. Is this what Sully wanted to show her? A team of supreme combat power? A floating island so vast it stretched as far as the eye could see? At the far end of the square, two mecha trees stood side by side. One was tall and majestic, with thick branches. The other, while equally radiant with golden light, looked noticeably languid. But this didn't detract from Nightingale's astonishment. What did she see? A mecha tree that had grown to considerable size. She felt she must be hallucinating. Is there a second one like this in the world? She suddenly understood why Eve had the confidence to make the decision to break away. Sully was right. This truly is the place for the mecha girls. It's not just his ideal city. It's the ideal city for the mecha girls as well. Captain Sue, I have one last question I appreciate an answer to. Sully paused and turned to the serious-looking Nightingale. Go ahead. She suddenly smiled and whispered, I wonder if Commander Sue could clarify for me what style and color of underwear you're wearing today. Chapter 607. In the courtyard, Sully looked at Eve, who seemed hesitant to speak, his face filled with helplessness. Is this possible? Did you hear wrong? Tell me the story again. There must be a clue. I told it 3 times. Every detail was included. She did ask me about the style and color of my underwear at the end. So I seriously suspect they've been confined by the Zerg for too long, causing some mental issues. Eve blushed slightly. Although she knew the mechs in the Western War Zone were known for their openness, she was still surprised to see them this open. Is it possible this was just a joke? Sully rolled his eyes and casually asked, Governor, are you wearing white lace-up thongs today? Eve's face flushed instantly. She instinctively covered her waist with her hands, hesitating for a long time, unable to speak. Sully spread his hands. Look! Is this a joke? We're so close, and you won't answer my questions. What do you want me to say? So you told her? I did. Black boxers. There's nothing I can do. You didn't see her serious expression. It was like she couldn't die peacefully without an answer to this question. What could I do? Even out of respect for my senior, I couldn't let her return to the ward with questions. So I had to tell her reluctantly. Eve's mouth twitched. For the first time, she was impressed by Sully's eloquence. Well, that's really hard work. Not hard work, just a little embarrassing. I was thinking, if things keep going like this, should I just wear swimming trunks and wander around the ward? As soon as those words were spoken, all the women in the room raised their heads. You flirting without permission is one thing, but you dare to be so blatant? Under those cold gazes, Sully couldn't help but shrink back. I was joking last time, didn't you hear it? Without this little tacit understanding, How can we bravely fight on the battlefield? That shouldn't be the key issue. Let's not talk about that for now. Why don't we talk about that passionate night? Eve closed the notebook in her hand and looked at Sully with a look that sent a chill through his body. You should ask Yihua about this. She's the one who instigated it. I'm innocent, truly innocent. Besides, hasn't this matter been finalized yet? Is it okay if it hasn't been finalized? Are you, Commander Su, so likely to go back on your words? No, you're being rather unfair. My original intention was to provide them with SS-level upgrade modules. But who knew they wouldn't want them, insisting on a night of passion? This is truly beyond my expectations. Lightning squinted at Sully and drawled, Oh. Master, you mean, your charm is limitless? Sully glared. Shut up. Can you learn something good? You've been following Jun Quan all day, and all you learned is sarcasm. Jun Quan was stunned, his mouth wide open. He pointed at Lightning, then at himself, his face filled with disbelief. Why does she have to take all the blame? How long has it been since she's been sarcastic? Ever since the Eve contract, she's been incredibly cautious. How could she still be caught in the crossfire? Lightning blinked her eyes, striking out once again with a decisive blow. Isn't that so? I was wondering why the Master was so eager to upgrade us to SSS rank. Turns out it was to give the other mecha girls a chance. Now, we're losing our chance to even compete. The mecha girls' faces changed. Even if Hanhai and 038 could still compete, they could only play 2 matches. What about the remaining 6? Sully looked at Lightning blankly. As expected, love fades. He didn't need to keep so many snacks ready for her all day long. It turns out this thing, after a good meal, is quite adept at backstabbing its master. Don't be so pessimistic. If things really don't work out, we can gather a few people we know well to take over. Yihua is one. 032 is one. If that doesn't work out, Sister Kaling is one, Songling is one. If Jianun organizes special training, there's still a chance, right? Master, are you trying to emulate Cao Cao? I'm not your Su Chu. I won't stand guard for you out there. Sully, are you so well informed? Come on, pull out your book list. I haven't reviewed it in a while. Lightning swallowed and silently took a step back. He had realized that whenever his mecha girls gathered together, a nagging idiot would emerge. Wouldn't that solve the problem? That wasn't just one Nightingale, it was hundreds of thousands of mecha girls. With such a large number of people, any mistake or oversight would lead to absolutely catastrophic consequences. Heiyu pulled out the terminal and carefully retrieved Nightingale's real-time monitoring data throughout the entire process. So far, I haven't detected any significant fluctuations in her mental power. Master, at least when she mentioned your underwear, her mental fluctuations were stable. There were only 2 major fluctuations. Once when she saw the archer bug, and again when she saw the mechanical tree. Sully listened to Heiyu's answer, feeling a sense of unease. What was wrong with his mecha girls today? They couldn't report to work without pulling up their pants? Ruozi frowned and whispered, Today's shear bugs gave me some feedback. They said they could sense a slight brain wave, signaling goodwill. As soon as she spoke, Eve and Sully's bodies tensed. The abnormality had finally begun to manifest. The good news was that they had anticipated this situation. The 2 exchanged glances. Without any systematic research, they could confirm that the brain wave was definitely coming from Nightingale. Let's wait and see. A blessing in disguise, a curse. If it is, it's inevitable. If she's interested in contacting the Zerg again, let her get closer. Notify logistics, and have her body repaired tomorrow. At least, she needs to regain her mobility. Let Yihua stay with her. He'll save her from constantly causing trouble. 038 nodded. No problem, I'll arrange it now. Outside the quiet ward, a Sagittarius slightly raised its head. A faint brainwave spread out, reverberating throughout the ward. It was like a pebble, stirring ripples on a calm lake. The echoing brainwaves broke the ward's silence. Ruozi raised her head, looked toward the ward, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 608. Your Majesty. They're communicating? Through brain waves. Eve's body stiffened slightly. She wasn't surprised that these rescued mechs possessed some of the Zerg's abilities, but most of them were still in a coma under the suppression of the mech trees. Even so, they were surprisingly still communicating through brain waves. What were they communicating about? This sudden news caught her off guard. Worry once again crossed her face. Sully patted her hand and shook his head. Don't worry too much. At least so far, it's still within our expectations. The changes in them are far more than just that. Today, from my observations, Nightingale's attributes are also problematic. across the entire Mecha Island. Besides your attributes being adjustable at will due to your innate ability, Nightingale can do the same. I've seen this happen before at the competition. Do you remember the upgrade modules that Akka Industrial used to conceal Zerg information? The Mecha Girls, who were implanted with those modules, would experience these changes. Their attribute values are constantly changing. The total amount remains constant, but the data fluctuates wildly, maximizing their attack power. I tried this before, because I also have the ability to appropriate some of the Mecha Girl's attributes. But I found that, except for you, no other Mecha Girl could withstand such a drastic attribute adjustment. That's because they haven't broken through the corresponding limitations. If you change a single attribute, or adjust multiple aspects at once, they can adapt, but if you do it too frequently, their processors will crash. Are you saying that these Mecha Girls have been forced to open the corresponding limitations by the Zerg's genes? Suli nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why Nightingale's attributes are constantly fluctuating. In this case, we can only ask the person himself. Because, as far as you and I know, the Mecha Girls on the field are already mentally disturbed. Therefore, we can't rule out the possibility that once they use this ability, they will lose their self-awareness again. Both of them fell silent. There are too many situations that need to be examined regarding these hundreds of thousands of Mecha Girls. But unfortunately, they don't have enough time. And as for their future arrangements, everyone essentially hopes that they can stay away from the battlefield. After all, they have already sacrificed their lives, and there's no point in continuing to burden them with the mission of war. But they clearly don't have the ability to integrate into society now. They don't even have much desire to live. If left alone, it will inevitably lead to an outcome that no one can accept. But following them will inevitably lead to being drawn into the vortex of war again. Perhaps we could place them in the island's living quarters and assign dedicated care. Once they're stable, we could gradually deploy additional personnel. We'll take it slow and steady, and as long as we proceed step by step, there shouldn't be any hurdles we can't overcome. At least Nightingale's performance has exceeded our expectations, hasn't it? Her rapid stabilization proves, to a certain extent, that our efforts weren't in vain. Eve spoke word by word, mostly to reassure herself. Ruizi nodded. Indeed. They communicate with each other based on what Nightingale sees and hears. The good news is that most people respond positively to Nightingale's news. There are a few whose brainwaves are silent, and who don't respond accordingly. Of course, there are skeptics, but I believe that after seeing it with their own eyes, all their doubts will be resolved. Suli keenly grasped the key point in Ruizi's words. Good news? Then what's the bad news? Ruizi bit her lower lip, looking at Suli with a look of hesitation. Tell me, what's the bad news? Ruizi gritted her teeth. The bad news is that your black boxers have spread among hundreds of thousands of mech girls. At least half of them are discussing this. It seems that only a very few people are paying attention to the combat power of the Dawn Legion and the Zerg forces on the island. Suli, oh, what a blessing. A pair of shorts is even more attractive than the combat power of the Legion. What kind of Legion commander is he? On the battlefield, just wave your underpants at the Zerg. Defeat the enemy without fighting. Ruizi glanced at the despairing Suli, gritted her teeth, and continued, I think your initial suggestion is a good one. Given the situation, why not go in your swimming trunks? Once your curiosity is satisfied, perhaps the excitement will subside. No. I disagree. He shouldn't have told Nightingale the color of her underwear from the beginning. Wouldn't he have been even more curious if he hadn't told her? Do you want hundreds of thousands of mecha girls to be obsessed with the color of Jun Shang's underwear? Just understand, only half of them are wondering now, which is already pretty good. Watching Ruizi and Eve argue, he realized everything had come full circle. Are you joking? Are you playing? The topic has only been shifted for 3 minutes, and it's already back to where it was, so they're just going to get away with this pair of pants. If they can't get away with their own mecha girl, then so be it. But what about the hundreds of thousands of mecha girls out there? Each one of them, only their brains are working. And they still don't forget to gossip and spread rumors, right? Lord, are you sure you're talking about black boxers? Why are they spreading the word and now the black lace is showing up? Trust? Let me ask you, trust between people. Others don't know, but you don't? Didn't you take those boxers? Suli felt like he was going crazy. Save others? Who will save me? Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? Spreading gossip, huh? Ruizi, disguise yourself and sneak into their group chat. Say Gao Mingerwei likes wearing tank tops. Eve, standing to the side, stared at Suli with wide eyes, unable to believe her ears. Is this so destructive? You said he used himself as a flag when he was poisoned, and you're spreading rumors about him wearing tank tops? Admittedly, she loved this rumor. Quick! Just do as your lord says. Ruizi shuddered at the mere thought of that scene. She didn't dare delay, disguising her brainwaves and quietly infiltrating the Met Girls group chat to share the rumor. Just when she expected a huge reaction, the rumor sank into the sea, barely stirring a ripple. I say, didn't everyone see it? Commander Gao loves wearing suspenders. Go away. Who cares what that old man wears? That's right, he's just wearing stockings. I wouldn't even bother to look. Speaking of which, the Met Girls of the Dawn Legion really lack vision. If it were me, I'd at least make Commander Sue wear women's clothing. Do you think we have a chance to participate in their competition? Women's clothing? No, naked in tight overalls is fine. Those massive pecs are exciting just to think about. Ruizi left the group chat with a somewhat dejected look on her face. She glanced at Su Li, who looked expectant, opened her mouth, and gave up on relaying the story. It's already hard enough for our lord to survive. I'll just have to bear all this pain for him. Speaking of tight overalls, they're definitely a bit exciting. Chapter 609. On Lang Sue's star, Gao Mingrui sneezed several times in a row. He tightened the blanket around him and rubbed his nose, feeling rather unwell these past 2 days. He didn't know if it was a cold, or if it was just because so many people had been scolding him lately, so he kept sneezing whenever he had the chance. As people age, their bodies seem to become extra sensitive. His physique had clearly surpassed human limits thanks to the potion, but when he caught a cold, he remembered his age and couldn't stand the cold. Maybe you should just let it go. Su Li has grown to a point where no one can shake him. All you have to do is give him a list, just like before. Wen Jing muttered, casually tightening the thin blanket around him. Do you think I enjoy being criticized? Isn't it just to save face for those old guys? You risk your life out there, but in the end, because of your descendants, you can't even leave a good name behind? Do you know why I don't marry? It's so that when I die, no one can accuse me of selfish motives. Wen Jing rolled her eyes. Isn't it because you think women are troublesome? Gao Mingrui looked at Wen Jing in astonishment. How could you have such an idea? I've been working diligently for so many years. I really don't have the time. Yes, I don't have the energy. Why do I keep feeling like your words are ambiguous? Your mind is unhealthy. Wen Jing slapped Gao Mingrui's mischievous hand away from her leg and glared at him. Based on the intelligence we have so far, they wield considerable power. This group is not without brains. They're not only rallying people's hearts and minds, uniting everyone they can, but they're even reaching beyond their borders. What kind of power can those scattered forces hold? Wen Jing shrugged. I don't know. They probably think the nominal command of 1 or 2 warships, or a planetary supply agreement, is already a significant bargaining chip. After all, their understanding of the Dawn Legion's strength is still based on the strength we publicly announced. Isn't that enough to intimidate them? Just look at those veterans. Lu Hongtao, a shrewd man, wouldn't have slapped his own grandson before witnessing the Dawn Legion's true strength. It's not that it's not enough to intimidate, but people might not believe the strength on paper. Tell me honestly, was this intentional? Gao Mingrui spread his hands. I'm not as smart as you. You can draw inferences from one instance and study human nature. Anyway, according to information from the Divine Grace sect, they already contacted forces on approximately 30 planets, amassing the strength of approximately 10 legions. While a ragtag force, it's still a significant force. That's perfect. The pressure on the front lines is intense. Send this summary of the investigation, along with the locations of their forces, to the 4 commanders. Wen Jing frowned. Don't worry about what they think. Gao Mingrui adjusted his blanket and took a sip of hot tea. Minor private actions are fine, but secretly amassing an army is treasonous and undermines the integrity of the front. Hand them over. After all, they're our own children. If they can't make up their minds to intervene, use the Star Destroyer to dispatch them. These little bastards have long arms. Have Qin Fang send his men. Eliminate all the forces involved. Isn't this too inhumane? Humane? How can those scumbags interfere in Longzhou's internal affairs? Family members can fight and bleed behind closed doors, and that's their own business. Now, they're calling in outside help. Such shame. If I were their father, I'd just bang my head against his head and die. They completely lost all the old generation's integrity. Gao Mingrui slammed the table. Send it. Send it to them now. If they don't respond within half a day, these 10 legions will be completely pulverized and buried with those unfilial sons of their families. In the space battlefield, Lu Hongtao remained focused on the battle. Thanks to the Dawn Legion's purge and the angry garrison, the pressure on their space defense zone had been greatly reduced. With the development of the ground battlefield, they were already discussing freeing up some troops to reclaim the planets captured by Suli. That little BS **** is really fast. It's only been a short time, and he's already cleared over a dozen planets. He's even cleared all the defense planets that originally belonged to the corporate federation. Any remaining production lines on those planets would be great news for us. It shouldn't be a big deal. They retreated in such a hurry. They didn't have time to take much with them. Besides, the defense line wasn't abandoned that long ago. Even if the Zerg advances aggressively, they'll still have a lot of valuables left behind. I'm a little tired of defending Longzhou. How about we make a deal? I want to go out with Suli while I can still see. The universe is vast, and I'm old, but I haven't traveled much. I think I might not be able to close my eyes even after I die. Then you'll just die with regret. Everyone wants to see it. Why should we even discuss letting you go? TSK, you know what? Young people have their ways. We've been fighting the Zerg for years, and we tried to subdue them before. Why can't we? Do you think they're using some means we don't know about? Lu Hongtao glanced at the archer bugs outside the porthole. These bugs, once mortal enemies, were now lying comfortably on the deck, letting the mecha girl rub their bellies. In the past, he would have thought he was dreaming. Even now, he felt like his mind was blurring, hallucinating. Rage wasn't on the ship. She wandered between the ship and Lingxue Star, on the one hand, maintaining dominance over the Zerg for everyone, and on the other, as if there were other important things waiting for her on Lingxue Star. He had no idea that what Rage meant by important was kneeling before EE and massaging her legs. Yes, right here. Lying down is indeed comfortable, but lying down for too long isn't good. My muscles are starting to atrophy. Wu Ren ignored EE's complaints and simply gently rubbed her legs, which felt like white jelly, watching the flesh tremble. She quietly wiped her saliva. It must be said that after just one taste of coconut milk-flavored jelly, Chong was particularly addicted. On the ship, as the message was received, the expressions on the faces of the four marshals on the video call turned grim. Chapter 610. Lu Gui, get over here. A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the bridge. An old man, upon hearing it, hurried in from the adjacent room. Marshal, what are your orders? He couldn't see his father's expression in the engine room, nor could he discern any emotion from his voice. Yet, he still followed his military title. His father had said more than once that in war, there were no fathers or sons. Orders? What orders could I, a dying man, possibly give you? Do you think so, that because I'm dying, you can pretend to obey my orders? No, Marshal, your orders are supreme. Your subordinates dare not disobey them. Then pick up this intelligence summary, and see what your son and grandson have done behind my back? Cold sweat rolled down Lu Gui's forehead. He quickly picked up the terminal from the ground, opened the shattered screen, and read the intelligence word by word with his presbyopic eyes. Sweat gradually soaked his uniform. He realized that a man in his 90s could still sweat so much. The detailed records made him break out in a cold sweat. From the gathering, to rallying people, to formulating plans and implementing them. What time and where did they appear? What clothes did they wear? Who did they meet? What did they say? And what demands did they reach? Reading each and every one of them became increasingly horrifying. When he saw that they had contacted outside forces, Lu Gui's heart suddenly trembled. The tablet fell to the ground again, and this time, the screen completely shattered. His body began to tremble slightly. Even his legs began to shake. The tall mech lowered its eyes, glaring at the old man before it, and let out a cold, emotionless laugh. The Lu family has been wiped out. I never felt so ashamed in my life. Lu Gui, you gave birth to a good son and a good grandson. Our Lu family has earned everything we have through generations of military exploits, and now it's all gone. Father, I'll take care of this matter immediately. I'll contact them now, and have him grounded. He won't leave the house. If he dares to leave the house, I'll have their legs broken. No. I'll have their legs broken right now. Seeing his son's choice, Lu Hongtao's heart was completely broken. Broken legs? Grounded? He suddenly realized that he was the culprit. Since he hadn't properly educated his own son, how could he think his son could properly educate his grandson? He coldly regarded the old man before him. He had been personally teaching him since he was a child. So many years had passed, and the child was now old, yet he hadn't grown up. He was so old, yet he still couldn't understand, contacting outsiders, allowing external forces to intervene, and arbitrarily assembling an organized force during wartime. This is rebellion. Pure rebellion. And the reward for such a crime was a broken leg and then Hao's arrest. Lu Hongtao suddenly felt that he was wrong, utterly wrong. Perhaps he shouldn't have lived this long, because then he wouldn't have to endure this torture. Gao Mingrui, you are truly cruel. A plan had been devised to trap all the old men, preventing them from dying peacefully, and forcing them to fight for Longzhou until the very end. Now, the bloody truth had been laid bare before their eyes. They were being forced to take action themselves. Let them die. The cold words uttered, sending shudders through the elderly men below. Father, this, it's not possible. It really isn't possible. Not possible? If not, why would this intelligence appear before me? The 4 marshals each had a copy. And so did all the generals. Now you're telling me it's not possible? Yes, Commander Gao might just be giving us a warning. This is wartime? There's no reason for him to push us too hard. It's just a child's petty quarrel. A little punishment will save everyone's face. You mean to say he's cowardly? Lu Kuei remained silent, clearly acquiescing to his father's words. He had more to say, unspoken. This country wasn't just Gao Mingrui's, it also belonged to the Lu, Wang, and Li families. The wider their involvement, the less culpable they were. Furthermore, their plot was against a relatively unknown individual who had risen to power through sheer luck. Those kinds of people were rife throughout Longzhou's history, countless in every dynasty. Reality is often cruel. Someone without support or foundation rose to their current position through sheer luck, so don't blame others for their envy. This was an inherently unfair game. They invested their pieces, but Su Li had to enter the game himself. The rules were set by everyone. Because their grandfathers, fathers, and even their own generation have all made immense contributions to Longzhou. Therefore, the authority to set the rules is theirs, let alone a mere legion commander. If they mustered enough strength, they could even pull Gao Mingrui down. Bubbles bubbled up from the nutrient chamber. Blood oozes from Lu Hongtao's mouth. His eyes snapped open, revealing an endless desolation. Gao Mingrui, is he cowardly? This man, only a dozen years younger than them, has been fighting with these older kids since childhood, and always prevails. Why does he hold his current position? Because he's smart, because he has a clear conscience, because he's patient, and because he's ruthless. Is this intelligence a deterrent? It's a final ultimatum. He can tie even his own elders to his chariot, let alone these younger ones. Throughout his life, filled with obsession, there's only one thing he deeply loves, his country. That was his lifelong belief. Whoever dared to move must die. Kill them! This is your last chance. If you don't obey orders, I'll start with you. The Lu family doesn't just have one child, one is dead, and there's another. Just a bunch of useless people. How can our Lu family afford to lose them? Lu Guo's heart trembled, and he raised his head in disbelief. He even doubted his ears. Dad, are you getting senile? Pa! A huge hand slammed down, blood splattering on the metal floor before them. Come! Summon Lu Guichong and have him collect his brother's body. Pass on my orders. Anyone implicated in the intelligence will be charged with treason and executed immediately. In the nutrient chamber, a large amount of blood began to gush out. Move their 10 legions to the front. No one will be left behind. Let them all die on the battlefield. Anyone who dares to interfere in Longzhou's internal affairs will not return alive. If you dare to raise your hand, be prepared to have your hand chopped off. In the nutrient chamber, the originally blue nutrient solution had completely transformed into a faint red. And the red color continued to deepen. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes, the image of loving father and filial son frozen in time. Although Lu Gui wasn't on the list, as long as he lived, he, Lu Hongtao, would never be able to give Gao Mingrui the answer he wanted. He knew his life was drawing to a close. He had originally thought he could hold out for at least another 6 months, but now it seemed he couldn't even hold out for a month. Chapter 611. You withheld half the list? Gao Mingrui glanced at Wen Jing, somewhat dissatisfied with her presumptuous decision. You have to consider the feelings of those elderly people. If you give them the entire list, I'm afraid they'll want to die. They dedicated their lives to the country, and they deserve this little bit of dignity. You? Stupid. I'm just giving them some respect. Only by dealing with everyone at once can we completely deter the rest. You have to understand, these ambitious people will never be killed off. Let's kill one group, investigate another. When Su Li returns, he can eliminate as few people as possible. At least the remaining core members of each family can still be used by him. If you split the list in two, they'll be tempted to take chances. Gao Mingrui glared at Wen Jing, annoyed. You're just too soft-hearted. Kill half. The rest? What if the remaining half make trouble again? Every time their skin is torn off, it hurts. Do you want them to tear their skin off a few more times before they die? Drastic emotional fluctuations can send them packing. One shock isn't enough, you want more? That's not what I meant. I get it. You want to get rid of them completely without bloodshed, right? Then the two of us will take charge of the front lines, leaving the rear to those people to run wild. How could I not notice before that you become so sophisticated now? Wen Jing's face paled. She had never imagined that her rare act of compassion would cause such a big mess. My mistake. I'll send the remaining half of the list over now. Stop sending it. They're almost done purging their own people. Why are you sending it? Let the person doing it discover they're on the list. Gao Mingrui glanced at Yi discreetly, startled by the thought that had just occurred to him. For a moment, he even considered having Yi take action and replace all those people. A team that completely obeys orders is what every leader desires. But it's absolutely unacceptable, because they need different perspectives, different voices, and a diverse perspective to arrive at the best solutions. Not a bunch of sycophants. Have Sui keep an eye on them. If they show any signs of rebellion, use a small force to deter them. As you wish, try to prevent them from getting out of control. Once these old men are gone, then we can launch a unified purge. Let him hide well, and don't let anyone know what's going on. This way, others won't think we're being two-faced and trying to wipe them out. Wen Jing swallowed her saliva upon hearing this. This time, she meticulously carried out Gao Mingrui's orders. On Tianshu Star, within the courtyards, shouts of curses and cries rang out from time to time. Beneath the cacophony, cries of fury expressed their confusion and incomprehension. But the executors offered no explanation. Everything proceeded at breakneck speed, as if fearing that even a slight slowdown would add a few more names to the list. In entertainment venues, many wealthy young men, still singing with abandon, fell silent mid-song. Corpses were wrapped in body bags, their former glory and vigor gone. Whether they were the fifth or sixth child, the third or fourth child. At this moment, they finally understood what equality meant. It turned out that no matter their birth order, they only had one life. Body bags gathered one after another. In the spacious square, immediate family members gritted their teeth as they compared names with the bodies. Cries rose and fell. All their misunderstandings seemed insignificant in the face of treason. If it had been anyone else, they could have argued. But the one who issued this order was their family's greatest protector. For that alone, everyone gnashed their teeth and swallowed it. No false accusations. As each piece of intelligence was distributed, all opinions and chaotic thoughts were buried deep within their hearts. For the intelligent, it was a relief. But for the self-righteous, it was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face. It didn't just hit them in the face, it even broke their bones. Why? Even if he's an old man, he can't just kill my man and my child over a disagreement. Why? Doesn't he have a heart of flesh? Doesn't he have a mother and children? He does. He slapped his own child to death with his own hands. He's a cold-blooded executioner, a murderer. He couldn't even kill his own family. Ha ha. Longzhou's defenses are so secure. Sacrificing his own family, I wish him eternal glory. One after another, they fell into a frenzy. Some who stepped forward to stop their hysterics were bitten on the arm instead. Most others remained silent and kept their distance. They feared these crazy relatives would get close to them, and they also feared attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. A mixture of affection and indifference intertwined, each courtyard appearing distinct yet perfectly blended. Stay away. The eldest branch is strayed. The second isn't much better. From what I heard, it seems the list isn't complete. Hush. Are you going to die? If you have the time, just mind your own business. Some news is just for the taking, no need to spread it. It looks like the old man won't last much longer, so the necessary preparations must be made. What a sin! The old man has fought his whole life, and is still fighting on the battlefield, yet these people are forcing him to personally clean up his mess. Aren't they just asking for trouble? The Liu family has been humiliated. Treason! In all the years the Liu family has been passed down, these three words have never appeared. This is a complete insult to a military family. And you still have the nerve to cry. They should just be thrown out. Keeping them in the house. This place is dirty. Stop talking, everyone. Is this commotion just about our family? Everyone's been involved. Besides, a whole bunch of people are implicated. They have all the time on their hands, beating up children, beating up sons-in-law. Even if it means beating them half to death. Get to the bottom of everything. Don't wait until you're on your neck and start crying. Yeah, that's right. I want to go back and give my son a good beating. We'll have an internal investigation. Then I'll go back and beat up my son-in-law. What are you doing standing here? Why don't you go back? No, I'll just watch the fun for a while. My son's only 1 month old, so I can't get involved. Your wife isn't even 1 month old, is she? Hiss. Then I'll go back too. This prodigal woman, if she dares to show any signs of trouble, I'll beat her up so hard she'll feel refreshed. Chapter 612. In the shadows, hidden from view, brain worms concealed themselves. They curled up their limbs, rustling and slithering through the courtyard, using the sound of human voices as cover. Though not easily concealed, these creatures, the size of a human head, were surprisingly intelligent. A bug slithered up the man's trouser leg, its body so light it seemed weightless. It wasn't afraid of being noticed, for its companions surrounded it on all sides, countless eyes forming a surveillance network with no blind spots. With this shared vision, it could accomplish far more than just this. With a light tap of its legs, it leaped onto the high wall, making no sound. The man, regaining consciousness, felt a slight sensation on his shoulder. He turned to look, but saw nothing. He had no idea that just now, a brain had used his shoulder to take off. He glanced at the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowed. Sacrifice the rook to save the king, cut off the tail to survive. This kind of thing actually happens all the time. It's not that people don't understand, it's that they just don't want to be the ones being abandoned, that's all. The crying crowd struggled and pushed, the noise growing louder. They seemed unaware that even if they screamed their hearts out, nothing would change. The dead cannot be resurrected. This law applies at all times. Listening to the constant barrage of abuse, he knew they hadn't lost their last bit of rationality. His old man had been lambasted to the point of utter derision, but no one dared to mention the two names of the instigators. From that day forward, the name Suli was firmly ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gao Mingrui's drastic measures made it clear to everyone that the position of commander of the Dawn Legion was unshakable. Alas, isn't it good to just do small things? Why do we have to get involved with foreign forces? The younger generation these days is capable. It's just that they don't use their brains very well when it comes to doing things. The man listened to the old man beside him, but he didn't dare agree. Is it because of collusion with foreign forces? In all matters, we should peel back the fog and look at the essence. The essence of this matter is that they all covet the military merits of a hero, the name of a heroic legion. In just 2 weeks, they conquered more than a dozen planets. Teams of troops arrived one after another to support and build outposts. How could an ordinary person possibly intervene with such combat power? Did Gao Mingrui really have no children? If it weren't for the age discrepancy, he have suspected Su Li was his illegitimate son. That was close. Cold sweat streamed down his back. He simply believed all those people's lies. If it weren't for the series of accidents, he'd probably be the one lying in the square right now, curled up in a cheap body bag. Death has a flavor. Unlike death on the battlefield, death here carries a hint of irresistibility, leaving one feeling a deep sense of despair. This time, the attack was brutal. But it does leave quite a few positions open. There are some capable people in the side branches who could try. Xiaotian, why don't you give it a try? Forget it, Uncle Gang. I'm already 40, not a young man anymore. Let's give the younger generation the chance. Are you confused? Isn't this a great opportunity? Lu Jingtian shook his head slightly. He believed in fate. When a so-called opportunity presented itself to him, but was missed due to some coincidence, he knew it was a warning from heaven. It wasn't that he didn't want to act, he simply missed some gatherings due to some issues. The thought of being so close to death brought him complete enlightenment. If he didn't have the brains, he wouldn't get involved in things that required them. After all these years of hard work, he became nothing more than a knife in someone else's hand, a knife that broke before it was even unsheathed. He turned around numbly. His life would probably be limited to a life on the battlefield, racking up a few military achievements. One must always do what one excels at to find happiness. Instead of following a bunch of people here and stirring up trouble, he rather returned to the battlefield he knew. Even if it was just a minor official, at least he could live a comfortable life. Floating Island. As the mecha girls were gathered, teams of Dawn Legion mecha girls, supporting each other, returned to the floating island. Suli looked at the seriously injured mecha girls, feeling a pang of pain. He had finally witnessed the Legion under the influence of the Queen. Looking at Pride lying on the ground, her neck still stiff, he used his telekinesis to restrain her body and plucked out her legs one by one. War means death. As name after name was engraved beneath the golden tree on the planet, Su Li's hands trembled. He used Pride's legs as a chisel, carving dozens of names onto the monolithic metal tablet. The mecha girls stood behind him, watching him complete the ritual. Nightingale stood at the edge of the floating island, witnessing the entire battle between the mecha girls. This was an extremely powerful team. In terms of both their level and combat prowess, they surpassed all others in every way. Even an elite legion, seasoned on the battlefield, wouldn't be able to defeat a single regiment of such a team. No, to be conservative, they couldn't even defeat a battalion. A team led by the Insect King couldn't even hold out for half a day before being completely annihilated. Their meager combat power was nothing to behold, not to mention the Insect King herself, bound and unable to move, helplessly allowing her leg segments to be torn away. Such combat power completely exceeded her imagination. Both Su Li's combat power and the Legion's combat power were beyond her imagination. These past few days, she had watched the guards engage in rescue operations while observing the Dawn Legion, known as the strongest legion. From the battles to the daily training, everything had left her astonished. The novel training methods, the brutal sparring sessions, everything was new to them. Not to mention the bizarre array of tactical equipment, which truly opened her eyes. Submit, or be beaten into submission. Arrogant's resolute face froze, the heroic words on the tip of his tongue choking back. She had never imagined that neither of the two options offered included death. Su Li pointed sternly at the monument beneath the golden tree. Green blood oozed from Arrogant's massive body, blending into the soil and being absorbed by the tree's roots. His entire form rapidly expanded. As you can see, your team has inflicted heavy casualties on us. Therefore, if you can endure a little torture, it's best. If you can't endure it. Arrogant's eyes were visibly red. She had never seen insects treated this way. You lost dozens of people, and that's considered a massive loss of life? She turned to look at the insect corpses scattered across the ground. As the mecha girls continued to kill them, they also tore off edible parts from their bodies. How could she describe this hellish scene? She raised her gaze. At the edge of the towering floating island, queens in the late stages of the Insect King stage were bound by steel cables, dangling from the edge like hanged ghosts, struggling and twisting. At that moment, she closed her eyes in a kind of resignation. Sometimes, it wasn't that she didn't resist, nor that she didn't have pride. That telekinetic slap had left her head buzzing. Chapter 6:13. How can she be so arrogant? A few more slaps would make her brains rip apart, especially the red-haired figure beside him. If other people made her feel extremely oppressed, then this red-haired woman before her was truly daunting. She held her own foot like a pervert, licking it, then shaking her head with a look of satisfaction, drooling far away, but her eyes were strangely alert and excited. Having grown to the middle stage of the Insect Emperor, she had devoured many human brains and naturally understood the sheer absurdity of foot-licking. Not to mention licking the feet of an alien race. The mere thought of such behavior sent chills down her spine. She was arrogant. But even her arrogance was meaningless when facing the red-haired mecha girl. Although her lightning somewhat restrained lightning's expression pierced Arrogance's lungs. Slurp. Master, this arrogance isn't quite old enough. The mouth-numbing effect isn't quite there. And she's only in the middle stage of the Zerg Emperor. While she looks arrogant, her arrogance doesn't quite live up to her reputation. As for the Queen, you already have me, Regal, and the Governor. Otherwise, just kill this one. Besides, this arrogance is a little impure. Su Li didn't question Lightning's status as a queen. He simply wiped Lightning's saliva with a handkerchief. What do you mean impure? Is there pure or impure arrogance? Lightning replied matter-of-factly, of course. Arrogance is the Zerg's god of war, fearless and undaunted. How could she possibly be afraid? Look at the way she looks at me. Isn't there a hint of fear amidst her anger? Su Li opened his mouth, glanced at the giant, pointed toe in Lightning's arms, and said nothing. It felt like standing in front of a chicken coop, gnawing on a chicken's claw, and asking why the eggs were so far away. Eat slowly. This thing is poisonous. Even though you develop resistance, you can't treat it like spicy snacks. This one can't be killed. Bugs like Pride are a rare commodity even within the Zerg. Look, we captured several wraths so far, but only one Pride. You can kill her if you want, but wait until we find the next one. The two discussed how to deal with Pride right in front of her, openly, and without reservation. Their impassive demeanor made Pride give up resistance. Yihua jumped down from the floating island, pulling a steel cable. A dozen mechs tied Pride into a figure-hugging knot, then pulled the cable, and tied it to two armed transport ships. As the giant body soared into the air, Arrogance finally got a clear look at the predecessors hanging above. One greed, two gluttonies, a nearly beaten wrath, and in the corner, Envy, whose presence was almost non-existent. The 7 deadly sins, save for Slaanesh and Sloth, were all present. No! Only Sloth was missing, because she had smelled Slaanesh sit at the edge of the Sky Island. So, from the very beginning, this Slaanesh had been rebellious. No, in other words, this entire Sky Island, along with that astonishing legion, might be a puppet controlled by Slaanesh. I heard that Slaanesh has a hobby of collecting all kinds of Zerd to satisfy their vanity, as they are at the bottom of the combat power scale. Now it seems so. Isn't it said that such desires only exist before reaching the Emperor level? Why, even after breaking through the Emperor level, had this obsession not dissipated? She received no answers. Despite her immense combat power, facing the late-stage Zerg Emperors beside her, she instinctively curled up her body. But the numerous queens paid no attention to her. They huddled together, their massive bodies rhythmically moving as the floating island advanced. The oppressive and intimidating force emanating from the Zerg Emperor caused the archer worms in space to automatically evade from a distance. A long pole extended from the floating island and poked the body of one of the queens. Anger? Angry, huh? It's your turn. A Zerg mothership. I want one with lots of egg cases, you hear me? The chosen one, Anger, hissed, then obediently radiated his brainwaves. Soon, a Zerg mothership burst through the space tunnel and began to reveal itself. But before it could fully reveal itself, a flash of red light appeared, and the massive ship began to disintegrate. Large nets spread out, scooping up the entire ship's teeming Othisi. Hadi's eyes widened, not even caring that her wounds were still bleeding. Her bruised face was filled with disbelief. She stared at the fury before her, unsure whether to be surprised at her obedience or at the Zerg mothership's casual disappearance. What are you looking at? I'll hang you for 3 days, and you'll understand. A Zerg corpse drifted toward the queens. They stared with wide eyes, watching the corpse approach, as if they saw hope for survival. They didn't act rashly, but waited until the corpse drew near, then frantically swung their bodies, trying to snag the passing corpse. Greed, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the Emperor level, stretched its short legs even further, but with just that one hair's breadth missing, she could only watch the corpse pass by. So what if she were extremely fast? So what if she were incredibly agile? When the difference is a hair's breadth, it's a hair's breadth. Even the gods wouldn't be able to stop her. A look of despair crossed her face. Turning back, she saw Pride curled up, and her eyes lit up again, as if she had seen the light of day. Hey! You're tall. Hurry and roll it up. Pride froze for a moment, realizing she was referring to him, but by the time she stretched out her torso to roll it up, the corpse had already drifted away. Forget her length, even if she added another section, it would be useless. You're such a loser. You're incompetent at everything. How dare you be called arrogant? Arrogant, ? Before she could say anything, she met the green gazes of the 2 gluttons beside her. We're all of the same clan. You have more legs, so contribute a little. What? For a moment, she thought she hadn't heard clearly. But when she saw Glutton's eyes fixed on her legs, even the most obtuse of her wits understood what he meant. Dignified insect kings, do you still have your own beliefs? The other insect kings remained silent, silently observing the newly joined arrogant. Newbies, they all have tempers. There was a time when she too was so glorious. Until those telekinetic slaps, one after another, landed on her face. The beaten, half-death fury scoffed. The mark of a tangled tree root on her forehead was dark, and the broken horn made her look even more disfigured. She still had the energy to make a scene? After another 3 days, she'll be even more obedient than them. Chapter 6:14. On the training ground, the tip of a spear, wrapped in thick cloth, trembled, brushing past Su Li's face with a rustling sound. The trembling spear tip swung sideways, but missed its target. 038 slid forward, releasing his spear, and rushed towards the approaching Su Li, thrusting his fists forward and striking at his chest. Su Li swung his long sword across his shoulder, thrusting the blade forward with a horizontal thrust. Meeting the impact of 038's fist, he spun his body, extending his foot to cushion the impact. She leaned back, but Su Li grabbed her waist with one hand and thrust his knee up to meet her again. The dazzling attack and defense were each a killing move. 038 struck relentlessly, and so did Su Li. Both men held training props, but even with the force they delivered, a solid blow would still break bones and tendons. Nightingale, watching the entire process from the side, felt her scalp tingle. If the mecha girl's reflexes weren't like those of an ordinary mecha girl, then Su Li's were even more inhuman. Humans who had broken through their genetic locks were indeed powerful. But this power had its limits. The abilities of a super S-class pilot mostly aided the mecha girl in developing her own abilities, or presented a unique amplification. Throughout Longzhou's history, there had never been a single pilot like Su Li, capable of battling his own mecha girl and remaining so inseparable. Looking at his other mecha girls, not only were they accustomed to the situation, they were even diligently imitating the two men's moves. None of the onlookers looked surprised. They sat on the mats, their eyes never leaving the two men. Each pilot was watching as well, but their expressions were noticeably more vivid. Gasses echoed, accompanied by vibrant facial expressions, as if everyone felt the same way. While the mecha girls in their human form weren't indestructible, their explosive power was equally astonishing. At least they didn't have the strength to take a punch and still smile. Nightingale frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. Su Li hadn't lied to her. This was indeed a place for mecha girls, but it wasn't destined for useless people. At least for her, she didn't feel she could comfortably stay here, enjoying everything without fulfilling her role. But what role could she play? Even if she returned to her prime, in a team like this, she wouldn't even stand a chance of becoming cannon fodder. S-rank, in any team, was the backbone of the team. But in the Dawn Legion, it was merely one of the prerequisites for going into battle. If she couldn't demonstrate strength beyond S-rank, she would likely be forced to join the main force, along with the new recruits, clearing the perimeter of the battlefield with the Bionic Mech Division. New recruits? What a strange word. Yet, those core combatants, so high-spirited in other legions, upon arriving here, were truly inferior to even the soldiers in the other training camp. They couldn't match their physical strength, and in mecha operation, they were defeated in just 3 moves. The piloting skills they relied on for survival had now become worthless. Su Li's words were cruel, either adapt quickly or die on the battlefield. While the words were crude, the truth was clear. This was what he demanded of his team. Therefore, to join such a team, one needed to devote far more than just a little effort. It required a significant effort to hone and strengthen one's memory. If they can't quickly develop under the pressure of war, it means they're destined to be eliminated on the battlefield. How's your recovery? Have you noticed anything wrong with your body? Su Li took the towel Lightning handed her, and took a sip of the water on the tray. Almost recovered. We're not as fragile as you think. Physical wounds heal easily, and we're also finding our own ways to deal with the emotional pain. I believe it won't take too long, and at least most of you will be able to recover. Su Li smiled. Then I'm relieved. If you feel bored, you can go out and explore the city. There's not only the commercial district, but also vacant houses for sale. Sisters, take a look. If you need work, many shops in the city are short-staffed. You can also discuss opening a few shops of your own. What if many of them choose to continue fighting? Su Li paused, straightened his body, and saluted Nightingale. Those who can live through such circumstances and experiences again, and still choose to fight are undoubtedly worthy of respect. He didn't rush to refuse. While he didn't want them to set foot on the battlefield again, on this uncertain journey, every bit of strength they gained increased their chances of victory. Nightingale returned the salute, a smile spreading across her frail face. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. We gained the ability to communicate with the Zerg. I tried many times over the past 2 days. Under intense emotional fluctuations, we, the half-crippled, have about a 50% chance of losing consciousness. This news is undoubtedly devastating for us, as it means we completely lost the chance of returning to the battlefield. But thanks to the efforts of some sisters, we found a viable solution. She pointed at the archer bugs crouching on the golden tree and said with a smile, "Regular legions are probably out of luck. Even new pilots likely can't handle the loss of control of our mechas when we lose consciousness. But they can. Because when the code invaded our brains, we established subtle links with the bugs. Through these links, they can control our unconscious bodies as if they were their own. Similarly, our brain waves are more easily manipulated against the Zerg. So, it seems we'll have no choice but to partner with the bugs from now on." Su Li glanced at the Nightingale before him and felt her reluctance. But despite this reluctance, she still wanted to return to the battlefield. She was determined to find a way to overcome the reality of her own lack of control. They gave up on pilots, gave up on rapidly improving their own strength. None of the rescued mecha girls even bothered to purchase the S-Class upgrade modules displayed on the commercial street. It seemed they felt they didn't deserve to occupy more resources. But this was a misconception. Because of their dedication, they could enjoy everything they were supposed to enjoy here. But many words, when spoken, are powerless. "Have you tried it yet?" Nightingale nodded, a hint of surprise in her voice. "It works very well. Yi Hua's control method has given me great inspiration. You really should see us soaring through the sky on our bugs. I guarantee that if the Legion truly needs a team capable of cooperating with the Zerg, we'll be the one. Chapter 615. A few days later, on the training ground, the frail mech girls stood upright. Their once-fitting uniforms now seemed a bit bulky, hanging loosely on their bodies, concealing their unyielding pride. Maintaining the body isn't something that can be achieved overnight. But a weakened body can be easily restored in a short period of time. Recovering to their original state is no easy task, let alone strengthening it further. He wanted to let the mech girls rest, but the moment he saw the formation, all the words he wanted to persuade them died in his throat. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for their futures. They were unwilling to enjoy everything so openly, silently, and as their designations faded, they faded completely from everyone's sight. They were warriors. Even half-crippled warriors were still warriors. There was no fear of war within them, but rather a desire to demonstrate their worth. As brain waves spread out, each mecha girl deployed in a remarkably short time, their colorful liveries preserving the styles of their respective units. They truly embodied boldness and freedom. Their garish liveries were dazzling. They seemed obsessed with being unique. Nightingale, standing at the forefront, had her armor covered in skull icons. Even Su Li, who prided himself on his knowledge, was shocked. Having spent a few days with her, he had never imagined this girl could be so bold. He rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the left armor several times, finally confirming that it was indeed a naked woman. He stared in amazement, his eyes widening. Before he could even register any surprise, a gust of whistling wind swept over him. The archer bugs' enormous bodies stretched out, and the mechas, without waiting for them to land, soared into the air and landed on them. With a roar from the archer bugs, Su Li narrowed his eyes in a split second. The shimmering carapaces gleamed brilliantly, and the mechas seemed to have grown from their bodies, becoming one with them. With just one glance, he was certain Yi Hua was out of a job. Even though she had trained the Zerg to such proficiency that even her farts could be rhythmically paced, she still paled in comparison to this seemingly unified cavalry. Their tails pulsed, their bodies rose and fell, yet they had no effect on the mechas they were carrying. With a gentle squeeze of their legs, the archer bugs, without any command, began to rapidly shuttle through the air. The figures moved with incredible coordination and ease, executing every conceivable tactical move with exquisite dexterity. Unlike Yi Hua, who shouted at the top of his lungs, he was merely able to follow orders, lacking considerable precision and precise control. Of course, he wasn't questioning Yi Hua's abilities. Given enough time, she could do the same. But the problem was, with so many talented players and used, he had to be crazy to allow Yi Hua to continue wreaking havoc on his cavalry regiment. Beside him, Yi Hua's face drooped, clearly realizing his impending job loss. This isn't fair. My dear brother, I just became company commander. You can't just abandon me like this. This isn't called killing the donkey after it's done its work. This is called the latecomer taking over. You, the veteran, have fulfilled your duties. It's time to step down and let the younger generation take over. Su Li looked up at the numerous mecha girls flying freely above, feeling like he had stumbled upon a treasure. His gaze followed Nightingale intently, deeply grateful for her presence. It was she who awakened the dormant hearts of these mecha girls, who gave them hope for life. A fire has always burned in their hearts. It's the unshakable responsibility and the mission of being a warrior. Notify 038 to stock up on S-Class upgrade modules. We'll make up for what the corporate federation owes them. From today on, you are relieved of all duties in the cavalry regiment. I see you can communicate more smoothly with them, so their training will be in your hands. Yi Hua, with a mournful expression, looked at the flying archer bugs, cursing uncontrollably. 2 of them she trained personally, and she was just giving them away. For so many days, she'd been serving these ancestors day and night, even though they couldn't speak the same language. Now that they found suitable masters, they've forgotten her. After all, she was a trainer, wasn't she? Is this unwavering persistence serious? Brother, I think I can do it. I don't care about your opinion. I care about my own. If you still want to manage the bugs, that's fine. The extra archer bugs are yours to deploy. Use them as individual transport vehicles for the mecha girls. Yi Hua grinned. Doesn't that make me the transport team leader? So once these bugs are in my hands, they'll just be a means of transportation. You boatman, you're always doing nothing. You said you wanted to join the battle, and I let you. You said you wanted to wall scaling, and I let you. You killed enemies and ridden bugs, but why do you keep asking for so many things? If you're happy, do it. If not, go back to sailing. Yi Hua rolled her eyes, and didn't argue. By the way, don't train too hard during training. Their bodies need some time to recuperate. Got it, she drawled. Aren't the egg cases they captured recently just to nourish them? Yihua glanced at Su Li, then at the flying archer bugs. For the first time, she began to envy these sisters who had been corrupted by the Zerg code. If it weren't for the severe side effects, she would have really wanted to experience it, to see what kind of telepathy made controlling the Zerg so effortless and comfortable. Talent and opportunity, indeed, are something you can only encounter but not seek. God has deprived them of their right to be normal mecha girls, but he has also left them a window. Master, they're truly formidable. Are we expanding our Dawn Legion? Lightning tugged at little Dawn's hand, looking up at the numerous mecha girls flying about in the sky, his gaze also filled with longing. Su Li! Su Li! Can I be their mechanic? Su Li was awakened by the clear voice. He lowered his head and looked at his chief apprentice. Why did you suddenly think of becoming their mechanic? These sisters are so different. Each one is so knowledgeable and so eloquent. They possess knowledge I never encountered before. For example, a naked woman, tattooed on the arm, can disrupt the enemy's thoughts or serve as a record of one's past. A skull, a symbol of destruction, can be effectively intimidated when tattooed on the body. They say, there are actually many other explanations, like increasing attack speed, or letting others know at a glance that they belong. Shut up. Lightning, get her away. Ground her. Put her in a tracking anklet. Don't let her get too close to these women. Chapter 6:16. Su Li finally understood that everything has two sides. Every advantage has its disadvantages. Their set of perverse theories and heresies were like deadly poison to the blank little Shuguang. Honestly, if I don't put some restraint on her, the next time I see little Shuguang, she might be wearing smoky makeup, a nose ring, and a lip stud, smoking a cigarette. Why? Why won't you let me go? Because I can't chew too much. When you can tell from 10 meters away just by the movement of your nose that something might be wrong with a mecha girl, then tell me. Trust me, I'm doing this for your own good. Little Shuguang glanced up at the serious Su Li and whispered doubtfully, Are you sure you're not lying? It's written in the books. There's always people who are doing you a favor under the guise of doing good things. Where did you learn that from? From Sister Lightning's bookshelf. Ugh. I'm taking her away now. Don't listen to her nonsense. How can she read? She can't even recognize all the characters. Lightning fled in panic. If little Shuguang continued to argue, his own bookshelf would have to go through another major overhaul. It's so hard to find a book right now. Sacrifice little Shuguang, then sacrifice her. If all else fails, just give her some more snacks. She looked down at the little Shuguang in her arms, and for the first time in her life, she doubted her own mind. Why had she thought she was so cute back then? It was probably because she'd been kicked by a donkey. If she'd known this would happen, she should have brought back a little Lightning. Her long, bright red hair was so festive. Little Shuguang struggled a bit, then lowered her head in resignation. Sister Lightning, can he actually meet the standard Su Li mentioned? 10 meters. What can he smell? Lightning paused, recalling their first meeting and every little detail that followed. He nodded cautiously. He can do it. He can do it from dozens of meters away. Then it's a shame he's a pilot. He should be a bomb disposal dog at the airport. With that kind of nose, being a maintenance officer is a waste of talent, isn't it? If I were Commander Gao, I have someone take Su Li to the airport every day. Lightning glanced behind him, patting his chest guiltily. Don't say that, okay? If he hears, he might just take your snacks away under the pretext of preventing cavities. Little Shuguang turned to look at Lightning. Is it because you're out of money? If that's the case, I can eat less. After all, such a large army, always taking Su Li's money, would bankrupt even the richest man. Recently, another $440,000 mech girl arrived on the island. That's the fourth. 100 and 400,000 mouse. We used to eat big bugs, but now we're eating eggs. Will we have to chew on eggshells from now on? No way. Lightning forced a smile. She honestly didn't understand what the child in front of her was thinking. Are the egg cases not tasty? They're specially prepared to nourish the mecha girls. They rarely want to eat them. Little Shuguang glanced at Lightning's forced smile and became more convinced of his suspicions. Don't hide it anymore. I know everything. I'll eat well and won't let Su Li know. Don't worry, it's not that I won't eat snacks anymore. It's just that I'm a big kid now and can't eat those childish things anymore. So from now on, just cut the snacks in half. If you don't eat any at all, he'll definitely notice. Lightning opened her mouth, but said nothing more. Not eating snacks is fine, after all. The half she saved would be just enough for a snack. She looked towards the city at the foot of the mountain. With the influx of 440,000 mechs, all the districts were ablaze with activity. Looking down from halfway up the mountain, the people wandering the streets looked like tiny ants, bustling with activity. The problem Xiao Shuguang had analyzed wasn't groundless, it was a real problem. Thankfully, there were still a few queens hanging around the outskirts of the floating island. They summoned their friends and always brought in resources. The only downside was that they were a bit too hungry. Even Xiao Shuguang knew to be frugal, but they, on the other hand, devoured every piece of food thrown to them. Below the floating island, her arrogant face sunk deeply. She was being tortured to death. Food, 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 food. Their bodies, bound as they were not able to circulate blood much. Fortunately, their anatomy was unique enough, but after being bound for so long, they would still become numb. There must be someone on the island obsessed with studying insect anatomy, otherwise, he wouldn't know their bodies so well. So, whenever their bodies reached their limit, they were pulled aboard and untied. That wasn't human concern at all, but the ultimate darkness hidden within the human heart. When her numb body began to circulate blood, she finally experienced what it felt like to have countless insects crawling all over her. The tingling sensation, untouchable and lingering, washed over her entire body, and even her pounding against the island ground proved futile. Instead, with each impact, the tingling sensation instantly reached a peak. What so-called reserve? What so-called pride? After experiencing this 2 or 3 times, nothing mattered anymore. Collapsed on the ground, pride had completely lost her temper. Her eyes darted around, not looking for a chance to escape, but to let the mechs know she was still alive. Only then would she avoid being used as food and distributed to the queens below. She wanted to submit, but she couldn't see the one demanding it. Not just the man, but even Slanish. The scent was so unmistakable, she must live high up in the mountains. A red figure flashed across her field of vision. Her eyes widened instantly, and she looked in Lightning's direction. Lightning, sensing her gaze, turned sharply. She squinted her eyes, looked up and down at Pride, then walked over to her with a hint of disdain. Tell him! Tell him! I choose to surrender. I truly surrender. As long as you stop tying me up, I can surrender. TSK. She smacked her lips, her gaze roaming over Arrogant's body. When a thin, bright yellow leg came into view, a flicker of joy flashed in her eyes, and she reached out and ripped it off. A tingling sensation spread from the wound, gradually engulfing her entire body. But Arrogant tried hard to control his body, preventing it from making any unnecessary movements. Because every time he turned over, the sensation would instantly reach its peak. She looked at Lightning hopefully, hoping she could convey her message. At least, for the sake of her leg, give it a little lift. But the latter ignored her, tugged at the little girl's hand, licked her leg, and walked further and further away. Chapter 6:17. So, even among mecha girls, there are those who only take the benefits and don't deliver. Su Li pushed the box in front of him, feeling a little pained. Nightingale looked at Su Li's expression, and couldn't help but smile slightly. All right. For the sake of the module, I promise you I won't interfere with Little Dawn anymore. But regarding our paint jobs, I can only assure you that I fully respect my comrades' personal wishes. So, saying this is as good as not saying it. Not entirely. You have to understand, these paint jobs aren't just a display of our personalities. They're also our last memories with our pilots. Take the tattoo on my left arm, for example. My pilot copied my image as closely as possible. It carries my youth and the beauty in his heart. Su Li didn't understand how a nude photo could represent beauty. He didn't understand how mecha girls could be youthful if they weren't eroded by time. Not to mention her pilot's strange desire to share. Tattooing the contours of your own mecha girl on her body for everyone to see, this is probably what they call cultural differences. Back then, even Huang Mao couldn't accept his parents. What about others? A tattoo of a naked woman on her hand. Is this a woman who works in society? We will no longer discuss this matter. You will have your own new organization. Due to your special contributions to the defense, I have discussed with the governor, and will allow you to form a new, relatively independent team. He swallowed. Every time he thought of this group of people carrying the Dawn Legion's battle flag and charging into battle, he found it hard to accept. His team, it seemed, had never been so inclusive. Even though the power unleashed by their merging with the Zerg was visible to the naked eye, he didn't want his Iron Army to be infused with a unique, free spirit. Your command authority belongs to Mecha Island. Eve was slightly taken aback, her hand under the table subtly pinching Su Li's thigh. Eve undoubtedly felt guilty about the group of mecha girls before her. But she also couldn't quite appreciate their aesthetics. Look at his own guards. They were all black and red. Even the armed mecha girls maintaining law and order were blue and white. This garish, hip-hop style, devoid of any unifying symbol, couldn't carry the Dawn Legion's banner, but could it carry Mecha Islands? For a moment, the guilt in her heart almost vanished. Are those dreadlocks trailing down the backs of your mechs meant to confuse the enemy? She had thought there might be some issues with reintegration, but she had never imagined the problem would arise from cultural differences. That's right. These mech girls haven't been normal since they left the factory. Diversity, such a nice word. But when it came to herself, even her smile felt forced. Haha, it's still joint supervision, joint supervision. Sully smiled as he reached under the table and grabbed Eve's hand. This woman was so strong, if she squeezed any further, he'd probably cry out. The military's uniform livery was a big deal. On the one hand, it was for unity, on the other, it was to ensure clear distinctions between friend and foe on the battlefield. But facing the group of pilots before him, he could only offer appropriate guidance. Their words, a sentimental testimony to their pilots, silenced all his words. They had endured the ravages of battle, and the tragic loss of their pilots in their own cockpits. Their fragile hearts couldn't withstand too much torture. He turned to glance at Eve, knowing she shared the same sentiment. This was a considerable force. Their numbers were nearly 3 times the number he had brought with him. If one wasn't handled properly, it could be a major problem. But how could the military allow for dissenting voices? Governor, you are the ruler of the mechanical island. You undoubtedly have a natural affinity for these sisters, even more so than I do. Besides, Captain Sue, there's no need to refuse. You also deserve credit for saving them. Moreover, now that the mechanical island is docked under floating island, I, the governor, am in name only. I still have to listen to you, a pilot. Then let me offer my opinion. Excluding some exhausted mecha girls, the entire force will have approximately 360,000 men remaining. Divide them into 3 legions. You will nominate 3 individuals to temporarily assume the positions of legion commander, and they will be under the unified command of the mechanical island. Of course, each legion will have a number of mecha girls from the Royal Guards assisting in management, serving as instructors and other unskilled positions. After you have undergone systematic training and run-in, the Royal Guards will withdraw from the 3 legions. Under the table, Eve pushed harder. But she had said it herself, and Su Li had the final say. Now she could only swallow her anger. I have no objection, but isn't a 120,000 strong mecha girl army a bit exaggerated? No, that's not an exaggeration. My Dawn Legion is a direct affiliated legion primarily composed of mecha girls. Nightingale's eyes lit up. Is the starting point so high? We're starting out by competing against the Dawn Legion, a top-tier force? Sully smiled. Not exactly a top-tier force. But I'm still looking forward to fighting alongside you in the near future. Nightingale extended her hand and shook Sully's. Don't worry. We'll catch up. Commander Su, thank you. You've given us, a group of half-crippled people, a new life. I can make you a promise on behalf of everyone. In the future, no matter the hardships, no matter what obstacles we face, we will face them with you. We'll level them and fill them. Listening to his righteous words, Sully felt a little ashamed. He quickly stood up, shook the other person's hand, and then emphatically said thank you. We should be the ones to say thank you. Governor, thank you. Commander Su, thank you too. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you to everyone in the Dawn Legion and the guards for going deep behind enemy lines and rescuing us one by one. We already died once, so we didn't expect to survive alone this time. She stood straight and saluted respectfully. I know that the Dawn Legion and the guards, whether on the floating island or the mechanical island, are out in full force, roaming the lands, hunting the queens. They must be shouldering an extraordinary strategic mission. I, Nightingale, hereby volunteer to fight. There are no cowards among our 440,000 mecha girls. We will recover to peak strength as quickly as possible. When that time comes, please, use me in the first battle. Her straight body still felt empty from her uniform. But at this moment, both Su Li and Eve felt their determination to die. Perhaps they never imagined the day they could return. Since they were destined to never return, what good would it do to act recklessly once? They would take with them all their memories of being with the pilot and die together. Seeing the determination in Nightingale's eyes, they both fell silent. So, they hadn't found a way to survive, but simply a way to die. Chapter 618. Bitterness filled my heart, yet I couldn't find words to express it. Leaving the office door, feeling the breeze outside, I realized that even the most pleasant wind carries a distinct clamor. He paused and walked, unknowingly reaching the entrance to the training ground. On the outer platform, it was Indy's turn to stretch. She was noticeably smaller than the other insects, her body still massive, but due to her unique characteristics, her presence was minimal. If it weren't for the documented rule of rotating each queen's blood circulation, I'm afraid the machine girl would have ignored her. Sully looked at Indy. It wasn't that he didn't want to subjugate her, but he realized that at his energy level, he couldn't contract as many queens as he wanted. Furthermore, he didn't have enough energy to push all of them to the emperor level. So the best approach was to diligently hone their temperaments and then, by hunting other queens, raise their levels to the critical point. Only in this way could he ensure that his energy was always sufficient, and that the queens he contracted were of high quality. Hearing the sharp shouts from the training ground, he paused for a moment, thinking, before finally entering. On the training ground, scrawny mecha girls were completing basic close combat training under Yi Hua's watchful eye. Watching the mecha girls fighting so bravely, Sully was stunned. Their frail bodies were heartbreaking to look at. Although they weren't stretched out, they wouldn't suddenly lose consciousness. However, such bodies couldn't even complete the most basic close combat training. The distortion of their movements was secondary. What was more important was that their ability to withstand blows was drastically different from before. He pulled Yi Hua aside. Didn't I tell you? Pay attention to your methods during training. Their bodies are still weak. And Sully looked around. Seeing no one noticed her, she lowered her voice and pointed to her head. They're all so determined to die. As the training director, you have to think of a solution. If they keep training like this, there's no telling whether they'll ever recover. I even suspect they'll kill themselves on the training ground before they even go to the battlefield. Yi Hua rolled his eyes and spread his hands, his face filled with resignation. My dear brother, I'm a mecha girl, not a turtle in a wishing well. Of course, if you ordered me to be a turtle, I'm not wrong. But the problem is, it's not that I won't do it, it's that I really can't. She glanced at the mecha girls participating in the training and lifted her skirt. Sully hid back, covering her eyes with her hands. What the hell are you hiding from? You're wearing safety pants. Sully was stunned, unsure whether to thank her for her trust or condemn her lack of trust. So, the safety pants were the problem. Beneath her lifted skirt, her thighs were covered in bruises. These are injuries sustained during training with them. They're truly ruthless. I'm not exaggerating. This is the common area you can even linger over. The rest of the area isn't even a single piece of good flesh. If it weren't for my Qianzi applying ice and hot compresses every day, you might have healed immediately, right? Yi Hua glanced at Sully in front of him, feeling a little guilty for the first time. Their mental state is simply high enough, that's all. Honestly, after going through such psychological trauma, choosing a dignified death is the ultimate respect for a soldier. Every battle ahead will be a hurdle. Ours and theirs. I'm not surprised they chose to die in battle. Because for them, and for us, their death is the best outcome. Sully narrowed her eyes. It was hard to imagine such words coming from Yi Hua's mouth. She smiled, but for the first time, it was a little sad. Her eyes revealed a past she had been most reluctant to face. It's nothing incredible. The Dawn Legion, no matter how inclusive it is, can't accommodate them. The same is true for the Mechanical Island. It's not that the Mecha Girls, or anyone else, are prejudiced against them. It's simply because of their identities that they can't be included in any team. It's because of their uncertainty, and because each of them is a death squad determined to die. They will subtly influence everyone, every team. We have so few people, so we're extremely susceptible to their influence. Isn't that why you're worried about them joining the Dawn Legion? The paint job is just an excuse. First, you don't want them to influence your legion. Second, you don't want to invest too much emotion in them. Because you and I both know that the more you invest now, the more pain you'll suffer in the near future. Sully felt a pang of discomfort at Yi Hua's words. She was accustomed to life and death, and had her own unique understanding of everything. If she couldn't find a way to resolve the situation, then these 440,000 mecha girls would truly be sacrificed on the battlefield, as she had said. In that case, this amazing cavalry regiment will become the most heroic and unrepeatable masterpiece. Isn't there a decent solution? Yes. Lead them to life. Drag them, bring them all to Longzhou, let them gather with a larger group, and their influence will be infinitely weakened. Eventually, it will disappear. Or, you can unleash unprecedented cohesion in the Dawn Legion. As long as you can resist and influence them, that can also have a certain effect. The choice is yours, isn't it? We killed enough insect kings along the way, colonized planet after planet, and saved over 400,000 mecha girls. This is a great achievement no matter how you put it. In fact, we can return home now. Suli gave Yihua a deep look. Her expression was a little evasive. He knew what she was evading. Just like Eve, the methods and approaches they talked about were actually conclusions they had drawn based on past situations. There was some truth to it, but not much. This kind of psychological trauma is far more severe than post-war stress syndrome. If we really bring them back, I'm afraid they'll think we deprived them of their final chance to choose. Suli understood that feeling of powerlessness all too well, for in his previous life, he was forced to make a choice. When someone clearly expresses their desires, only to be ignored, what choice do they have left? No turning back. Continue toward your destination. If that's their choice, I respect it. You can't say it, Eve can't say it, so I'll say it. At least, let them feel warm on this final leg of their journey. Adjust the policy so they can coordinate a certain number of mecha girls and integrate them into the existing assault teams. In the face of any unexpected situations on the battlefield in the future, our team needs greater mobility. Yihua stared blankly at Suli before him, slowly raising his right hand. Yes. Chapter 619. In the deep and silent universe, the floating island was filled with laughter and joy. Yu tightly gripped the glass bottle in his hand, staring at the cauldron before him as he added drop by drop of transparent liquid with a dropper. Honging stirred with a huge spoon. After confirming that there were no signs of anything, she lifted the cauldron, placed it on the dining cart, and pushed it toward the long table outside. If there was one thing in this world that most resonated with people, it was undoubtedly eating. Faced with the delicious food, no one could resist its allure. Lightning glanced at the cauldron, sniffed it gently, and looked at Yu with suspicion. Yu's expression was slightly unnatural, and she instantly saw through it. Bring it out. What is it? Don't fool me, I can smell it. You mixed up some venom again, haven't you? Give it to me. Yu frantically tried to cover Lightning's mouth. Sure. This time, it's the master's order. And the dosage is strictly controlled. Everyone's fought hard, and a good dream is what everyone deserves. Besides, those mecha girls need a good dream even more than we do. Don't make things worse. I didn't mean to make things worse. Lightning pointed to her open mouth. I asked you to pour me some. I wanted to taste it, and see if it tastes right. Get out of my way. Do you even need to taste it to see if it tastes right? You can smell it from a distance. This time, it's mainly Roazi's toxin, without the numbness of the millipede. TSK. You should have said it earlier. I knew the taste was off. She said it was off, but she still took advantage of Yu's inattention and pulled the small glass vial from her pocket. The bottle's crystal clear liquid shimmered faintly, with golden glints. Yu leaped to grab it, but she uncorked it with one hand and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Are you crazy? Why are you trying everything? I told you it wouldn't numb your mouth. This isn't a mushroom, and you're addicted? Have you forgotten how big a mess I made last time? I didn't. That's why I stuffed it into my own mouth instead of throwing it in the pot. Swallowing the venom, she smacked her lips twice, finding it wasn't numbing at all. Instead, it tasted slightly sweet, like a mouthful of honey. Then, a slight dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway her head. It doesn't seem like a large dose. Nonsense, it wasn't. They're so weak, how could they possibly have a large dose? Lightning, still unsatisfied, pulled out her arrogant leg from behind and licked it, oblivious to the others. As the numbing sensation spread throughout her mouth, she felt her saliva flow even more vigorously. Don't show off your special hobby in front of those mechanics. Otherwise, beware. Master will make you kneel and stand guard. Got it. I'm just whetting your appetite before dinner. Looking at the table piled high with egg sacs, she smiled and picked up her special long-handled spoon. Steaming egg sacs were placed on the table, along with a large bucket of lubricant. Antique wooden wine glasses were placed on the table, along with clean wooden plates. Even before the dishes arrived, many people were already eager to eat. Kuling led her apprentices busy at the various stoves. Even Tao Tao, sweating profusely, plunged into the kitchen, helping to prepare the dishes. Feeding hundreds of thousands of people has already overloaded the entire logistics department. Thankfully, their arrival also brought a large number of staff. Otherwise, just serving the meals every day would be enough to keep them busy. No time to prepare side dishes. Take out the pickles, process them, and serve them up. Pickle another 30 tons of pickles tonight. We'll need them for tomorrow's recipe. Kuling waved her hand, completing the preparations for the last dish. Tao Tao wiped the sweat from her forehead, his wrinkled face etched with visible distress. My dear wife, you're breaking your promise again. You agreed to come to the kitchen only 3 times a week, and here you are again. How dare you criticize me? Aren't you the department manager? What are you doing here? I was just trying to lighten your load. The logistics department's been swamped lately, and our publicity department, on the other hand, has been unable to distribute a lot of material due to signal issues. So I brought some people here to help you. If you have any conscience, give away the last dish. I prepared a whole table today. Why don't we old folks get together? Okay. But why did you think of getting together? Is today a special occasion? Yes. It's the first anniversary of the Dawn Legion's official founding. Let's use this dinner as an opportunity to celebrate. That's great. Have you told everyone? As I said, almost everyone from the outpost will be attending. Judging by the time, everyone should be here soon. By the way, how much did you prepare? Don't worry, I prepared enough for over 300 people. Even if Lightning is a big eater, she'll be able to eat her way out. That's good. That's good. Tao Tao rubbed his hands together, unable to conceal his excitement. He asked cautiously, "Can I have a couple of drinks tonight?" Kuling rolled her eyes at him. "Yes, as much as you want. But drink some milk first. Don't hurt your stomach again." Tao Tao chuckled innocently, turned, and hurried back to his room. He even had 2 bottles of fine wine in his closet. The long tables and chairs, arranged in a style reminiscent of the dining room in the communication tower on Lingsue Star, were arranged in a manner reminiscent of the dining room in Lingsue Star. One by one, the pilot girls took their seats, their faces beaming, and they greeted each other. As they became core members of the team, their daily interactions became less frequent. This dinner gave everyone a chance to get together again. They chatted and talked about interesting things about their team, and as more and more people gathered, the atmosphere grew more lively. As Zhang Chongping and his son entered the hall, many people waved at Song Ling behind them. "Sister Song Ling. Over here." Song Ling wasn't wearing a Dawn Legion uniform. Instead, like Zhang Chaoyang, she wore a grimy maintenance uniform. But the crowd showed no disdain. They grabbed the two and shoved them back to where they'd been sitting at the outpost. Both of them had visible sweat on their foreheads, and their hands were greasy. Zhang Chaoyang was stunned for a moment before erupting in curses. "I thought something unusual had happened. You were in such a hurry that you didn't even change your clothes. You said we were having a dinner party. And now look what's happening. How am I supposed to eat with all this grease on my hands?" Song Ling covered her mouth with a smile, took a one-piece apron from Kuling's hand, and tied it around him. "You can eat now. Wait a minute, I'll wipe your hands." "And never mind, I can wipe them myself." Yo. Some people are so unashamedly displaying their affection. I just wanted to ask, how far along are you guys? Is it the kisses? Or the humming and humming? The teasing words caught the attention of most people. Lightning looked at the egg case in front of her, and couldn't help herself. She picked up a lemon, squeezed some juice into it, and started showing off. Her actions went unnoticed. Perhaps in everyone's eyes, the foodie Lightning was the Lightning they remembered. At least in that moment, they seemed to have shed all their halos, returning to their original selves. 537 adjusted the hem of her skirt, and the position of the bow on the spoon. She glanced at 536, who was standing beside her in a horse-faced skirt. The high heels beneath her skirt made her legs seem longer. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. Especially when Heiyu's eyes were dull, and Hong Ying picked up the wood lice, and fed her spoonful after spoonful. Su Li arrived late with Yi Hua, and all the joy and festivities suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Li, leaving him stunned. "Eat. Are you full just by looking at me?" Chapter 620. A burst of laughter erupted, bringing a smile to Su Li's face. "Today is the first anniversary of our Dawn Legion. Nothing much to say, everyone, enjoy yourselves. Tomorrow, when we meet again, I hope you all look as beautiful as ever, and all your dreams come true. Then, thanks to the Legion Commander's blessing, by this time next year, if my dreams don't come true, will you make up for it?" 537 raised his hand high, a smile lingering on his lips, his eyes gleaming. "First, tell me what you want to do. Everyone at our outpost receives preferential treatment. Just tell me, even if it means I'll snatch a man from you. I'll grab my gun and mount my horse, and we'll leave after eating and drinking. Let's not wait until this time next year. I'll have the June sisters make a few trips, and we'll go and come back quickly. Our mission is to accomplish it. What if I want you?" The crisp voice made Su Li pause involuntarily. Still, he smiled faintly. Then you should ask the sisters around you if they agree. I disagree. 536 slammed the table and stood up. In her high heels, she was even taller than 537. In terms of number, I'm ahead of you too. So I'll go first. As soon as the two women spoke, the atmosphere in the entire venue became lively. Everyone laughed and joked, with no regard for the other mechs present. Lightning buried his head in his food, oblivious to the fact that every one of the 200 mechs present was worried about their master's kidneys. He was still lamenting that Lightning had completely devoured all the venom, and she would have to stay up all night to mix it. Hong Ying, standing to one side, chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand, and simply gave 537 an encouraging look. One should never forget the well-digger. They had been able to ease relations with Su Li thanks to 537's counsel. She still had that short maid outfit. You're being disloyal. Have you forgotten who dragged you from the longhorn beetle's mouth? I can give you my life. Not the Legion commander. Sisters, can you please be a little more ambitious? Just toast the Legion one by one. Once we're drunk, we can all get involved. Okay. That's okay. Their oblivious plans made Junwei's eyes widen. She subconsciously moved closer to Su Li, ready to shield him from the alcohol. None of these sluts can get within 2 meters of Su Li. At the head of the long table, Su Li smiled, feeling a profound sense of relaxation. The feeling of being surrounded by familiar comrades made his heart flutter. Brother, aren't you going to have a drink? Forget it. Let's all have fun today. Just eat and drink. Let's not mess around with all that. Fill up. Today's defense is up to the guards, so don't worry about it. Let's get drunk. Whoever tries to keep the fish will crawl out. Cao Dao's eyes widened at this, and he wiped his bald head with his hand. When it comes to drinking, I'm not afraid of anyone. Come on. But since you said we don't care about the mess, let's just get along like brothers. You're the regiment commander, and you're so late. Just drink 3 glasses as punishment. Su Li was stunned. He hadn't expected someone to be waiting for him. He had barely raised his glass when Junwei snatched it away. She had a small bowl in front of her, and she poured 3 glasses of wine into it, then drank it all in one gulp. Cao Cao watched Junwei's expressionless face, and his competitive spirit suddenly surged. You're the only one who can resist the wine, right? Fine. Well, as the Legion commander, he's not talking properly and talking nonsense. Shouldn't he be punished? Is he just trying to liven things up? He's flirting with all the mecha girls present. Junwei, without a word, poured 3 more glasses into the bowl. Any more? Make up one, and I'll drink with you. Yes. For so long, we supported his work day and night. Even if we haven't made any contributions, we certainly worked hard. It's not too much for him to toast us. Not too much. We'll clean up his mess, and then another. That's doable, right? Yes. I'm busy promoting his business, broadcasting the competition, and even taking time out of my busy schedule to promote it. Just toasting me, isn't that okay? Of course. On this auspicious day, my wife's been busy, rewarding the troops, and preparing such a huge table of food for our reunion. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Of course you should. Su Li was stunned, staring at the 3 bowls of wine in front of Junwei. Adding the last bowl, that's a full pound. And that's before he's even eaten anything. Even with a strong stomach, this pound of liquor would make him churn. Let me say something too. If you're tired of the promotion department, you can switch with Sister Keling. Su Li's words nearly made Keling spit out the food in her mouth. Cao glared at her, then yelled at the top of his lungs, "That's too much. You're threatening me, aren't you?" Who said that? Stop beating around the bush. I mean everything I say, and I'm absolutely right. I didn't say you were wrong. I agree with everything you said. I thank Brother Tao for his unwavering support, thank everyone for their outstanding contributions, and especially thank Sister Keling for all her hard work. There's nothing wrong with that. Then what are you talking about switching? Su Li rolled his eyes. It's a good thing Sister Keling is your wife. She's already so busy, and your publicity department has been so bored lately. Switching gears with her and sharing her burdens is what you, as a pilot, should do. Besides, I didn't ask you to move to another department. Why did you do that? It's like I'm trying to make things difficult for you. I said I didn't mean that, Sister Keling. He doesn't care about you, but I do. Tell me, am I right? Keling's face flushed red. She glanced at her husband's embarrassed expression and nodded at Su Li. Yes, the commander is right. He doesn't even care about me. I could go to the publicity department. Gold shines everywhere. Cao Cao couldn't believe it. Keling had actually stabbed him the hardest. Why, if you think I'm wrong, why don't you ask everyone here? Cao Cao glanced around and realized that there wasn't a single one of us sitting here. They were all enemy spies. Okay, you're awesome. I'll report to the logistics department tomorrow. I've been helping in the kitchen a lot these days anyway. At worst, I'll just add as much salt as I can. I'll choke everyone to death. He picked up the small bowl in front of Junwei and drank it all in one gulp without blinking. Su Li followed Cao Cao's lead and took the second bowl. Junwei took the other bowl and raised it toward Cao Cao. I won't say any more. The road ahead is uncertain. This bowl of wine is in honor of Brother Tao for sacrificing his own future and following me through this journey. He took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Then he took the other bowl from Junwei's hand, looked at Cao Cao in front of him, and then glanced at the people around him. Their eyes were fixed on him, filled with endless trust. This bowl is in honor of you all for risking your lives to accompany me on this unknown journey. He drank it all again in one gulp. As the bowl was filled, he raised it high. No one knows where our path lies. As pioneers, we risked our lives and shed our blood. I, Su Li, am grateful to everyone for staking their lives on me. On this journey to the royal court, I don't know what kind of enemies we'll encounter, but I offer this toast to our victory and triumphant return. Dawn Legion, long victory. Dawn Legion, long victory. As everyone raised their glasses, no one noticed Su Li's expression. In the corner, several seats sat empty. One of them belonged to the chubby-looking mecha girl. He had once piloted her against Zhang Chaoyang in the Songling. Even though the old friend was gone, the strings in my heart were touched, and the lingering sound lingered for a long time. Chapter 621. Direction 70, unknown spatial position, large spatial fluctuations detected, suspected Zerg mothership. In the operations room, one mecha girl after another rapidly tapped away at the keyboards before them, their fingers so fast that after images could be seen. As reports echoed, Su Li gazed at the unfamiliar star map and, based on the latest calculations, deployed one overstretched division after another. Your Majesty, two powerful brainwaves have appeared on the planet below, both in the late stage of the Zerg Emperor. We are very close to the royal court. A blue planet appeared directly below the floating island, growing larger as it rapidly approached. Logically, it's impossible for two high-level Zerg queens to exist on the same planet at the same time, as the resources on the planet simply aren't enough for both to complete their growth to the Zerg Emperor stage. This unusual phenomenon could only be due to the approaching royal court. As they traveled, the number of species on the floating island visibly increased. As Zerg motherships were destroyed one after another, the buildings across the floating island grew larger and larger. Countless heavy artillery pieces were arrayed beneath the island. Eve even specifically asked Su Li if he would use the floating island to attack any Zerg Emperor that might appear. After receiving a definitive no, the deployment of main artillery became a top priority for the floating island. A series of vague sensations washed over Ruozi, causing her to glance in the direction of the royal court. As the royal court drew closer, the feeling grew stronger. It was a call from the depths of her soul. Any news from the rear? No, the veterans are still holding their ground. After we emerged, the rear experienced two more attacks from early-stage Zerg queens, but with their furious coordination, they held their line and prevented the Zerg from breaking through. What about EE? Were there any unruly individuals? Yes, a number were killed, and they've been deterred. The foreign forces involved had their legions incorporated, having all perished on the battlefield in the two consecutive clashes. Qin Fang purged those who had interfered in Longzhou's internal affairs. He beheaded the leaders of those factions. Brought them back. Who did he learn this bad habit from? Ruozi was stunned, a hint of uncertainty in her expression. It must have been from you, Lord. He used all the punishments you explained on them, and finally beheaded them to let them go. And that was on top of the fact that they didn't interfere too deeply. Furthermore, Commander Gao banned his live streaming because it was too bloody, fearing it would give other factions the impression that Longzhou was too ruthless. Otherwise, he would have intended to torture them to death. Su Li glanced at the star map again, no longer considering the situation behind him. With that old fox Gao Mingrui around, a bunch of little goblins wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The fleet adjusts course, prepares high-powered naval guns, and bombards the spatial fluctuation nodes. After two salvos, advance to the right rear. Yi Hua leads the second echelon to fill in the gaps. Smother the enemy, forcing them into a dilemma. The mechanical island maneuvers to the side of the enemy. After confirming there are no ambushes, deploy the spatial stabilization device. Let the already formed cavalry regiments go into battle. I have only one request. I don't want to be bombarded by any archer bugs while the floating island descends. At a command, a dense swarm of archer bugs atop the platform raised their heads. Carrying their knights, they soared into the sky, blocking out the sun and sky, breaking through the protective shield and speeding towards the planet below. The orange archer bugs flashed with orange light, looking from afar like a starlit avenue leading to the planet. Teams of mecha girls, in groups of 3 or 2, sat astride the remaining archer bugs. Led by their respective commanders, they marched forward, their flags fluttering. They broke through the atmosphere and instantly deployed their formation. Using brainwaves to search, they instantly located the enemy's position. One after another, the flashy mecha girls lifted their heavy artillery and straddled the archer bugs. As their momentum abruptly stopped, loud explosions echoed through the sky. Shells crashed down, sending streaks of fire through the Zerg swarm. A dense swarm of Zerg soared into the sky. After 3 volleys, they switched weapons, clutching their archer Zergs and charging down against the overwhelming Zerg tide. The immense momentum carried unimaginable force. Steel spears pierced the Zergs' bodies, letting their green blood turn into a bloody rain, officially ushering in the war. In the cockpit, they gripped the joysticks tightly, facing the Zergs' attack again and again, unflinching and evading, embodying the style of their former team to the fullest. Each deft sidestep effectively dodged a Zerg attack. With intense training and the support of their archer Zergs, their combat power was far greater than at the outset. Charge. Secondary artillery fire at the coordinates. Completely destroy those archer bugs. A hissing sound echoed from space, and both the archer bugs and the mecha girls felt their powers surge. The boost from their arrogance, though modest, was enough to allow them to unleash a 5-fold increase in strength. The bright yellow mecha slammed heavily into the swarm of bugs. At her side, the black gold-red tassels landed on the ground, then vanished from the spot. Vines began to spread across the battlefield, tightly binding each bug within. The bright yellow mecha opened its eyes, raised its shotgun, and charged towards the large species before it. With a single thrust, the sharp blade, flashing a faint blue light, pierced the Zerg's body. Using the momentum, she swung out her bayonet, kicked over a smaller species that had approached, and with one hand, she grasped the tentacles of the larger species and plunged her bayonet into its body again. The weapon, forged from the Insect King's weapons, possessed an exceptional sharpness. It could easily pierce the carapaces of large species. Accompanied by hisses and venomous sprays, the battlefield gradually became shrouded in a rising mist. In the very center of the battlefield, a massive mecha suddenly materialized and kicked one of Indy's heads, severing her proud horns. Su Li's spear trembled, and he turned to look at Indy, who lay prone beside him. He launched a volley, piercing her completely through the air. The next second, he kicked the ground hard and grasped the spear handle again. With a flick, the spear tip instantly enlarged the wound by more than 2 times its original size. 2 cores lay quietly within, and he reached out and yanked them out. Answer my question, or die. The spear tip swung horizontally, hovering at Indy's neck. The golden mecha's cold eyes fixed on her, causing her hands to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 622. Have you been to the royal court? No. We're not allowed to enter that place. The terror in those eyes was unmistakable. Ruiz stood on the shoulder of the golden mech, reached out, and dipped her hand into the blood stained on it, then placed it in her mouth. After savoring it delicately, she tilted her head. Your Majesty, she's not lying. The tip of the spear suddenly thrust forward, piercing Jealousy's throat. He drew his spear, and under Jealousy's incomprehensible gaze, he pierced his head again. The words royal court seemed to hold an infinite magical power. As the team drew closer, even the 2 mechanical trees began to react. This situation wasn't necessarily good or bad, but the uncertainty always made one feel uneasy. What exactly was within the royal court? What kind of combat power was needed to enter and explore it? As the team gradually approached, the queen insect, once only seen once in a long time, now appeared twice per planet. Looking at the other pride being entangled by Eve, he didn't dare pause. Waving his spear, he charged at Pride. The arcs of electricity above him surged, countless brilliant arcs exploding in the air. Hong Ying's body flashed through the air, colliding with the golden mecha. Black and gold lines began to appear, and the mecha instantly vanished. When it reappeared, it was behind Pride. The twin blades penetrated her body, directly shattering her carapace. With a wave of his massive hand, the mecha vanished. Pride's massive steel fork swept across, knocking Eve away. The 2 weapons clashed, and the single blow left Eve's hands weakened. Brainwaves radiated, and the Zerg at her side roared to the sky, charging towards Eve. Every time the massive jaws opened and closed, a deafening snapping sound was heard. The sight of these maws closing in on themselves was palpable. Golden ripples rippled, and the regal domain expanded. With the release of gravity, the Zerg's body suddenly stumbled, pinned to the ground. The ice-blue mecha soared into the sky again, while the black-gold mecha drew its bow and arrow. Dazzling golden arrows converged on the bowstring, the light so intense that even the surrounding space began to distort. The moment Sully released his arrow, Pride activated his repulsive field. Everything around him flew backwards, and the two sharp blades pierced his body, whistled out with a cold gleam, pinning the two elite species to the ground. The repulsive field was completely unreasonable, even repelling the arrows. Of all the Zerg, Pride is the most difficult to kill. With its immense strength and limited weaknesses, the only way to kill it is with speed. Use Hong Ying's flash to create ample opportunities in her blind spots. But her repulsion field is impossible to defend against. If used on Hong Ying, this move would completely destroy her body. Extreme attack and agility come at the cost of total defense. So Sully didn't dare to attack too aggressively. The light arrows were deflected by the repulsion field, and the black gold figure, taking advantage of the gap in the repulsion field, charged forward again. This time, Pride finally had no specific means to defend against Hong Ying's attack. 8 weapons pierced Pride's body from different angles. A thread of telekinesis, wielding a golden arrow of light, pierced through her head and tore through her body. A sharp gasp echoed from the driver's seat. Sully used his dagger to throw the arrogant figure aside, stashed away her 2 cores, and breathed a sigh of relief. An ice-blue mech hovered beside him, intimidating the surrounding queens. On the distant battlefield, a bright yellow mech finally joined the others. Across the vast battlefield, thorns grew thickets, and vibrant yellow flowers blossomed everywhere, filling the air with fragrance. Every mech girl who caught a whiff of the flowers saw their combat power rise significantly. Colorful rays of light shone. The unique skills of each mech girl activated, radiating a vibrant brilliance across the battlefield. Under the setting sun, beneath the fluttering military flags, countless steel torrents converged. Victory! The resounding cry echoed throughout the battlefield. Looking at the battlefield unfolding in all directions, and the bionic mechas transforming into meat grinders, they had completely dominated the battlefield. A team of disheveled mech girls rushed out of the hive. A queen, tethered to the grappling hook behind them, roared at the top of her lungs. With a sword at her neck, she finally shut her mouth. Her uniquely voluptuous figure made Sully frown involuntarily. He had never imagined that there would be a third high-level queen on this planet. Although her rank was low, only that of a king-queen, her unique shape and markings were unmistakable. This was a sloth. How did she survive between arrogance and jealousy? Looking at the half-human sloth before him, whose body hadn't even evolved, he was speechless. Without the mecha girls dragging her, she didn't even bother to scream, collapsing on the ground like a puddle of mud, not even bothering to resist. He had repeatedly doubted the very existence of such insects. Even if he possessed EE, an undeveloped sloth might just be a giant lump. But it was precisely because of their uncertainty that they rarely had the opportunity to grow. Most of them, in fact, were simply too lazy to search for food, too lazy to find their own kind. Therefore, he had never seen an emperor-level sloth. The only one he had seen was from Slaanesh on Guanghua Star, captured from who knows where. Your Majesty, take it. Sloths are rare. If you don't need them, perhaps you can give them to me. I'm still short of a few servants under my throne. Ruizi couldn't hide her little quirk after all. Her insect body was clearly a centipede, but her combat power was poor. She had been hoarding the throne of Slaanesh, captured on Guanghua Star, and when she had nothing else to do, she would transform into a bug and crawl endlessly on it. Sully nodded. The latter jumped down with a look of excitement, reaching out and lifting Lazy by the scruff of his neck, as if he were grabbing a gigantic puppy. Mechs crisscrossed the battlefield, doing their utmost to dispatch the enemies before them. They utilized the 3-3 formation to its full potential. While providing cover and charging, they deftly dodged enemy attacks, plunging their weapons into the enemy's bodies. Their fluidity showcased the extraordinary skill of the mech girls and pilots. After tearing through the Zerg swarm, the powerful SS-class mech girls instantly broke free and charged at the elite species and lower-level queens. The Zerg tide that once covered the sky, and the sun was no longer a significant threat to the Dawn Legion. After all this time, who could still remember how a mere small hive of Zerg could chase them around? Watch your technique. How could a qualified Dawn Legion soldier destroy the integrity of the food? This stomp's legs have been chopped off. Didn't your squad leader teach you? Keep their thighs intact. That's the only way to keep the meat firm. Hurry! Even if their legs are detached, they still think they're on top of the body. A squadron of mechs roared across the battlefield. The squad leader's words made even Suli, the Legion commander, frown. All sorts of defenses had prevented the cavalry regiment's radical ideas, but they couldn't prevent the slow infiltration of lightning. No wonder he always felt his troops had inexplicably grown stronger. If they kept eating at this pace, would those mechs still be able to curl up in their pilot seats? Chapter 623. Another golden tree was lit. Their stay on the planet was brief. A single day was enough time to gather a wealth of food and a variety of oddities. The team spread out across the planet, searching without fear of a Zerg raid. Suli discovered something very strange. On any planet with a high-level queen, the Zerg population was extremely concentrated. And the higher the queen's level, the greater the area of greenery on the planet. Especially when the queen appeared, other intelligent species could often be spotted on the planet. However, for the pioneering team, the existence of these species was not a concern. Under the golden tree, the Dawn Legion's battle flag stood tall. Pride and Envy's skulls piled high, and beneath them stood a mausoleum constructed entirely of queen's skulls. The Dawn Legion never sought to boast of their achievements. Wherever they passed, only a few things remained. A golden tree, and fluttering military flags planted on the Jingwan. Of course, beneath the golden tree stood a monument, inscribed with the names of those who had died on this battlefield. Suli personally engraved the names each time. But this time, the number of names was clearly excessive. Even with 2 high-level queens held back, nearly 10,000 casualties had still been incurred. He held the long list, using his arrogant long legs as a pen, and with telekinesis, he inscribed each name on the monument. Among the densely packed names were those of the Dawn Legion. But the majority were from the cavalry regiment. As bodies were collected one after another, tiny sparks of disintegrating cores flickered in the air. The entire center of the battlefield was filled with solemnity. The mech girls moved back and forth, dragging the bodies of wounded soldiers to special facilities for treatment. This can't go on. 440,000 mech girls can't withstand such depletion. If you're determined to die, you could have chosen another method. I mean, even if it meant giving them a break from the slaughter, it would be better than this fearless charge. That's not a charge. That's suicide. But before the Dawn Legion appeared, everyone fought like this. But they become stronger, haven't they? With the help of the archer bugs, their aerial combat power is unparalleled. Under these conditions, such heavy casualties, I can't accept. Eve's hands clenched her military cap. The gentle breeze carried the pungent scent of Zerg blood on the battlefield, causing her brows to furrow. How could she possibly accept it? But this was their own choice. Could it be changed with a single order? No, none of them could change it. On the battlefield, new recruits, massed, wandered the battlefield. They now had ample experience in battlefield cleanup. Wherever they saw clusters of Zerg, there lay the bodies of their own soldiers. They piloted their mechas, dismantling each Zerg, revealing the mechas pierced by their mandibles. In the cockpit, only the frail figure of the pilot, pierced by the mandibles, practically severed in half. They dissected the Zerg's organs and dragged the pilot's remains from the cockpit. As for his mecha girl, her core had already disintegrated when she suffered the fatal wound. That's why the wreckage of the mecha was left behind to preserve the pilot's body. Take her cockpit. As is tradition, it will be made into the pilot's coffin. This is the romance that only exists between pilots and mecha girls. If I ever. Shut up. If you die in battle, I'll find another pilot. Who's going to give up their cockpit for you? The pilot's mouth clenched tightly. He stared at everything before him, dejected and silent. A series of brisk voices hummed in a seemingly meaningless melody, yet it stirred longing. Everyone who heard it looked toward the source of the sound, only to see the flamboyant mecha girls taking their comrades' already bent swords and slinging them across their backs. The lively melody conveyed no trace of sadness. But watching their busy backs, everyone paused. A vast emptiness gnawed at everyone's heart. The tune was cheerful, but everyone understood it. They were bidding farewell to their comrades. The blades plunged into the bodies of the archer bugs, freeing them. The curled swords were carried on their backs, carrying on their comrades' legacy. They hummed as they walked, a unique sight on the battlefield, yet permeated with a sense of desolation. Suli gazed at the figures, wishing they could radiate a new spirit. Could it be that they truly didn't want to go back? Could it be that they had no sense of belonging to the mecha girl's new home, to the floating island? Who could save them? He desperately needed someone capable, to change their minds, even a little, so they wouldn't sacrifice themselves for the sake of sacrifice. A fiery red light flashed across the battlefield. She carried a strange, furry creature across the battlefield, unconcerned, and bounded to Suli's side, seemingly seeking credit. Her voice, filled with surprise, even drowned out the mecha girl's humming. Master, master, look what I found? This thing looks like black feather. The confusion and helplessness in his heart were shattered. Suli stared in amazement at the furry creature, several times larger than lightning and about the size of a yak. For a moment, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Lightning, with a smile on her face, placed the strange creature on the ground. Because she ran so fast, the creature's fur was blown back, making it impossible to tell what it was. I forgot. It was running too fast. Wait a moment. Lightning stretched out her hands, picked up the creature, and ran another lap in the opposite direction before setting it on the ground. Suli watched the creature's eyes darting around, clearly dizzy from the speed. This thing looked like a long-haired roe deer. Not only was its fur incredibly lush, but its length even reached the ground. Shockingly, it had twin ponytails sprouting from either side of its ears. This thing is similar to Junshou's little mouse. Can I raise one? The smile on her face was pure and innocent. Nightingale, who was not far away, was slightly startled. Let her raise it. Suli stared at Nightingale, stunned. For the first time, he saw a different thought in her eyes. He suddenly realized that the person who could solve his problems had always been by his side. Perhaps the thing that the mecha girls, who lacked trust in others, could not match most was Lightning's purity. Raise it. We must raise it. Not to mention if it looked like Heyu. Even if it looked like Eve, we raised it before. Thank you, master. You're so kind. Lightning grabbed Suli's arm and swung it violently, nearly dislocating it, putting an emperor-level Ruozi. Chapter 624. Suli suddenly realized that perhaps none of this was accidental. Every flutter of that bright red hair seemed to carry a different kind of magic. Whether it was Heyu Hongying or, later, 038, it seemed as if everyone's arrival was due to lightning. Even her own dull life began with this bright touch. Even now, she still occasionally hurt herself, like now. If you keep shaking, your arm will swell. Looking at the creature in front of her that looked neither sheep nor deer, its mouth twitched, and it did bear a resemblance to Heyu. A flicker of helplessness crossed Suli's face. One hand resisted Lightning's immense force, the other held down her head. The two's struggle and playfulness made Nightingale grin involuntarily, recalling the time when she had just left the island. Lightning's eyes always gleamed. She smacked Suli's cheek, reached into her pocket, pulled out a spicy noodle, tore open the package, and stuffed it into the strange creature's mouth. The creature's mouth moved, and its eyes visibly widened. It opened its mouth, hoping the rustling wind would carry away the lingering taste, but this only made the spiciness even more intense. Its head swayed from side to side with the spiciness, its twin ponytails twitching uncontrollably. It suddenly stood up, staggering and spinning away. The mech dodged wherever it passed. The hoof trampled through the Zerg blood, the slightly corrosive blood, but it had no effect on the hoof. Watching it scurry away, Lightning swooped over, grabbed its hoof, and carried it back. It's so full of energy. Look, it loves spicy snacks. Lightning, learn to respect life. It has its own diet. I know. Lightning's eyes flickered, and he pulled out something that looked like a chili pepper, but purple, and showed it to Suli. When I saw it, it was chewing on this. Suli glanced at the creature's pouty lips, and finally understood where this discordant body part came from. He was certain that, at heart, it was the same species as Lightning, wanting to try everything it saw. As soon as it recovered, it was already nibbling at Lightning's hair. After the large parrot, a colorful, fat bird with a crow-like cry, his manner would have another silly roe deer with twin tails and pouty lips. God only knew what other bizarre creatures there might be on this planet. He discovered that his mecha girls, at heart, were a bit of a collector. Junshou's little gerbil was already becoming a great-grandfather. Their descendants are spread across 100 miles around the Lingsui star base. 038 enjoys digging, and seems to be extremely interested in all sorts of unusual trees. In peacetime, she would probably become a landscape architect. Watching the massive shadows rapidly approaching from the horizon, he knew his floating island would soon be home to a few more towering trees. Hanhai hurried back, holding a gigantic turtle-shaped creature, the size of a wardrobe. The moment he saw Suli, the smile on his face seemed a little strained. It made him feel like a bandit leader conquering cities and plundering land. Every time they conquered a mountain, they would let their mecha girls go out and plunder, taking whatever they liked home. Others would gather gold, silver, and other precious metals, and at the very least, a few exotic beauties for their king. But his own team, on the other hand, was focused on collecting the planet's unique species, including flowers and plants. Who else would be motivated to continue exploring with this? Brother. Yihua rushed over and whispered in Su Li's ear, the natives of this planet are quite unique. Do you want to see them? How unique? 3 eyes, or 4 legs? Yihua raised an eyebrow, measured his chest, and gestured to Su Li, 8. They have 8. They're like a so wearing bras, one after another. Where are they? Take me to see them. Su Li's interest immediately perked up. It's not that he hadn't seen the world, but he had never seen it like this. Bring the team along. If there are intelligent species, they should have relevant records and documents. We're getting closer to the royal court, so we must seize any intelligence we can find. Yes, yes, yes. My dear brother is right. When I saw that 8-breasted woman, I immediately thought her unusual behavior might be related to the royal court. Well, take my team. They're the most discreet in the entire Dawn Legion. No. Forget the mecha girls. Let the bionic mecha division follow. I trust the bugs more than your words. Yihua's eyes lit up, and he followed Su Li and Ruozi in a sly manner, running towards the periphery of the battlefield. A brainwave spread out. Hundreds of archer bugs flew in, pulling up a fleet of bionic mechas, and flew towards the place where Yihua had discovered the intelligent race. It was a village visible to the naked eye. High stone walls surrounded small houses. In the center of the village, a woman raised her head in the courtyard. Hundreds of figures descended from the sky, landing around the village. When these sturdy, shirtless men saw the archer bugs and mechas, their hair stood on end and they knelt respectfully. They had perfect figures, and their appearance didn't differ much from that of humans. However, their feet didn't have 5 separate toes. Instead, except for the big toe, all 4 toes were fused together. Su Li jumped off the archer bug and stood there, accompanied by Ruozi and Yihua. A woman stepped out of the crowd and, in front of everyone, knelt before Su Li. Her strange tone made it impossible to tell what she was saying. However, her body truly amazed Su Li. Really 8. On that upper body, noticeably longer than the average, the 8 nipples were perfectly distributed, even the 4 straps on her back were neatly arranged. Ruozi stepped forward and lightly traced her flesh with her fingertips. Fine beads of blood oozed out, and were stuffed into her mouth. A moment later, her red lips parted slightly, and she attempted to speak the woman's dialect. No matter how many times he had witnessed this scene, Yihua marveled at it. Your Majesty, they say they thank the gods for their mercy, and for saving them from this dire situation. However, we don't have the documents you're looking for here. But as for me, they can provide a badge for you, to appreciate. Su Li's heart was visibly moved. It wasn't lust that was taking over his mind, it was mainly. I was just too excited to see the game, and I never experienced it before. But thinking about the possible consequences, he shook his head. I rather have my memoirs filled with my glorious military exploits than write about visiting a certain planet today, where the girl had 8 breasts, and I groped her all over, but I couldn't control her. I wished I had more hands, but it would only leave me with regrets. Very sweet. Chapter 625. Yihua glanced at Su Li, whose face flushed slightly, and smacked her lips. Oh, a man who says one thing and means another. Whenever his eyes glanced elsewhere, she always thought he was a pure and innocent person. Alas, her brother's eyes seemed to be welded shut. Even after pushing him twice, he didn't react. As her gaze swept over the female leader's body, she couldn't help but feel torn. From top to bottom, her breasts were so varied in size that they fulfilled every man's fantasy. She glanced at her own breasts, and suddenly realized that sometimes one really needed to accept fate. After all, things like innate conditions weren't something she could decide. As his subordinate and sister, shouldn't she share his burdens at this time? Not many, just 7 or 8 to take home and use as sheets. Of course, in her own name. Then spread them all over the bed, rolling from one end to the other. Isn't there anything in their inherited memories? Or in some kind of legend passed down by word of mouth? No. Ruozi's firm answer disappointed Su Li. He was completely unaware that Yihua was secretly planning to bring back a few for him. The inability to obtain further concrete information about the royal court left him hesitant. When faced with the unknown, people often hesitate, but this ultimately stems from their own lack of strength. He had thought his fear of insufficient firepower had subsided, but upon reaching the edge of the royal court, he couldn't help but feel a little timid. The kneeling natives looked up at the massive mechas behind Su Li. The green blood covering their bodies made them shudder. Perhaps they only knew the Zerg as incredibly powerful, unaware that they themselves were essentially their food. Faced with the numerous mechs capable of disposing of the Zerg with ease, they dared not even raise their heads above a certain height. Ruozi experimented with different tones of voice to establish deeper communication. Her methods undoubtedly astounded the female leader. She babbled and waved her arms, attempting to reveal her full self to the crowd. Their tribe is still in a relatively primitive stage. There's no sign of technological civilization, at least not in the next few decades. Their ancestral land is 300 miles to the north. But from her memories, even if we went there, we wouldn't find anything significant. Ruozi frowned, stopping the woman's chatter. She said that a brave leader like you would win the favor of all the women in the tribe. They want to have children with you. 8 at once. Su Li silently took a step back. The one at home hadn't been named yet, and he always called him son. Now 8 more. He finally understood why the women of this race were so special. It seemed they could make the most of everything they had. Your Majesty, I believe that if we want to obtain specific information about the royal court, we must personally journey there. Even the insect king doesn't know the details. Perhaps only by delving deeper can we understand the true meaning of that strange call. We now possess 2 emperor-level beings. If pride and envy can complete their evolution before we enter, we will have the power to protect ourselves. Even if there are 2 emperor-level pride beings within, they will be no match for us. Is the calling you feel strong? Ruozi pondered for a moment, a hint of uncertainty on her face. Not really. It's just that I feel a strong desire to delve deeper, yet at the same time, I'm subconsciously repelled. Yes. Repulsion. That feeling isn't intense, but it's always there. Then let's go back. I hope these 4 cores can push their levels to their maximum. Tell the team not to linger on the planet for too long. We need to stick to our planned route. If we still can't get any useful information from the remaining 5 or 6 planets along the way, then we'll do as you suggested and explore deeper. Su Li turned and stood atop a Sagittarius bug. As he tugged at its tentacles, its massive body soared into the air. Brother? Brother, do you still want me? I'll get a few more to keep in my room. Yihua's cries were drowned out by the wind. She scratched her cheek with her fingers, glanced at the natives, then mounted the Sagittarius bug and soared into the sky, chasing Su Li. As the royal court drew closer, the smile on his face visibly faded. During the day, he was either engaged in combat or sparring with the mecha girls. Even at night, he rehearsed his tactics over and over again. It's easy to imagine the immense pressure the unknown royal court placed on him. The team now had over 100 SSS-level mecha girls. Throughout their journey, they slain at least 50 insect kings. Such combat power was not to be underestimated anywhere. Yet, facing the unknown royal court, he diligently made every possible preparation. Don't worry, brother. If the beings within the royal court are sentient, then they must have noticed our approach. Perhaps on the next planet, or perhaps in the next star region, we'll inevitably encounter an enemy ambush. A quick walk will reveal everything. Yihua hadn't finished his words, when a shrill alarm blared from the floating island. The golden Junlin instantly crossed the spatial barrier and reached Su Li, transporting him within his body. The golden mecha reappeared, already directly above the floating island. Commands were issued from the operations room, and the team began deploying according to Su Li's previously prepared plan. Across the star map, dense red dots of light began to appear, and dozens of spatial nodes fluctuated, yet none of them could be broken. The space stabilizers deployed initially served their purpose, but faced with the overwhelming Zerg swarm, their usefulness was limited. Notify the troops to engage. The 23rd Division of the Dawn Legion, meet the enemy. The 1st Division, follow me to break through the enemy lines and destroy all the motherships hidden in the nodes. Figures soared into the sky, facing the enemies emerging from space. The heavy artillery on the mechanical island began to rotate and fire, transforming into a massive turret on the floating island. Under the control of the mecha girls, beams of energy pierced the atmosphere and struck the rapidly falling Zerg swarm. The cavalry regiment, halt your attack. Strike from a distance. Don't engage them in space. Draw them all to the ground. Utilizing the terrain, we haven't fought a defensive battle in ages. Since they want to fight, we'll fight them. Chapter 626. Eve took command of the ground battlefield. Watching the swarm of Zerg descending like dumplings on the floating island, the ground panels began to shift, revealing massive heavy artillery beneath. The mechanical island could be a floating fortress. Then the entire floating island could be a collection of fortresses. A month wasn't a long time, but working overtime, half of the floating island had been militarized. Energy cannons flashed with dazzling arcs, their muzzles twisting as the mechs manipulated them. Through the sights, elite species, guarded by ordinary Zerg, plummeted downward. But they showed no intention of firing. In the area surrounding the floating island, aside from the mechs and the Zerg queen beside Su Li, no one had the ability to breach the surrounding space. This meant that the spatial channels they tore open lost their ability to travel through the void once they entered the floating island's perimeter. Whether it was an elite species or a queen with the ability to breach the void, they would be unable to do so unless they could fly. Otherwise, under the influence of the planet's gravity, they would simply slam into the ground, their internal organs shattered into a mass of mud. Come on! Show us how you want to die. Insects fell one after another, their hideous forms and mottled patterns making the hairs on the backs of those who saw them stand on end. Iridescent spiders slammed into the ground, their massive abdomens bursting under the immense force of inertia. Vast splatters of venom mixed with spider silk splattered, leaving patches of snow white on the ground. The sticky spiderwebs covered the ground, causing the mecha girls to frown and dodge. Solid incendiary bombs were hurled, their flames sweeping across the ground, forming walls of fire that sliced the falling Zerg into countless fragments. The strangulation of the battle resumed. The sound of chainsaws and grappling hooks spurted out. Missiles, trailing dazzling trails of flame, charged towards the enemy formation. They're not as easy to defeat as the Zerg before. Sisters, brace yourselves. These are elite troops endowed with attributes bestowed by the Zerg Emperor. As soon as the mech girl finished speaking, a pale golden mist began to spread across the battlefield. A blue arc flickered and pulsated on the ground, and each mech girl felt their attributes instantly increase by 1.5 times. And as jealousy took hold, all mech girls could feel their presence weakening in an instant. This trait didn't affect them, but rather the Zerg. As long as they remained relatively still, the sprinting Zerg would mistake them for immovable trees. The flying species are coming. Attack! Hit them hard. The energy weapons of the floating and mechanical islands finally activated. Dazzling beams of light, like pillars reaching for the heavens, swung and soared into the sky. Wherever they passed, vast swarms of Zerg were reduced to dust. Spiky legs plummeted from the sky, piercing the Zerg's bodies at an angle. The mecha girls below were never afraid of so-called falling objects, for their skies were already shrouded in dense swarms of Zerg. The curled blades, their edges barely sharpened, were uncut as SSS-class mecha girls dropped enormous weapon crates across the battlefield. Whenever a mecha girl passed by a crate, she would grab a weapon from it and charge into the Zerg swarm. The overwhelming Zerg swarm no longer instilled fear in them. For the first time, the new recruits were engaged in real combat. It wasn't that anyone was forcing them to fight, but by now, it was too late for them to withdraw from the battlefield. Compared to the well-trained Dawn Legion, their formation was loose, and their fighting methods were clearly inferior. However, they also had battlefield experience, and with their numerical advantage and the superiority of their weapons and equipment, they were able to fight the Zerg swarm in a fierce battle. Survive. As long as I can survive, I will definitely join the Dawn Legion. Then you must survive first. This isn't our dungeon. It's a standard Dawn Legion dungeon. If I were you, I spend my energy talking on controlling the mecha girl. The heavy sword swung, but was caught in the Zerg's jaws. If another comrade hadn't dashed past the Zerg, the pilot who was speaking would have been skewered by another Zerg. Focus. If you don't want to die, keep your eyes and ears open. Swords swung again, and firearms spewed out tongues of flame. A dense stream of bullets pelted the Zerg, shattering their carapaces. The flowing blood gradually gathered on the battlefield, forming streams of clear water, flowing across the ground. The muddy plains were devoid of any greenery. Vast clumps of dirt flew, compacted by blood-soaked feet. Every clash of weapons was a test of skill and strength. The elites of 2 divisions of the Dawn Legion demonstrated to the cavalry what a true interception assault was. Sully chose not to let lightning accompany him in his assault on the Zerg mothership. The 2 divisions now closely followed the red figure, advancing along the path she had blazed. Because they pressed forward relentlessly, there was no end in sight. They were like sharp blades, slicing through the enemy's sky and bringing light to everyone. Each archer bug let out a frustrated hiss. The sky belonged to them, yet they could only watch helplessly as others soared before them. The mech girls of the cavalry regiment gazed at the bright red figure in the sky, their blood gradually awakening. A long-forgotten passion resurfaced within them, allowing them to rediscover their lost memories. Lightning R5. She truly lives up to her name. Who remembers her on the track, charging recklessly, unable to even brake? That's not her dark past, it's a testament to her growth. Cavalry charge. At Eve's command, figures, unable to contain themselves, plunged into the insect swarm. Like a sledgehammer, they pounded a hole in the insect sky. On the ground, 038 discarded her curled great sword and drew her warhammer. She swung her hammer wide and struck the large species in the jaw, sending it flying backward. There was number 038 in this world, who had been chased all over Lingsue's star by large species. She only wanted to quickly dispatch the insects before her, and then appear at his side. She wanted to face any enemy together, no matter what. She didn't always have to face them alone. 4th Regiment, charge. Raise your weapons, Dawn Legion, victorious. The black and red torrent collided with a dazzling swarm of Zerg, sending countless Zerg flying backwards. Behind their heavy shields, each thrust of their spears unleashed a gushing fountain of blood. They pressed forward fearlessly, and any enemy before them was reduced to a trembling corpse in the blink of an eye. 537 roamed the battlefield, each swift movement of her longsword imbued with her unique agility. 534 narrowed her eyes, wielding her heavy artillery, and swung it at the Zerg's forehead. Each blow shattered the Zerg's skull. Every lift of the warp barrel unleashed a long, sticky thread. Could you please move your cannon away from me? 534 rolled her eyes. You're such a troublemaker. All day long. I didn't use it to poke the bugs in there, but this time. 537 glanced at her and said angrily, Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Aren't you just using their brains to lubricate them right now? Chapter 627. 536 was stunned, on the battlefield. This is the battlefield. Can you shut up? This is a war. This isn't a joke. I'm not kidding. My exterior armor is freshly waxed. Can't you see her cannon is ripping? 537 thrust her longsword forward and instinctively dodged half a meter to the right. 534's cannon barrel brushed past her. For a moment, 537 felt countless tiny threads flickering across her legs. If this weren't a battlefield, she would have held down 534's head and made her lick it clean. How could such a petite girl be so unrefined? Why so unrefined? The next second, the heavy cannon, now completely shattered, pierced a longhorn beetle's rear end. 536 instinctively leaned back. The longhorn beetle's roar was filled with surprise, resentment, disbelief, and unparalleled despair, its entire body rising high from the blow. 534 happily drew his heavy artillery, and searched for his next target as if nothing had happened. That wasn't a fatal wound. I tell you again, there's no one following you, constantly finishing you off. 537 looked at the beetle's head on the tip of his blade, and felt relief fill its eyes. No, it was a fatal wound. At least psychologically, it'll take them a lifetime to heal. 536 felt like she was going crazy. She was still too normal, so she felt so out of place compared to them. Perhaps she should request a transfer from this combat team, at least to keep her mental health relatively healthy. She crushed the head of the small species in front of her with one foot, heaved her heavy shield, and dodged a charging medium-sized species, stumbling it with a shield strike. Good cooperation. 534's heavy artillery adjusted its angle and charged forward once more. 530's eyes widened in anger. She had never imagined she'd become someone's accomplice. From her home planet to Lingsue, from Lingsue to Liyuan followed by Inyuan followed by Guanghua. Now, on an unknown planet, not only had this thing remained unchanged, but her broken heavy artillery had never been replaced, durable and enduring. The deformed barrel was so smooth it could be used as a funhouse mirror after cleaning. She changed her shield 3 times, but she always had the same heavy artillery. Although it had long since lost its intended purpose, in 534's hands, it still served its purpose. Is the longsword at your waist just for show? She finally couldn't help but ask. But 534's answer made her want to slap herself. The sword went in with a whiz, no resistance. Last time I tried, half my arm went in with it. 536 retched, and the next second, 2 hooks popped out, grabbing a longhorn beetle's hind legs. 534 twisted, and the beetle was pulled straight towards him, landing squarely on the heavy artillery. 537 was too tired to watch. Other people's tactical equipment is designed for surprise attacks. But 534's tactical equipment, you can't really say it wasn't designed for surprise attacks. Other people fight for their lives, but fighting with her is a complete loss. I can't let her lead a team. After this battle, I'll strip her of her deputy position. Thorns reappeared on the battlefield. Hanhai's mech slammed heavily into the center of the battlefield, its body flashing with several rays of light. The lightning-fueled boost allowed her to completely unleash her might. Under 038's astonished gaze, she clamped a small species in one hand and slammed it directly onto the thick outer armor on her chest, exploding it into a sticky mess. The bloody scene briefly made her think she was seeing King Kong. Is this a murderous tactic? In the cockpit, Hanhai narrowed her eyes slightly. The faint red light rising from her body brought a hint of madness to her eyes. Stop? There's no stopping, because the Zerg never gave them a chance to rest. Thorns spread from her feet, piercing the bodies of one Zerg after another. Amidst their screams, the shotgun bayonets mercilessly took their lives. The remaining vitality in their bodies was absorbed by the thorns, evenly distributing it to all the mechs behind her. Innate skills, the skills every mech girl dreams of. They're not uncommon in the Dawn Legion. Every SSS rank mech girl possesses them. Add to that the core team members, and their combat power is multiplied repeatedly by the amplification of each innate skill. How many queens could the Zerg accept? Furthermore, above them, queens in the final stages of their Zerg Emperor stage dangle beneath the floating islands, imbuing the mech girls with the same state. Ruozi's poisonous mist alleviated the mech girls' pain and suppressed their fatigue. Under Ruozi's conscious control, their spirits were already at their peak. A unified goal and unwavering faith united the willpower of all the mech girls, transforming them into an indestructible steel blade. Tough bones, they'll gnaw on them. The bionic mechs wielded their chain hammers and long swords, wielding them to annihilate any that slipped through their nets. In the war against the Zerg, it was always a fight to the death, with no retreat. In the floating island's laboratory, cloned bodies were already ready. They hovered quietly in petri dishes, waiting for their owners to lose their bodies on the battlefield. The mandibles pierced the bionic mechs' bodies, easily ripping them in two. But even so, their remaining bodies wielded their swords, fearlessly slashing at them. Blood flowed from the breaches in the mechs, the distinct fishy smell sending adrenaline soaring. Cries of killing and roars echoed across the battlefield, and the swarm of Zerg from the sky fell like heavy rain, the result of the cavalry regiments charging behind lightning. Has a Zerg Emperor appeared? No, it's still in the late stages of the Zerg Emperor. If anything, it's most likely Quasi-Emperor. Then where exactly is she? Why can't we detect her? We've found her. Ruozi answered Han Hai's question, her gaze blazing into the distance, as if she could pierce the atmosphere and locate Su Li's figure in the universe. She's in space. Even though she hid far enough away, your majesty still found her. Amidst the boundless expanse of space, a massive, hideous Zerg body was forcibly ripped out from the void by Su Li. Dazzling lightning flashed from its horn, and as soon as it ejected, Su Li swung the small tree around and struck it hard in the face. He was scared. So, upon entering space, he had plucked the small tree from the pond. Now, it finally came in handy. The arrogant face tilted, and a burst of lightning shot towards the nearby Zerg mothership. Dense bursts of lightning instantly spread, and a cluster of archer bugs clinging to the mothership erupted in a brilliant burst of light, their abdomens exploding one by one. Strong orange acid coated the entire hull, instantly leaving it with pitted and cratered surfaces. Chapter 628. His bet paid off. In the cockpit, Su Li breathed heavily. He was certain the opponent was a Quasi-Emperor. The aura emanating from her, while not as impressive as his own, was no less powerful than his own. If it had been pried at the end of the Insect Emperor stage, the horns would have been broken, or at least show the slightest sign of damage. But now, the opponent's horns only had a few scratches from the branches. If it hadn't been for the little tree, this battle would have been won through sheer force of telekinesis. The heavy blows made Pride's eyes widen. Junlin held the dazzling golden tree tightly in his hands, raising it high. His main attack was to take advantage of her weakness and kill her. She must die here today. As the little tree had said, a dent appeared on the trunk. Although it was only a superficial scratch, it still made Pride feel incredibly uncomfortable. Quasi-Emperor? We're all Quasi-Emperors, so who's afraid of whom? Nutrition has to be earned. In today's increasingly despised world, if it can't even serve as a weapon, it's hard to guarantee that Su Li won't chop it up for firewood. Beat her. Hit her. 8 times a second. What are you hesitating about? As the giant tree fell again, space trembled. Ripples spread, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse. Telekinetic tentacles spread out, tightly grasping Arrogant's arms. Even though she was already dazed by the blow, she instinctively resisted the restraints. Every struggle exerted a tremendous strain on Su Li's telekinesis. Threads of telekinesis tugged at dozens of weapons in his arsenal, stabbing frantically, but only sparks flew off her carapace. The weapons, crafted from the weapons and body parts of the various Zerg Emperors, were no longer able to pierce her armor. It was clear that once a Zerg becomes a Quasi-Emperor, their defenses are significantly enhanced. Weapons drifted through space. He gritted his teeth, decisively abandoning his futile efforts. He concentrated his telekinesis into strands of silk, firmly binding the arrogant creature before him. He then swung the small tree, striking it from all sides. Brilliant golden light flashed, and before the gazes of countless Zerg, their supreme commander was suspended in midair, his mouth crooked and his eyes squinting. To show off, the small tree shed all its leaves, forcibly shortening its branches and transforming them into sharp thorns. The once lush, verdant trees vanished, replaced by a massive mace with barbed branches. Hit! 8 strikes a second. I take it off my clothes, and I still can't defeat you. The spikes rippled through Arrogant's flesh, leaving hideous bloody holes all over his head. A wave of repulsion spread. On the brink of death, the immense pain forced her instincts to take over. Golden ripples rippled, and Junwei's domain only gained a moment's time before being shattered by the repulsive field. Fortunately, Su Li took advantage of this moment to control Junlin and escape into the void tunnel. The next second, the golden machine reappeared behind Arrogant, mace raised high, and struck him in the back of the head. Pale golden blood dissipated, and tiny specks of golden light drifted through space, shimmering with golden brilliance. Like countless radiant stars, streaks of golden light streaked across the sky, scattering in all directions. Master dodge! The mothership salvo is arriving! Telekinetic tentacles tugged at Pride's body, transforming the massive figure into a puppet under the influence of telekinesis, its insected body swirling around and enveloping the entire Junling. He was taking a risk. He was betting that Pride had lost consciousness, and wouldn't suddenly tighten his grip. The 5 mecha girls' hearts beat in unison with his, their pounding heartbeats echoing throughout the cabin. Everyone held their nerves tense, constantly watching Pride's trajectory. If we get squeezed, will we still be able to see the floating island tomorrow? I haven't even done anything with you yet. Don't worry, there's a small tree to hold us up. At worst, we can disintegrate instantly and escape through the void tunnel. Su Li's words were like a reassurance, instantly calming Juechuan's panicked heart. Although he couldn't hear any sound, the overflowing telekinetic threads sensed the terrifying onslaught of acid. Their impact on Pride's body lacked the expected force. Although the acid eroded slowly, it penetrated every corner, covering Pride's entire body. Streams of acid coalesced into a ball, gradually enveloping Pride's entire body in an orange glow, as if a massive ball of light had appeared in space. Disintegrate. Escape into the void tunnel. Junlin instantly transformed into 5 balls of light. Su Li's telekinetic threads tugged, binding everyone together and plunging them headfirst into the tunnel. The telekinetic threads snapped instantly. Pride's bound body suddenly flung itself free, spraying the acid coating its body in all directions. As Zerg motherships were corroded by the acid, Pride finally regained consciousness. The immense pain overwhelmed her, and as she roared, half the horns on her head were shattered by the intense lightning. The lightning ball, originally aimed at the center of the horns, deflected again, trailing a dazzling tail, creating a grid of electricity across space. The repulsive field expanded again, completely rejecting everything around it. The small golden tree was directly blown away by the repulsive field, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the distance. It was so fast that it didn't even have time to taunt her. A golden light suddenly pierced through the void tunnel and penetrated the back of Pride's head. Junlin's powerful attack completely penetrated Pride's fragile defenses. The 5 mecha girls disintegrated again, and 4 golden mechas hovered in space. In the cockpit of the Regal, Junyu collapsed to the ground, clearly exhausted. No one could have imagined that in just a few minutes, Arrogant would have unleashed a repulsive field twice. If it had been released while he was being enveloped, Junlin would have been crushed on the spot by the immense repulsive force. Cold sweat streamed down Su Li's back. After breaking the force resonance with Junyu, even his mental strength was beginning to overwhelm him. It was being consumed too quickly. While telekinetic threads were useful, they consumed too quickly given the opponent's massive size. Furthermore, with telekinetic threads, he could restrain the quasi-emperor Arrogant. But what if he were an emperor? The answer had been clear from the beginning. When that time came, all that remained was a fight for one's life. 2 pale golden cores were pulled from Arrogant's body, gleaming brightly in the depths of space. 2 telekinetic threads pulled them together, gathering them around him. Su Li glanced at the numerous motherships still on the battlefield, a bright red glint in his eyes. Chapter 629. Behind Lightning, a large number of cavalry regiments and the Dawn Legion rushed out, following closely behind. They joined the current of the 1st and 2nd divisions, and began their attack on the remaining Zerg motherships. The bright red neck, pulled by Su Li, transformed into a crimson blade before it even reached close range with a startled cry. A massive hand, composed of telekinesis, grasped it firmly in its palm and slashed at the distant Zerg mothership. The golden red energy beam formed a blade's gleam, shredding all the archer Zergs in its path. It slashed against the mothership, opening a massive wound. Countless mech girls followed the blades gleam into the mothership and began strangling the remaining archer Zergs. Ruozi appeared beside Su Li, and the moment she saw Arrogant's form, she shuddered. She was indeed an emperor, but she was no match for the near Emperor Arrogant. This is one of the reasons why Pride remains firmly at the top of the Zerg power rankings. Their powerful abilities allow them to fight against opponents of higher rank. Of course, given enough time, Ruozi has plenty of ways to defeat Pride. But the problem is, if they engage in a head-on confrontation, Pride might not give her that opportunity. Your Majesty, I can't sense any more Zerg. Hurry and search her memories. Since she's a quasi-emperor, she must have everything related to the royal court. Ruozi nodded, catching the golden blood escaping from the air and stuffing it into her mouth. Her brow furrowed, and as she stared at the golden neck before her, she slowly shook her head. No! No records of the royal court. And there's more bad news. Your Majesty, I can't control the Zerg on the battlefield. This means they're controlled by an emperor of the same rank. There must be an emperor within the royal court. And there might be more than one. Su Li's face flashed with astonishment. No! How could there be no? She was the vanguard sent out from the royal court, used to test our strength. She has no memory of the royal court? Ruozi's reaffirmation made Su Li's brows furrow deeply. From the moment the word first appeared, it held a sense of mystery. As the team moved closer and closer to a specific direction, everything they encountered indirectly proved the existence of the royal court. But what did the current situation indicate? Isn't this a contradiction? They had followed the guidance all along, but everything they encountered told them that there was nothing on their way forward. How could there be nothing? Insect kings, once extremely rare to encounter, were now encountered one after another, their levels rising higher and higher. What's more, two high-level queens in the late stage of Insect King status appeared simultaneously on the same planet. If it weren't for the royal court, why would they coexist peacefully here? Did Pride go to Jealousy's house because his long life as an insect was too boring? That's ridiculous. Ruozi has been with him for so long. Why hasn't she thought of visiting someone else's house? What's more, now even the quasi-emperor level Pride has appeared. And even if Ruozi dies, she can't control the remaining Zerg team with her pheromones. Can you tell what the emperor among them is? I can't. Their aura is too mixed. It feels familiar, yet strangely alien. Honestly, they don't seem to be pure Zerg anymore. No, how should I put it? Ruozi pondered for a moment, then transmitted her thoughts to Su Li. To put it another way, besides the difference in rank, the aura they exude seems purer. I mean, their bloodline is purer. Take Pride before us, for example. A normal Pride wouldn't possess such a massive body and such strong defense. Then this means the emperors within are even stronger than average emperors. Ruozi nodded gently. The strength of the average Zerg is already apparent. The amplification is immense. The amplification from our three queens, combined with the inherent abilities of the Dawn Legion's mecha girls, enabled us to suppress the Zerg. It's safe to say that without the Dawn Legion's combat power, facing such a Zerg swarm would result in utter annihilation. Add to that Pride's far superior combat power, and you can imagine the emperors within wouldn't be easy to get along with. Master, are we still going? Junshou turned from the driver's seat and asked softly. She knew the journey hadn't been easy. Faced with the known dangers ahead, playing it safe might be the best option. But she also knew that if their journey ended this time, humanity might never take that step again. Emperor level. One or more Emperor level beings would become a shackle around humanity's neck, a lock around the neck of the mechanical island, completely blocking their path forward. The upper limit for mecha girls is SSS level. Even if more pilots like Su Li emerge in the future, what good would that do? Which pilot could pilot a mecha and withstand an Emperor level existence? No more. Perhaps there will never be another. Su Li's limit is the limit of both humans and mecha girls. If he can't do it, then no one else in this world can. Should we retreat? He finally asked. Silence fell on the command channel. A moment later, Eve's voice rang out. I want to see if there's any way to break through the mecha girl's ceiling. You know, if we can't break through SSS level, we'll still be trapped in captivity. It's just a bigger pen. Brother, are you crazy? You come this far, and you're retreating like that? What about our comrades who died earlier? Were you bored and decided to die to show your resolve? Where's your courage? Did you let some busted girl suck you away? What busted girl? Yihua, I didn't quite catch what you said just now. A series of voice messages popped up, deflecting the entire conversation. Are you kidding? At such a serious and fateful moment, As the commanders of the army, shouldn't you be actively discussing and expressing your opinions? Why are you bringing up the topic of 8 breasts again? Even Eve started to question him on the channel, frightening Sully so much that he quickly pressed the call button. This time, the enemy is formidable. If we rush forward rashly, we could be annihilated. Silence fell again on the communication channel. Lightning's clear voice rang out, saying something that surprised everyone. On the day of the battle, death is honor, life is disgrace. Sully tightened his grip on the joystick. These words had a profound impact on him. The determination to consider death in battle the highest honor after going to war made the hairs on his body stand up. These words made sense from Yihua, Eve, Han Hai, and 038. But coming from Lightning, these words made his soul want to float away. If their souls hadn't been merging at that moment, he would have suspected she was an impersonator. Shouldn't she be focusing on whether there's anything edible in the royal court? Chapter 630. Many mecha girls have returned to the floating island. But even more are still strangling the insect swarms on the ground. In the laboratory, Yu looked at the experimental data comparison in front of him and shook his head slightly. I haven't found any abnormalities. Their genetic structures are identical, and there's no specific superiority or inferiority. Therefore, the theory of bloodline, fundamentally speaking, cannot be interpreted unless the deep genetic sequence can be analyzed. And unfortunately, no interpretation can be made for genetic sequences beyond the Super S level. Disappointment filled Sully's face. This situation, where he had seen everything but had no way to interpret it, was driving him crazy. Didn't the comparison of the small species yield any results either? As you can see, all the observable information is already on paper. As for the other information hidden in the genetic sequence, Ruozi might be more authoritative. The wide laboratory table was piled high with various tools. Looking at the somewhat messy surface in front of Yu, he had no doubt that she had exhausted all her means. He hurried out of the lab and headed towards the breeding room. It wasn't until he saw the mechanical tree that he remembered what he'd forgotten. They all returned, but the little tree hadn't. God knows where it had been blown off by the repulsive field, but that probably wasn't too important right now. The pale golden core hovered beside him, and he sent it toward the mechanical tree. A branch reached out, firmly caught the core, and began absorbing it. Golden energy was rapidly transferred and absorbed, and tiny golden dots of light began to float around the mechanical tree. How is it? Can you sense the loosening of your realm? The sturdy mechanical tree before him had only rough skin texture. Sully studied it for a long moment, unable to discern how it usually expressed itself. The young tree at least trembled its branches. This creature, now aging, was noticeably more stable. No! They can accelerate my evolution, but they're not enough. If possible, please let the young tree absorb the remaining one. At least it can strengthen its own hardness. One core is enough to prevent it from taking too much damage when facing an Emperor-level opponent. You're certainly considerate of him. But I don't seem to have any guarantees. You're overlooking the most fundamental issue. It doesn't have the strength to fight an Emperor-level opponent. The primary operators are me and the Mecha Girl. Sully curled his lips. He understood the old tree's desire to look after the young tree, but the crucial question was whether the Mecha Girl could further improve. The mechanical tree fell silent again. Until it achieved a class leap, the Mecha Girl's advancement would stagnate. It was a paradox. To defeat an Emperor-level opponent, one must first reach that level of growth. But to reach that level, one needs an Emperor-level core. The Zerg are so unreasonable. Sully is clearly an Emperor-level, but limited by his human body. Even with Emperor-level telekinesis, he remains vulnerable against the Zerg. This is determined by the upper limit of his vessel. There's no choice. Ruozi has also reached the Emperor level, but according to her, the Emperor she's about to face will be unexpectedly difficult. As an intelligent queen, she's no match for them. Even if the arrogant ones subjugated beneath the floating island were to be promoted to the Emperor level, their bloodlines would differ from those within the royal court. If there were more than one Emperor level, they would be in a completely passive position. Time. The mechanical tree takes time to grow, as does Ruozi's layout. The teen's growth takes even more time. But what he lacks most right now is time. The rear defenses aren't as solid as imagined. How long the veterans' bodies can hold out is still uncertain. If the war reaches a stalemate, there's a good chance he won't be able to return at the right time. If he can't return, how will the royal court respond if they send out another queen, one by one? Anger? The two insect emperors together could maintain peace for humanity for hundreds of years. But that assumes they don't attract the attention of the other insect emperors. But sharing the same universe, how could they avoid attracting attention? He looked at the mecha tree. if I give birth to an emperor, kill it, and take its core? No. Because it's tainted with your energy. It's not that your energy isn't high enough, but, for both the Zerg and us, energy purity is paramount. I might ascend to emperor level with that core, but that's the path you've given me. The duties and characteristics Ling Xiao bestowed upon me will be completely assimilated by your energy. Perhaps a new path for the mecha girls to ascend will emerge, but more likely, they'll completely lose their chance to advance again. Of course, there's a third possibility. It's that I once again possess the ability to create new races, but their growth will also take a long time. Su Li's brow furrowed at the mechanical tree's words. This was a complete dilemma. Once he returned, he would indeed have ample time to fully improve the mechanical tree and the mecha girl. But the problem was, such improvement was limited. Even if the mechanical tree reached emperor level after a long time, without an emperor core, the mecha girl would be stuck at SSS level, unable to advance an inch. This meant that all the waiting and time wasted had been for nothing. This time, they were so close to the royal court, and the enemy had already noticed. It was possible that the high-level Zerg queens would try their best to hold back their defenses. The next time they attacked, it would be even more difficult to penetrate. Sacrifice is always inevitable. Eve twisted the hair that fell by her ear. The breeze ruffled her bangs, revealing her pale blue eyes. We'll get everything we want. Don't you want to know the truth? Su Li, this is the closest we come to the truth in hundreds of years of exile. We'll pay any price. She stepped forward, took Su Li's arm, and rested her head on his shoulder. Be willful once more. This time, we'll all be with you. Is it worth it? I mean, is this so-called truth really worth it? Whether it's worth it or not, perhaps it doesn't matter. You and I both know it, don't we? If we retreat now, we'll never have another chance to find the truth. Su Li lowered his head and said weakly, it'll kill people. Eve looked up, met his gaze, and said firmly, whatever it takes. Chapter 631. A large number of satellites were launched into the void, along with large swathes of space stabilizers, and scattered towards the location of the royal court. Under Ruozi's command, the archer bugs finally crossed the vague boundary and entered the royal court's sphere of influence. Unlike the dazzling galaxy of the universe, everything within the royal court was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Not only was there not a single trace of greenery on each planet, not even a single sign of life could be detected. This gave everyone the illusion that they were back on the front lines. This was only possible on a planet on the front lines, overrun by queen bugs and a massive swarm of bugs. There was no expected prosperity, no overwhelming swarm of bugs. There was only boundless desolation and a palpable silence. Are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Su Li looked at the imagery fed back by the unmanned ship, combined with the newly drawn star map, and glanced at Ruozi to the side. No. It's this direction. The moment we entered, I could feel it. It's right here. And we're getting closer and closer. As the unmanned ships advanced, subtle distortions appeared in the imagery. Could it be some unusual radio interference? Perhaps, as we circle this planet, countless Zerg ambushes will appear on the far side. Lightning stared at the screen with wide eyes, a deep sense of worry welling up in her heart. The deep worry even affected her appetite. She used to consume a large amount of snacks every day, but now, after a full day, she only eaten less than half her usual amount. Master, that planet is also suspicious, haven't you noticed? It looks like someone's gnawed a piece of it. What kind of mouth would that take? Do you think there's a higher being above the insect emperor, and this planet is her snack? I see. She took a bite, choked, and stopped eating. Su Li's already flustered mind grew even more alarmed as he listened to Lightning's words. You better shut up and eat your snack. Sweetie, if you let your imagination run wild for a moment, we might all be in the belly of some great being. No, we might even be just running around in their blood vessels. Are we medicine, then? Specially made to kill parasites? Su Li pulled out a small sausage and stuffed it into Lightning's mouth. Stop feeding me. Save some food. Sister Kailang said, we don't know how long the upcoming battles will last, and there's clearly no resupply on these planets, so they implemented supply control. Right now, I'm only allowed to eat enough for 3 people at a time. Then you're really a bit pathetic. Go ahead and eat. I'll provide you with plenty of snacks. The energy from one core will provide you with enough food for a year. Lightning's eyes lit up, and without a word, he sat down at the conference room table and began to devour his food. Su Li glanced at her, then completely enlarged the star map before him, presenting it to all the key personnel. Ruozi, according to your intuition, where is the core of the royal court located on the star map? A white finger slowly pointed, touching a more remote planet on the star map. Sully glanced at the location, then turned to the key personnel gathered at the conference table. This is an undiscovered and unnamed planet. From now on, we will make the following arrangements. The entire Dawn Corps will coordinate the functions of each department as a division. Let's be frank, this is an unprecedented crisis and opportunity. From now on, all personnel must maintain combat readiness and be ready to engage in battle at any time. We will temporarily call the central point planet G. From it, all planets between us will be ranked from G1 to G6. I require a division to be stationed on each planet. In addition to the Dawn Legion's divisions, the highly mobile cavalry corps must also be completely separated. I require at least half of your troops to serve as mobile teams roaming the battlefield. This will ensure the smooth progress of the battle. The remaining half of the Legion will be divided equally and assigned to each planet to assist in the battle. The Divine Grace Cult Special Operations Division and the Mechanical Islands Guards, with the exception of the crews manning the naval guns on the Mechanical Island and the Floating Island, all must participate in this war. Nightingale raised her eyes. Only now did she understand the other party's audacity. She had originally thought that hunting the Insect King was already incredible enough, but as time on the island grew, she discovered that the other party was far more daring than she had imagined. No, it wasn't just audacity, it was sheer madness. The human before her, whom she had always thought was a secretary, was actually an Emperor-level queen. What he was going to do was already imaginable. With the Insect Emperor, a host of SSS-level mecha girls, and the incredibly powerful Dawn Legion, his plans were clearly on the horizon. What a blast! She had never imagined that in her next life, she would one day be following others to hunt the Insect Emperor. She simply didn't have an ancestral grave, but if there was one, it would be ablaze with flames. Right now, Ruozi, Pride, and Jealousy, the three Emperor-level queens on the floating island, except for Ruozi, have temporarily restrained their presence and remained inactive. I demand that upon discovering the Emperor, break through the void and reach him. Combine your strength and strangle him. As for the teams on each planet, this time, they will be led by SSS-rank mecha girls. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Bring the tree seeds. Bring the flesh and blood of the Insect King, spread the golden tree seeds, and deploy your units around the bait. I have one and only one request of you. No matter what, survive. Hanhai will lead the 1st and 2nd divisions, remaining as the mobile team on the floating island. Everyone, lure them out and fight. There's no retreat, use all our ruthless tactics. Kill one if we can, kill two if we can. Sully waved her hand, and Heiyu, behind her, pushed out a small cart. On the cart were huge, tightly sealed canisters, about the size of mecha grenades. Behind her, a string of small carts followed closely behind, a long line that seemed endless. Dressed in a white lab coat, she synced the data in her hand onto the large screen, her twin ponytails swaying slightly, and she raised her face. Specialized insecticide, Model B350. Everyone, this is a high-risk, highly concentrated compressed gas. When using, please pay attention to the wind direction, or you might kill more than just the insects. This stuff is extremely expensive. I extracted the venom from various insect kings and mixed it in a specific ratio. Even an insect king would be half dead after inhaling a can, so please use with caution. Specialized interception net. With just a little bit of insect blood, they'll grow wildly, forming an impenetrable life or death barrier within a day along the direction of the blood. Believe me, these black. All the mecha girls of the Dawn Legion have heard of these black thorns. Relax, this is my improved version. Of course, I only sped up their reproduction, not taught them how to distinguish friend from foe. By the way, I believe you're all intelligent people, so you definitely wouldn't use them to cut off your own retreat. Furthermore, to maximize their effectiveness, it's best to deploy more. I'd like to emphasize that the attack range of these black thorns has been expanded to 150 meters. So, if you don't want to come back as a hedgehog, it's best to stay away. Chapter 632. Coming towards us is another of our research findings. It's called an attractant. Of course, it's an attractant for Zerg. Again, pay attention to the wind direction when applying it. It can cause them to kill each other, mistaking each other for a delicious meal. Our systematic testing has shown that this product is most effective against Zerg affected by gluttony. And there's also the plasma bomb. Inspired by arrogance, it's become a new favorite of the research department. It fires a ball of plasma, paralyzing the Zerg for about 5 seconds. The effect varies with the size of the Zerg. Our experimental subjects are large species, so please adapt your application to your actual situation. There's also an anesthetic spray and an enhanced version of the itching powder. Of course, there are many new research results that still need to be verified in actual combat. This time, they'll be distributed to everyone. Hei Yu's face was filled with pride and pride. Looking at the stunned mecha girls at the conference table, she finally felt what it felt like to hold her head high after all this time. You're one of those learning tactics and strategy from old Zhang, right? Li Tianlong's eyes widened, suddenly feeling his master might have missed a gem. How could he be considered a closed-door disciple? If his master knew about Hei Yu's existence, he'd probably be unable to hold out for a few more months, and would absolutely insist on taking in another closed-door disciple. Well, master's wife, junior sister, do you have any breeding medicine for insects? With all your inventions, I suddenly got some new ideas. Yurong, sitting off to the side, pale 3 shades. New ideas? How can you have so many new ideas all day long? If you have them, why don't you use them on me? Are bugs related to you? Let's squeeze them out tonight. There's no point in sitting idle today when you're going to the battlefield tomorrow. Hei Yu was stunned for a moment, scratching her face sheepishly. Yes. Achievement number 86 was requested by the Zerg breeding farm. I thought it had strategic significance, so I started some research. Is it effective? Hei Yu nodded affirmatively. It has a significant effect on females below the queen level. With the release of their pheromones, any male Zerg cannot resist. It's also effective against queens. However, elite species only have about a 50% chance of becoming succumb to the effects. High-ranking queens with titles won't respond. It's practically ineffective. As she said this, she glanced at Ruozi, then turned to explain to Li Tianlang. Since this wasn't rushed, there's plenty in stock. Each unit can take some. Li Tianlong's eyes lit up. The thought of a group of Zerg, too busy with work to fight, filled him with excitement. If a plasma bomb were to paralyze them for a few seconds at a critical moment, wouldn't that make the female and queen insects tremble with rage? They should be exhausted, and then I could apply insecticide as a last resort. This is a sure win. What high-risk battle? Is it dangerous? Can't this be solved by watching an insect movie? Master's wife, prepare it to the highest standards. Please give me a list of these research results. I, Li Tianlang, swear that not a single insect will leave the planet I'm stationed on alive. His face was filled with confidence, and even the white hair on his head gave him a certain air of arrogance. A catalog of research results lay before him. He ignored the meeting and flipped through the detailed list with blazing eyes, examining it intently. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, his eyes widened. Master's wife. Awesome. This is a sure thing. I, Li Tianlang, said it. No one can stop me. Not even the insect emperor. I'll make her tremble in fear in my basement. Suli flipped through the catalog before him, and after just 2 glances, he was completely stunned. He shouldn't have underestimated others. This group of researchers was far more useful than he had imagined. Just by looking at a few of them, a series of extremely dirty tactics burst out uncontrollable. To fight this battle, they'd taken out their entire savings. He had a hunch that if these tactics were implemented, then the Dawn Legion might have strayed down a wrong path, from which there would be no return. Nightingale's suspicious eyes swept across everyone's faces. What's wrong? What's going on? Why do all these bizarre research results become so unfamiliar to everyone? Although she's only recently entered this circle and isn't familiar with everyone yet, first impressions are always hard to fake. But why does this impression, so hard-earned, crumble so easily? Isn't Li Tianlang the one who talks so saucy but never slacks off on his work? But what about now? What are you doing with the breeding drug? Making bugs mate on the battlefield. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? What about the open-minded mecha girls of the Enterprise Federation? They're just showing off their individuality in their liveries. They're still quite reserved on the inside. But you appear serious on the outside, but you're actually quite reserved. It's true that it's easy to hide when you're flirting, but hard to guard against when you're flirting. This sudden change of heart completely shattered her perspective. The key point is, Suli actually nodded. He even agreed to this plan. What? Do you really want to watch a movie on the battlefield? She imagined that scene for a moment, then quickly shook her head, banishing the thought. Take lightning away. Let's not fight this battle. What's the point of dying? Such a sacrifice isn't nearly as heroic as they imagine. Go. Go now. At least let Lightning's pure heart remain untainted in any way. Please give her a chance. At least her innocence is the last vestige of purity in the hearts of these people. Watching Lightning stare at this, and that with ignorant eyes, her mouth moving constantly, and then, like a machine gun, spitting out every last bit of chicken bone into the small box in front of her, Nightingale's heart melted. She stood up, wanting to cover Lightning's ears. How could such a filthy tactic enter her ears? But just as she lifted her hips halfway, she heard Lightning say, "Hey you, there aren't that many females in the insect swarm. If the dose is high enough, could the males do it to each other?" Crack! Nightingale felt her newly constructed fantasy shattered. Heyu nodded and slapped her chest. "Don't worry, sister. This is a project I'm personally in charge of. With my personal involvement, the results will naturally be extraordinary. Not to mention the males, even a human pyramid would be no problem." Lightning bit the chicken claw in her hand, her eyes lighting up. Chapter 633. The light in Nightingale's heart extinguished. Is this something a pure person could say, and so openly and publicly? Yet, no one present was surprised. This was the most terrifying thing. What a misjudgment of people. All these years of life had been in vain, and death had been in vain. She couldn't even see through the true nature of a mecha girl. That beautiful exterior, that blazing warm sun, turned out to be a sinister heart. Strategic deployments for all departments must be formulated as soon as possible. Study the item list, and take a copy to each department. After reviewing it, each department will finalize the required supplies, and complete the allocation by today. After further discussion on the details of the operation, we will march into the battlefield tomorrow. Su Li's words set the tone for the entire battlefield. Even if it was crooked or evil, it was better than nothing. Who was the one who lacked the strength advantage? He glanced at the mecha girl beside him. He was afraid that this time, he would have to bring everyone with him except Heyu and Han Hai. I just don't know if the June sisters can withstand a potentially intense battle. And that tree, can it really withstand Emperor-level bombardment without damage, as the old mechanical tree claimed, on the floating island, amidst the golden trees? The sapling strip bark has been regenerated, refilled with a quasi-emperor core. It seems to have returned to its former carefree self, feeling it's up to it again. These days, it's radiant, roaming the floating island on its two thick roots. Clothes are easy to take off, but hard to put on. Once it's enjoyed this indulgence, trying to put them on again would be a death sentence. Don't ask. The answer is simply that it doesn't have the energy to produce more golden leaves. Although it looked impressive during the fight, it was a pragmatic tree. Growing leaves does require energy. Besides, it doesn't need photosynthesis. Besides, being bare now actually showcased its full figure. It swung its body towards the lake of mechanical tree sap. From every angle, it looked flawless. Perhaps, if the barbs were sharper, it would be even more perfect. It thought of the horns on Pride's head and felt that he was so weak. Looking at its own head, it saw branch after branch lashing out, lashing her face with blood. It swung its branches, rubbing them frantically, as if trying to create a sharp blade. When Su Li walked past it, it was rubbing vigorously. Bits of golden sawdust fell down in flakes as its body swayed, causing Su Li to frown. "Are you unaccustomed to the quasi-emperor's energy? Why are you so frightened?" The robot girl had been marveling at the beauty of the golden sawdust, but upon hearing Su Li's words, she instantly retreated several meters. "Master, this isn't frightened. I just want to give my branches a bit of edge, so they can penetrate the enemy more quickly, right? Then you better rub the branches until they form blood grooves, so the blood can be drawn out faster." The little tree gasped and waved its branches, once again realizing the terrifying power of its master. How had it ever had the courage to commandeer his emperor-level mental energy for its own growth and advancement? Recalling its own glorious past, it rubbed even harder. Watching the supply transport vehicle shuttle back and forth between the mechanical island and the various military camps, 038 couldn't help but look worried. "Brother, is this really a good idea? I mean, we don't seem to have any way to publicize a battle like this." Su Li paused, a look of surprise on his face. "Publicize? Why do we need to publicize? In a battle this large, everyone has to fight. There's no time for publicity." 038's face was filled with hesitation. "To be honest, I'm worried that even if the military order is passed on, it won't be implemented effectively. After all, the soldiers, the main force in the war, have always been indoctrinated with the military spirit of fighting 1 against 100. Such a sudden change. It's okay, sister. I'll handle the pre-battle mobilization. But is this really feasible? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but compared to the utter annihilation of the troops, a little eccentricity is fine. Strategy and tactics exist solely to fully adapt to the battlefield. Why are the soldier kings called soldier kings? Because they excel in unfamiliar territory, yet they still unleash immense combat power. You must have faith in our Dawn Legion. Their military spirit isn't easily shaken. But I think Nightingale's faith has crumbled. TSK. This is the result of capitalist corruption. 038 glanced at Su Li before her. Although, to be precise, they had only known each other for a few years, he had changed remarkably. From a mecha mechanic to his current position, his growth had been sufficient to secure his position. The Legion was his own. If he trusted her, she would trust him. She watched as the fleets of mecha girls saluted in unison as they passed by. She felt she had been worrying too much. In the conference room, after a series of discussions, the key personnel divided up all the shares of the laboratory's products. The detailed plan, once submitted, was enough to make even Hanhai's scalp tingle. Even Li Tianlang, who hated writing these reports, had written dozens of pages. Are you detailing your battle plan? From site selection to stage construction, you left nothing out. There aren't any Zerg-friendly skirts or stockings in the warehouse. Otherwise, wouldn't you have provided even these props? On the floating island, the golden tree's glow gradually faded, and night began to fall, but within the various military camps, preparations were busily underway. The pre-war mobilization Su Li had imagined was completely unnecessary. As boxes of masks were distributed, the mecha girls went completely wild. They never cared about how to kill the enemy. With the arrival of the combat mission, the evil hidden deep within them finally surfaced. Ship after ship, loaded with personnel, rushed towards their designated planets. Several Zerg kings escorted them. After confirming the planet's absence of other Zerg, all anti-Zerg deployments began rapidly. On planet G1, gazing at the wilderness between the mountains, Li Tianlang piloted Yuerong and directed the ships to land. Yi Hua's impatient voice echoed over the communication channel. Get out of my way. Do I need your orders? Draw the lines for me. There are several planets waiting for me to flee. Li Tianlang heard this and said, hurry up. Starting from here, build 6 trenches running east-west, 10 kilometers apart, and 30 kilometers long. Make them about 4 meters deep. No problem, everyone, get out of my way. As soon as she finished her words, she piloted the armed transport ship straight toward the ground. The Zerg carapace attached to the ship's underside became a perfect dump truck. With a powerful engine propelling it, a 4-meter-deep trench appeared before all the mech girls. It had to be said that the trench dug by the transport ship was truly neat and straight. Even a veteran civil engineer would have praised it. He suddenly understood why Su Li tolerated Yi Hua's repeated mistakes. This sister is a true all-rounder. No matter what the task, she can handle it. Pieces of Zerg flesh and blood mixed with blood were dumped into the trench. Dozens of mech girls spread out and spread the blackthorn saplings they carried. Li Tianlang piloted Yuerong, hovering in midair, watching the trenches take shape, then turned and flew towards the nearby mountains. Who wants to fight an unprepared battle if they're prepared? Although they didn't have much time, one day was more than enough. Beside the massive mountain, insects broke through the void tunnels and approached, beginning to dig into the mountainside. Their workload wasn't particularly heavy. They simply needed to complete a series of gun emplacements within a specified time frame. Within the barrier of continuous mountains, that stretch of plain was the battlefield that Li Tianlang had prepared for all the Zerg. Are you truly confident in this battle? Yuerong turned her head and looked intently at Li Tianlang, whose eyes were somewhat darkened. Her long lavender hair shimmered in the light of the dashboard, appearing exceptionally smooth. Yes. Of course I'm confident. Don't worry. Once these Zergs come to my place, not a single one will escape. Yuerong stared blankly at Li Tianlang's face. She had never imagined that she would one day ride alongside him on the battlefield. Those days of racing on the field seemed like just yesterday. Remember when you won your first trophy? Are you talking about the time you promised to let me eat? Yes. That time. Do you remember what you said that day? Li Tianlang's face, which had been chuckling, turned slightly serious. I said, with you as my mecha girl, I'd be willing to die with you. Yuerong raised her hand and stroked Li Tianlang's face. Yes. Now I tell you. As your mecha girl, I'm willing to live and die with you. So we must win this battle. I also want to visit the royal court. I want to see the Zerg. I want to see the origins of the past, to see a future we never imagined before. Remember what you said to me before, and remember what you say now. Don't worry. This battle will be won. I guarantee it with my life. Our 3rd division will definitely overcome this tough challenge. Besides, don't we still have my master? If you don't trust me, how can you not trust him? Just wait. When this battle is over and we return to our home planet, I will show those bastards from my old club what it means to truly operate a mecha. Chapter 634. The unmanned vessels continued their exploration of space along their predetermined route. To their surprise, they had already passed the location marked by Ruozi, yet still found nothing. It was as if all their preconceptions and speculations were nothing but a fleeting dream. There was no royal court, no call from the depths of their hearts. Everything was just an illusion. Indy, curled up in her small body, stood quietly behind Suli. She glanced up at Suli's expression, then quickly lowered her head, playing with her light golden hair, her mouth moving constantly, mumbling something unsettling. The name jealousy wasn't quite right. At least Suli felt that she should be called sadness. Every day, whenever he saw her, her mouth was moving. It seemed as if her complaints never ceased. "Are you sure you can feel it?" "Your Majesty, I'm sure it's right at the location Sister Rosie marked." "Then notify all units to light up the golden trees. Have the unmanned fleet activate their spatial detection devices. Let's see where these unwelcoming hosts are hiding." Golden tree seeds were scattered one by one, and as they began to grow rapidly, the monitoring equipment in the operations room suddenly emitted a piercing, unusual sound. In the video, space ripples spread. A massive jaw pierced through space, violently tearing it apart. After a slight wave of its tentacles, it retreated back into the spatial rift. Thanks to the two mechanical trees, the floating island completely sealed its aura. Just wait for the golden trees on the planets to unleash their unique bait properties. Seeing prey seemingly taking the bait, Suli knew he found it. At the moment of the spatial fluctuation, he could sense that both his queen insects and the mechanical trees lost consciousness for a moment. It wasn't that they couldn't find the royal court, but rather that it simply didn't exist in real space. It existed within that void, visible only by breaking through space. This was different from the ethereal nature of the mechanical islands and floating islands. They could only temporarily remain in the void, constantly shifting between intangible and tangible forms. However, the enemy's royal court was capable of remaining hidden within the void. G6 is under attack. The insect swarm is pouring in through the spatial tunnel, and the two sides have engaged. G5 has released the bait, successfully luring the enemy. Engagement. As the announcements continued, Suli clenched his fists tightly. Notify the remaining 3 planets to release decoys simultaneously. Within a quarter of an hour, news of enemy contact arrived. Have the remaining mechas scattered across the planets activate the decoys. Once the enemy's presence is confirmed, evacuate immediately. A dense array of decoys lit up on the star map. From far to near, they gradually formed a continuous pattern. For the Zerg, each golden tree was an opportunity to reach the Emperor level. Faced with such a huge temptation, he doubted any Zerg could resist. Reports echoed one after another. The decoys, which had cost over 50 tree species, attracted a large number of Zerg. At some bait locations, 2 insect kings even appeared simultaneously. Bright spots flickered and then faded. Looking at the dozen or so remaining spots, Suli knew the time had come. He turned around, looked at the 20 SSS-class mechs in the operations room, and silently raised his hand in a military salute. The uniform return of the salute sent a slight jolt through his heart. The 20 young faces before him seemed so familiar. "It's our turn. Target the royal court, march. Legion of Dawn victorious." Han Hai watched the 20 mechs form a circle. As the blue glow of the June Sisters enveloped them all, he silently saluted them. 21 figures vanished, leaving only the mechs in the operations room staring at the empty space in silence. In the void tunnel, the massive June Lin shimmered with a blue-gold luster. Behind it, 11 mechs followed closely, connected by pale blue ties. They gazed at the scene before them, a single glance leaving them utterly stunned. An immensely tall tree, rooted in the void, its massive bulk seemingly supporting the heavens and the earth. The entire void, no, to be more precise, the entire space, was immense. The treetops, which obscured the sun, were now devoid of a single leaf. Yet, even so, the lush branches still betrayed their immense size. A single glance revealed its former splendor. What the hell is this? Is this a mechanical tree? Such a massive mechanical tree? Questions echoed through the communication channel, but no one could answer. Compared to the giant tree before them, even the insect emperor, with its body several kilometers long, was a mere insect, let alone these mecha girls. They might not even be as big as a leaf. The small tree, which had been clamoring to slap this and hit that, fell silent. It stretched its body, realizing that even with leaves, it might be as big as a leaf. Before such a behemoth, it no longer cared about revealing its form. "Master, is this the legendary royal court?" Ruozi, standing to one side, answered lightning, "Yes. This is the royal court." Suli gazed at the enormous tree before him, feeling that everything seemed natural. No wonder he could feel both the call and the resistance. The call was a desire for advancement, The resistance was due to the pheromones emitted by the giant tree before him. Just like the golden trees he planted on every planet, though the level difference was vast, the principle remained the same. This was a giant tree already dead. Bare leaves, the bare trunk shone with a golden sheen. From afar, it looked as if golden threads still flowed through the trunk. What do you mean by your Zerg royal court? This is my ancestor. The little tree's rank gradually brought everyone's attention back to their senses. Master, it seems there's no need to maintain a connection here. The mecha girls should be able to act independently. Then try disconnecting them. This will ensure independent movement and undoubtedly greatly increase the chances of survival. The pale blue bond was severed. The mecha girls floated in midair, truly lingering within the space. The giant tree in the distance was a golden hue interspersed with gray and white, its branches punctuated by holes. Thinking back to the countless archer bugs on the floating island, who always liked to use the golden tree as landing gear, he finally understood that these hollows were likely inhabited by bug kings and elite species. As he cautiously approached, he noticed that the farther away the holes were, the smaller they became. Conversely, the closer to the main trunk, the larger they became. What about the so-called bloodline theory? The so-called stronger bugs here? How could they not be powerful when they were gnawed at the very essence of the mechanical tree? Hello, ancestor. I'm here. Su Li ignored the small tree's mumbling. He simply enveloped everyone with a telekinetic barrier, completely isolating them from all auras, and inched closer to the tree's trunk. After skirting branch after branch, his body suddenly stiffened. A gigantic millipede, wrapped around the tree trunk, rustled past. It raised its insect head, its short tentacles swaying in rapid succession, and its entire body began to transform, evolving into a structure connected to a human body. The worst suspicion had come true. This was a fully grown, emperor-level arrogant. The pinnacle of Zerg combat power. The winding horns were immense. A single horn alone surpassed the combined size of the Junlin, measuring at least 300 meters long. Its carapace had completely transformed into a golden color. Just now, it had been lying on a golden thread, thus being overlooked. But as it climbed onto the gray branches of the giant tree, everyone noticed its presence. Even without approaching, everyone felt its overwhelming presence. A quasi-emperor-level arrogant could already release a repulsive field at extremely short intervals. An emperor-level arrogant could do so even more quickly. Furthermore, it could adjust the intensity of the repulsive field based on its remaining energy. He glanced at the equally emperor-level arrogant beside him. There was a considerable difference in size between the two. If arrogant, lying in the tree, was robust, then his arrogant was a classic case of malnutrition. Su Li swallowed and looked at Ruozi beside him. Can the three of you defeat her alone? Ruozi managed a somewhat strained grin and pointed behind arrogant. Amidst everyone's astonishment, an enormous rhinoceros beetle crawled out, rubbing its horn against the trunk of the giant tree. The sound of swallowing saliva was audible. Su Li's eyelids twitched wildly, and as he looked up at the sky, his soul nearly left his body. Hurry! Junlin responded immediately, chains catching everyone's bodies, and with a teleportation, he vanished from the spot. Crack! A sound of a bite echoed, and the massive, iridescent spider, its compound eyes glaring, began searching the space. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Emperor Envy was truly impossible to guard against. The human face pattern on its enormous abdomen seemed to reveal its truest ferocity to the crowd. Two emperors, the first and second strongest Zerg, and one Emperor Envy, whose presence was impossible to defend against, and whose presence was zero. 20 SSS-class mecha girls. How could this battle be fought? Hong Ying's body was trembling slightly, and only by clinging tightly to Su Li's arm could she find some comfort. Divide it, divide it. Legion tradition. Pride will be ours. As for Envy, the three Zerg emperors will strangle her. The remaining wrath is left to you. Don't aim for a kill, just keep her contained. Dawn Legion, 10,000 victories. Listening to the clumsy chants of the SSS-class mecha girls on the communication channel, Su Li couldn't utter a single word of criticism. Because at that moment, he saw a long tentacle extending from behind the tree. It turns out that there aren't just 3 insect emperors here, there's a 4th one. Chapter 635. Even before the battle even began, cold sweat was already covering my entire body. For insect emperors, from the other side, undetected, a rustling sound followed a roar from Envy, and from all corners of the giant tree, a rustling sound crept out. One by one, within a short period of time, within sight, high-level queen insects raised their heads and emerged from the hollows in the branches. Their legs struck the branches, echoing hollowly, and sending tingles down my spine. Oh my goodness! My ancestors are just awesome. Sully could clearly feel the roots of the small tree in his hand involuntarily tightening around his arm. All the mecha girls shuddered in unison. 26 high-level queen insects. Each one had its own prefix. Eve's voice trembled. Let's go! If this is the royal court's true potential, then we might never get to the bottom of it in our lifetimes. Perhaps even knowing the mechanical tree is the origin of the Zerg would be a huge gain. It's no wonder she was tempted to retreat. No one expected that after all the decoys had been deployed, there would still be so many high-level Zerg kings within the royal court. Call for help, but at this point, is anyone still able to come? The Zerg kings outside are enough to put the larger force in a difficult fight. Moreover, even if there were spare support, the lower-level mecha girls would only face a bitter defeat against such an enemy. Let's go! Kill the Zerg kings outside. As long as we're fast enough, we can kill them all and spread more decoys to lure out another batch. After severely weakening them, we still have a fight. Pale blue energy dissipated, and the void tunnel instantly opened. One by one, the mecha girls plunged into it, watching 537's back disappear as the previously open void tunnel instantly closed. In a relatively stable space, the traces of the void tunnel were all too obvious. Sending out 11 mecha girls was already the limit. Junlin, his massive form hovering in midair, turned his head and saw the Emperor's arrogant fingertips lightly tap, completely sealing the previously fluctuating void tunnel. Her eyes held a hint of doubt and bewilderment, as if she couldn't comprehend what this thing before her was. Emperor? Humans and mecha girls can actually produce emperors? There was a hint of disdain in her words, and as her gaze swept over the small tree, a hint of understanding appeared in her eyes. I thought it was some formidable enemy. Turns out it's just a teething stick? Damn it! You're the teething stick. Do you see who's holding me? That's my boss. My boss's wife sucks the legs of people like you every day. We grew up eating you. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm the same. An arrogant figure stalked the tree trunk, its massive chest and enormous horns creating an oppressive feeling. As it climbed around the giant tree, Junlin suddenly disappeared. Sully forced himself to block out all distracting thoughts. Since he couldn't even walk, he had no choice but to fight. 537, and the others leaped out of the void passage. They stared silently into the void behind them, but their Legion commander remained for a long time. Legion commander? Anxious greetings echoed through the communication channel, but fell on deaf ears. Mechas circled the void tunnel, yet they could find no way in. Without the June sisters and the mechanical island, they wouldn't even be qualified to set foot in the void. What should we do? 26 high-level late-stage insect kings and 4 insect emperors. How could the Legion commander alone be able to defeat them? Hurry! Return to the mechanical island. The mobile squad still has 2 divisions on standby. As long as we're fast enough, we'll be in time. 11 figures transformed into streaks of light, speeding towards the floating island. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 divisions of mobile squads had already been dispatched. On planet G1, several SSS-class mecha girls engaged in a battle with high-level late-stage insect king queens. Yu Rong and Yi Hua finally began to unite against the enemy. After pinning down the insect emperor, the insect swarm below visibly began to riot. As the queens walked, they became fascinated, losing their composure. Li Tianlang was far more cunning than expected. He sprinkled attractants and aphrodisiac powder onto the black thorns, and the fiberglass-like seeds pierced directly into the Zerg's bodies. It could be said that all the potions instantly exerted their extraordinary effects. Even the king-level queens and elite species were not immune. Listen. How beautiful. Do you know what season it is on this planet? Spring. All things resurrect, you know? Gluttony's eyes glowed red, and the energy in her body surged again. She didn't want to hear the annoying voice of the man in the silver-white mecha before her. But as her size grew, her movements became increasingly clumsy. He nimbly dodged her swinging weapons, finding the perfect opportunity to strike her. Though the blows seemed insignificant compared to her enormous size, she grew increasingly impatient in the face of the swarming enemy, like flies. The opportunity to break through to the Emperor level was clearly before her, yet she couldn't take a single step. The legions under her command were also becoming disobedient, a situation that often only occurred at the end of a war. But she had no idea what tricks the enemy had used to force her troops to mate on the battlefield. Her nose twitched, but she could detect no trace of Slaanesh on the battlefield. But that was odd. Still want to command? Stop it. No one will listen even if you scream. Come on, show me your neck. You're so fat, and you're still thinking about eating. Gluttony's eyes flashed red. On the battlefield, all the mecha girls wore strange-looking hoods, as if afraid of being recognized, revealing only their eyes. But this attire not only didn't affect their combat effectiveness, it actually increased it. Die! 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 You little bug! Li Tianlang dodged Gluttony's attack with a swift movement, his words merciless. You're covered in red hair, yet you call others goblins. Are all you Zerg as shameless as you? Yi Hua dodged behind Gluttony, and slashed his long machete into its back, slicing through large swathes of flesh. Green blood spurted out, and as the energy surged, the wound, which should have healed quickly, now hovered between healing and bursting. What have you done? Why won't my wound heal? You know, too late. I already smeared my knife with more than a dozen layers of this little anticoagulant. Aren't you thick-skinned? I want to see how much blood you can bleed. On the battlefield below, masked mecha girls roamed the perimeter, singling out those Zerg lucky enough to break through the defensive perimeter. Each corpse was lifted and thrown onto the battlefield. Zerg corpses, covered in blackthorn seeds, were scattered across the battlefield. The clusters of blackthorn were growing at a frenzied pace, spreading across the battlefield. Chapter 636. Don't kill those struggling Zerg. Let them exhaust themselves. Blackthorn will teach them the consequences of a wild fight. The mech girl shuddered at this. Ever since its discovery, no one has considered this thing a good thing. They spread at an extremely fast rate, making them a highly invasive species. Their seeds are as transparent as fiberglass, making them difficult to defend against. If it weren't for the energy crystals they produce in their roots, research on them wouldn't have progressed so quickly. With their automatic search capabilities, they are experts at hunting Zerg. Not to mention, after Blackfeather's improvements, their growth rate has surpassed expectations. From the moment a seed enters the body, to the moment it germinates and grows, and the ability to spray more seeds, it takes only a short hour. With an attack range of 150 meters, everyone wants to stay as far away as possible. As the mech girls watched, each Zerg entered the Blackthorn isolation zone. At that moment, all the mecha girls felt a surge of admiration for the Zerg for the first time. Li Tianlang, what a piece of shit, but it must be said, watching the bugs fussing in the blackthorn bushes truly shattered all my perspectives. Speaking of which, those things are covered in seeds, don't they feel the tingling? Shut up. Don't let me make unnecessary associations. If you have that time, you'd be better off hunting down more of the bugs that break out. Is that right? I mean, isn't fighting like this a bit too inhumane? Then you could get closer, and show some humanitarian concern to those snarling Zerg. Forget it, I never fought such an easy battle. If we'd known it was so easy, why would we have put so much effort in the early stages? The team leader turned to look at his teammate, and raised his hand to grab her neck. It's to hone your skills, so you can at least hold your head high in front of others, and show them that your achievements are real. Also, keep all the details of this battle to yourself. If you dare to leak a single word, you'll be court-martialed. Is this serious? Nonsense. This concerns the reputation of the Dawn Legion. Haven't you seen the publicity and promotional department, who record videos daily, going to the battlefield? Looking at the throbbing Zerg on the battlefield, the mecha girl shuddered again. She actually saw satisfaction on the face of a queen. Strangle. Strangle. Watch the time it takes for the Zerg to be injured by the Blackthorn. Drive them all into the battlefield. Commands were issued one after another, and numerous mech girls, armed with plasma-loaded guns, followed Li Tianlang's perverse taste and targeted the elite species. The mech girls, their single-eye lenses clad with blackthorn tree species, watched helplessly as the Zerg's bodies were covered in seeds, unaware of their presence, allowing the seeds to parasitize them, until clusters of blackthorn burst from their shells. Once Pandora's box is opened, it can never be closed again, at least within the royal court. On planets sown with large tracts of blackthorn trees, the presence of blackthorn will be everywhere. This place will become a complete graveyard for the Zerg. No Zerg that enters here will leave alive. Gluttony collapsed with a crash. The golden tree was clearly before her, yet she refused to take a single step forward. To her death, she could never understand why her legion went mad the moment they left the battlefield. Are you okay? Yi Hua panted slightly, looking at Yi before him. 6 SSS-class mechas surrounded a late-stage insect king, and despite lacking the necessary means, they still managed to wear her down. Alright. At least better than you. Look at you. Since you're so capable, chop off her head. I'll open the insect's abdomen and extract the core. It was a close call. Fortunately, it was a glutton. If it had been arrogant, I'm afraid we would have lost at least 2 lives. Pft. Pft. Hurry! She has blackthorn seeds on her body. Nourished by the insect king's blood, their growth will only accelerate. We don't have much time. I'll hang it up and drop it off in the core area on an armed transport. With the nourishment of the insect king's blood, the golden tree will grow faster. Yurong chopped off a massive head with a few blows. After inspecting it several times to make sure there were no blackthorn seeds, she strapped the head to the transport ship. Yihua piloted the transport ship, forcibly dragging Glutton's corpse beneath the golden tree, then flew non-stop towards the mechanical island. Now was the time when high-end combat power was needed. Every 2 cores captured must be returned to the mechanical island first to be used to generate SS-level upgrade modules. 1 late-stage Insect King was equivalent to 2 SSS-level Mecha Girls. In this meat grinder battlefield, the more high-level mechas, the greater the chance of victory. What a shame! We didn't have time to extract the cores of so many King Queens and elite species. It's all wasted. It can't be wasted. All that energy will be absorbed by the Blackthorns and condensed into energy blocks, which can serve as energy reserves for energy weapons. We just need to find opportunities to collect them a few times. Have the team pass through again, spray insecticide, and throw some heat bombs. That way, when the next wave of Zerg arrives, they'll have something warm to eat. Li Tianlang flew through the air in the Yuerong, looking at the massed mechas below. Damn, I honestly feel like these are a bunch of armed bandits. And armed bandits with no moral compass. Are there any spare men? Spread some of these bodies out. We already defined the battlefield, but we still have to block the enemy's path. 6 isolation zones are still not enough. Transport the insects infected with the seeds. Spread them out 20 kilometers. I want the area covered by black thorns to become larger and larger. Make sure they can't escape even if they want to. Yurong couldn't help but twitch her lips as she listened to Li Tianlang's orders. Don't think she doesn't know. That **** just secretly recorded the fight. If he doesn't learn his lesson, I'll delete it when I get home. Sisters? You're all my sisters? Stop it. That aphrodisiac powder is a rare commodity, and we don't know how many customers will be waiting. How can we use it all up now? Isn't that a customer experience? Do you understand that everything should be customer-centric? Throw these twitching things around, they'll eat them, and it'll still work. There's plenty of attractants, just spread more. He directed the work while issuing orders to each team of aviators. He was completely oblivious to the increasingly strange looks the aviators gave him. If they were still alive, they would definitely ask the other teams how they fought this battle. If they were even slightly different from them, they would mutiny in front of Li Tianlang. Chapter 637. All uneaten bait can be reused. The most important thing for the teams on the 6 planets to pay attention to is the number of arriving insects. Han Hai surveyed the entire battle situation, his clenched palms already damp. The battle was going smoothly, but that didn't mean it would remain so. Once the other baits were devoured, the Insect King would target them. Team 1 has deployed new bait and attracted the Insect King. Team 2 has completed the deployment of the new bait, and now has 5 tree species remaining. Reports came from team after team. As the mecha trees released more and more SS-level upgrade modules, 6 more SSS-level mecha girls rushed to the battlefield. Hold steady. As long as we can hold steady. With the strength of one side weakening the other, this battle will surely be won. The Emperor-level information provided by the Golden Tree is false, so no matter how many are devoured, you will never achieve the Emperor level. Although over 30 Zerg Emperors were lured out at once, there was still hope of defeating them one by following Su Li's strategy. They still had many other means at their disposal, such as cluster energy bombs and the terrifying Star Destroyer. If she were truly at her wit's end, she would unhesitatingly use the Star Destroyer to annihilate the Zerg. Heiyu curled up on a stool in the command room, gazing at the flickering lights on the star map, a hint of worry in her eyes. She had already done everything she could. Without inherent skills, she couldn't even follow Su Li into the most dangerous battlefield of the royal court. This made her feel uneasy, and she could only curl up into a ball to alleviate her mental state. Any news from the master? No. The moment they entered the royal court, communication was cut off. But don't worry, even if things aren't going well, they're capable of escaping. Even if 20 SSS-class mecha girls can't threaten the Emperor class, they can still serve as a distraction for the late-stage insect kings around them. Besides, we all witnessed the master's strength. He's an Emperor class himself, and with 3 more Emperor class queens, he should be able to handle even multiple Emperors. Watching Han Hai's slightly fluttering eyelashes, Heiyu lowered his head. Consoling oneself always leads to problems within oneself. Comfort from others won't have much of an effect either. Furthermore, Han Hai himself is simply consoling himself. Focus on your own business. Since he's entrusted the Legion to me, I can't stand by and watch them fall into a trap. According to his deployment, we still have time to deploy about 200 decoys. Hey you, I need you to help me calculate the optimal deployment time for each decoy. She released her hands from her knees and quickly walked over to the star map, where she began calculating the response times of each Zerg and the optimal timing for deploying the decoys. First Division, we slain the Zerg King on planet G4. The core is en route, requesting the next target. Send the mecha girls ready for upgrades back together. After the upgrades are complete, maneuver towards planet G2. The Mechanical Islands Phantom has been deployed, and the Floating Islands Phantom has also covered 3 planets. My orders, all SSS-class mecha girls, upon discovering the Zerg King, remember the Legion Commander's instructions. If you encounter arrogance, request assistance immediately. Han Hai had just finished issuing the order, and was about to resume discussing the next battle plan when she felt a sudden ripple in the air, and a familiar face appeared before her. She stared wide-eyed at Fury, who wasn't supposed to be there, and raised her brows involuntarily. Why are you here? Was there something wrong back home? Fury shrugged. No. The Lord asked me to help the team kill Pride. So I came. Han Hai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. You arrived just in time. Pride has been spotted on 2 planets. I'm telling you, be sure to be mindful of Blackthorn's kill range. Don't let yourself get accidentally injured. My comrades on the front lines are in your care. Fury shook his fiery red hair and tilted his head. Leave the responsibility of dealing with Pride to me. But I have a question. Why can't I contact Jun Shang? Angry's words startled Han Hai slightly. You can't contact the master? Yes. About half a day ago, I completely lost Jun Shang's location. I had no choice but to rush to support him according to the direction marked in the previous call. He went to the royal court. Your Zerg royal court. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of that space, he and we have also lost contact. Angry turned his head, glanced in the direction of the void, then extended his hand towards Han Hai. I want a reward. It's that long, spicy thing that oozes oil when you bite it. Spicy strips? I don't have any right now, but there are plenty in the logistics warehouse. I'll have someone get you as many as you need. 1 pack. Give me a pack of spicy strips, and I'll drag you a Pride. It doesn't matter if you don't have any now, I accept cash on delivery. Hey you, who was calculating the time, looked up, somewhat confused by the unit of measurement for Pride. When did Pride become equated with a pack of spicy strips? But looking at the serious face of anger before her, she couldn't help but feel that she had trained him well one by one. If this pace continues, I'm afraid everything on the battlefield will be measured in terms of snacks. Are there prices for other insect kings? I mean, like greed and gluttony? Greed is more expensive, because I can't catch it, so it costs 10,000 packs of spicy strips. But as long as I can catch it, the others will be half a pack. The tone of her voice was so confident, as if she had already eaten the spicy strips. Then go quickly. I'll arrange the goods for you now. When you come back, the goods will definitely be in front of you. Anger nodded, and without further ado, she tore open the spatial channel and shuttled in the direction indicated by the vast sea. In the operations room, the 2 women exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Isn't that reassuring? The master is quite foresight. He's considered our lack of high-end combat power, so how could he not consider his own safety? This is great. Not only can we slay a large number of high-level queens, significantly boosting the mecha girl's strength, but we'll also have a reason to return to the capital. By then, with dozens of queens' heads hanging outside the ship, who would dare to say we weren't doing anything useful while away? Yes, yes, yes. Reassurance. First, stabilize the situation, and then we can let Fury lead us into the royal court. Incidentally, I'm also curious if there's any unexpected research material inside. Honestly, I'm quite curious about the interior of the royal court. Before you could finish his words, 11 figures slammed heavily onto the outside of the operations room. 537 flung open the door, his face pale, and his voice trembling. Han Hai, the commander, is trapped in the royal court. In the operations room, the 2 women's hearts, just barely at ease, were instantly gripped again. Chapter 638. 537's face was filled with unprecedented panic. At a single glance, Han Hai's heart leaped into her throat. With a single forceful squeeze of her hand, she crushed the command terminal screen, sending sparks flying. The fragments pierced her palm, but she seemed oblivious. All that filled her mind was 537's words. Captain, trapped in the royal court. Those few words left her feeling a bit hazy. Han Hai? On high. 537 shook her body and shouted, "Quick! Requisition the mechanical island to cut through the void. We need to rush to support. 26 insect emperors, for insect emperors. The enemy's combat power far exceeds our imagination. Hurry! Hurry!" The hollow voice echoed in the operational room, as if it hadn't come from her own mouth. Han Hai said woodenly, "We're out of troops. We're out of troops. There are as many as 40 insect emperors outside. All our troops have been dispatched to provide support." For the first time in her life, she hated herself so much. If she hadn't sent 2 divisions, she would still have troops available. But now, it was all over. 4 insect emperors, 26 late-stage queens. Suli wasn't a supernatural being. How could he possibly resist? Looking at the 11 figures before him, Yu quickly approached and grabbed 537's arm. "What's going on? Why is he trapped in the royal court? Why did you all come out?" "He's trapped inside?" 537's voice choked. "Captain, seeing the situation was dire, the commander told us to evacuate. But the noise of tearing open the void tunnel was so loud that it attracted the attention of Arrogant. When I turned around, I saw her extending her fingers to seal the space. So the commander didn't come out. So you're telling me, you guards went out, and he, the commander, stayed behind to cover the retreat?" 537. "What about the oath you swore when you joined the royal guards? What about the oath you swore? All the resources were channeled towards you, and this is how you repay him. When he was in danger, you turned around and ran away." Yu's eyes instantly turned red. She shouldn't have done this so-called research. From the beginning, she should have stayed by his side. If she had stayed by his side, become a full-time combat mecha girl, then at least at this moment, she could have died with him. 537 fell to her knees, her little head thumping against the floor. "I'm guilty, and I can go to court-martial. We can both commit suicide to atone for our sins. But please send reinforcements as soon as possible. We already spent 15 minutes returning from the tunnel entrance. Every second is golden opportunity for rescue. We recorded the void node at the tunnel entrance. If we're quick enough, you must immediately support the front lines." Han Hai lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Not just her voice, but her entire being was trembling. If she hadn't been supporting herself on the table, she would have collapsed to the ground in the next second. Yu stared at Han Hai in disbelief, her blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. "What did you just say?" She raised her blue eyes, sparkling with sparkle. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, but she bit her lower lip and spoke word by word. "Support the front lines. Go to G3 and destroy the Insect King. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Do you know what you're talking about? The master is trapped in the royal court, and you're sending your only 11 SSS-class mecha girls to support the front lines?" Han Hai stared at Yu before him, not flinching. "In my absence, I am the Supreme Commander of the Dawn Legion. The Dawn Legion, the Cavalry Regiment, the Special Forces Division, including the Mechanical Islands Royal Guards, over 1 million mecha girls, are all under my command. Yu, as far as I know, you don't hold any position within the Dawn Legion. Therefore, you have no say in strategic deployment. You insatiable wolf. When you entered the outpost, I suspected you had ill intentions. Now you revealed your true colors? Shut up. He's my master too. But rescue? Tell me how? Even with the 2 of us included, there are only 13 SSS-class mecha girls. Even if we're piloting. What good would it do if we took the mechanical island into the royal court? This isn't just 1 million mecha girls, it's also the master's property. The remaining mecha trees on the mechanical island are the core of its control. If the mechanical island enters the royal court, our mecha girls on the battlefield will lose their chance for advancement. As one side gains strength, the other loses, and the entire Dawn Legion and the mechanical island will be buried with the Zerg. Although the battle is currently stalemate, if we fight tooth and nail while simultaneously improving our strength, we can quickly end the battle and arrive to provide support. Furthermore, constantly deploying new bait will attract more Zerg kings, thus alleviating the master's pressure. When the time comes, with enough SSS-class mecha girls, plus floating islands and mechanical islands, we can crush those insect emperors even with a mountain of human lives. She slammed her fist down on the command platform, completely oblivious to the blood flowing. This is the only solution. Yu, you're not the team's commander. I don't blame you. We're all the master's mecha girls. If he dies, the Corps will immediately release the Corps contract. If that happens, I'll dismantle my own Corps after the battle. But now, no one can influence my decision. 537. Take your companions and concentrate all your strength to strangle all the insect emperors. I don't care what method you use, even if you explode while holding them, you must bring back the insect emperor's core. Now, immediately, disappear from my sight. 537 raised his head, letting the blood drip from his forehead. 11 figures stepped out of the operations room and quickly maneuvered towards their designated positions. Hanhai's shaky body slowly straightened and snatched the scalpel from Heiyu's hand. She raised the scalpel high in her blood-stained hand and gazed at the mecha girls in the operations room, her eyes gleaming with sternness. Suppress all reports of the Legion commander being held captive in the royal court. If I hear even the slightest rumor, I will be subject to military court, treated as a demoralizing force, or executed on the spot. The once silent operations room erupted in commotion once again. Hanhai turned to look at the star map, but no matter how hard she tried, tears kept falling. She used to be a remarkably strong person, managing the affairs of the entire Mecha Girl unit with ease. But since meeting Su Li, she discovered for the first time how wonderful it felt to have someone to rely on. And now, with her only supporter isolated and helpless, she could only prioritize the greater good. Go get some spicy noodles for anger. If you're free. Heiyu bit her lips until blood trickled down her chin. She couldn't prioritize the greater good. She could never do that. Chapter 639. In the royal court, Indy's abilities were exploited to the utmost. Su Li dodged the combined attacks of over 20 insect kings, relying on the massive branches of the trees to evade them. In the cockpit, Indy's face flushed crimson as he used all his abilities to diminish the mecha's presence. In the tree hollow, the enormous Junlin huddled in a ball. Seeing an insect king rustling past above the hollow, Jun Quan closed her eyes tightly in fear. Can't see me! Can't see me! Can't see me! The rustling stopped abruptly, and in that instant, Jun Quan felt her heart tighten. She opened her eyes slightly, and saw the insect's enormous leg, less than half a meter away. Its massive abdomen swayed before her, its markings like insect eyes, fixed fixedly on her position. She instinctively rolled her eyes, and tried to turn away. But just as he was halfway through, Jun Wei slapped him awake. If you lose focus again, I'll throw you into the worm nest when we get home. Big sister, second sister is threatening me again. Can you please shut up? Do you understand what radio silence is? Sister, we're communicating via mental link. What's the point of silence? Covering my mouth is no use. If you can, stop my heart from racing. That power reactor is thumping. If the Zerg really notice, can you blame me? Youngest, you're a bit noisy. Junyu, who never spoke, suddenly said something that startled everyone. Fourth sister? Are you my real fourth sister? Yes. You, the sun is rising from the west? You're even joining in the discussion. Nothing. I just feel like I haven't said much, so I'm trying to communicate more while I'm still alive. Junyu's 2 words immediately silenced Su Li's mental world for 10 long seconds. It must be said, she's quite the conversationalist. Hit her, hit her. This belly is right before my eyes. Golden trees go in, green trees come out. If I don't rip her apart, I'd be remiss if I didn't. Su Li, without hesitation, guided Junlin forward, the sharp blade piercing the insect king's body. She roared in anger, and was about to turn and strike back when the bright red blade ripped out of her body, swung through her neck. The lightning-generated blade was unmatched in its sharpness. With a slight pressure, it easily severed her head. The massive body twitched and fell backward. Junlin climbed out of the tree hole, and, using the branches for cover, ran towards another. In the spiritual world, the little tree's somewhat disgruntled complaint echoed, "Why not use me? This is in front of my ancestors, how can I not have a chance to show off? What do you want a chance to show off? You don't even have one. I, with all my branches, how could I not have a chance? If my ancestors saw me like this, they think I, their descendant, was unremarkable. What if they got angry and refused to give me the inheritance?" Su Li was speechless for a moment. He knew this thing, so attentive, couldn't hold back anything good. It's on its mind again. With its chances of survival still uncertain, it's on its mind again. In his peripheral vision, a dense swarm of Zergs rushed towards the direction of the roar. He dodged the trap set by Emperor Indy, draping his mental thread onto a branch and pulling it, using it as a hook. The entire machine shifted several steps in midair, ducking down to hide in another tree hollow. Block the space? Block it however you want. He's an expert at slipping around edges and cracks, so what's he afraid of? Every one of these things is worth a damn. Besides arrogance, which makes him wary, in a one-on-one fight, whenever they win he shouts, They're awesome. Hold steady, fight like this. Look for an opportunity to sneak up on them. Stab one, kill one, and we'll win. Use the spider silk of jealousy to seal the tree trunk and apply camouflage. This tree is so big, make good use of this battlefield and play hide and seek with them. This scene reminded him of a past life, when he was alone behind enemy lines. The difference was that back then, he was only accompanied by Ling Xiao. But now, in addition to his own group of mecha girls, he also had 3 insect emperors. Although the enemy's level was generally high, in this kind of sneak attack situation, even the most powerful fighter had to be able to catch him. Master, why don't we just hide somewhere? Nonsense. What if we hide somewhere and get found? This is someone else's house. While they're out, we can hide there and follow the enemy. We'll leave them nowhere to find us. Then, why are you pouring aphrodisiac powder into someone else's house? Isn't that only effective on king-level enemies? Who cares if it works? Raising haystacks is a side benefit, isn't it? Besides, as guests, if we don't bring some souvenirs, what if they dislike us and refuse to let us stay? He had no idea he was being chased by a swarm of insects. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. He didn't like to complain. His goal was to leverage every advantage he could to keep everyone alive. The longer it took, the better for him. The 11 mecha girls outside would surely notice the unusual situation in the royal court, and a call for assistance had already been sent. All he could do was delay as much as possible, giving the vast sea a chance to concentrate its superior forces. The presence of anger could quickly kill the insect emperors outside. If he could lure one out of the royal court, he could rise up in anger and personally fulfill his desire to slay an emperor. Little insect, stop hiding. This entire space is completely sealed off. You can't escape. I smell the fragrance of the emperor, but I wonder if, after devouring you, I'll have the opportunity to ascend again. The arrogant voice echoed slowly throughout the space. She wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she leisurely perched on the mechanical tree, watching the insect emperors command their swarms as they explored the giant tree. It's been so long, over the years, there were few things that piqued her interest. And this little gadget, even before her, had appeared in her royal court. Come out. Let me take a good look. If you can please me, perhaps I can show you some mercy and let your death pass more slowly. In the cockpit, 038 frowned. Brother, did your aphrodisiac powder work? It worked, damn. That stuff is useless against an emperor. It's made with Roazi's venom. How can it possibly help pride? Then why is she so attracted to you? Su Li's face straightened. If I have to explain this seriously, it probably starts with my extraordinary charm. Chapter 640. The little tree shuddered. Listen, listen, if only I weren't the master. With such shamelessness, it didn't even have a mouth, or else it would have had to show him. And it's also incredibly charming. Isn't it because this tree is tall enough that she looks at you with such respect? Thanks to Su Li's calm demeanor, the mecha girls calmed down from their initial panic. This was the first time they had such a close mental connection with Su Li in the cockpit. As the synchronization time increased, they could clearly feel their mechas slowly undergoing some unusual changes. It was hard to explain, but everyone knew that these changes would only be more beneficial in the upcoming battle. Pay attention to maintaining your body's energy consumption. This is a protracted battle, and reinforcements may not arrive as quickly as you imagine. I estimate it will take at least 2 days, and 1 night for Han Hai to eliminate the insect kings outside. Don't worry. We can hold on. If things really don't work out, you can take turns driving, leaving the June sisters behind until last. Su Li remained silent. After careful consideration, he had already formulated a specific battle plan for the royal court. What worried him most was the situation outside. If Han Hai rushed for success, the Legion's casualty rate might be shockingly high. And as time went on, the torment she endured would surely intensify. The most taboo for a general is impatience. But now, he had lost all means of communication with the outside world. He could only resign himself to fate. If he had known earlier, perhaps he should have left Eve behind. But now, he glanced at Eve, the main character, embraced at his arms, and saw her earlobes were a vibrant red. How intrusive! She had forgotten she had never been fucked in front of so many mecha girls before. Governor, are you okay? Me? I'm fine. Eve's face flushed. Although this position was comfortable, she still felt it was a little inappropriate to show off in front of so many mecha girls. She was their leader after all. How could she lead the troops if she was seen like this for too long? Feeling the warm breath against her ear, she subconsciously shrank her neck. Jun Lin in the tree hole also shrank back, making a slight noise. Don't move. Governor, you don't want to be seen. Let's stay here. Eve's face flushed red as blood began to drip. She couldn't understand it. Outside, there was an overwhelming swarm of Zerg, and yet this guy still had the energy to joke. Sully peered through the gaps in the camouflage spiderwebs, surveying everything outside. It was different from space. This void seemed to have gathered all the starlight in the sky. Looking up, all he could see was a shimmering starlight. The blue-gold mech, combined by Junlin and Eve, shone brightly under the shifting starlight. Fortunately, Indy helped mask the hue, allowing them to hide. The rustling of figures moved from near to far, then from far to near. The Zerg search was mostly aimless, for he hadn't spotted a single Slaanesh in the entire Zerg swarm, not even Sloth. This situation wasn't uncommon. If Sloth was extremely rare, then Ruazi, a Slaanesh, was no different. Her nature destined her to roam only on planets with intelligent life. Because their power is control. In a place like the Royal Court, where there is nothing but Zerg, they can neither enjoy the pleasure of playing games with others nor have enough military force to counter arrogance. Therefore, there is no place for them in the Royal Court. Fortunately, there was no hiding place for them within the Royal Court. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide beneath the nose of such a being with near-monster intelligence. Lord, in 10 breaths, we must retreat to the insect nest 300 meters to the right. The entire journey must be controlled within 22 seconds. As Ruazi's voice sounded, Sully listened attentively to the movements around him. Threads of telekinesis radiated outward, entangling one dead branch after another. Until now, the entire Junlin had not utilized its power systems, relying entirely on the pull of telekinesis threads. While its agility might be slightly lacking, that was simply because Sully was unfamiliar with this combat method. With repeated pulling, he was rapidly adapting. Junlin silently glided through the night, taking advantage of the moment when a Zerg 50 meters to his side turned its head and slipped into her home. The Zerg suspiciously raised its antennae, and after a brief exploration, it searched towards the location indicated by its insect king. They had never imagined that the being that had drawn so many Zerg to search everywhere was right in their own lair. The commotion within the cave made Junlin tilt his head. A series of hisses echoed, followed by another. An elite species sprinted through the cave where Sully was hiding at breakneck speed, its delicate legs moving so swiftly that it nearly ripped apart the spiderweb obscuring the cave entrance. In a moment of dread, the elite species pounced on a queen, raising its upper body and pinning her beneath it. Jun Quan's eyes widened involuntarily. Master, master. Your medicine is working. What are you looking at, kid? Close your eyes. TSK, I'm an adult, okay? By the way, master, do you think this behavior, for an elite species, counts as leadership? Sully, this is called ambition. Eve raised an eyebrow, feeling someone was implying something. In Sully's mental world, a group of mecha girls began chattering once again. They were discussing what tactics to adopt to maximize their benefits in response to this new turn of events. Little Tree quit. Still discussing? Ever since being trapped here, they've been constantly discussing. Things have changed and taken several turns, and they needed to discuss each one. What are they discussing? Why are the flowers so red? This timid behavior was deeply unbearable to it. Why not fight? Why not force it? Is it not majestic enough? Or is it not strong enough? Sharing Sully's vision, it could no longer tolerate it. What kind of behavior is this? Master, beat it. Break its dick. Can you even tolerate this? I can't tolerate it at all. This is simply a daydream of adultery. In broad daylight, on top of my ancestors' graves. This is more acceptable than a disco. No. Do it. We must do it. Hush. Calm down. After all these years, haven't your ancestors seen enough? That's because I wasn't here before. If I were here, could I have let them get so arrogant? Sully released his grip on the tree. Go ahead. I'm telling you, aim for the elite species buttocks. According to experts, that spot is quite vulnerable. The tree quickly tightened its roots and retreated deeper into the cave. You're just trying to trick me. Can you really listen to the experts? Chapter 641. It wasn't that it was cowardly. It was simply that after leaving Sully, its entire movement, aside from breaking through the void, depended entirely on the gradual movement of its roots. In this solid space, it couldn't break through the void. With just a few tiny movements, the group of queens could use it as a teething stick. For the first time, it understood its own identity. In Sully's hands, it was a treasure, but in arrogant hands, even if it grew twice as large, it would still be a golden teething stick. We can pause here for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we need to turn back and hide in the third cave. Ruazi's brainpower was stretched to its limits. During her hide-and-seek game with the Zerg, she, familiar with their characteristics, memorized every moment the Zerg returned to their nests. Have you noticed Indy's location? No. After dodging her attack the first time, we lost track of her. Her characteristics are extremely unique, so unless I can spread the poison mist throughout the entire space, I have no way of tracking her movements. Ruazi's words stuck like a thorn in everyone's heart. The meaning was clear. All their current hiding and efforts were simply a matter of luck. If Indy discovered their tracks, they would most likely be met with the thundering blow it had been preparing for. A patch of grayish-white bark on the tree trunk shifted slightly. 8 enormous compound eyes suddenly opened, glanced in the direction of their hiding place, and then closed again. This distance is still quite far. Though these little creatures may be small, they possess a wealth of tricks. A single strike to kill them might require even more patience. As luck would have it, the thing she lacked the most was patience. Strands of transparent spider silk dangled between the branches of the mechanical tree, invisible without careful observation. Furthermore, they snapped at the slightest touch. Su Li, trapped in her mecha, was constantly on edge, oblivious to even these subtle changes. But every change in those threads, every single one, was under the control of jealousy. She smelled the scent of her kind. Even if it was a little underdeveloped, it should still be chewy enough for rations. The grayish-white bark lay motionless, silently awaiting its prey's movement, sometimes nearer and sometimes farther, towards her. In the cockpit, a newly promoted Emperor-level wrathful creature raised its eyes, squinting outside. Outside the tree hole, the constantly shifting light made everyone's heart rise to their throats. Thankfully, the insects had begun their reproduction. If they could hold out long enough, they could take advantage of this opportunity to maneuver further afield. After all, no one would have expected them to actively move toward the branches. Something seems amiss. Lord, what's wrong? We won't maneuver toward the branches. While it's possible to do something like this, I always find it a bit risky. Haven't you noticed that even while moving, these insects are spreading evenly outward? It feels like they're expanding a circle of encirclement. The little tree shook its branches. If that's the case, then aren't these idiots too dedicated? They're working even when they're enjoying themselves? They're rubbing the faces of the elites in the ground. Will you shut up? Yes, master. Through the gaps in the mesh, everyone peered out for a moment, and saw that the Zerg were indeed steadily advancing towards the perimeter. Brother, could this be because they're gradually searching? Eliminating potential threats bit by bit? Impossible. She's simply forcing us to retreat towards the torso. Otherwise, under the Zerg Emperor's command, she wouldn't have left such a huge loophole for us to exploit. We've been tricked. Even if there's no Slaanesh here, it doesn't mean they're incompetent. They've been through countless years of trials and tribulations. Even a fool can hum without playing the piano. So what do we do? Follow the Zerg's lead and move outward. No, from now on, be fully alert and begin your counterattack. If my guess is correct, those who have the power will be filled with either jealousy or outrage. But, if I had to choose, I rather it's envy waiting for us to take the bait. Although her presence is extremely weak, that very fact makes her so difficult to defend against. We can't let such a threat live. Once we kill her, we can ignore gluttony and choose between pride and wrath. Isn't that too risky? There are still a ton of insect kings out there. Then after killing Envy, we'll hide and play hide and seek again. While this isn't ideal, I still enjoy the thrill of being discovered at any moment. Hong Ying subconsciously covered Yuan's mouth, but then she remembered that communication in the spiritual world isn't done with words. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Junlin reappeared outside the cave. Threads of telekinesis tugged, propelling the mecha forward in its designated direction. As the threads passed, they shattered the transparent spider silk. Su Li's mind trembled slightly, and he keenly sensed something. His mental field slowly dispersed, finally noticing the countless transparent threads dangling beside him. He pretended he hadn't seen anything, maneuvering the mecha into a tree hollow, quickly covering the cave's surface with camouflage netting. Threads of telekinesis began to expand across the space, clinging to the fine, transparent spider silk, following their path. Finally, after considerable effort, they sighted Jealous figure. At that moment, Su Li's heart was startled. This was undoubtedly the most perfect disguise he had ever witnessed in his military career. If it weren't for the threads of telekinesis, he wouldn't even have been able to discern Jealousy's whereabouts. Perhaps, if he advanced again, Jealousy's long-prepared attack would await him. Hunters in nature are often far more patient than ordinary humans. This was the first time he truly witnessed the power of jealousy. If it weren't for his mental power, How could anyone sense what was happening outside through the thick armor? The word insidious was personified at this moment. When battling an emperor-level queen, there was no room for slackness. But fortunately, he noticed. At this moment, he didn't know if the attackers and defenders had switched positions, but the only thing he knew for sure was that each had sensed the other's position. The rest, besides a test of patience, was a contest of whose blade was faster. Chapter 642. As Sully tightened his grip on the hilt, all the mecha girls fell silent. In the cockpit, only faint gasps remained. Ruazi offered no further suggestions about the next hiding spot, because with one strike, the battlefield would undergo countless changes. She had always been a provider of opinions, not a decision-maker. From the moment Sully grasped the hilt, everyone knew his choice. The lightning-formed giant blade flashed a red halo, as if gathering its power. Sully's palm sweated slightly. He knew that after striking, there would be no room for regret. He might face a siege from 3 Emperor-class queens. But right now, there weren't many options. Even if reinforcements arrived in time, he still had to face the Emperors and kill them. Time ticked by, and in the intervening moment, everyone's will was instantly united. The camouflage web was lifted, threads of telekinesis swirled, and Junlin's figure began to crawl out of the nest. The bark suddenly moved. The enormous iridescent spider leaped from the trunk of the giant tree. The distance of over 100 meters seemed insignificant to its immense size. Even the enormous Junlin was no more than a bite in its eyes. The intricate mouthparts, interwoven with fangs and jaws, contained several sharp, transparent fangs already brimming with venom, waiting to feed. Before the mouthparts arrived, 2 articulated legs had already arrived. She seemed so eager to get Junlin into her mouth that she completely forgot to reveal her human form, relying solely on her own body to charge forward. Junlin remained in the position of exiting the cave, seemingly unable to dodge, his body swaying in panic. Seeing the 4 pairs of compound eyes approaching, a faint expression of ecstasy was visible, and the next second, Junlin crouched down. The huge, bright red blade, like a beam of light, struck her forehead directly. Even though the weapon was short, it was still 100 meters long. With one strike, the 4 pairs of compound eyes were split in 2, never to be mended. The immense force of the lightning pierced her head, shattering her skull. The blade of light seemed to pass through her body without any resistance, so fast that even blood had no time to cling to it. The small tree's roots immediately thrust forward, pulling out 2 cores before retracting. In its spiritual world, it began a frantic cry. The wind is strong. Pull. Unable to retract its strength, Junlin stumbled, and the lightning-formed blade slashed straight into the tree's branches. A massive recoil ripped through the blade, and the blade sliced right through. Golden sap rolled along the blade, absorbed by the lightning before it could even drip. You, how dare you do that to my ancestors? Isn't this a slap in the face? Shut up. If you keep arguing, I'll skin you alive. Sully swung the blade twice, and the thrusters erupted in brilliant flames. Instantly, they began frantically moving around the branches. The entire insect swarm went wild, and it was a frenzy beyond normal. The death of a single insect king might have caused a brief commotion, but with the fall of an emperor, all the insect kings were restless. What the small tree roots were wrapped around was not an emperor-level core at all, but a through train for all insect emperors to be promoted to emperor level. Wrath and gluttony immediately pursued them. They possessed no pride, only a thirst for the enemy's genetic sequence. The cockpit door opened, and the 3 insect emperors leaped out immediately, following their command. A brilliant golden light flashed, and 3 massive figures faced Wrath. A pale golden poisonous mist instantly began to dissipate throughout the space. Ruazi stood behind him, her eyes gleaming with golden light, instantly igniting the 2 insect emperors' fighting desire to the maximum. She spat out a scepter, held it in her hand, and lashed it out at Wrath's head. Sully paid no attention to the battle between the 3 insect emperors. He spun and dodged Gluttony's attack, his entire mech staggering. One hand grasped the blade, the other supported the back of the blade. Using the force of the rotation, he instantly slashed at Wrath twice. The lightning sharpness was beyond his imagination. The fact that she could split Indy's head in 2 with a single blow demonstrated the depth of her own abilities. If he had previously held doubts about the battle, he now had even more confidence in his chances of victory. Skin exploded, golden blood splattered. Gluttony roared, casually snatched a Zerg from the swarm beside her, stuffed it into her mouth, and began to devour it. The wounds healed rapidly, and her body grew immensely as she devoured. Originally occupying only half a branch, after consuming several insects in succession, her body had grown so large that it could cover the entire branch. Sully didn't want to fight her, because this thing was essentially a constantly growing monster. Everything it swallowed turned into stored energy, and every wound inflicted by an attack was rapidly repaired by this energy. Even fatal wounds could be forcibly repaired. Sully even suspected that her energy could reshape her organs. This kind of battle would only go on endlessly. The cost of forcibly killing her was simply too great. He dodged left and right, taking advantage of the lulls in its feeding to quickly distance himself from it. He nimbly sidestepped the attacks of one Zerg after another, swinging the tree and sending each one flying. Charge! Charge! Kill! Kill them all! How dare you covet my core? I'll rip your cores out first. With the momentum of a tiger among a flock of sheep, the tree could no longer conceal its inner excitement. Its roots spread out, swaying in all directions. This dissipated energy, even without the giant mechanical tree, belongs to it. All of it. I'll stab you all over the face. I'll rip your kidneys out. I'll poke your eyes out so you can see my core. You're disrespecting my ancestors. You'll have a disco on my grave. You'll have you committing adultery in broad daylight. I'll make you livestream it. An endless swarm of insects rushed down from every branch. Junlin, deprived of the ability to break through the void, was like a dividing stone in a river, abruptly splitting the swarm in two. Each king-level queen commanded more than one hive. And each emperor-level queen commanded a staggering number of king-level queens and elite species, reaching dozens. This was an incomparably vast force, one that Ruozi and the others could not control. This meant that even after defeating numerous insect emperors, they would still face this immense swarm. The sheer number was so numerous it would exhaust the June sisters to the limit, yet they still couldn't be slain. Amid the insect swarm, Sully turned his head between blows to gaze, only to see Arrogant, leisurely perched on the trunk, watching his battle unblinking. She had no intention of participating. Instead, she observed, her eyes filled with a kind of disdainful spectator watching a monkey show. Chapter 643. Master, she's quite arrogant. Even jealousy can't stop you and the mistress from striking. Do you think she wants to see the power of my precious child? Sully controlled the mech, pulling a branch with one hand and rolling, nimbly weaving and dodging between branches. His monkey-like climbing movements and relays immediately set the cores of the mechs on fire. He no longer had the energy to care about the small tree. He could only hold Eve tightly in his arms, gripping the joystick with one hand and using telekinesis to transmit commands. Threads of telekinesis pulled the red giant blade and the small tree around his body, these two weapons becoming his primary means of attack. Trapped in the Zerd tide, he was eager to escape, but the Emperor core hanging from the roots of the small tree drove all the Zerd towards him like crazy. If this fight continued, he might not have the energy to deal with arrogance. Sister, take the little tree. I'll cover your rear. You take it? Don't let the Zerd catch up to you. At least until Ruozi's poisonous mist reaches a certain density, you must protect yourself. The cockpit opened, and 038 flashed out. A second later, Hong Ying followed suit. What are you doing out here? Get back. Hong Ying smiled and pushed 038 away with all her might. Hurry! Master alone can't block all the attacks. Without hesitation, she materialized her mech and sped off. Seeing they were almost at the same distance, Sully swung her telekinetic thread, flinging the little tree straight towards 038. She lifted the tree into her arms, and a second later, the thrusters went full throttle, and they sped off into the distance. Several insect chirps echoed from the branches, and a group of flying creatures buzzed in an attempt to intercept, only to find Junlin before them already unsheathing a massive bow. A thick golden beam of light converged on the bowstring. With a crackling sound, it shot skyward, then emanated into a dense rain of arrows. Golden arrows rained down from the sky, piercing vast swathes of Zerg. Telekinetic tentacles grasped Hong Ying's arms, carrying her away and hurtling backward. Not far away, anger let out a shrill roar, surging golden energy dissipating, wisps of crimson light spreading outward, casting bloodshot red in the eyes of the three insect emperors. Arrogance and anger clashed fiercely. Pride had only one horn left, the other horn having long since broken, but she still charged forward fearlessly, biting the opponent's neck. She pressed her horn against the opponent's chin, unleashing shocks of electricity again and again. Jealousy tugged at anger's hind legs, injecting its venom into him again and again. Ruozi's golden body tightly wrapped around anger's body, its segments piercing her torso. With its scepter, it pounded anger's head. The skull thudded with each blow, reverberating throughout the space. Anger still had strength left, nourished by the giant tree in the royal court. She was clearly no match for the three malnourished insect emperors. Furthermore, she was the second most powerful of all the insects, With every struggle, Ruozi's segments, piercing her flesh, broke, and her entire body creaked under the weight. The armor peeled off, and even her body became somewhat tattered. The golden blood was no longer distinguishable from its owner. She simply stared into her own golden eyes, forcing herself to endure the immense pain. After each 2 strikes with the staff, she switched to the tip, finding the perfect opportunity to strike at her eyes. The battle between Zergs, beyond the use of tactics, was more often a violent confrontation like this. Arrogant's electric shock would also impact Ruozi. But at this moment, she no longer cared. The tip of the staff finally blinded one of Anger's eyes. She screamed violently in pain, exerting her arms with a sudden force, completely breaking Ruozi's body apart. The small half of the insect body rolled to the ground, twitching and chrysalis. Ruozi's massive body collapsed. She struggled to get up, but found that without this small half of her body, her agility was greatly reduced. Jealousy finally stopped holding Anger back, and quickly crawled onto her back, biting her neck. Her extremely resilient skin couldn't withstand her fangs, and with a fierce rip, she bit through the back of her neck. Wrath retaliated angrily, sending Indy flying. The shockwave was so visible that her insect abdomen nearly exploded from the intense concussion. The maximum-powered thunderbolt enveloped Wrath's entire body. A faint smell of burnt flesh lingered in the air. Pride, using the last of his strength, thrust his remaining horn into Wrath's mouth parts. Ruozi struggled to her feet, and she and Indy grabbed Wrath's arms, one on each side, forcibly ripping them from his body. With a shower of golden blood, the 3 insect emperors finally completed their attack on Wrath. They turned their attention to Gluttony, who was slowly approaching. Don't kill Gluttony. Heal your own wounds first. Hold onto the rage core, and use it as bait to lure out the common bugs. As Suli gave the order, Ruozi paused slightly. She swam over to her broken insect body, picked it up, and connected it to her wound. The stinging and itching from the healing process made her face pale. But looking at the swarm of bugs that covered the sky, she still chose to follow Suli's orders. The 3 of them truly didn't have the strength left to fight Gluttony. Even if they could kill it, at least 2 of them would have to die. Thankfully, Gluttony was moving slowly due to the sheer number of Zerg it had devoured. They could slowly engage it, prioritizing the Zerg King and elite species, completely denying Gluttony any access to high-level energy. In the horizon, 038 dragged the small tree. Even at this point, it still taunted the Zerg behind it. But it seemed to have forgotten that its taunts were only audible to those within the mental link. At least the Zerg outside couldn't hear a word. Under the giant tree, the blue-gold mech stood upright. He looked up at the immense pride atop it, and slowly slung the massive red blade behind him. Hong Ying's black-gold body trembled slightly, but like Suli, she stood erect. As his hand rested on her, the black-gold mech began to rapidly transform. A black spear with a dragon pattern etched on its shaft appeared in his hand. He swung it in a flash, pointing it directly at Pride perched atop the giant tree. Meeting her scornful gaze, Suli said nothing more, simply saying, "Come and fight." Chapter 644. Everyone was engaged in a bloody battle. No one was exempt. Swords were bent, ammunition was exhausted. When all available means had been exhausted, all that remained was the most brutal fight. The outcome of the battle wasn't determined solely by strategy and tactics, or by various ingenious techniques, but most importantly, by the warrior's deep-seated desire to never give up. And then, there was the arrogance of even if the King of Heaven comes, I'll fight him to the death. Yu Rong's body was trembling slightly. Li Tianlang was even more so. After each of his extreme outbursts, his hands would curl up like chicken claws, cramping constantly. How could a true man last only 3 minutes? Through his tireless efforts, he successfully extended that time to 10 minutes. Now he was burning out. Ice water couldn't ease his pain. He had already burned through countless 10-minute sessions. Chang Zi, driving Yihua, stopped behind the 2 men, using his back to support them as they threatened to fall. The 2 mechs stood back to back, gazing at the Zerg swarm before them. Xiangzi's voice rang out over the comms. "Stand up straight. You're the commander of the army, your team is still fighting, how can you sit down? You say that nicely. Stand back from me, and see if you can stand still. I just don't understand. The longer this fight drags on, the easier it will be. Why do you have to forcefully attack and kill all the Zerg kings? I can't even stretch my arms straight now. My combat power has plummeted. No, that's right. What excuses are you making? As Super S-Class pilots, and as SSS-Class mech girls, we traditionally should tackle tough challenges. If that doesn't work out, I can give you a set of titanium dog teeth when you're on leave. Heh! Back to back, I can feel you trembling. Your mouth is all you have left to show off. In Yihua's cockpit, Jiangzi cursed inwardly, that idiot. Did they install a camera in my cockpit? Yihua rolled her eyes in annoyance, and didn't respond. She was now even struggling to speak, no longer possessing the swagger she used to wave the military flag. The shield plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily to the ground. From her hand, a bug king's head slipped free, rolling downhill, until it crashed into the wreckage of a mech. The distinctive black and red paint job made everyone's heart clench. Only those of the Dawn Legion knew how difficult it was to train each of their members. Every scar on its body told everyone of the battles it had endured. And on this battlefield, mech wrecks like these were not uncommon. How come these idiots are so fertile? They're like an army with just one, but we're all elite, capable of fighting 100 men at a time, yet we're dying on the battlefield from exhaustion. Damn it! If we weren't as skilled, we'd just accept defeat. Why are they so fertile? No wonder Tian Shu Star is full of signs encouraging childbirth. Honestly, if I could get through to my dear mother, I'd force that old couple to have a third child. A third child? Yeah. Didn't I tell you? I'm the second child. Zhang Chongping collapsed in the Jinduan's cockpit, and Jiandun fell out of the driver's seat and onto him. Exhausted, at this moment, any single Zerg force breaking through the encirclement would easily consume 3 Dawn Legion generals. Bionic mechs stood guard before them, tirelessly slashing at everything before them. They carried massive power units to keep their bodies functioning. But even the most powerful power units would fail after such a fierce battle. Without their power units, they could only rely on their willpower to forcibly power their entire bodies. As for their bodies had long since been genetically disintegrated by the constant fighting. But now, they didn't even have time to replace them. Their completely overloaded bodies were oozing blood from every part of their bionic mechs, making them look like giant, bloody men. Brother, you're awesome. The Corporate Federation's Undead Legion is nowhere near as good as you. Jace's head was covered in veins, and beneath his heavy helmet, every breath brought a rush of blood. Undead Legion? Those inferior creatures taste bland. You should have some basic respect for our Divine Punishment Legion. Sorry. Li Tianlong's feeble apology betrayed his sincerity. The fact that he still had the energy to apologize was already remarkable. Several SSS-class figures appeared in the sky again. They landed lightly, each picking up an SSS-class mecha girl and dragging them towards the floating island. On the island, Han Hai stared at the star map before her with crimson eyes. She slumped into her command chair until the last blip of the final Insect Emperor faded. The remaining Zerg swarm could be dealt with by relying on the Blackthorns and the remaining traps. Even a king-level queen wouldn't be able to make much of a dent against the siege of multiple SS-level mecha girls. Inform all units to take turns resting. Conduct the third round of supply replenishment. Use the existing base as a base to further expand your victory. Do not advance blindly. Strive steadily. 2 days and 1 night of fighting had left all the mecha girls exhausted. But their achievements were equally astonishing. The vast force led by over 30 Zerg kings was nearly annihilated. Such a feat would be unimaginable for any other team. Although the Zerg swarm wasn't completely destroyed, with Blackthorns blanketing the battlefield, annihilation of the Zerg was only a matter of time. Master, hold on. We're coming soon. Over 100 SSS-level mecha girls, along with their pilots, immediately descended upon the floating island's operations room, either voluntarily or involuntarily. Seeing Han Hai's bloodshot eyes, everyone was momentarily stunned. Such a serious expression shouldn't have appeared at the end of the war. Everyone's brows furrowed involuntarily, as they contemplated every possible outcome. Before Han Hai could speak, Heiyu, standing beside him, had already dropped to his knees. I don't hold any military position in the Legion. But I still want to ask you to save my master, your Legion commander. As soon as she spoke, everyone's expression changed. For a moment, they even thought they were hallucinating. Who to save? The Legion commander? The one who barked the loudest every day on the training ground still needed someone to save him. Chapter 645. According to intelligence from 2 days ago, the Legion commander and the governor are trapped in the royal court. Their current fate is unknown. The known enemies include a swarm of insects led by 26 insect kings and 4 insect emperors. Han Hai spoke in a trembling voice, as if every word drained a portion of her strength. Li Tianlong's cramped fingers stopped twitching, and his eyes widened. How many did you say? Stop howling, you heard me right. A swarm of insects led by 26 insect kings and 4 insect emperors. How many people did he bring? 9 mecha girls and 3 insect emperors. Li Tianlang turned his head, and looked at the dense crowd in the operations room. Every single one of them was an SSS level being. With so many of them, over 100 SSS level, it took them 2 full days and 1 night to slay over 30 insect kings. Even so, they wished they were exhausted. And that's with the support of a massive army. Now, someone told him that Su Li alone, along with 9 mecha maidens and 3 insect emperors, was facing a swarm of insects led by 26 late-stage insect emperors, including 4 emperors? Didn't you say that emperors couldn't seize command of this swarm? Didn't you say that the enemy's physical fitness was superior, and even insect emperors couldn't stand up to them? Han Hai nodded weakly. Li Tianlong's forehead veins bulged at this. Are you crazy? Why go to the royal court? Why did you wait 2 days and 1 night to tell us? If we had rushed to the rescue immediately, then we would have been annihilated. Xiangzi grabbed Li Tianlong's arm and said, you need to control your emotions. The most urgent thing is to restore your combat power as quickly as possible. We don't have much time. He looked at Heiyu and spoke rapidly. I know our legion's daily food is supplemented with genetic enhancement potions. I just want to know if it can help us recover as quickly as possible. And the mech girls, they also need rapid recovery and at least a comprehensive maintenance. Yes. We can. Plenty of genetic potions. The logistics team is ready. We only have 3 hours at most. During the time it takes to travel from the mechanical island to the space node, please restore your combat power as quickly as possible. Everyone was silent. Han Hai stared at their faces, not seeing a trace of reluctance in them. One by one, the mech girls supported each other as they walked towards the maintenance workshop. The remaining pilots sat down on the ground, leaning against each other, trying their best to rest their bodies. There were no excessive words, no complaints. It seemed as if high-intensity combat was their duty. Even Li Tianlang simply rolled his eyes and lay on the ground, unwilling to utter a single word. It was too late to say anything. The only thing left now was to quickly recover their strength and then burn their lives. One by one, the support staff brought in the genetic enhancement potion. As the golden liquid took its place, everyone regained a bit of energy. If communication is lost, is there any video feed from the royal court? Yes. As the video feed from 537's mecha played on the public screen, the pilots gasped. The massive tree shook everyone's heart. Originally, they thought the mechanical tree was a rare giant. But now they realized that the mechanical tree they thought of was, in the eyes of others, just a sapling. So, essentially, the Zerg are just borers on the tree? Li Tianlang suddenly remembered Su Li's previous theory about the human race and scratched his head frantically. So, the giant tree gave birth to the Zerg. The Zerg devoured the giant tree. Then, after the giant tree absorbed the Zerg, it used the platform built by the Zerg itself to give rise to the species known as the Mecha Girl. Or perhaps, the origin of humanity is also like this. Don't Fushi and Yuhua both have tails? Li Tianlang gasped. So in that case, we actually been fighting our own ancestors? Xiangzi looked at the scene before him indifferently. He didn't care about the so-called origin. He was just a soldier, not a bespectacled scholar. Who cares who's who? They showed no mercy when they attacked him, so how could they expect him to spare the insects when he struck? Stop the bullshit. Let's study tactics and strategies. Even an SSS-ranked mecha girl is no match for the insect emperor. So what we urgently need to study is a specific operational strategy. The Legion commander's whereabouts are unknown, and searching for him in such a large area won't be easy. Don't forget, there's a swarm of insects led by 26 insect emperors. We need bait. Not the golden tree kind, but bait made of ourselves. As soon as he said this, everyone understood the underlying meaning. I'll go. After all, I'm his eldest disciple. Li Tianlang shook his white fur and looked at the group of pilots behind him. Don't say I looked down on you. Even if I asked you to be bait, you wouldn't even be able to do it. No one can move as gracefully as me. It's a deal. You can't do it alone. Right? Count me in. Don't argue about this. If there's anyone in the Dawn Legion who must survive, it's the Legion commander and no one else. If we can rescue him, there will be a second Dawn Legion, a third Dawn Legion. So, stop arguing. That's 26. A massive swarm of insects. Even with so few of us, even if we all went in, there wouldn't be enough for them to share. What's the point of arguing? Zhang Chumping's words put an end to all the arguments. There's no time to cultivate new golden trees. Everyone go out, turn right, and go into the forest. Each of you will carry one. We can't lure them out, right? Let's just carry them in. Everyone pay attention. The ultimate goal of this mission is to find the commander. Han Hai sat motionless in her command position, watching the pilots quickly finalize the rescue plan. Tears welled up again. No one knew the outcome of this operation better than she did. If nothing unexpected happened, at least half of these people would remain in the royal court forever, losing their chance to return home. And yet, they continued to discuss this, completely disregarding their own lives. I can also coordinate approximately 3 divisions of SS-class mecha girls to accompany you. Li Tianlang raised his head upon hearing this. With a faint smile on his face, he looked into Han Hai's tearful eyes and frowned. Master's wife, forget it. We're all here, so there's no need to mobilize anyone else. We got to leave some spark for the Legion. Xiangzi also grinned. He didn't know if Su Li was still alive. But as long as there was a chance, he was willing to take the gamble. He was no longer just the hope of the mecha girls. At least in distant Longzhou, countless people were waiting for him to return home. What would it matter if he died in battle? Everything he had was given to him by Su Li. Without him, he would have perished in his mobile armor on the battlefield of Green Origin Star. We can do it. As long as we act as bait, relying on the Legion commander's strength, we can still break through the encirclement. Figures rose one after another, each clutching 4 or 5 strengthening potions. Don't worry, Deputy Commander. We will bring the commander back. No matter what. Chapter 646. The royal court was filled with an unprecedented bustle. 038 dragged the small tree, maneuvering back and forth around the giant tree. The thrusters operating at full capacity caused her body to heat up rapidly. Behind her, a dense swarm of Zerg followed closely behind her, a swarm so overwhelming it made one's scalp tingle. Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll make you laugh. The small tree waved its branches, resigned to its fate. Since it couldn't run or fight, being carried along was fine. At least it freed its spirit to taunt the swarm of insects endlessly. It spawned leaves, devoid of any power, flinging them here and there. Each strike sent the insects flying in all directions. Beneath the giant tree, golden lightning flashed, streaks of lightning like a continuous, unbroken silk thread. Junlin's form always managed to dodge with perfect timing, each slide precise and precise. Threads of telekinesis swung out in succession, propelling the mech through the thunderbolt. Su Li discovered that within the range of the giant tree, the golden lightning lost its ability to spread, replaced by an unbearable, scorching heat. The exterior armor was visibly heating up rapidly. Even the air in the cockpit had taken on a scorching heat. Every breath burned through her nose. The mech girls were already sweating profusely. The black gold dragon spear danced, its tip wrapped in thin threads of telekinesis, forming a barrier that once again deflected the golden lightning, allowing it to explode amidst the insect swarm. The giant red blade detached itself, pulled by the threads of telekinesis, striking the arrogant figure again and again, leaving bloody streaks across her body. Golden blood splattered in the air, dotting the space with countless starlight. The swung massive weapon collided with the spear, making a soft sound. The spear shaft slid against the steel fork, the tip suddenly thrust forward. Junlin stretched his body as far as he could, his vision focused only on the approaching throat. The thruster suddenly crackled, and the threads of telekinesis simultaneously pulled back. The massive fuselage circled around the arrogant weapon, thrusting the spear upwards, but was firmly held in place by the fork's tip. Sparks flew, and the immense recoil sent the mech flying backward. The massive red blade, swirling under the ripples of the threads, slashed down, slicing across the arrogant neck. The blade pierced the body, and the skin exploded, sending golden blood splattering. The lightning strike succeeded, and Su Li instantly pulled it out. In the cockpit, Su Li felt his internal organs shift. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, and only through heavy breathing could he get enough oxygen to sustain the ensuing battle. Can you still hold on? Yes. Junsho gritted her teeth. Her short white hair plastered to her forehead, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Yet, her voice held no hesitation. The mecha was already reaching its limit. The prolonged battle had left every component whirring. As a pilot, Su Li couldn't help but see the mecha girl's current state. But at this point, all they had left was willpower. Arrogance was indeed strong. Their fighting instincts were already strong enough, coupled with their ridiculously enhanced attributes. Even with the mecha girl's innate abilities fully activated, they were hard to match. He tugged and tugged at her, gradually increasing her wounds. This was all Su Li could do. He had tried every underhanded method. But in the face of absolute individual strength, these tactics had little effect. No wonder Pride could calmly sit back and watch the fight unfold. She never believed anything in this world could harm her. Su Li's hand gripping the joystick trembled slightly. Looking at the battered Pride before him, he had to admit that she was a truly chilling opponent. She hadn't unleashed the repulsive field. Even after this point in the fight, she hadn't used this ultimate skill once. This made Su Li's attacks even more timid. Master, be careful. The thread of telekinesis snapped instantly. The repulsive field, long overdue, arrived, only to, at the most unexpected moment, blasting the entire Junlin into oblivion. Swept by the violent force, he finally understood the meaning of absolute rules. Everything within the repulsive field was violently expelled, including the barbed spear Su Li had thrust into Arrogant's body. A gasp echoed through the repulsive field, her eyes gleaming with fury, never having imagined that a mere, insignificant insect could cause such harm. Puff! Su Li spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering Eve's back. She didn't turn back, simply gripping the joystick tightly, straining with all her might to maintain her stability. The entire front half of Jun's landing was completely flattened. Even at the last moment, he forcibly broke through the void arsenal and pulled out his shield, but he was still swept away by the repulsive field. The alloy shield was completely deformed, its many functional components completely rendered ineffective. Su Li attempted to control the mecha again, but found that the entire machine had lost its original smoothness. In the distance, 3 insect emperors dragged the enraged corpse around while restraining the insect swarm in gluttony. There was no new support in the entire space. If he couldn't capture Pride, even if reinforcements arrived, it would come at a heavy price. Jun Zhe's energy was distributed throughout the mecha, and Jun Shou also attempted to establish new energy circuits to maintain the mecha's operation. Even Jun Quan, who loved to be sarcastic, closed his mouth at this moment. She closed her eyes tightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Not far away, Pride's body was covered with bloody wounds, and the wound on his neck was bleeding profusely. The skin had been torn off where the barbed spear had pierced her. She lowered her hands from her eyes, and looked at Su Li with a ferocious expression. No one knew how much longer they could hold out, not even Su Li himself. The machine he piloted could disintegrate at any moment. A battle this close to the limit hadn't happened in ages. The limits of the machine, the limits of himself. Everything was being pushed again and again. The broken Junlin raised his hand again, threads of telekinesis surging wildly, wrapping around Lightning's hilt and Pride's horns. He transformed into a streak of light in the boundless starlight, swinging his spear tip once more, charging relentlessly towards Pride. The steel fork pierced the air downwards, and he dodged with a twist of his legs, pulling the threads of telekinesis with him as he slammed into Pride's chest. The massive hand slammed down again, its fingers violently stretched by the threads of telekinesis he tugged upon. The entire mecha passed through them, and with the ripples of the threads, it reached behind Pride. With both hands gripping the spear shaft, he thrust it into Pride's back. He didn't pull out the handle, but instead raised his knee and pressed it hard against the end, allowing the spear to penetrate her completely. Only a fool would charge head-on. With a massive mass of armor in front of her, even if his spear were twice as long, he wouldn't be able to penetrate her vitals. How wonderful! If he could return alive this time, he would have Ruozi unleash her human insect form and let him jump on it, and experience what it felt like to be as white as a mountain. Chapter 647. Blood flowed from his mouth. The bloody taste in his mouth reminded him of the time his genes collapsed. The pain was similar, but this time, it was destined to last longer. Hold on. You must hold on. We can win. Su Li's mind began to waver. The constant high temperature had caused the oxygen content in the cockpit to be severely depleted. This needed to be put on the agenda. At the very least, every pilot's cockpit should be equipped with an oxygenator, or perhaps a few potted plants. With repeated calls, a sticky hand gently patted his cheek. Master, master. Su Li's eyes snapped open, and he was met with a sea of crimson. Jun Yu's long golden hair swayed, and a rare look of vivid worry crossed his face, always one of selfless devotion. She cut open her palm, and slapped Su Li's face with her own blood to cool him down. Mumblings of "we can win" echoed in the cockpit. I'm thinking of the igloo on Green Origin. The weather there is truly my favorite. Let's go back after this. Let's go! The world is so vast, we can go anywhere. First, we'll go to Green Origin to enjoy the snowy scenery, and then we can go to Tianshu to see the endless wilderness and wheat fields. I also want to go to our home planet and watch the live broadcasts of major sports events. In all these years, I actually never sat in the audience. Anyone who can go, anyone can go. Jun Yu's voice choked with a rare sob. Pride suddenly unleashed his repulsive field once again, sending sparks flying from the Junlin thrusters, which were unable to dodge. The massive blue gold mech was hurled several kilometers away, forcing Suli to bury his spear into the roots of a giant tree to regain his balance. Looking up, he unleashed another lightning bolt of lightning at breakneck speed, blinding Pride's golden eye. As blood flowed, the remaining eye was filled with a deep hatred. Both covered in blood, who feared whom? Junlin stretched out his somewhat unsteady arm and raised his middle finger at Pride. Come on. Use your repulsive field to kill me. If you can't kill me, you'll be the one to die. You're not human. A human's genetic sequence can't be that strong. Do you believe that? A human's genetic sequence isn't strong? If it isn't, why do you Zerg breed intelligent life? Isn't it because your genes have a fatal flaw? Let me guess, it's a desire for the giant tree. Even as powerful as an emperor, you still can't escape it, right? Pride's single remaining eye narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint in its eye. Ha! I guessed right. That bullshit royal court? It's nothing more than a cage, after all. You're an emperor, so what? You've been guarding this space. How long have you been away from it? Are you trying to provoke an emperor? Human, I have to admit, you're truly courageous. Even I admire your bravery for having fought this far. Perhaps before stabilizing the space, you'll have more tools, but right now, your ant-like attempts to shake a tree are truly shameful. Suli laughed. He laughed with such abandon, a hint of arrogance on his face. You're just playing dirty. Trying to provoke? You're such a good-tempered person. You have at least a dozen fatal wounds on your body. Which of your internal organs hasn't I pierced? You're blind. And you're still bragging? Why don't you just fly to heaven? He cursed, further fueling his arrogance. He didn't know how many more shots he could fire. He only knew that the constant use of his telekinetic threads had already drained his spirit. For the first time, his world lost its original color. Even with his eyes wide open, he could only see the most basic black and white. Blood streamed from his eyes. Jun Shou struggled to stabilize Su Li's body, but at this moment, his strength was exhausted. The faint blue light only faded to a last vestige. Her pale body clung to Su Li from behind, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not squeeze out any more energy. Junzei's lips were dry, her eyes filled with hope. She truly wanted to see the snowy scene Su Li had spoken of again. Her hand slipped weakly, sending the last bit of energy into Su Li's body before she collapsed helplessly into the cockpit. As the Jun sisters drained themselves one by one, only Jun Quan and Jun Yu remained struggling. 40% of the load of the 5 mechas was shared by 2 mechas. The remaining 60% fell entirely on Eve and Su Li. The overwhelming load further strained his mental strength. He forced himself to stand in the field again. Arrogantly gazing at the human before him, a sense of absurdity welled up in her heart. It was fear. It was a fear she had never felt since her birth. This sudden emotion caught her off guard, and after understanding the meaning of fear, her anger intensified. Why hadn't he fallen yet? Why did he keep standing up? He must have some hidden cards he hadn't used yet. Otherwise, how could a human like him dare? How could he dare to challenge me again and again? The steps he had taken to move forward suddenly paused imperceptibly. The insect's legs, severed by the giant red blade, littered the battlefield. The legs stuck in the tree trunks, looking like a thorn bush from afar. She looked closely and realized she had been severely injured without realizing it. The damage to her nerve center had caused her hands and feet to lose sync. Even her visual range had become difficult to adjust to after losing an eye. The blue gold mech looked close, but when she swung the steel fork, she realized it was still out of range. You're not doing well. Your eyesight isn't good either? Where are you hitting? If you can't even catch me like this, how can you be called an emperor? Behind the arrogant one, another arrogant one was slowly approaching her. Golden lightning shot out from the broken horn, striking the back of her head. A repulsive field surged forth again. At the same time, the other prideful creature activated its own. At their full strength attack, the two fields instantly cancelled each other out. Little Prideful took advantage of Prideful's moment of surprise and pounced, clinging tightly to Prideful's arms. She couldn't restrain her for long. But fortunately, her lord was adept at exploiting every opportunity. The mech, its thrusters damaged, circled in the air, its black gold spear dancing. A hint of amusement flashed in Prideful's eyes, his remaining gaze fixed on the blue gold mech's oncoming attack. This distance was too far. The spear in his hand couldn't reach her at all. And now, with his control as fluttering as a fly, it would take him several seconds to reach the distance where he could kill her. A few seconds were more than enough for her to break free from the other arrogant's grip. A sneer froze on his face. She saw only a flash of the black gold spear in his hand before her vision was plunged into complete darkness. Let me show you what 8 flashes in 1 second mean. Chapter 648. The sharp blade piercing her eyes was far less painful than she had imagined. The true agony was when the spear pierced her head. It was so fast that even the pain couldn't keep up. By the time the pain truly began, she had completely lost consciousness. Only her body convulsed wildly with nerve pain. The enormous insect body lashed out in all directions, the final frenzy of the Emperor level, causing everyone to retreat. No one dared to come even close. Go, take a bite of the giant tree's essence. Ruozi clutched Junlin tightly in her palm, bean-sized golden tears rolling down her face. She quickly approached the giant tree, where golden light flickered, and began to devour its essence as Su Li instructed. But after just a few bites, she felt a difference she had never felt before. It wasn't a level of advancement in her life. Rather, as she consumed the essence, she felt that some of the missing genetic sequences in her life had been greatly improved and supplemented. She had become more complete than before, yet also slightly different from the slowly dying arrogant before her. She seemed less obsessed with the royal court. But she also gained a clear benefit. She could control the remaining Zerg. Bursts of brainwaves began to spread, rippling throughout the space. One by one, the Zerg stopped their pursuit and quickly began to converge toward the giant tree. Ruozi took only 2 bites before stopping. Feeling her wounds healing rapidly, she carefully released her grip. The mecha had already disintegrated. The exhausted mecha girls, along with Su Li, lay quietly in her palm. Su Li's blood-soaked appearance was heartbreaking. Without the powerful support of his imperial spiritual power, his blood had turned a vibrant red. Ruozi stared at him intently, gently picking him up with her fingers. She held him to her face, examining him closely. The man before her was far more attractive than the giant tree. Looking at him covered in blood, she, determined not to waste it, placed it in her mouth and sucked on it. The taste was the same, just a little salty. Are you going to give me a bath? A blush faded from Ruozi's broad face. No, my lord. I'm just worried you'll get hypothermia. I wanted to warm you up. Su Li weakly raised his hand. I'm almost sweltering. Are you worried I'll get hypothermia? Don't listen to her, master. I saw it all. She was wrapping her tongue around you. The little tree's cries grew louder at this moment. With its approach, and the infusion of spiritual power, Su Li felt his dizziness ease slightly. Although the battle was over, it was finally over. Master, let me tell you. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, you know that? You actually use such a vast source to feed insects? Did you ask me about this? Do I need to ask you? That's my ancestor. How could you use my ancestor's inheritance to support a woman? Lightning glanced at the small tree, and silently transformed into a giant blade again. The small tree shifted its roots and retreated 2 steps, swaying its branches as it made an inviting gesture. Well, from the first time I met you, master, I felt you looked familiar. I guess we share the same origin. My ancestor is your ancestor. Your woman is still your woman. We all have a share in our ancestral legacy, a share. You're smart. You didn't contribute a bit, and you still want a share of the fruit? How could I not contribute? I scolded them so much my lips are dry. The little tree pointed at its bark, as if trying to tell everyone that it was its mouth. Besides, am I useless? It's you who don't need me. I'm actually quite useful. At least I held back a large swarm of insects. It spoke, inching closer to the giant tree. Seeing that Su Li didn't object, it probed its roots towards the golden part. As fine golden energy poured into the branches, the entire tree subconsciously shuddered, and the previously bare branches instantly burst with golden leaves. If you don't want to attract insects like your ancestors, just take your time, he instructed, looking towards the battlefield not far away. The arrogant body was still trembling, and even now, Su Li still felt like a dream. After transforming into a weapon, Hong Ying hadn't used any of her remaining skills, waiting for that exact moment. A hair's breadth of difference. A hair's breadth of difference. If Hong Ying hadn't corrected herself at the last moment, even a full-strength attack wouldn't have been enough to defeat Pride. The hand gripping Hong Ying's arm exerted a slight pressure. Feeling the tangible touch from his fingertips, he felt a wave of exhaustion. Even though his entire body felt like it was broken and his skin burned like fire, he still managed to hold himself together. With Hong Ying's support, he stood at the edge of Ruozi's palm. The golden insect's body hadn't dimmed in the slightest. Its radiant form seemed cast entirely from gold, a breathtaking sight. The arrogant human form had been shed. The giant millipede huddled in agony, like a golden mosquito quill. But there was no such creature, at least not in this universe, that could use such a large mosquito quill. It's over. We're all still alive. Su Li's voice trembled slightly, and everyone knew how hard this battle had been. Master, we're all still alive. Lightning, also somewhat exhausted, stood by Su Li's side, her eyes reddened as she gazed at his blood-soaked face. She took out a tissue and gently wiped his face, her hands trembling. Rest. Sit down and rest for a while. The battle is over. There's no need to panic, right? Sit down and rest for a while. Su Li didn't sit down. He stubbornly stood upright, looking at the insect corpse below. This was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. It was something he had never imagined, and yet, she lay before him, lifeless. We did it. As long as we work together, united as one, we're invincible. Yes, we're invincible. Lightning repeated Su Li's words. She stared into his eyes, keenly noticing that they had lost their luster. She stretched out her trembling hand, and waved it twice in front of his face, only to find that his pupils didn't shift a bit. She gently covered her mouth, and turned to look at Junzai, who lay slumped to the side. The latter immediately felt Lightning's gaze. After a brief exchange of glances, she struggled to her feet, holding onto her legs. Lightning said nothing, simply waving her slender hand in front of Su Li's eyes. Junzai's pupils dilated slightly. She placed her hand on Su Li, trying to squeeze out a little more of his coldness, but she collapsed to the ground, fainting. Chapter 649. A familiar smell wafted through his nose, and Su Li looked behind him. What happened to Junzi? Is he exhausted? He's already collapsed beside me. Xiaoshu, please allocate some of your energy to at least help the mecha girls recover some strength. He pretended nothing had happened. But both Hongying and Lightning could sense that Su Li's grip on their arms was a bit too strong. If he had simply lost strength, he wouldn't have held on so tightly. It felt as if his world was reduced to nothing but the objects within his grasp. Master, listen. Rest for a while. The battle was so grueling. Lie down for a while, at least let your tense body relax. This time, Su Li didn't insist. Even with Xiaoshu's mental energy, he felt extremely exhausted. He had just been able to see the arrogant body, but now, not only the golden insect corpse, but even the black and white scenes of the battle were gone. Only pitch black remained. The spiritual world was a desolate wasteland, devoid of anything but the spiritual energy infused by the small tree. There's still a glutton. Hold it back. Let the swarm hold it back. Don't risk it. At least wait until I recover. He was truly exhausted, so exhausted that he fell into a deep sleep the moment he lay down. The June sisters were in the same boat. Each of them had long since exhausted themselves, relying solely on willpower to hold on, but now they could no longer hold on. Eve also collapsed to the ground. She panted heavily, yet she rubbed her breasts. Arrogant's repulsive field was truly too violent. She couldn't understand why every time she fought Arrogant, she always had to leave with a puffed-up face and come back flat. Lightning can transform into a sword, Hongying into a spear. If I ever get to transform myself, I can't just turn into a shield, can I? As the mecha tree extracted the sap, the mecha girls began to recover at a visible speed. Lightning glanced at the sap ball in her hand, pinched Junzi's mouth open, and gently placed it inside. She wasn't in a rush to recover. The most important thing now was to quickly wake up Junzi, the team's only medical specialist. Only when she woke up could she know Su Li's exact condition. Eve glanced at Lightning and, without hesitation, placed her own sap ball into Junzi's mouth. She wiped the blood from Su Li's eyes, and reached out to touch his forehead. His temperature has dropped, so he shouldn't be seriously injured. However, the underlying condition requires further investigation. The military uniform was draped over Su Li's body. Seeing the blood gushing from it, she frowned and gently nudged Junzi's shoulder. The latter still showed no reaction, evidently its parched body not yet fully nourished by the sap. Ruozi slowly placed everyone on a sturdy branch before transforming into a human form. The master's health isn't good, his organs are likely damaged. But his vitality is strong. I can sense the energy I'm absorbing returning to him. So he'll be fine. Then quickly absorb some more energy, and let pride and envy restrain gluttony. At least stabilize his body, so he can hold out until Junzi awakens. Lightning's words didn't delay Ruozi. The other two insect emperors immediately changed direction, attempting to command the Zerg to pull the remaining gluttony away. She had devoured so many Zerg that she was driven by her own desires, blindly following her imagined food. Seeing the massive body retreat further and further away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Eve stared at Su Li's face before her, feeling both significantly changed and yet unchanged. After each desperate fight, he lay quietly, as if the turmoil of the outside world had no bearing on him. She wondered what he was dreaming about. Even gravely wounded, the corners of his mouth still trembled slightly. A subtle glance of arrogance and jealousy swept over Ruozi, causing her face to flush red. Eve didn't know what he was dreaming about, but she knew it all too well. To make it easier for him, she partially blocked his pain and guided him to his own kingdom. But she had never imagined she would appear in his kingdom, revealing herself in the form of a human insect. Trampolines? Are they really that fun? She glanced at pride and envy, then silently turned her head away. The dense swarm of insects dragged Gluttony around the giant tree. At her current speed, catching up with the Zerg army would require others to stop and go, minimizing the threat to everyone. But they also lacked the means to deal with Gluttony. The 3 insect emperors were also severely injured, but fortunately, nourished by the giant tree, they were also recovering at an extremely fast rate. As long as they could replenish themselves with the remaining essence of the giant tree, dealing with Gluttony would not be a big problem. Eve stared at the insect corpses below, biting her lips softly. Even 2 weeks ago, if someone had told her she could kill the insect emperor in 2 weeks, she would probably have thought they were insane. But now she had done it, and 3 at a time. The remaining one was also on its way to being slaughtered. This had never happened before in all the long years on Mechanical Island. She struggled to her feet, drew her sword, leaped from the branch, and landed on Arrogant. With each strike, she slashed through the slightly softer carapace of his abdomen. With the 2 Emperor-level cores exposed, even the Zerg bound by Ruozi began to stir slightly. A halo of light flowed within the core, completely drenched in gold. It looked not like a conventional core, but rather a captivating work of art. Dots of golden light flickered, like a galaxy of stars. Or perhaps a miniature universe. Eve swallowed. In her hand, she held not only an Emperor-level core, but also the hope of the Mecha Girls for further advancement. However, this path was ultimately too difficult. Each insect emperor was a rare find, not to mention a journey to the royal court, a near-death experience. Most people, I believe, wouldn't want to go through such an experience again. She leaped onto a branch, carrying the core, and handed it to the small tree. You can use your ancestral essence to upgrade, but I need you to analyze the Emperor-level core as soon as possible. She didn't finish her words, but the Mecha Girls knew what she was up to. The small tree didn't reply. Within its branches, a growth module, unlike anything they had seen before, was rapidly forming. Eve gazed at Gluttony in the distance, then extended her hand toward the branches of the small tree. You're crazy! Without Master's help, you'll die. Even if you reach the Emperor level, without the protection of the Mechanical Island, you'll be no match for Gluttony. Eve smiled softly. He's done enough for the Mechanical Island and the Mecha Girls. Now, it's my turn to protect him. Even if I die, it's worth it. Besides, while there's no Mechanical Island here, there are mechanical trees. A slender white hand grasped the small tree's branches, causing it to startle slightly. No, sister? Before you use this precious treasure of mine, shouldn't you first inform Master? I never imagined you were such a leader with such a lack of boundaries. Chapter 650. Has anyone ever told you that you're not cut out to be a mechanical tree, and that you should pursue a career in crosstalk? Eve grabbed the small tree, and the ice blue mecha unfolded again. With a swipe of her massive palm, she stripped away half of the tree's newly grown leaves. The small tree frantically waved its branches in resistance, but all its resistance was futile. You're plotting something against me. Don't worry, don't you enjoy fighting naked? But you can strip yourself. Does stripping someone else's clothes make the same sense? Just wait, I'll file a complaint. Even though you're a leader, you're not my leader. I'm your leader's leader. The small tree's voice was tinged with disdain. TSK. A more tactful way of calling someone a leader? In the cockpit, Eve's face flushed. She shook the small tree twice, shaking off the last half of its leaves, and then, carrying it, flew towards Gluttony. After installing a further upgrade module, all of her hidden injuries were instantly healed. Regaining her strength, she was surrounded by a golden aura. As the aura spread, the central unit was developing a blue-gold hue. In the spiritual world, the little tree's shrill howl echoed, Master, will you care? Your bitch is stripping me. I'm not clean anymore. I'm no longer the little tree that belongs to you alone. Do you feel it? Her desire for you is far more than a little. She doesn't even want to let go of me, who smells so full of you. The tree's howl abruptly ended as it struck Gluttony's head. This all too familiar strength, this perfectly balanced head, as Eve swung it again and again, it suddenly realized that in anyone's hands, it was its rightful treasure. A surge of recoil surged, rippling through its heart. 2 words to describe the feeling: comfortable. Faster! Faster! 2 more hits. Can you do it? Keep the rhythm going. Is that your hand holding me? Please swing it around. Eve's grip on the tree trunk tightened. This thing shouldn't be a tree, it should be a dog. Hack her. Such a big head, how can you not treat it equally? Hit somewhere else. Can't you see the skin curling here? I don't even want to blame you. When you slap someone, don't you need to hit both sides? Same principle. Same principle, understand? You never fought anyone in the market, have you? Such unprofessionalism. The veins on Eve's forehead bulged. This is gluttony. If she were to change her rage, she wouldn't dare chase after it and hit it. The insect emperor, bloated to its limits, had become a mountain of flesh. With her appetite aroused, she wouldn't stop until she devoured all the food before her or reached her limit. And every attack pushed that limit down. The wounds she sustained required a vast amount of energy to replenish. She slowly wriggled her body, her powerful hands sweeping around, but she couldn't grab any food. Ruozi controlled the insect swarm, keeping her hanging, making her want something but not something she could get. This was the smoothest moment of the war so far. She only needed to hold the small tree and follow gluttony, hammering at her head until her energy levels ran out, and the weight of the tree trunk crushed her skull. Eat! Eat! She mumbled incoherent words, her brainwaves radiating, but she could no longer summon the Zerg with her pheromones. Driven by instinct, she leaned down and began gnawing at the tree's massive branches. What are you still standing there for? Hit me 3 times a second. Didn't you see her gnawing at your ancestors? Hit her left cheek first. The right is so swollen it's out of proportion. The branches of the small tree were grooved with barbs, and each lash sent blood gushing from Glutton's head, tearing away large swathes of skin. But with her immense resilience, she recovered in a matter of moments. You're just too proud, you know. I don't even bother to tell you off. If you had the same thick skin as Gluttony, you have already gotten what you wanted. Have you only known your master for a short time? Over 600 chapters in, and you still haven't had your fill. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? We tend to let things take their own course. Come on. You're old, so soak in hot springs more often. It's not only good for your skin, but it also replenishes your hydration. You haven't seen Lightning, that girl, who can pull threads out of a kiss. Learn from her. You don't want to be the one to get ripped when it's your turn, do you? Eve's grip tightened. She knew she couldn't be distracted during a fight, but this lousy little tree's voice reached her very core, making it impossible for her to ignore it even if she wanted to. When Suli grabbed it and hit someone on the head, was it still this chattering? How did Suli manage to endure it? Master didn't tolerate it. He doesn't tolerate my bad habits, so when he swings me, he never shows mercy. Eve's grip tightened again, and she swung the small tree, leaving a golden afterimage and smashing it hard on Gluttony's head. Several more waves of electricity spread out, carrying with them her unique pheromones. In the cockpit, Eve's abdomen rumbled softly, and an unbearable hunger rose, forcing her to suppress it with a powerful will. It's better to release than to suppress. It's a simple truth. When you have desire, don't try to restrain yourself too much. You try, he tries, but in the end, you're the ones who get hurt. Shut up. Hiss. The little tree gasped. The words, as they came out, felt familiar. That's it. Quick! Quick! Take advantage of this momentum, and swing her a few more times. The golden branches completely vanished into a shadow. The spatial node rippled, and then, the massive figure of the mechanical island broke through the space and slowly entered the royal court. According to the pre-planned tactical plan, the moment they entered the royal court, over 100 figures simultaneously dispersed, spreading out in all directions. Then, with a 360-degree, unobstructed view, they all saw Eve chasing and beating Gluttony with a giant tree. Everyone was stunned. Reinforcement? Who was supporting whom? This battle was going so fast. Did they still need support? 2 insect emperors surrounded one, occasionally poking her. Eve was still chasing after them, wielding the mechanical tree and smashing it furiously. For a moment, even the giant tree before them was no longer impressive. Above the tree, Indy, its head split in 2, hung there, lifeless. A gigantic pride curled up on the ground, also completely dead. Wrath was riddled with bites, evidently slain at the hands of numerous insect emperors. Gluttony, the only remaining one, was still being chased and attacked. The dense swarm of insects, under Ruozi's command, was desperately trying to form a square formation. Li Tianlang stared blankly. He had drunk a bellyful of potion, and his body was burning with heat. He rushed into the fight, eager to save someone from disaster. But now it seemed like forget it, he couldn't do anything. The governor is so violent. Can old Sue really control him? Yurong rolled her eyes in annoyance. You better think about how to control me first. Chapter 651. All the core members of the Dawn Legion were paralyzed. The muffled thuds hitting Glutton's skull gave them a profound understanding of the concept of a nation governed by etiquette. They simply couldn't participate in a battle of this magnitude. How could the Legion commander be so arrogant? For insect emperors, he'd be killed charging into this swarm of insects? No, the governor's movements are wrong. This isn't the commander at the controls. This is the governor himself. Where's the commander? The commander is there. A sharp-eyed mecha girl locked onto Su Li's position. Over 100 figures converged, surrounding Su Li and his companions. At a single glance, everyone gasped. Their commander lay quietly on 038's lap, his face pale. His uniform was already stained with blood, only the military emblem on his collar still shone brightly. But it was this brilliance that made him appear even more morbid. Even in his deep sleep, his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Everyone fell silent, and the mecha girls even covered their mouths. The last time I saw Su Li like this was when he faced a large species alone, a whole swarm of Zerg. That time, his genes collapsed, and now, he lay on the ground covered in blood again. How's the commander doing? Damaged organs and exhaustion. His mental energy is depleted. This time, he may need to rest for a while. Get him to the hospital immediately. 536 was halfway through his words, when he noticed the doctor lying nearby. Every one of the June sisters, including Lightning and Hongying, was nearing their limit. No one doubted the battle would be difficult, for the mecha girls before them were already the most elite on the mechanical island. With Su Li, they could unleash power equivalent to that of an emperor. But even the strongest could not withstand a relentless battle. Looking at the corpse of the insect emperor below, most people instinctively moved toward the center of the tree trunk. That kind of pressure, even in death, was enough to shake the heart. Take him back to the mechanical island first. Put him in the nutrient tank. A stretcher was pulled over, and 038 carefully placed him on it. As he moved, a trickle of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth again. Frightened, everyone held onto the stretcher, fearing it would shake even the slightest. Slow down. Slow down. He's bleeding. Each mecha girl held the stretcher, moving it cautiously, as if it contained a porcelain doll that would shatter at the slightest touch. Before 038 could make a move, the other mech girls spontaneously stripped Su Li naked. They carefully carried the nutrient recovery chamber to the room, and slowly placed Su Li inside, along with the stretcher. As his body entered, the pale blue nutrient solution quickly turned red. His pristine white skin, against the red nutrient solution, looked incredibly pale. A dozen mech girls gathered around him, examining him from head to toe, but couldn't find any visible injuries. Who took off his clothes? Why didn't he take off his shorts too? What if the wound is in that area? Wouldn't that affect the healing process? Your face is truly nothing. I often seem so out of place with you all because of my pride. 537 knelt before the massive nutrient pod, tears streaming down her face. Fortunately, there was still time. Luckily, their faith had never been shattered. For the past 2 days and 1 night, she had been utterly anxious. Every time she swung her sword, she treated the insect king like herself, for only in this way could she feel better. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and finally, unable to bear the torment within, she burst into tears. The 9 mech girls standing beside her couldn't help but wipe away their tears. In the vast square of the mechanical island, over 100 mech girls, along with their pilots, sat or lay around the transparent nutrient recovery pods, completely relaxed. The battle outside was a foregone conclusion. Inside the royal court, stability had even begun. With a crisp sound like a watermelon popping, Li Tianlang took a look and completely relaxed. Gluttony, too. The blue-gold mech flew closer and slowly landed on the mechanical island. Eve didn't ask further questions. The moment she saw the crowd of supporters before her, she knew the outcome of the battle outside was already decided. Don't rush to get up. Do whatever's convenient for you. Lie down however you're comfortable. You're all heroes of Longzhou and Mechanical Island. Just be casual. Zhang Chongping had only halfway risen when, upon hearing Yi's words, he sat bolt upright. If he could stand up quickly, he definitely wouldn't sit down. Eve released the deployment and, strode in her military boots, walked to the side of the nutrition chamber. Through the glass, she observed Su Li inside. Fine bubbles stirred, slowly repairing his body, but his nearly depleted spiritual world wasn't so easily replenished. Forcefully controlling the exhausted mecha girls to fight, he single-handedly shouldered nearly half the load of 6 SSS-class mechas. With such a command, his injuries weren't surprising at all. Is Junza still awake? It'll probably take about an hour. 038 replied softly. This was already the fastest possible outcome. Can you notify the teams outside? No. Because of the royal court's inherent spatial isolation, the signal can't be transmitted. Now that the arrogant solidified space is gone, we should be able to teleport out. Then teleport out. When the battle is over, let everyone come to the royal court and witness this unique wonder of the universe. You go. I won't go. My ancestor has been lonely for so many years, and I want to spend more time with it. The vein on Eve's forehead popped, and she raised her hand and tossed the small tree out of the Mecha island. This thing's abacus beads were shattering in her face. Its excuses were quite clever. Everyone knew it was taking advantage of this opportunity to absorb more energy. The massive mechanical island set out again. It broke through the void tunnel and headed towards the battlefield outside. The troops finally began to gather under command and coordination, and post-war preparations began to unfold. On the floating island, a group of medical personnel had been waiting for a long time. As the nutrition capsule carrying Suli landed, various instruments were immediately connected to it. A group of people surrounded the capsule and ran towards the intensive care unit. Junze, his face pale, followed Suli's side, her fair hands tightly grasping his, not daring to let go for a moment. The extent of the damage to his internal organs was far beyond her imagination. And, if nothing unexpected happened, his eyes would be extremely difficult to repair. From overuse, his eyelids had atrophied. She kept this news tightly to herself, not sharing it with anyone. At least no one would know this news until Suli woke up and asked for his opinion. Chapter 652. The entire floating island, carrying all the remaining warriors, leaped into the royal court. Cao Cao stared at the giant tree before him, speechless for a long moment. Who said there's no material? Isn't this absolutely perfect material? In some news programs, this branch alone could make a documentary of 100 or 80 episodes. And what about a tree this massive? Hiss. Brother Tao, those insect emperors are truly terrifying. Cao Cao threw his arm around Klian's shoulders, completely ignoring his own trembling. His life had been worth it. Before, he'd been nothing more than a wandering commentator at various competitions. To put it nicely, he was a gold medal commentator. To put it bluntly, a mere eloquent speaker. But now, he was the head of the Dawn Legion's propaganda department. He not only had his own team, but also his own drone girl. The hard work of single-handedly controlling dozens of drones for tracking and filming, working all night editing videos, and live streaming seemed like just yesterday, but now, all his efforts had culminated in the best possible outcome. Before, he'd been so frightened by the sight of a bug, let alone the insect emperor, that he'd practically piss himself. It wasn't an insect, it was a bug. A single slithering insect crawling along his collar would have him leaping and screaming, so high he'd never have jumped if his father had died. But now, the insect emperor lay before him, its compound eyes gazing intently at him. Closer, he could even see its reflection. That's jealousy. Why does a spider this size have such a zero presence? It's her own unique characteristics. Just like your charm, though it can't be seen, it can be felt. Hearing Klian's praise, Cao Cao blushed slightly, even his bald head tinged with red. Don't say that. You're the most beautiful and virtuous mech girl I ever seen. Klian grinned, looked at the pouty Cao Cao, and clung to him. The mech girls belonging to the propaganda department flew around, taking photos from every angle and recording them with audio and video. Klian's team dismembered every useful Zerg on the battlefield. The Dawn Legion now had its own loyal fans. It even had its own dedicated channel. The content broadcast during each time slot was different. Klian's time slot was from 6 to 8 p.m. every day. Videos of cooking Zerg in various ways rotated, and they occasionally hosted live broadcasts, which had attracted countless fans. This time, the harvest is undoubtedly enormous. Have you seen the governor? Her aura is completely different. If my guess is correct, she should have also reached the Emperor level. You mean, the barrier to the SSS level limit of the Mecha Girl has been broken? Cao Cao looked straight at the giant tree in front of him. Is there any doubt about it? With such a massive mechanical tree right before our eyes, what else can we say? The royal court. So this is the royal court. I, Cao Cao, have lived a fulfilling life. One day, I can even travel to the Zerg nest. In the past, I couldn't even imagine this. To be honest, the first time I saw the Zerg, I almost peed my pants. Everyone on the field was fleeing, but Suli, driving the lightning, charged head-on and withstood the Zerg's attack. He looked up, lost in memory. I'll never forget him riding a lightning on a Zeo, charging the other Zerg as a Zeo knight. I still have the records of that moment on my hard drive. He was already quite remarkable back then. But who could have imagined that in just a few short years, he assembled an entire legion? Not to mention, he even slain the Zerg Emperor. For Emperors, 8 cores. A new class of mecha girls will be born on the Mecha Isle. And the entire Dawn Legion will be completely transformed by this battle. Kuling leaned against Tao Tao's arms, her face etched with the pride of her brother's prowess. As she listened quietly to Tao Tao's words, scenes flashed through her mind. The airborne commander, once feared and shunned by everyone, has now become their sole source of faith. This feeling is truly heartbreaking. After he returns this time, no one will be able to gossip about him, no matter where he sits. Would they dare? Tao glanced at the flying mech girls and nodded affirmatively. They wouldn't dare. In the ward, Nightingale, sprawled on the bed, spotted Su Li in the nutrition pod. He still hadn't woken up, and he was surrounded by mech girls. In the short time she'd been there, over 200 mech girls had come to see him. She stared intently at Su Li in the transparent tank and thought his figure was just average. He had 1 nose and 2 eyes. Nothing particularly unusual about him. If he had a horn on his head, he would be considered unusual. And yet, it was this young man who had so many mech girls and pilots willing to die for him. A battle ended, leaving 200,000 heroic souls stained on the battlefield. According to the current action report, those 200,000 heroic souls were just cold numbers. Only those who experienced war firsthand knew that they were all comrades they had spent their days and nights with, each with a deep bond. Poisoned, she had been inevitably curious about how he had become the faith of these mecha girls and pilots. But now she seemed to understand, to realize that she, too, had unknowingly been poisoned. At least the more she looked at his abs, the smoother they became, and his face became much more appealing. 534, limping and leaning on crutches, still held a banana as a greeting gift. This was her 3rd visit, and the first 2 times she had brought peeled apples. But she waited until the apples had turned yellow, and Su Li still hadn't woken up. This time, she learned her lesson and brought an apple with the skin on. Don't your legs hurt? Running back and forth like that? Nightingale asked a soul-searching question. 534 froze for a moment, then looked at Nightingale, sprawled on the bed. You're paralyzed. Doesn't it hurt to talk? Nightingale, She had finally realized how hostile these people with numbers were to them. He was just a Legion commander, wasn't he? They acted as if he was so precious. If it hadn't been for her ward being assigned here, she wouldn't have wanted to lie down here. So many people had arrived in just a short while. Didn't she, a patient, need rest? It doesn't hurt. I just talked. What's the big deal? If it doesn't hurt, let's switch beds. It hurts. My ward is in the West Ward, and it takes 18 minutes to walk there on crutches. Nightingale was numb. Are you human when you say that? You're on crutches, sure, but you're letting a paralyzed man make room for you, a cripple. 18 minutes left. So you didn't just come in a moment, you were on the road the whole time. You're still in less pain. Nightingale rolled her eyes, glanced at Su Li's abs, and decisively closed her own. This poisonous thing, better not look at it twice. Don't get too addicted, and become one with these mecha girls. That would be unbearable. Chapter 653. In this ethereal world, Su Li was alone. He collapsed silently into the void, seemingly surrounded by countless figures, yet he could not see or grasp them. They were like the souls of the fallen heroes on the battlefield, their cries wailing incessantly, and like his own legion, filled with beautiful prayers and whispers. He was lost in it, unable to extricate himself. He felt a wave of bitterness mixed with an inexplicable longing. He did not want to wake up, because once he did, he would have to face the suffocating casualty figures. War is a lifeless war. It is a vast meat grinder, crushing the enemy, while simultaneously eroding the enemy. Advanced technology can effectively reduce casualties, but it can only reduce them. Faced with a massive insect swarm, weapons will always be blunted, and battle formations will always be broken. There is no solution. If dying on the battlefield is a warrior's fate, then he would rather die himself. He finally understood everything Nightingale could experience, and he also understood why Yihua always lived so recklessly. Because, apart from fighting, she also wanted to fully experience the life that being a mecha girl could offer. This battle would eventually see the departure of many familiar faces. Just like the veterans on the battlefields outside, after burning themselves to the bone, they departed with smiles and reluctance. A fine stream of bubbles rose in the nutrient chamber. Su Li opened his eyes, but they held no light. Junzai immediately noticed Su Li's abnormality and, after investigating, slowly withdrew his energy. His body remained weak. Although consciousness had returned, the base of his eyeballs remained atrophied. Junze wasn't sure what caused this, but she suspected it might be the result of excessive mental energy. This sensitive area, with its concentrated nerves, was nearly impossible to resolve based on her experience. Watching him floating quietly in the nutrient solution, a flicker of heartache crossed Junze's eyes. She reached out and helped him out of the nutrient chamber, carefully guiding him to a nearby stool, settling him down, and then patted him with a towel. The diagnosis stuck in her throat. She opened her mouth several times, unable to speak. He's awake? Finally awake. That Tianji woman has been doing this countless times. I'm not talking about you. You're a Legion commander after all. Even if you're young, you wouldn't be able to withstand such a desperate fight. Nightingale's words made Junze's palms tremble slightly. Su Li felt Junze's trembling, clearly understanding his own predicament. He reached up and grasped Junze's hand, gently squeezing it. I can't fight anymore. Don't worry. You probably won't have many opportunities to go to the battlefield anymore. What do you mean? Nothing my own robot girl says matters, and you just listen to me? Junze, can you testify? I didn't say anything else. Nightingale hurriedly tried to distance herself from the matter. She didn't want to be trapped in this vast, chaotic situation. Su Li chuckled. Whatever you say is right. Listen to it. That's called listening to the opinions of the masses. Besides, I lost my qualification to set foot on the battlefield now. How did you lose it? After leaving the hospital, weren't you still full of life? I'm blind, Nightingale said, trying her best to move her fingers, hoping to regain feeling in her other limbs quickly. But when she heard Su Li's words, she suddenly sat up from her slumped position. What did you say? I said, I can't see. Junze's trembling body told Nightingale he wasn't lying. Turbulence surged within her, and she stared intently into Su Li's lifeless eyes. A moment later, her lumbar spine, which had just been reattached, snapped again with a crack. Nightingale cried out in shock and collapsed back onto the bed, her head tilted towards Su Li. No one understood the significance of a pair of eyes better than these mecha girls. This meant he would lose the chance to pilot a mecha girl on the battlefield. Even a broken limb could regenerate. After a long period of recovery and training, there was still a chance to return to the battlefield. But eyes, however, were a different matter. Don't worry about it. With today's medical technology, it's easy to clone an eye and replace it. It shouldn't be a big deal. After she said this, she wanted to slap herself. If she had the chance, Junze would definitely not be so upset. These words, spoken by Su Li himself, left her completely bewildered. The mecha girls had finally come to an agreement and wanted to follow him back. Should we say it's fate, or should we say it's the jealousy of the talented? He lost his eyes in his 20s. If he were a mediocre young man, it wouldn't be a big deal. But he was the youngest and most promising Legion commander in the entire Federation, and he had just achieved such great success. Yet, he ended up blinded. Even if his military career remained intact, what would his future hold? These days, she often listened to the mech girls reminisce about the past, so she naturally knew how deeply Su Li loved mechas. But now, his path was cut short. Perhaps, he would never again fly a mecha on the battlefield. As a Super S-Class pilot, he still had a long life ahead of him. But how would he spend such a long life? Furthermore, he had already poured his all into everything related to mechas. A tinge of bitterness spread through her heart, making it all the more difficult for her to accept. Really, is there no way? The cause of the blindness hasn't been determined, so even cloned eyes would be damaged again. Furthermore, the eyes of a Super S-Class pilot can't be completely replicated. Even eyes created using his genes would be fragile, like those of an ordinary human. There's no other Emperor-level Su Li in the world who could provide him with eyes. Junze trembled as he recounted the facts, helping Su Li to the hospital bed and laying him down. Master, should we inform the Legion about your blindness? Yes. Since it's an established fact, there's nothing to hide. Su Li smiled wryly. This sudden blindness had indeed caught him off guard. In fact, he had already sensed it during his confrontation with Pride. It's common for fragile organs to be unable to withstand the powerful mental output, causing damage. As long as the outcome is good, everything else seems unimportant. The only regret is that it might cause some trouble for the mecha girls in my future lives. Are you also sad? It's okay. Even without my eyes, it doesn't matter. I can still pilot a mecha. He patted his arm. With the aid of his mental power, and the memory etched into his muscles, he could easily control the mecha by sharing the mecha girl's vision through his mental world. Nightingale curled her lips. For a moment, she didn't know whether to call him optimistic or heartbroken. You're blind, yet you're still trying to comfort others. Are all the people in the Dawn Legion so righteous? Chapter 654. The news of Su Li's blindness spread rapidly throughout the floating island. Even the mechanical island's guards knew. The pace of clearing the battlefield and collecting spoils came to a halt. Eve leaned quietly against the bed, reaching out to gently stroke Su Li's cheek. Her heart trembled at the sight of his vacant eyes. The mecha girls gathered around him, their expressions unsettling. Even Junzei, a medical expert, said there might be no solution, so there truly was no solution. Why now? It's better than fighting pride. Su Li shrugged indifferently, took the apple Lightning handed him, and took a bite. His mental strength had begun to slowly recover, and with the help of the numerous insect girls and the small trees, his mental strength began to surge again. He could feel that, after nearly exhausting himself, his stored mental strength had surpassed a threshold, and his control became even more effortless. It turns out that being blind isn't such a bad thing. And now that he can't see, he's always surrounded by a sweet, soft body, which makes the experience even more satisfying. Let's not talk about the bad things. Has the research yielded any results? Can we even take this thing back with us? Eve frowned. She never met anyone who took their future so lightly. You're blind. You'll never be able to pilot a mecha girl again. The entire group was frantic. Juanza was already chopping branches to research folk remedies, and Heiyu was trying to help, trying to concoct an antidote for you from the poison inflicted by the insect kings. And yet, you're still wondering if you can pull this giant tree away. She rolled her eyes in exasperation before remembering that no matter how furious she was, someone had to see her. You can't take it with you. This is considered an independent space, a hub of the entire universe. Its specific function is unknown, but it's clear that if it's moved without permission, it will have serious consequences. That's a shame. Honestly, I'd love to build a few tree houses there. You have snow viewing rooms. You have capsules. You even have Jiangning gardens, pavilions, waterside terraces, and floating islands. Why are you so obsessed with building houses? Aren't they enough for you? You don't understand. It doesn't matter if I live there or not, it's whether I have it or not. Su Li took a bite of the apple, and found he had bitten into the core. He immediately extended his mental tentacles, and discovered that he could see more clearly than his own eyes. In summary, while he had lost his commanding gaze, he could still stare openly at his blind eyes, and use his mental power to look at the girl. TSK, just for this one trait, being blind is worth it. He manipulated his mental tentacles, twisting them in midair until they transformed into an eyeball, hovering above his head, glancing at this, then that. Lightning adjusted the apple's position for him and, while he wasn't paying attention, took a bite. Eve, annoyed, slapped Lightning. You're a scoundrel too. He's in this state, and you're just busy eating? Lightning looked aggrieved. What's wrong with me? Isn't the master sitting here perfectly fine? And he said it doesn't affect his mech operation. Even though you all say he's blind, I can feel it. What can you feel? I can feel his gaze lingering on my legs. Lightning extended a slender finger, starting from the knee and moving upwards to the leg ring, tapping it firmly. That's the area. Exactly. You learned from experience. Eve lifted Lightning's head, pried open her eyelids, and pointed at Su Li's eyes. Open your eyes wide and see. What does it mean to be dull? With eyes like these, you expect him to look at you. She suddenly covered her chest, and leaned closer to Su Li's face. Seeing those eyes were indeed dull, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. For a moment, she felt like someone was stealing glances at her chest. Su Li took a bite of the apple. It must be said that Eve's was a moderate size, but the shape was quite good. And it's incredibly resilient. It's been flattened more than once on the battlefield, yet it's still perfectly round when placed on my body. But it must be said that the mecha girls, veterans of the battlefield, have a truly powerful sixth sense. They can sense it with a single glance of their psychic power. I just wonder if the eyes formed by psychic power can also wear sunglasses. At least we have to do the best we can to hide the truth. Don't spread this news back home yet. Let Commander Gao know after we return. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. That was exactly what she meant. On the way back, she not only had to keep the news secret, but also seize the opportunity to find a treatment for Su Li. If he was cured, everyone would be happy. If not, she feared they would face a huge upheaval upon their return. Don't worry, we can't go back right now. Aside from a fleet maintaining communication, everyone, from the small trees to the several insect emperors, needs the giant tree's essence to improve. The large trees on the mechanical island can also be improved. Have them pause their current work and absorb as much of the giant tree's essence as possible. They're already doing that. It's been around for who knows how many years, and even now, dead, it still contains such immense energy. I wonder how magnificent its entire body truly is, and what level it is. Sully felt the giant tree. Compared to its grandeur, his tiny mental tentacles paled in comparison. Perhaps it's a realm we could never reach in our entire lives. He could sense that Eve was right. The intricate root system was rooted in the void, each one seemingly wielding countless voids. Such a being, let alone bringing it back, even moving it would require careful consideration of potential consequences. But we can leave a beacon behind. Since we can't take it back to build a treehouse, we can build one right here. When we have some free time, we can just teleport in and gaze at the starry sky. It's a truly delightful experience. Eve fell silent, the topic returning to its original path, as if there was no way out. It's not that I'm obsessed with the treehouse. It's that this place must be guarded. If he can come back with us, I plan to spawn a few more 7 deadly sins, and have them guard this place. This place is the most critical node in this universe. Otherwise, those Zerg Emperors wouldn't have stubbornly defended it even after ascending to the Emperor level. What I said during the battle wasn't just to pique their arrogance. This place is both a node and a prison. It resists the Zerg's entry, and at the same time, after the Zerg absorb its energy and evolve, it imprisons them here to prevent other creatures from arriving and destroying everything here. Even though the tree is dead, this interdependent symbiotic relationship has long been established. The universe is vast and boundless. There is definitely more than one royal court like this in the Zerg's territory. As Sully spoke, E's expression grew solemn again. Chapter 655. The treehouse Sully had longed for was finally built. He lay beneath the starry sky, his eyes straining to stay open despite their uselessness. Every mecha girl who saw him in this state couldn't help but feel pity. Master, we're out of power valves. Can I modify a simple ball valve and install it for the mecha girls? Limping might be more acceptable than lying paralyzed in bed. Little Shuang leaned over, her oily scent making Sully feel particularly at home. She seemed to have grown a bit taller over the years, but now she looked more and more like Eve, even in her focus moments, a dead ringer. The ball valve you modified should be more refined. The same modification structure can't be used for the upper and lower limbs. Fine-tuning it by 2 micrometers and adding some condensation modules to prevent overheating can significantly increase their service life. While the return journey is smooth, there's no guarantee there won't be another battle. We must conduct ourselves according to wartime standards. What's with the limp? I see. I'll research it further. By the way, Master, should I cut this opening from the left or the right? From the left. Why is the right side so thick? Little Shuang's face was filled with shock. She stared at Sully, whose eyes were lifeless, and marveled at his strength. Even blind, he could still detect the right side was thicker simply by smell. What a feat! She left in amazement and admiration, mumbling all the way, deeply aware of her own shortcomings. Lightning stretched out his long legs, sprawled on the shaggy carpet, and flipped openly through the novel in his hand. She bit the candies vigorously, occasionally popping one into Sully's mouth. Envy on the side, muttered to herself while staring intently at Lightning's bag of snacks. Ever since following Sully, she felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Just like Rosie at the beginning, she wanted to try everything she saw. Lightning, after you're done, can you give me the bag outside? The pitiful question came from a child eager to taste something. Lightning saw that half the bag of candies was still left, and picked it up, and tossed it to Indy. She was eating Little Dawn's share, after all, her own, she collected on time every day, and put it into the void arsenal. So, she was being incredibly generous. Indy stuffed the bag into her mouth and chewed vigorously, feeling the refreshing sweetness. A blush crept onto her face. Anger pushed open the door and walked in, his long blonde hair tinged with red at the ends. Your Majesty, the reorganization of the Zerg is complete. We selected a few of the best-built Zerg from the late Zerg Emperor. Sully, Although this was his instruction, saying it publicly seems unkind. Especially with Lightning and Hanhai present, his dagger-like eyes glared at him instantly. Hey! Figures don't matter. What matters is that we need 1 greed and 1 gluttony. They're just outside. Do you want me to call them in? Come in. The door opened, and 2 female queens walked in. Greed was a bit thin, but to Sully's surprise, gluttony, not in his frenzy, still had excellent proportions. As 2 drops of blood dripped into their mouths, their transformations began. Originally, Sully hadn't intended to contract gluttony, But when he discovered he couldn't contract multiple queens with the same name simultaneously, he resorted to this method to maximize his combat power. He understood that his own strength had reached a certain threshold, and further improvement might require certain prerequisites. As two light cocoons appeared in the room, he gestured to Anger, who then walked out, dragging a cocoon in each hand. As the door closed, Lightning's words rang out. Master, when did you start to focus on your figure? Before, you were obsessed with faces, legs, stockings, and short skirts. And breasts. Hanhai rolled his eyes. Stop nagging. He's just a simple pervert, out of control. Now that he can't see, he's thinking about random things to enrich his imagination. I can understand. Do you really understand? Lightning glanced at Hanhai, and saw that she was applying a bit of pressure to her hands as she massaged Su Li's legs. The force was so powerful it could have broken bones and tendons. Su Li blinked his lifeless eyes, his neck stiffening, and he refused to admit his guilt. Of course I understand. Otherwise, how could I have put down my mountain of work to massage his legs? Some people always try to be heroes, but after that, a mountain of work piles up. That's secondary. I can do it if I try. But I just don't want to do it. I'm so angry. Every battle, I'm always behind the scenes, commanding and directing. Some people charge into battle, only to return covered in blood, their lives on the line. What do you expect me to think? This time, what a mess. You're back covered in blood again. After finally waiting for him to wake up, he's blind again. I know you must be feeling even more devastated. But I still have to say this. Can you please stop fighting so hard? You're not alone anymore. We're behind you, along with so many comrades. This is all your responsibility. It's precisely because it's all my responsibility that I'm at the forefront. Su Li pinched Hanhai's cheek, her words leaving her with no room for rebuttal. Yes. Yes. You're right. So just be blind. Don't you know? I deliberately wore a low-cut dress with lace stockings today. And not just today, I'll be wearing them every day. Every time I buy new clothes, I'll let you know. I'll make you stare with your eyes wide open. Su Li's mental energy slowly swirled around Hanhai, moving from the cute hair accessory on his head to the bow tied at the back of his neck. The plunging cleavage, nestled at the perfect neckline, made one want to see inside. His mental energy, circling the long legs several times without missing an inch, finally returned to his head, still unsatisfied. Hiss. Are you really so heartless? Hanhai's face flickered with a sneer. I'm not being heartless. I'm just trying to leave you with plenty of room for imagination. You didn't know. My bra today has lace-ups. I know, black bows. Hanhai's face froze, and he tugged at Su Li's eyelids uncertainly. Can you see? You're kidding. If I could see, would I still be lying there peacefully? He looked aggrieved, his expression achingly convincing. Chapter 656. Some things shouldn't be taken too seriously. But many things can't be ignored. He could ignore the pilot girl's accusations, but he couldn't ignore the deep concern hidden within them. Looking at Hanhai, who was clearly filled with resentment, he grabbed her hands and gently clasped them in his. If she had squeezed any further, her legs would have been broken. You're always so unruly. Are you doing this on purpose? Yes. I do. So you can take a break from your busy work and enjoy life. No more pressing. The body of a super S-class pilot isn't that fragile. Lie down quickly. The starry sky of the royal court is constantly changing. Every minute and every second counts. Hanhai rolled her eyes, but obediently lay down beside him. Feeling the familiar warmth, she finally closed her eyes after days and nights of sleep. Su Li glanced at her short golden hair and gently stroked it. The silky texture made him irresistible. It wasn't that he didn't bring Hanhai with him, but in that situation, she was the only one capable of fully implementing his strategic and tactical plans and making timely adjustments. Fortunately, everything was settled. What had passed, no matter how significant, was only a stumbling block that didn't stifle them. After this battle, those who survived would emerge stronger. Lightning moved closer and carefully whispered in Su Li's ear, Master, do you see a small wound under my neck? It hurts every time I lower my head. No. It's very smooth. Lightning's lips curled slightly as she laid down on his other side. This time, when we go back, should we go directly to see the snow? This time, can we stay a little longer? I'd like to have a few more cups of delicious hot cocoa. Sure. We even cleared the royal court. The team won't have any fighting for a while. Let's take this opportunity to drive to the floating island. When the barrier opens, the snow will fall directly onto the floating island, and we can enjoy the night view of the floating island." As he spoke, he saw the slight curve of Lightning's lips and leaned down to gently peck her forehead. Lightning snuggled into his arms. She didn't understand why Suli could still see despite being blind, and she didn't know if he was truly blind or just pretending. But no matter what, he was her master. All she had to do was stay by his side and protect him with all her might. The stars shone brightly overhead. Inside the improvised library, there was no other decoration. Even the blankets they lay on were from the void arsenal. However, none of the three paid any attention to the simple surroundings. At that moment, only a deep sense of peace remained in their hearts. The entire decoy team, while on the move, had actually dug out the entire insect nest, a result no one had expected. Although Suli was blind, he was still the undisputed leader of the Legion in the eyes of the Mecha Girls. As the corpse of the Emperor Zurg was slowly hoisted up by the coordinated efforts of the Mecha Girls, its shimmering golden carapace seemed poised to replace the golden tree and become the new totem of the floating island. 038 frowned at the corpse of pride before him. This thing is pretty, sure, but it's also truly creepy. What kind of person would have so much free time as to put this thing in their yard, and it doesn't even fit in with the overall decor? It can't be in a yard, nor in the city center. Everyone who walks by has to take a look. The best place for it is obviously the central square. Do you have experience with specimens? Kulian should have. Isn't she a cook? Who says a cook can't make specimens? You're just an armored mecha girl. What's the point of designing a yard for yourself? Yihua muttered, looking at the giant pride before him. The ropes holding her were creaking softly, as if they could snap at any moment. 038 nodded. Okay, I'll go ask Kulian. Yihua grabbed 038's arm, looked around, and whispered, Is my brother really blind? Nonsense. Didn't you check it out? Yihua frowned, looking at 038 with a hint of anger. My own brother is blind, and you're just posing for something like that? You're so useless even when you're given the chance. Old leader, don't worry about it. He's got people around him who care about him. And he'd rather us live our own lives than have everyone around him. I'm working hard for the floating island in my own way. He's overjoyed and won't distance himself from me. Then why don't you make some other preparations? For example? Yihua raised his hand and pointed upward, his brow furrowing slightly. Have you ever considered that the news of his blindness will get out? What will Commander Gao do then? What will the people behind him do? People do need heroes. But heroes eventually fade. If he had returned intact, then nothing would have mattered. But now he's blind. The governor will consider this. Yihua glanced at 038 and patted her forehead. She could even imagine what she would say next. Han Hai would consider the team's problems. Tao Tao would consider the team's morale-building issues. She suddenly realized that everyone around Suli seemed to have a fixed position. They didn't even need to worry too much, just complete their tasks step by step. Because other matters would be considered by others. Yes. You two are truly a perfect match. Excuse me for being nosy, but shouldn't I consider the results of the new recruit's acceptance inspection? 038 shrugged noncommittally. If you want to temporarily escape your work, that's fine. At least you can help me think about whether this arrogance wouldn't seem out of place in the square. Yihua glanced at them with a look of despair. It's not out of place. I'm the one who's out of place here. I really should learn from you and focus on my own tasks. At least that way, my life would be much easier. I might even have time for a drink now, and then. I'll be there. We agreed to go to Green Soar Star to see the snow. Then, I can have a few drinks with you. Yihua waved his hand, and slowly walked away, leaving 038 alone in the square. How could she not be worried? She simply had to numb herself this way, because every time she saw those lifeless eyes, she felt like a knife stabbing her heart. Chapter 657. Lungsuation Command Room. The insulation pipe tumbled to the ground, gradually rolling further and further away. Gao Mingrui was dumbfounded, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. What had he heard? Along the way, they had eliminated over 200 late-stage insect emperors. For insect emperors, he had only recently heard of and seen the existence of insect emperors. And now she told him that this time, they had gone straight to the Zerg's core, the location of the royal court. They had even killed 4 insect emperors. Snap! He slapped himself hard. Only then was he certain he wasn't dreaming. Wenjing! Wenjing! A loud shout from the office made Wenjing, who was standing at the doorway, drop the cup of water she was holding. She kicked the door open with a flying kick and rushed in. What's going on? Where are the enemies? No, not enemies. It's the battle report. They really did it. They didn't just act as bait, drawing away a large number of Zerg. This group even reached the enemy's lair. The lair. Look at this comparison chart. This behemoth is the key to supporting the Zerg royal court. Wen Jing immediately took the battle report, but after reading less than 2 lines, her body trembled uncontrollably. That's the Zerg Emperor. Originally, a being that the Mechs had to sacrifice their lives for. Now, with ease, he had achieved such astonishing results. You know, the front line has been able to hold on until now because of the power behind it, and anger. The 2 emperors guarding the border have kept the battle stable. Su Li's temporary transfer caught Gao Mingrui off guard for a moment, and he thought that there was some big change on the other side. His blood pressure nearly spiked. But now it seemed like it might as well have completely collapsed. This wasn't even a warrior. Whose warrior was this powerful? That was an emperor-level being. Ordinary people would tremble at the sight of a small species, let alone an emperor-level being as massive as a mountain. You look again. I'm starting to doubt my own eyes. Gao Mingrui's words went completely unheard by Wen Jing. Not only did he doubt his own eyes, but Wen Jing did too. But as the video footage opened and the massive corpse came into view, Gao Mingrui's legs trembled. It was true. It was all true. After countless years of perseverance, humanity finally possessed its own top-tier combat force. A force capable of killing and nurturing emperor-level beings. The Dawn Legion. They deserve the name. They are the dawn of humanity and the mechanical island. They really did it. They really did it. 4 emperor-level Zerg emperors, annihilated in one fell swoop. Does that mean we won't be harassed by the Zerg for at least 100 years? Wen Jing's hands trembled as she held the terminal. Without the Zerg's harassment, Long Zhou, now given a chance to recuperate, would burst forth with unprecedented vitality. She read the battle report word by word, her heart filled with immense joy. They also rescued the mecha girls abandoned on the battlefield by the corporate federation. Although they suffered considerable losses in this war, there are still many left. Lao Gao, should this report be passed to the veterans on the battlefield? They held out for so long and desperately need some encouraging news. Old Gao. Wen Jing turned her head and saw Gao Mingrui lying on his back in a chair, already unconscious from excessive excitement. She grabbed Gao Mingrui's head and pressed a finger against his philtrum, forcing him back down. It hurts, it hurts. He slapped Wen Jing's hand away, wanting to take another look at the battle report, but he was afraid he'd faint again. Old Gao, should we share this battle report with the veterans on the front lines? Share. Upload it immediately. Everyone get a copy. Gao Mingrui waved his hand. How could he be the only one to faint with joy? Every single one of them. No one should be left behind. By the way, have they started returning? Tell that kid Su Li that the Zerg Museum on Lingsue Star is complete, and ask him to contribute an Emperor-level Zerg carcass as a specimen to show off his strength. Wen Jing nodded. This message must be sent as soon as possible, otherwise, if Lightning loses control and devours the Zerg first, it'll be too late. On the battlefield, in the nutrient tanks, the veterans' nutrient solution vibrated violently the moment they saw the battle report. Bubbles filled the air, and it was clear that their bodies were shaking violently with shock at the battle report. The mechas wished they could just stand up and poke a hole through the ship. What does it mean to achieve peak combat power? At this moment, all the veterans had a new understanding of the Dawn Legion and Su Li. After so much exploration, they were already running out of options just to establish outposts on various planets. Due to communication interruptions, the information they could obtain was minimal. They could only discern Su Li's direction of advance and judge his current state based on the duration and intervals between dispatches. 1 second, they were still conducting a further assessment of the Dawn Legion's combat capabilities, and the next, the assessment report was reduced to a piece of waste paper. Over 200 insect kings? How did they kill them? They're offering their necks for you to chop off? Not to mention there are 4 more insect kings. Why is my last name Liu? If my last name was Su, I could still be related to him. Master-disciple relationship is bullshit. Old Luke grimaced in the nutrient chamber. What kind of victory was this? What are those brainless bastards and his family up to? Coveting their legion? In the past, the Dawn Legion might have needed an entire company to wipe out their entire family. Now, forget it. I'm afraid a squad, no, 1 person, would be enough. He had once had the privilege of witnessing Eve's devastating slaughter. If the Dawn Legion had a team of over 100 SSS mecha girls, then all of Longzhou would be unstoppable. Unless they used the Star Destroyer. But would Su Li, already an emperor, fear the Star Destroyer? That was undoubtedly doubtful. Unable to contain his excitement, he even used his mecha's palm to nudge the younger generation before him. Listen. Send the message back, and have everyone in the family go through this again. Anyone with disloyal intentions, disrupting the harmony and stability of Longzhou, will be killed on the spot. The same order was repeated throughout the various families. Dazzled by the tremendous victory, they completely failed to notice the note at the end of the battle report that Su Li had gone blind. In Lang Suisheng's office, when Jing's hands trembled slightly, she stared at the bolded note at the end of the battle report, feeling a weight on her chest. After all, that brilliant young man had met with an unexpected accident. That casual remark spoke of endless helplessness and dejection. Old Gao, Su Li's eyes are blind. Chapter 658. Gao Mingrui was clearly too excited to sit still. He was darting around the room like a headless chicken, staring at the vast landscape outside, already wondering where to place the insect emperor's specimen. What did you say? Su Li's coming back? Where else would he go if he didn't come back? I mean, he's blind. Blind? He'll never be able to pilot a mech again. His life, like a fleeting flash of flower, burned up in the assault on the royal court. Gao Mingrui's previously upright figure bent at the news, seemingly reverting to his former self in the human council. His wrinkled face held an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Wen Jing's lips, desperately hoping to hear her say this was all a joke. But he was doomed to disappointment. Blind? For a pilot, being blind is worse than death, especially one like him who has pushed his skills to the limit. During operation, even the slightest deviation in command can lead to a huge error. How could he pursue perfection again? How could he tolerate his own incompetence? After experiencing such glory, how could he establish a new understanding of himself? How could he have been blind? He carried the hopes of Longzhou, the hopes of Mechanical Island, and most importantly, the hopes of Gao Mingrui. He was his designated successor. With his outstanding military achievements and absolute military prowess, he was fully capable of ensuring a peaceful transition of power. With such a vibrant leader like him, Longzhou would surely usher in a different future, at least a future of unbridled and rapid expansion. But now, everything was paused by a simple sentence. Is there no cure? If we can decipher the genetic encryption behind the lock, we still have hope. Gao Mingrui fell silent. The breakthroughs in genetic technology, achieved through countless setbacks by countless predecessors, had long since established and confirmed its limitations. If such breakthroughs could be achieved, humanity would have already surpassed S level. Can you please ask your master if he's okay now? I mean, his mental state now, that he can't operate his mecha. He spoke, feeling unsure how to begin. Others were already blind, their lives on hold. His questioning was undoubtedly rubbing salt into their wounds. Even if he couldn't truly control Longzhou, he was still a hero to its countless people. And the last thing a hero should endure is criticism. He's fine. He was still humming and whirring his lightning when we were just talking. He's fine, that's fine. I mean, as long as you're in good spirits, it's okay if you can't fly your mech. Look at me, I can't fly either, but I still do it every day. What did you just say? What did he do today? He raised her head and shook her body. The Lord would be back soon, and she could go to Green Origin Star with him then. What else could he do? Develop new moves. He shifted her body. Lying flat on her back for so long wasn't exactly comfortable, especially her chest, which always felt a bit bloated. Looking at Yi's expression, Gao Mingrui sighed softly. That's good. It's good to distract yourself. Developing new moves is fine, but you still have to take care of yourself. When you can't see? Well, Gao Mingrui thought for a moment and whispered, be restrained. He glanced at Gao Mingrui, confused, and shifted her position. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure out why the new moves required restraint. When Jing sat quietly by the side, her eyes slightly red. She couldn't accept this fact. Su Li's era was just about to begin, and something like this had gone awry. She immediately suspected there was a traitor within the Dawn Legion, but this was the legion he had personally led, and they had shared countless lives and deaths together. If anyone had suggested that either she or Gao Mingrui was the traitor, she would have believed it. But such a thing wouldn't happen in the Dawn Legion. Ultimately, it boils down to just 4 words. Fate plays tricks on us. I wonder how many interested people will see it to the end. The veterans should. Everyone will see it. Even if they don't, word of mouth will spread, and everyone will know. Contact the publicity people. Have them quickly compile the article. I want to see Su Li's victory appear on every platform within 2 hours. The news of his blindness will have only positive implications. He's done enough for us. If we let this hero down, we might as well just self-destruct on this Linsui star. When Jing nodded slightly at Gao Mingrui's words. I'll make arrangements. However, the initial purge work might be in vain. Once the news of his blindness gets out, can he still defend the Dawn Legion? If he can't, Eve will help him. The Mecha Girls will help him. The Dawn Legion he controls will also help him defend it. As long as he doesn't want it, no one can take his Legion away from him. Oh right. Contact the Tion Shustar Body Bank. Find him a suitable eye and arrange for the transplant surgery as soon as possible. Tell them to include mine. And the veterans too, I think they won't object. Are you crazy? We're fine, but they... Gao Mingrui raised his hand to silence when Jing's questioning. They're pure people, willing to sacrifice everything for the future of Longzhou. Furthermore, Su Li is not only an invincible military god, he's also a qualified successor, a near-perfect heir. They risk everything for someone like him. The terminal on his desk lit up. Watching the flashing communication messages, Gao Mingrui decisively pressed the answer button. Old Lu, Old Zhang, Old Wang. One by one, their virtual images floated in midair. Do you have a blood sample? We can match it anytime. If one pair isn't enough, we have two. If everyone pools their resources, we can still get 100 or so pairs. If not, he can always use one of our own. Old Lu's words shocked Wen Jing. Everyone has selfish motives. And at this moment, she saw selfishness in them as well. Selfishness for their country, selfishness for their nation. For this, they were willing to sacrifice themselves once again, even their entire being. Chapter 659. Su Li lay on his bed, his eyes narrowed as he enjoyed Lightning's massage. Her grip was incredibly strong, pulling his face together, like a prematurely aged man. So, theoretically, my sword can be even faster. That's right. Theoretically, your sword can be as fast as my telekinetic thread can swing. Lightning kneaded Su Li's face, squinting with a hint of enjoyment. His hair prickled, and it tickled against his legs. So, master, does this count as flying with a sword? Taking the enemy chief's head from 1,000 miles away? Su Li was stunned. What a technological immortal. Is this the same thing? Have you been reading immortality novels again? Oh! Master and senior brother's cunning thoughts. What's the point of having junior sisters and senior sisters? Lightning froze for a moment, then reached out and punched Su Li's chest. Hate! Su Li, what's so annoying about that? So, you can't have women in your romantic life? I want to criticize you seriously. Regarding your values in love, I find your thinking is deeply flawed and in dire need of correction. How do I correct that? From the body to the mind. Everything depends on the person. Lightning's face flushed slightly. Feeling Su Li's large hand caressing her leg, she grasped Su Li's hand. Master, it's still daytime. Su Li's face flashed with regret, and he said with a pained look of bewilderment, so it's still daytime? What a pity. I'm blind, and can't tell the difference between day and night. A trace of sadness flashed across Heiyu's eyes. She grabbed Su Li's hand and placed it on her leg, glaring at Lightning. Master, don't listen to her. It's not daytime now, it's evening. And, I feel like my thinking needs some adjustment. Lately, I've been looking a lot better under the microscope. So you should correct me first. Su Li raised his lifeless eyes, and looked in Heiyu's direction, a hint of hesitant anticipation on his face. Really? You're not trying to comfort me, are you? You know, I'm a stalwart warrior, and the last thing I can handle is pity. Pity? Oh my god. Master, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. It's definitely not pity, I swear. I truly need some adjustment. Su Li's face was hesitant. He tugged at his clothes twice, fumbling with each button. Alright then. You know, it's not because my eyesight is bad that I'm looking for trouble. I just feel like in this dark world, you're the only ones I can rely on. Heiyu's body trembled slightly at this. She grabbed Su Li's groping hands and said emotionally, Don't worry, master. I'm always here. My world may be colorful, but it's only colorful because of you. You just hold still. I'll do it. Are you annoyed that I can't unbutton it? No, that's not what I mean. Before she finished her words, she felt a chill in her chest. For a moment, she didn't know whether to say it was practice or sheer luck that had unbuttoned the bra with just one hand. But she obviously didn't have time to think much more. Su Li had already taken the next step. The speed was so fast that her brain couldn't even process it. Lightning watched with disdain as Heiyu was manipulated. She sincerely felt that even if he transformed into a weapon, he would most likely be a fool. Where's the cleverness you had when you were doing research? No, she was doing research, but it made everyone else stupid. Not only was he not smart, but his intelligence was also lagging behind. She blinked. If she hadn't told anyone, Who would have known that Su Li could still control the mecha even though he was blind? Recalling that feeling of soul connection, she felt that Su Li was even more agile and versatile in mecha control now than when he had sight. In that moment, the idea of being unable to defeat a blind man in a fight was fully realized. The lightning-fast speed and agile steering made her feel like she wasn't lightning. The swift Z-shaped maneuvers and the wide-angle hovering and directional changes had already broken through the inertia of mechanics, and her heart couldn't help but race. She quietly closed the door for them, just as Yu Rong, not far away, grabbed Li Tianlang by the ear and scolded him. "Tell me, what's the point of you, man?" Lightning was stunned. She hadn't expected these two to be so restless, seemingly possessing endless energy. At least it's still a bit of a use. It's better than just leaving a delivery at your door. Li Tianlang, his ear twisted, continued to argue. Lightning slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing that every one of the Dawn Legion was a master of cars. The speed of the one who ran over her face was enough to pass by. "I'll tell you to go. I'll tell you to go. You're becoming more and more reckless with your words. Who are you learning this from?" Li Tianlang pointed at Su Li's room, his neck tilted, his voice dauntless. "You learned it from my master, so what? Go find him. I'm his first disciple. There's nothing wrong with learning everything." Yu Rong's face flushed red. In the past, she might have complained to Su Li, but now, with the entire army calling him blind, how could she have the nerve to bother Su Li again? To the end? You can hold your ground, right? Come on. I'll give you 3 times today, and see if you can hold your ground. 3 times? Who are you looking down on? I'm also a true hero who's fought through thick and thin. Today, I'll show you the secret martial arts my master once taught me. By the way, it's almost time for dinner. Can we have some food first? What food? I'll be full if you eat. Yu Rong sneered, her eyes gleaming coldly. She carried Li Tianlang away, leaving a trail of lightning in the wind. After a great battle, despite the abundant gains, it was clear everyone was trying to relieve the stress. As each team took their turn to rest, the entire floating island's urban area became busier. But those who had followed him from the beginning, whether intentionally or unintentionally, gathered around him. Be it Yi Hua and Xiao Cheng, Yu Rong and Li Tianlang. Lightning looked around, and saw the presence of a group of mecha girls everywhere around the house. "Sister Lightning, how is the commander doing?" Looking at 537's eager face, Lightning was at a loss for words. She nodded. "Thank you for your concern. He's calm now. Is he bored now? Can we go in and keep him company?" "Well, forget it. He's a bit busy right now." A flicker of confusion crossed 537's face. Busy? He couldn't even see, so what else could he be busy with? Lightning looked up helplessly at the sky. He couldn't possibly be holding the reins, galloping on his horse, could he? Chapter 660. In the courtyard, Eve's face flushed slightly. "That's the plan for now. Is there anything else you like to add?" Han Hai listened to the noises in the room for a moment, his face also flushed. "Nothing more. Regarding the team's reorganization, I'll make a plan and submit it to Commander Gao. In short, we should work together to integrate the remaining 300,000 mecha girls into the Dawn Legion system before we return. However, such a huge combat force is undoubtedly a huge piece of cake. I understand what you mean. Let them come. Anyone who thinks they're tough enough, come and give it a try." On the rustic stone table, 2 cups of clear tea rippled slightly. Delicate fingers lifted one cup to their lips and took a sip, feeling the bitterness of the tea spread through their mouth. Only then did the sound of Heiyu calling Daddy disappear from their mind. It was too unbearable. That gentle voice, like a demonic sound, was extremely penetrating and infectious. This distorted the already somewhat solemn discussion. You don't want some? This tea is fine. I got it from Gao Mingrui's cabinet. I'll just have this 1 cup. I won't keep any more after I finish it. Governor, please stay a little longer. After all, the master's eyes are injured, and there will be many inconveniences. Heiyu has a problem. When she's tired, she gets sleepy. When she's tired, she sleeps. Governor, please keep an eye on the master. I still need to sort out the plans. Han Hai's cheeks flushed slightly, as he picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Then he trotted off to his room. Eve glanced in the direction of the house, then at Han Hai as he retreated. Involuntarily, she took out a mirror and touched up her makeup. He must be blind and in need of care. Otherwise, why would she, the governor of Mechanical Island and an imperial-level mecha girl, be eavesdropping outside? If this were to get out, how would she ever lead her troops? Yes, to be frank, she was being considerate of her subordinates. She tilted her head back, drained her cup of tea, flung her cloak aside, and, with her long legs, pushed open the door. As a qualified leader, how could she shirk her responsibility when a subordinate made a mistake? Oh, hollow mesh white silk. Su Li's words startled Eve as she entered, and she didn't even notice her cloak had fallen to the ground. He was 8 feet away. He saw it, but isn't he blind? This familiar fragrance is made of cotton thread. Only the hollowed-out design won't affect the release of your hormones. This fresh and cool scent, it's the governor, right? That's right. Given your personality, you generally prefer white. Eve, For a moment, she didn't know whether to marvel at how well Su Li knew her, or to pounce on that and strangle him. Why hadn't she known before that blindness can lead to unbridled behavior? If you want to be unbridled, just do it now. Let her be so active all day long. She slowly walked to the bedside and removed her boots. Her icy blue hair flowed freely, and a white-gloved hand rested on Su Li's face. His lifeless eyes made her heart tremble slightly, and she gently pulled him into a hug. Did I guess right? I guessed right. You can see you have a very delicate nose. The two sat hugging each other, each mirthless in silence. Su Li's freshly washed hair still clung to a few water droplets. She took a towel from the side and gently wiped it. Feeling his breathing and heartbeat up close, she felt they were slowly sinking. This feeling was different from the one in the cab, yet equally heartwarming. Don't be sad. I'll do my best to heal your eyes. She grasped Su Li's hand, feeling his warmth, and gently pushed him down. Your willingness to take responsibility for me is truly beyond my imagination. Su Li chuckled softly, raising his hand to hold Eve's shoulder. She raised an eyebrow slightly, and because Su Li was blind, her gaze involuntarily took on a hint of aggression. What? You still want me to call you daddy, like hey you? That hasn't been a thought. But it's undeniable that some things are beyond our control. They're completely spontaneous. He placed his hand on her leg. The hollow space between them always gave her a unique feeling. Especially when spiritual power was attached to it, the layered feeling was even more irresistible. Eve's body trembled slightly, like a startled deer, but she forced herself to remain calm. She imitated Su Li's actions and placed her hand on him, but through the thin skin, she could feel the firmness of his muscles. It turned out that even someone as strong as her had a guilty conscience. Expectation, ignorance, repeated attempts, repeated contact, finally gave her some understanding, and then she resolutely lost herself in the fiery heat. No, you're not taking it off. No, it's quite convenient this way. Sometimes, kneeling doesn't mean submission, and lying prone doesn't mean prostrating yourself. For the first time, Eve realized the different ways furniture can be used. A sofa isn't necessarily for sitting, and a table isn't necessarily for eating. Even stairs aren't necessarily for walking. It turns out a belt can be used as a collar. A dad isn't always a dad. A leader isn't always a leader. At least at this moment, she wasn't playing any guiding role. The overall situation was being manipulated by others. Su Li felt a little disappointed. She was just a private, yet she was always doing the leader's work. You can actually see it. Or rather, you can feel it. Su Li froze slightly at the sudden words. He pretended not to hear and continued to press harder. Stop talking. I don't feel like writing another plan right now. Eve rolled her eyes and turned around to hug his neck. Don't think I'm as easy to fool as the others. I'm also an emperor. My psychic power may not be as good as yours, but I can feel it just as well. What did you feel? Eve narrowed her eyes and bit her lower lip. What good person has 8 arms? You're using 8 of them to mess with me, but I'm not a fool. Su Li grinned. Actually, there are 2 more, supporting me from behind. Eve suddenly decided she should write a proposal. Title it, On the Use of Telekinetic Palms. Dad, promise me you'll use them too. Su Li, Chapter 661. For the first time in his life, he experienced what it meant to be evenly matched. Although there were no back-and-forth offensive and defensive battles, and he was in complete control of the overall situation, it was undeniable that a leader was a leader. She possessed a remarkable ability to adapt and draw inferences from one instance to another. So much so that when Su Li entered the bathtub again, both sides of his waist felt slightly swollen. Eve sat beside him, like a boneless cat. Let's go to Green Origin Star first. I haven't even seen the snow scene you're talking about. Aren't you in a hurry to go back? Eve shrugged, a sly look in her eyes. You have to give others time to prepare for their attack. Su Li fell silent. He actually disliked such power struggles. But he also knew that as long as one lives, one is doomed to suffer. Only after experiencing war can one yearn for peace. Only after spending too long in the midst of chaos can one yearn for tranquility. What makes us human is our 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions and 6 desires themselves are both the ladder that propels human progress and the dark hand that drags us down into the abyss. Then let's go to Green Origin Star first. I'm a little sorry for old Gao, but I like it. Sully shrugged. He had originally wanted to take one last look while the veterans were still alive. But given the current situation, perhaps not meeting them was the best option. While it might be a bit unkind, it was still more humane than forcing the veterans to choose between their families and him. What can he be sorry for? We fought the war, and he didn't even provide the most basic supplies. We were basically self-sufficient along the way. If he can't handle things at home, we won't return. What else can he do? Sully smoothed Eve's hair, feeling a bit amused and embarrassed. You're saying that again? Aren't we working so hard to provide a stable living environment? So, after finally bringing down the corporate federation and striking at the Zerd King's court, you're trying to stir up racial strife again? I'm not trying to stir up racial strife. It's just that there are always people who are dishonest and don't know their own limits. If this is just a minor incident, it's fine. But if anyone starts looking for trouble and tries to get involved with the Dawn Legion like last time, I'll chop off their hands. You're overthinking it. Don't forget how powerful you are. And on top of that, you own the floating island. This is something that exists nowhere else in the world, one of a kind, and more than. The existence of a mechanical island is tens, even hundreds, of times larger. Once those people learn of it, even the smallest desire will be infinitely magnified. Eve sat up slightly, letting the water droplets pool on her collarbone. Have you ever considered that if the mechanical island is a guarantee of dominance, then the existence of the floating island is like the Imperial Seal? Not only does it represent the military power of the Dawn Legion, but it also means that its possessor can escape into the void at any time. Even in the presence of a spatial blockade, it can transform between reality and illusion within the projection. Such an existence, from its very appearance, is a bug. A bug that makes one invincible. Sully sighed softly. Ever since he mastered the mechanical tree, he had imagined this day would come. But unlike his initial fears, he now had full-fledged wings, ready to soar at any moment. The human council that once held him in check has vanished into thin air. The pervasive divine grace cult is now firmly in his grasp, a force to be reckoned with in the shadows. The corporate federation has undergone a complete overhaul. As long as he survives, those individuals, under Eve's control, will be powerless. No troops? Everyone in the territory under the corporate federation's jurisdiction is Sully's free recruit. To recruit them, simply feed E a bag of beef jerky, and you'll have a completely loyal team. The memory of their battles will live on among them, ensuring no uneven combat effectiveness. By the way, I think we need to try out the Zerd pilot proposal. The cavalry regiment has given us a lot of inspiration. If the pilots of the simulated mechs can control the mech girls, we might be able to mass-produce large numbers of Super S-class pilots. That requires a prerequisite. They won't be greedy for the mech girls' bodies. I mean really greedy. After all, no one wants the pilot behind them to suddenly pounce and devour the mech girl at the critical moment of battle. With the constraints of the Insect Emperor, that won't happen. The cavalry regiment and the archer bugs we tamed before are perfect examples. He pondered Sully's suggestion seriously. After a moment, she slowly nodded. If the proposal works, we won't be completely dependent on Longzhou for pilots. At least we won't be constrained in this area. Moreover, the existence of those cavalry regiments won't be a thing of the past. Sully had pondered this question more than once. Because of the unique nature of the cavalry regiment, its existence is impossible to replicate. This means that for every member of their cavalry who dies in battle, the cavalry regiment loses one. Over time, this organization will cease to exist, lost in the long river of history, like their very existence, with no one left to remember their former glory. In his view, all those who have made outstanding contributions should be remembered by history. Are their names engraved on the monuments? Yes. I have engraved the list of 200,000 casualties on the monuments of 6 planets. Sully lowered his head. That's a full 200,000. Of these, the new recruits brought this time, and the mecha girls of the cavalry regiment account for 70% of the casualties. The remaining personnel were partially borne by the Divine Punishment Legion and fleet of the Corporate Federation. The Dawn Legion also suffered losses, and their numbers were significant. You have to remember that under the current conditions, half of the Dawn Legion's mecha girls are already SS rank. Even so, there were still thousands of casualties. Sully knew nearly every one of these thousands of men. He felt a hollowness in his heart. The problem he hadn't dared to face for so long was now starkly before him. He'd carved a monument for him, but it couldn't replace the bleeding in his heart. A single battle had wiped out the combined strength of 2 regular legions. Even if the victory was glorious, the dead were gone, and no amount of glory could make up for it. Pensions, and those with surviving family members, will be tripled. As for the Mecha girls, let's follow the traditions of Mecha Island. Sully slowly lowered his head into the pool, feeling a tightness in his chest. He feared that if he kept his head straight, Eve would see his weakness. Chapter 662. What did you say? The team isn't coming back? Going to Green Origin Star and taking a break? On Lingsue Star, Gao Mingrui heard the news and slowly sat back in his chair. Let's take a break. It's good to rest for a while and adjust. He rubbed his chin. At this moment, Sully not returning was an appropriate choice. His aged fingers tapped the table, making a rhythmic sound. Having partnered with Eve for many years, he naturally understood the meaning of her choice. And Sully's actions further confirmed his suspicions. Even if he gave up on Sully, she wouldn't. She would stand firmly behind his blind pilot, even if it meant breaking with Long Zhou. It seemed a bit unreasonable, but Gao Mingrui knew that for Eve, this was never a choice. How's Fatty these past couple of days? He's eating and sleeping well, and he's much more energetic than when he caught a cold a few days ago. He still has a bit of a runny nose sometimes, though. TSK? Can old Qin really take care of a child? Even the Su kids can catch a cold. If he can't, we might as well just take care of him. His father's back from the battlefield, and we thought we'd be able to see him, but now it seems we'll have to wait a while. Why don't we have the June sisters go there one by one? When Jing said with a hint of confusion, it's a good thing that the girl is here too. A little separation makes a new marriage better. We're having our second child. Don't you see where he's going? Fatty's only been well for a few days. What if he catches a cold again? Okay. I'll listen to you. They're step-parents, but you're the real grandfather. When Jing quipped sarcastically, people are always more tolerant of heroes than ever before. When Su Li's victory was announced, the entire population erupted in excitement. Many elderly people, overwhelmed with excitement, joined hospitals, contributing greatly to their revenue. Not to mention the numerous young people who used this great victory as an excuse to lavishly reward themselves. Even schools adjusted their schedules and had to close for a few days. The reason was that teachers were uninterested in teaching and students were uninterested in studying. The glorious victory was one thing, but even more important was the feeling of pride. Humanity had been oppressed by the Zerg for so many years. This was a truly significant event in human history, beyond the myths. So, let alone going on vacation, even if he were to organize a group to meet young ladies for a relationship, no one would have any objections, and plenty of people would even offer themselves up. Does Green Origin Star's armaments need to be rescreened? Gao Mingrui shook his head. Is he crazy? Causing trouble at this critical moment? Are the hundreds of thousands of combatants he commands just for show? He has people responsible for his food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and he lives a more carefree life than I do. The mecha girls following him are all SSS rank. Even a national leader like me doesn't have that level. Have you forgotten? If it weren't for my persistent pleading, you'd still be S rank. When Jing smoothed her hair, a hint of amusement crossing her face. Actually, I don't need a rank increase. Protecting an old man like you doesn't require such strong security. Why shouldn't I? My life isn't my life? Gao Mingrui's face wrinkled even further. Now that Xiaopeng had distracted her, when Jing was constantly finding fault with him. After all, he was the leader of a country, so why didn't he need strong security? This time, when Sully returns, he'll insist on being assigned a squadron of the Dawn Legion to stand guard for him every day. Forget about the idea of using high-quality soldiers for vanity projects. His well-being is the truly meaningful thing. Who else besides this old man could be so persistent in cleaning up his messes and taking care of his children? When Jing rolled her eyes. Anyway, I don't think my promotion is necessary. Besides, after the promotion, my enhanced physical fitness has become a burden. How is it a burden? She glanced at Gao Mingrui's waist with a sidelong glance, her meaning clear. Gao Mingrui's face flushed, and he opened his mouth but said nothing. There was the sound of light footsteps outside the door. A moment later, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Qin Fang, standing outside, saluted the room. He wore a neatly trimmed military uniform, but his former sunny and arrogant demeanor had completely vanished. Instead, he had a snake-like coldness. People change, especially after experiencing major events. Gao Mingrui had reviewed Qin Fang's previous files, and after the incident on Red Flame Star, He had a more detailed understanding of him. But it was obvious that his understanding was still somewhat partial. Had there been any major personnel changes recently? Qin Fang quietly closed the door, walked to the table, and stood at attention. Reporting to the leader, there haven't been any major changes. Gao Mingrui frowned. After Su Li's blindness, the various factions showed no signs of reemerging. When did they become so timid? That's a floating island 100 times larger than the mechanical island. The Dawn Legion, the most powerful force in all of Dragon Continent. Returning victorious this time, not only did they not suffer significant casualties, but they even added nearly 300,000 cavalry. With such combat power, wouldn't they be tempted? Qin Fang's face was thoughtful. I'm excited. There's talk. But there's no action like the first time. Could it be some kind of intelligence leak? Qin Fang scratched his nose and shook his head decisively. Impossible. The thought of the brainworms permeating every corner of the manor reassured him. If anyone could penetrate the brainworm's dragnet of surveillance, he could instantly become an immortal. After all, they weren't big, rustling around in every corner of the manor, clocking in and out as punctually as if they were working. To prevent fatigue, the surveillance staff were forced to work 3 shifts. In the manor, under the beds, even in the toilet ventilation ducts, there were brainworms lurking constantly. He couldn't think of any other place someone could plot against. There were brainworms inside the manor, and the Divine Grace cult outside. It was as if all of them were under constant surveillance. If they had truly gathered to discuss, Qin Fang would have saved himself the trouble of simply using armed forces to arrest and kill them. But they remained silent. As a result, he spent every day sorting through endless intelligence, a torment. Gao Mingrui was a little unsure. Did we scare them last time by being too ruthless? Qin Fang shrugged. It's likely these people are just clueless, with a penchant for reading quickly. None of them would have the patience to see it through to the end. That's right. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble against the prevailing trend is probably mentally deficient. I summoned you today because I need to utilize your intelligence network. No matter what, you must find the right eyes for Su Li. I'll give the orders directly. You can expand the search area appropriately. We'll handle the interior of Longzhou, and you'll handle the outside. Chapter 663. Qin Fang emerged from his office and immediately relayed Gao Mingrui's order to Su Li. The response he received only slightly raised the corners of his lips. Just deal with it. You've never been blind, so you can't experience the joy of it. Su Li's response made him want to gouge his own eyes out. Fortunately, reason overcame his impulse. The joking remark reassured Qin Fang. Without him on the battlefield, intelligence would be delayed. Fortunately, Su Li remained as resilient as ever. Even without his eyes, he seemed to remain incredibly proud, with no resignation at all. This was what faith and hope looked like in the eyes of others. On the floating island, Su Li experimented with modifying the island's parameters, adding 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. He could only give away a few things at once. He could only maintain 1 season. Originally, he'd chosen spring, because it represented the beginning of all life, a truly auspicious time of year. But now, he wanted to switch to winter. Because spring not only signifies the flourishing of life, but also the mating season. Touching his aching kidney, he hated this season for the first time. It was also the first time he began to blame Ling Xiao for not completely deleting the relevant genetic information when setting the parameters. Master, I tried it myself, but for some reason, when turning left, the lag persists. Even when I try to avoid it, it still reaches 0.1 seconds. Because you're right-handed? Lightning glared, seemingly surprised by the simple answer to the question that had puzzled him for so long. That's it? What did you think? Feeling the temperature across the floating island begin to plummet, Su Li quickly adjusted it back, stabilizing it at late autumn. He tried to allow a natural transition, at least not a sudden drop in temperature. Otherwise, even if humans could withstand it, the trees on the mountain wouldn't. The small tree lay on its back in its own pit, its branches stretched out, supporting its body on either side, like a strong man taking a bath without clothes. The pool of golden sap rippled slightly. What should have been a sacred or solemn scene changed with the small tree. It was as if the object bathing in the pool wasn't a mechanical tree, but some gangster gang. Its size had greatly increased after absorbing some of the giant tree's essence. The giant tree wasn't just an endless energy reservoir. Rather, it resembles a treasure trove of boundless knowledge and genetic sequences. The improvements each Zerg can gain from it are immense. However, they have certain limitations. It doesn't truly enhance strength, but rather fills in weaknesses, allowing you to possess more complete genes. Of course, the Emperor-level aura that the Zerg have always coveted can also be obtained from the giant tree. However, no one has been able to use the giant tree to ascend to a higher level and break through the limits of the Emperor level. Not even someone as powerful as Pride. No one knows if there are higher levels above the Emperor level, but if a being the size of the giant tree is merely an Emperor, Su Li would be the first to believe it. Therefore, whenever he has time, he urges the little tree to decipher and decode the memories within the origin. In his view, the most precious treasure lies within the giant tree's essence, all the inherited memories it has accumulated over countless ages. TSK. Our ancestor knows so much. In my opinion, it's just a mishmash of knowledge, but not a single one. That's why it's so passive when the insects infest its body. If I were it, I at least coat my skin with 100 or 80 layers of insecticide to eliminate the insects at the source. Su Li frowned. Get to the point. What level is your ancestor? The golden water rippled, and the small tree extended a root and shook it, seeming a little unsure. I know you don't believe it, but it really seems to be only at the Emperor level. At least in terms of the life level, it's not much higher than my rank. It's higher than. All I have gained are endless memories, and an even greater, vast amount of essence. And our speculations about it are largely correct. It calls itself the Tree of Origin, and its place of origin is the very starting point of this universe. It was born here, and it grew here. However, as we level up, we devour the core of the Zerg. It, on the other hand, devours the planets within this universe, one by one. Su Li's narrowed eyes caused the small tree to shrink back quietly. Needless to say, the bone-chilling chill was chilling. The small tree knew he was murderous again. No wonder the closer we got to the royal court, the more desolate the planets became. The area surrounding the royal court was completely barren, with not a single blade of grass growing, not even a trace of life. I had assumed it was the result of the Zerg's rampage, but now I understand. It's all being absorbed bit by the giant tree. No wonder it can block out the sky and allow the enormous Zerg Emperor to burrow into its body for shelter. Although our origins are the same, our paths are different. Its roots connect to shattered universes and spatial rifts. Its presence suppresses spatial disturbances. Therefore, even in death, it cannot be moved. No one knows what lies within the cosmic fragments its roots randomly grasp. Furthermore, in its memory, the trees that follow the same path as it do have certain connections. At least in the surrounding universe, there are over 20 giant trees that can be contacted. As for those that cannot, it's a bit harder to say. Su Li's scalp tingled. There's nothing hard to say. Losing contact means death. Every dead giant tree becomes a Zerg royal court. If there are over 20 that can be contacted, there are surely even more that cannot. Thinking of himself still being surrounded by numerous Zerg, he felt his life's purpose return. But this time, they had the courage and strength to fight. What would happen if we risked moving the giant tree? The small tree shook its branches and whispered, the best outcome would be a spatial collapse, forming a small black hole. If the matter it absorbs doesn't satisfy it, it might continue to expand, chasing the person who opened it until it feels better or is fed enough. The lightning bolt to one side frowned, feeling a certain resemblance between this thing and itself. Chapter 664. Questions always arise one after another. The origin of the Zerg has been solved, but the origin of the giant tree remains a mystery. They are even more terrifying than the Zerg, because they can silently absorb the vitality of all things in the universe. It's not as terrifying as you think. It's an extremely long process, in other words, the birth, aging, sickness, and death of a person. All this so-called birth, aging, sickness, and death is the rationality it gives you. And the life of a planet is even more so. Whether its decline or the complete extinction of the planet, for a planet, this is its fate. Su Li understood that the little tree was telling the truth. From the very beginning, the two sides were not on an equal footing. One feeds on the planet and the universe, while the other survives on the grains produced on the planet. There is no comparison at all. Will those living giant trees breed queens? Yes. Of course they will. My master, you're not so naive as to think these giant trees died of old age. Did the Zerg eat them to death? That's right. As their bond to the Zerg grows stronger, they become more dependent on places like the royal court. And when the emperors, eager for further advancement, see themselves caged like slaves, the answer is clear. My poor ancestor, Chun Chun, was just raising a tiger to harm him. Now, he's even risking his life. Lightning listened to the conversation in his spiritual world, feeling both understanding and loneliness. Master, so how can I eliminate this tenth of a second error? Try eating with chopsticks in your left hand for a week. Lightning frowned and stretched out her hand to make a couple of gestures. Finding her hands like chicken claws, completely unaccustomed to grasping, she broke off 2 branches from the small tree and began practicing with small stones on the ground. Suli looked at the small tree again. So, there are new levels above the Emperor level? I don't know. Even in their communication with each other, they don't mention this. It seems that in their understanding, levels themselves don't require excessive attention. This seemingly privileged statement gave Suli a deeper understanding of this tribe. The giant tree had been alive for who knew how many years. Perhaps for them, not only was level meaningless, but even time was meaningless. Don't dwell on things you can't understand. He never felt that he had lived too long, creating countless enemies for himself. He'd been blinded by fighting all his life. How could he not learn his lesson? He had it all planned out. After this rest, he'd free up his hands to sift through all the surrounding planets. A stable rear base was incredibly important. Once the rear base was completely secure, he could lead his team on a journey, exploring the vast expanse of this world and discovering just how many amazing creatures there were. For a veteran leg lover, he'd never seen a cute girl with 6 legs. Indy, reading Suli's thoughts, silently took 2 steps forward, but remained silent. If she showed her insect form, besides 2 arms, she did indeed have 6 legs. Still colorful hairy legs. Although not as smooth as Ruozi's, perhaps Suli, accustomed to bare legs, wanted to touch them. Suli's keen mental sense sensed the jealousy approaching, and he swallowed without hesitation. Suddenly remembering his own ambitions, he cast his gaze towards Ruozi in the distance. Ruozi, nibbling on her snack, blushed, glanced around, and quickly shook her head. Revealing her true form on this floating island full of mecha girls, and letting Suli jump on them. She must be crazy. Suli clearly realized the inappropriateness of his idea. He couldn't drive everyone off the floating island just for a little jump. The golden tree, outside the square, rustled in the breeze. Since collecting the 7 deadly sins, and completing the 6 insect girls, with a giant tree, his mental power has undergone some new changes. It is foreseeable that once he completes the strengthening and completion of his own genes, his spiritual world will undergo a tremendous improvement. His nearly depleted mental energy was rapidly recovering. He had a hunch that the optic nerves, atrophied by overuse, could be refilled with telekinetic threads. Perhaps once his mental energy had undergone a qualitative transformation, he wouldn't have to risk attempting to transplant eyes. In fact, there was no need for that now. But if he intervened to stop someone else's spontaneous search, it might lead to some unexpected reactions. Hong Ying's skirt always made a distinct sound as she walked. "Master, it's time to go back to dinner." She gripped the wheelchair handle, called out again, and slowly pushed Suli towards the room. "After dinner tonight, while we're soaking in the bath, let's apply a hot compress to our eyes for another half an hour. By the way, Juan's new medicine is ready. He says it'll work wonders when combined with a hot compress. So, Master, let's take it first." Suli curled his lips. This was one of the reasons he didn't want to bother others. God knows, while blindness does have its advantages, it also has its disadvantages. For example, Hong Ying's hot compresses and Juan's medicine. Has she ever verified the side effects of these medicines? I think so. After all, you're the master she cares about the most. How could a jerk give her master an unverified medicine? Hong Ying felt slightly embarrassed as she said this. After all, she had been the main force behind Suli's drugging. If you tested it, then why did my forehead hurt so much after taking the medicine yesterday that it felt like my third eye was about to open? Lightning, hands behind his back, followed Suli closely. Hearing Suli's question, she raised her hand high. I know that. Juanza said it's the neuralgia caused by the overpowering effects of Western medicine. She's using iridescent spiders as experimental subjects for her targeted drug. Aren't their eyes all on the top of their heads? Suli felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Goodness. Taking drugs from insect experiments? Is she trying to kill herself? How could such a reliable girl become so erratic? He swallowed hard as he sniffed the potion Hong Ying handed him. Master, drink it. This time, we switched to a milder Chinese patent medicine, and the pharmacy has changed a lot. Hong Ying picked up the instructions on the side, glanced at them, and then continued, the principle this time is to fully stimulate the body's potential from the inside out. The human body also has the ability to heal itself, and this potion amplifies that ability to the extreme. Suli frowned, but before he could say anything, Hong Ying grabbed his chin, tilted his head back, and poured the entire potion into his mouth. It tasted slightly bitter, slightly astringent, and a touch of sweet. As the medicine entered his stomach, He felt a warm sensation all over. This medicine seems to have side effects. He didn't even finish his words before his face wrinkled. It seemed that instead of stimulating his own healing function, it was irritating his stomach. Hurry! Push me to the bathroom. If you don't want the others on the floating island to see a gushing Legion commander, run. No, fly. Fly. Chapter 665. He had never thought that the toilet could be such a salvation for him. After the hearty relief, there was utter emptiness. To be honest, if his eyeballs hadn't been still in their sockets, he had thought they just followed the rest of the group into the sewer. He felt completely flattened. It was as if everything he owned had slipped away from him. Is that toilet beneath him a toilet? It held his entire family. Han Hai? If you want to lose weight, you can try this. Han Hai peered through the door at the nearly exhausted Su Li inside, his eyes filled with fear. The effect of this thing was so strong that his eyelids drooped. No, why did these mechanical laws not apply so well to Su Li's robot girl? Everyone genuinely wondered, is this doing good for their master? Master, are you alright? Su Li closed his eyes, focused, and just as he tried to stand, he felt his stomach twist again. No. It's not over yet. Master, it's been an hour and a half. You'll get dehydrated if you keep this up. Su Li struggled to pull a bottle of nutrient solution from the basket at his feet, and gulped it down. It wasn't that he couldn't get up, it was simply that at this point, he couldn't believe a single word. The thought of not even having the strength to stand made him want to cry. He was definitely going to be carried out by the machine girl, but being carried meant his sphincter wasn't working very well. If he couldn't hold it in, he suddenly felt like he could keep going for another 3 hours. Don't worry. Only one of me and the toilet can get out alive today. Han Hai, You're still being competitive. Outside the room, Junza, his eyes red with dark circles, burst into tears. Master. I can't believe you could. How could this happen? Why would this happen? How could you? Stop crying. Your pause is making me feel like I'm losing my mind. Bring me 3 more boxes of nutrient solution. There are only 5 bottles left. Hurry. If the supply isn't up to you even a second tonight, I'll faint in a second. The mecha girls outside looked at each other, and finally, the fastest of them all, ran out at lightning speed. All of Su Li's mecha girls were there, including the insect girls. That small portal carried a huge responsibility, guarding the hopes of all of them. What are you doing? What are you all doing here? Yi Hua walked in unsteadily, his hands behind his back. She had nearly knocked down the outer door, but no one paid any attention. Seeing lightning run out, she followed her, opened the door, and walked in. Upon entering, she saw a group of cyborgs gathered around the door, their faces filled with nervousness. What's going on? Are you acting like you're facing a great enemy? Why is Junze crying? Could it be that my dear brother? Yi Hua's face fell, and he sank to his knees beside Junze. My dear brother. Why are you crying? You're crying. I'm not dead yet. Su Li's weak voice came from the bathroom. Thinking of Yi Hua just across the door from him, he forcibly used the sphincter he trained for over 20 years to lock himself shut. It was embarrassing in front of his own cyborgs, but if he couldn't control himself in front of Yi Hua, he'd be relegated to hell. Oh, it's okay. I thought something was wrong. This crowd is more than a war meeting. Brother, are you really okay? It's okay. Yi Hua's eyes swept over the faces of the women in the machine shop, a hint of suspicion in his expression. Su Li said it was okay, so it must be okay, but what about their expressions? A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and opened the bathroom door. Before Yi Hua could get a good look inside, the door closed again. No, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Nothing, just the master sending some nutrient solution. What? Nutrient solution. TSK. Yi Hua smacked his lips, and once again surveyed the shocked expressions on the women's faces. A realization dawned on him. My eyes are hurt. You're a psychopath. The food on the table doesn't taste good anymore, and everyone's moving to a different place to eat. But you should found a good place. Why are you squatting in the toilet? There's water in there. Isn't it choking? It's gotten this serious, and we need to find some way to help. Even if we're just going to have some fun, we can't let people feast in the toilet. TSK. I really misjudged you. You're treating me like sisters-in-law. I'm so embarrassed for you. My brother is still young, and he's eating in the toilet. What about when he gets older? Will he have to wait until summer? Wearing a cotton-padded jacket and scarf, sitting in a wheelchair basking in the sun? Yi Hua looked at the mecha girls before him, stretched out his hand, and pointed at their noses one by one. Great. You're amazing. I really learned something new. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Let me tell you. My brother's eyesight was blinded for Longzhou, for the Mecha Island, for the Dawn Legion, and for his comrades on the battlefield. He's not just our hero, he's your hero. But what have you done? You actually treated my dear brother so badly, letting him eat and drink in the bathroom. I think you've gone against the grain. She slammed her hammer down on the door. The sudden noise startled Su Li so much that he shuddered, nearly collapsing. Listening to Yi Hua's words, he felt truly overwhelmed. Go! Go now! Yi Hua, go! Leave me alone! Yi Hua stood guard at the bathroom door. Brother, don't worry, I won't abandon you. I've seen through these people. Just eat your food. They're just a few SSS-level scumbags. I can easily. Watching Yi's eyes narrow, Yi Hua decisively swallowed the rest of his words. Su Li felt like his head was about to explode. His body was already suffering immensely, and now he had to juggle multiple tasks, controlling his sphincter and suppressing the spasms in his stomach. And the little that remained was still being spoken. He had never before found Yi Hua difficult to communicate with, until this moment. Was he afraid she abandoned him? He wanted her to disappear from his sight. Stay even a moment longer, it would be disrespectful to his sphincter. The mech girls outside all had strange expressions on their faces, their eyes fixed on Yi Hua, eager to hear what more vicious words she could say. What are you looking at? Just listen to me, my brother is still alive. What? Are you trying to make enemies with the entire Dawn Legion? Lightning raised an eyebrow, breaking the silence of the Su Li mech girls. Are you okay? He just has diarrhea, and you're joining in the fun? Yi Hua, Isn't this awkward? It goes without saying, the Legion commander is different. Just diarrhea, and it's such a high standard. A bunch of mech girls are waiting at the door. Luckily, she hadn't fallen into the tiger's mouth before. If she had fallen into his hands, she'd probably have become one of those waiting for husbands. Yi Hua took 2 steps back silently. Well, brother, eat slowly, don't get food stuck in your teeth. Chapter 666. Jun Quan's well-timed hiccup made all the girls lose their composure. It wasn't that they were being pretentious. The image was simply too vivid. Su Li didn't know what Yi Hua was thinking, but he figured he might as well just stay in the toilet and never leave. What are you waiting for? Get her out of here. He used all his strength to deliver these words with such force. Xiaohua skillfully grasped Yi Hua by the scruff of the neck and dragged her out of the house. Taking even 2 more steps would have been a sign of disobedience to Su Li's command. Yi Hua slumped flat on her, but landing awkwardly on the lawn outside. She looked at the distance she had moved horizontally, then considered the potential embarrassment Su Li would face. She quickly laid down on the ground and rolled another 2 meters forward. Brother. I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me? Get away. Okay. She threw herself forward and rolled another 2 meters on the ground. Seeing no one came out to look at her disheveled appearance, Yi Hua finally sat down on the grass and brushed off the grass debris. What's going on? How did you roll another 4 meters after the stunt? Xiangzi leaned over to help, but Yi Hua raised his hand to stop him. No, I made a big mess, Xiangzi. We'll meet again someday. No, what do you mean? I'm running away. Otherwise, when my brother recovers, I'm afraid he'll try to harass me. She recalled the looks of the many women in the room and her trembling eyelids, and subconsciously slapped herself. You're still a chatterbox. Before, if Eve had told her to kneel, she'd have done it. Isn't it just a governor? She only kneel for a week at most, but now it's different. She has 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 robot sisters-in-law, plus 7 insect girls. Good grief. If she doesn't run, she'll probably die on her knees. Is it that serious? What did you do? No, it's not about what you did now. Apologize. I'll go in with you. Let's go in and apologize together. Yi Hua's face turned pale. Apologize? Is that something an apology can solve? With every extra word, that image resurfaced. Did she think she wasn't kneeling properly enough? Listen to me, I'll just hide for now. I'm going to stay on an unnamed planet for a while. I won't be back without military orders. The journey is long and steep, so don't expect me to take care. Xiangzi, let's be frank, given our relationship. When we get to Green Origin Planet, eat, drink, and have fun. Take my share too. Isn't it that urgent? I'll pack you some supplies. I don't have many snacks, but I do have plenty of nutrient solution. There are all kinds of flavors. Can I pack a bag for you? No, I'm afraid it'll get stuck in my teeth. Xiangzi was still confused when he felt Yi Hua suddenly lean in, pecked him on the cheek, and then whistled to the sky. A Sagittarius worm flew over at the news. She jumped up, stood on it, and flew towards the outskirts of the floating island. Don't miss me. Even if you miss me, I can't come back. You know where my underwear is? I allow you to take it and reward yourself. From now on, we will go our separate ways. Please take care of yourself during this time. She quickly vanished into the night sky, leaving Qiangzi in a state of disarray. The passing Met girls pointed and groaned at him, making his face flush. He suddenly understood why she ran so fast. If she had run even a little slower, he would have punched her. It seemed she couldn't stop being so outspoken. Could she even say something like rewarding herself in public? He wanted to know. Would covering her face still be effective when someone could see her face? Nightingale silently shrank back. What's this about Long-O people? Long-O Met girls being reserved? She wasn't this uninhibited even when she was in the Federation. It turns out you can't judge a person by their appearance. You need to spend time with them to see their true nature. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to change my livery. While my livery looked uninhibited, I was actually very reserved. Unlike these people, each of them was actually starting to let out their inner rage. Well, if I said I hadn't been here just now, would you believe me? Qiangzi looked at Nightingale before him, undoubting that in a matter of seconds, he would become a household name in the cavalry regiment. That's right. Even if it were me, I wouldn't believe it. He silently slumped to the ground, burying his face in the grass, suddenly feeling as if he had lost the will to live. He's still not strong enough. If he had Yihua's nerve, he'd surely be laughing wildly at the sky, pretending nothing had happened. So what on earth had she done in Su Li's room? A pair of standard military boots appeared before his eyes, the whip dragging on the ground, telling Qiangzi who its master was. Sure enough, the next second, Eve's familiar voice rang out. She ran pretty fast, leaving you behind. Eve looked at the prostrate man before her, feeling both angry and amused. Go ahead. It's not hard on you. Go have a couple of drinks with your friends. It will eventually pass. Qiangzi grinned, an expression uglier than tears. Pass? It won't. If those two get to know about this, I'll never get over it. Men's friendship is strangely loyal. Even the most bitter of souls will always be interested in teasing each other. Yihua's words are enough to become a lifetime of drunken gossip. You could ask your master about this. Qiangzi's eyes flickered with hope upon hearing this. Fong, is it convenient? Xiaohua paused for a moment, then said, it might not be convenient now. You come back in 3 hours. In the room, Junzai held a cup of liquid medicine, and was about to bring it to Su Li's lips, when he shuddered and instinctively leaned back. Master, this time it's an anti-diarrhea medicine. Seriously? You have to trust my expertise. Su Li rolled his eyes. Hadn't he gotten to this point because he trusted your expertise? He's a pilot, not a guinea pig. They're two different species. Two different species. An arm can't twist a thigh, let alone an already weakened arm. The medicine entered his mouth, this time with a slightly sweet and fishy taste. His stomach felt refreshed. Aside from the slight gurgling in his intestines, he felt noticeably better. Stripe of blood gushed from his nose, soaking the ground before him. He knew it. There was no way things would go this smoothly. With the various medicinal properties remaining in his body, Junzai would sooner or later make him immune to all poisons. Chapter 667. Green Soar Star finally arrived. The long expedition had come to an end, and the Met girls, rested, began decorating the floating island, preparing to enjoy a festive holiday while the snow blanketed the air. The flames in the fireplace radiated a warm orange glow. The wooden villa had never been so crowded. The Met girls, dressed in crisp white sweaters, moved about the room, decorating it with various decorations. The golden emblem of the Dawn Legion was carefully placed on the second-floor doorway by lightning, its brilliant reflection visible as soon as one looked up. Master, would you like a cup of hot cocoa? Su Li leaned back in his chair and accepted the cup offered by Hong Ying. The temperature was just right, perfect for drinking. A soft, furry touch brushed against his cheek, and strands of black hair fell across his forehead. Hong Ying carefully tidied the blanket around him, then took his hand and placed it on a plate filled with cookies. There are snacks here. Call me if you're not satisfied. Su Li nodded. After Junza stopped fiddling, he waved his hand, halting Heiyu's research. She seemed determined to seize this opportunity to give him his full heterochromia. How ridiculous. How could he, a dignified Legion commander and ace pilot, be manipulated like an animal? Master, is the bonfire too hot? Shall I push you away? Okay. It's certainly a bit hot. Master, some mint? What a joke. Hot cocoa with mint. You're a heretic from out there. Add a little. It'll be a fresher flavor. Okay then. Su Li accepted it. This wasn't manipulation, but rather the deep love of his own mecha girl. Even Junzai's medicine was included. Little Shuguang curled up on the blanket beside Su Li and yawned loudly. She hadn't had a good rest in a while, and even the corners of her eyes were filled with fatigue. After the battle, the mecha girl's repair work had piled up completely, and even if she worked for another 2 weeks, it wouldn't be finished. Her skills were rapidly improving, and her body was gradually expanding. Thanks to the supply of genetic drugs, she was now almost as tall as Jun Shou. The two little heads huddled together made Jun Shou look a little immature. Indy, help me hang this colorful flower in the other corner. Indy glanced at the colorful ball in Junwei's hand, adjusted its direction, and spat. The sticky ball of white silk expanded in the wind, firmly adhering to the corner. Your spider silk won't damage the wall structure, will it? Indy's head shook rapidly. No, mine is environmentally friendly, non-toxic, and non-corrosive. Junwei nodded, then turned and picked up another colorful ball. The bustling scene inside the villa epitomized the bustle of the entire floating island. On this rare holiday, everyone except those on combat readiness duty was free to drink freely. Master, can I add some additives to the tanks of the large army? Su Li frowned, pondering for a moment, then nodded. Since we're going to indulge, let's indulge more thoroughly. They had been either fighting or on their way to battle all along the way. Everyone's emotions had long been suppressed to the extreme, and they desperately needed a deep release. The mixed venom of Ruozi and pride was miraculously effective in this regard, without any side effects. Lightning took the medicine bottle from Heiyu, and the two of them, smiling strangely, walked outside together. It's cold outside, put on your coats. The two women chuckled, put on their clothes, and, teleported by Regal, headed directly to the floating island. Su Li twisted his body, looking at the floating island hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, everything before him felt unreal. There was a time when the mechanical island hanging in the sky was a place he dreamed of visiting. And now, it had landed at his harbor. Even Eve, who once held the final say and intimidated the heroes, had now become his mecha girl. Now, both the young tree and the old tree have fully upgraded. What are your plans regarding the distribution of the Emperor-level cores? There are 8 cores in total. The young tree absorbed 1 during its upgrade, and you used 1. That leaves 6 SSS-level upgrade modules. I like to prioritize these for the June sisters. If they can reach the Emperor level, we'll be able to defeat any enemy in the future. Eve nodded. What about the remaining group? If you have a suitable candidate, give it to her. At this stage, both Lightning and Red Tassel can transform into weapons. With the June sisters as a backup, their combat power is sufficient, at least for the short term. If you don't have suitable personnel, keep them in the warehouse as a backup. Then use them as a backup. Our combat power is already overflowing. This time, our high-level combat power has increased significantly, with over 100 SSS-level personnel emerging. Su Li, thank you. Thank you for helping us fulfill a long-cherished wish for Mechanical Island. Don't say that. Without the support of the Mechanical Island, I wouldn't have made it this far. The two smiled at each other, recalling their first encounter. You're much calmer now, not as aggressive as before. However, I was quite surprised when you stormed into the parliament alone. Back then, you seemed completely unaware of fear, daring to face those powerful forces alone. It was truly remarkable. You stormed the parliament several times, and each time, my heart leaped with joy. Honestly, since meeting you, I felt the first glimmer of life in these long years. It reminded me that I'm still truly alive. Remember those idiots? It seemed their sole purpose was to undermine the will to fight. Those things still make me sick to my stomach. Su Li shrugged. I feel sick too, especially when they look down on me. That feeling of superiority is so uncomfortable. But thankfully, it's all over now. They no longer have the chance, the ability, to tower over us. They can no longer sit on high chairs, lording it over us. Yes! It's all over. Cheers to our unification. The cups filled with hot cocoa clinked gently, making the distinct crisp sound of porcelain. Su Li looked toward Tian Shustar, and took a sip of the hot drink. The news has been out for so long, Su Li. Do you plan to go back and show up while you're weak? He didn't turn around. Under his spiritual power, Eve's eyes sparkled. He seemed to see her again in the council, full of vigor, her hair dancing in the wind, her domineering aura radiating.